What's up, Sammy? What do you want?
Howdy, Mojo.
What do you want?
What a lovely way to greet one of your fans.
What do you... I don't have any fans. Yeah.
Oh, nothing. I'm just here to stir up trouble between meetings.
With me?
Oh, no, with people that you invite up here.
No,
Or
come on. Let's argue.
I don't. What do you want to argue about?
I don't know. We should put more money in politics.
Do I?
Put more money. More money in politics.
More money in politics?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, we shouldn't do that. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter now. I think that at the point where we can start putting in unlimited money, the people that get it, are typically the ones that win, except for what happened here. That was really weird. Like I said, I think I've said this a couple of times. It was very odd for me to vote for people that I actually wanted to win, and then they actually won something. So in Texas, I didn't have that privilege.
What we should do is we should create some government program to do advertising for campaigns and charge a little less than everybody else does.
To compete.
Yeah. So everybody's paying the government for when they want to do political campaign ads because we can do it cheaper. And then all that money goes back to the taxpayers anyway.
That sounds like a socialist conspiracy.
Has it got to be a conspiracy? It's out in the open.
Oh, well, I guess that's true. I don't know. Socialism is when the government does stuff. Don't you know that?
Well, sometimes. But certainly it's not capitalism. Well, I guess we could make it a government-controlled capitalistic system.
See, I think that's what we should do. I know you don't like people advocating for China, but honestly, I think they figured capitalism out. They did.
China's fucking disgusting. What are you talking about?
I mean, no country is pure when it comes to ethics. I'm not suggesting that, but what I am saying is that the responses to a lot of their economic crises have been far superior to the West and the United States. And I think that's important to know.
And yet our GDP is still twice as much as theirs.
Not for now.
Yeah, it only seems like that on our side because their economy is absolutely in the trash right now.
Hi, HR.
They're like China's economy might be doing well in terms of productivity, in terms of building, but they are facing massive deflation right now with their currency is facing massive problems because they held it steady too long and now they're trying to float it and it's super volatile and they have a massive population cliff that they're heading towards and they have tons of people who are unemployed like for the first time in a long time. They have and the deflation problem is really difficult to fix. I would much rather have rampant high inflation than start seeing deflation going through the country. That is way harder to fix. Like they haven't figured out the economy. They just figured out how to build very quickly. And that's not the whole economy.
What I would say, I have a couple of counters to that. The first one is that yes, there are some systemic.
I have tables. I have tables and cupboards. You can keep your counters.
Oh, so
Sorry.
anyway,
sorry.
That was a good joke. I just don't have a response. So the thing about this is that while China does have some systemic problems, we also have to look at China in the context of where they are in their economy. The reason why their unemployment rate is so high, in particular among young people, and it is true that they stopped publishing data for unemployment rates for their young people because it got so bad and because it is so bad. But the reason why is because China is trying to do two things simultaneously. Number one, they're still the world's factory and they're still pumping out exports. The second problem is that most of their workforce have now converted from secondary economic activity to tertiary economic activity on a focus on services instead of manufacturing. And so China's in this weird precarious position where it's trying to utilize the factory system, the manufacturing system that they have to continue to bolster growth, at the same time educating their workforce to a significantly high degree through education, and then also having those people not want to take the manufacturing jobs because they were trying to move to tertiary services. So
Right.
it's this
But see, that's the
transition.
thing. Like, the other part of it too is that I think like some of the stuff they do is incredible, like the way that they laid down rail, and like I understand what you're saying with moving to tertiary services, but they're trying to push that instead of letting it organically happen, and that's a problem because the state is deciding that it wants to decide how the market goes, right? In a system this large, right? The reason they're having such a big problem is because how we switched over to tertiary parts of the economy is because we had enough consumers to buy that stuff. We had enough consumers who needed those service jobs, and we naturally let it occur that way. I mean, some of it was NAFTA, some of it was moving those manufacturing jobs away from here. Some of those ideas were because of environmental factors back in the day when we kind of cared about that. So there are more than just one factor there. But part of the reason they're struggling is because of their monetary system. The monetary system they employed has made their currency very volatile because now they're trying to let it float. And moving into those services, a big part of those services are always going to be financials. And now that's really going to cause a lot of problems, while on top of it, they're facing deflation, right? They're still building and building and building because they still need people to take those manufacturing jobs, but nobody's buying, right? Nobody's buying. They're making too much. So there's too much supply. They're flooding certain markets, and their own markets are not picking up the slack. And there's not a lot of ways to fix that. I'm not saying that there isn't something we can learn from China. There absolutely is something we can learn from China. But to frame them in any way as like having figured out the economy, I think is just incorrect.
I understand the premise of what you're saying. I think that the thing is that the Chinese government and the state itself is backed into a corner because they have no choice but to propel growth in whatever direction that is. And so in the process of doing so, the natural ebbs and flows of economic activity in terms of moving from secondary to tertiary economics in that entire process. So what gives this Chinese state legitimacy is growth. That is what gives them legitimacy within their own system. That's just kind of the way that it works. And so because they're a totalitarian state as well, which
I mean,
is
I wouldn't call them totalitarian. I would call them authoritarian. Totalitarianism can only really exist for very short bursts, but totalitarianism is total control, right? Authoritarian, there's still some level of general freedom that people have, like that, I would say. But I do have to also add, like, they are a brutal regime. They do, like, I mean, their internal security services are brutal, and there are lots of people disappeared. There are lots of people, like the Uyghurs are definitely people who are being persecuted in the country, like, and
Yeah.
we don't even have ways to like really know exactly what's going on there. And I think I mean, they also are like, I mean, they do constantly fuck with us too. They're constantly trying to like hack the United States in different ways, like.
Yeah. But I mean, apparently we just let anybody do that now. So
Yeah, that's kind of true. But I think, I don't know, maybe it's because like I've lived outside of the United States for so much of my life, and like there really isn't another place I would want to live, like genuinely. Even with everything going on now, all of the stuff that is going on here just makes me want to fight for a better America. I don't know. I think, like I said, I really do think China has a lot to teach us. And I think we could learn a lot from some of their strategies. But I do just see a lot of people thinking that like China is like so utopic. And a lot of people have that perception on here, especially young people who are like looking at this. And I just want them to be I want them to understand it's not like that. It is complicated. There are no quick and easy answers with this stuff.
Yeah, I agree. That's the thing, is that I agree with you that it shouldn't be looked at as a utopian society. I personally wouldn't want to live in China itself, because of that. I think that my point in saying that is that the massive level of intervention that they have in their economy is something that we should try and adopt ourselves, depending on, obviously, which is part of the issue, is depending on who's in office. But the thing is that, like, in general, we're reaching a point where capitalism has to be reined in, utilizing some sort of state structure. And it's not just China. We can look at Singapore, who has a very invasive, authoritarian control over their economy. There's places, it's not just China themselves, but we do need this heavy control to rein in the free market,
Oh
because
yeah,
it's not
that
working.
I agree with. That I agree with. I would love massive public works projects. I would love a vertically integrated government that does things on their own instead of using private companies to do it. I want to see serious regulation, serious environmental regulation, and I want to see serious enforcement of current regulations. Like a bunch of websites like Amazon and Walmart currently are putting on different products made in America, and they're not made in America.
Mm-hmm.
They're just falsely advertising that because they know they're not going to face regulatory scrutiny. And they also know MAGA is stupid and can't figure stuff out on their own, right? And that's like a big thing now, where like tariffs are going to be, everything's going to be made in America. But their own chatbots, Walmart and Amazon's own chatbots, told on them that these things are not made in America. If you want to use their AI chatbots to find something made in America, you have to misspell the word made or misspell the word America, and it'll actually pull up the stuff that's made in America. And the chatbots told on them as to exactly why these companies are doing it, because they're not going to face regulatory burden, because this president wants people to think that more things are made in America, even if they're not being made there.
Right.
I think that we need serious state. We need serious, yeah, but not at this level, and not where your chatbots are literally telling on you and saying that Amazon and Walmart are fully aware of it and they don't want to change it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but
that's
chatbots
because
didn't exist. Chatbots didn't exist in the 80s, but they were still using different islands and shit like that were where they were allowing them to put Made in America on it.
yeah, but now these are not things even remotely made in America. They're just coming from China. It's blatant false
It
advertising.
was the same thing.
No, it's not
They've
the
been
same
doing
thing.
this since the 80s. Yes, it is.
Yeah, but at this level, I don't think so, because you didn't have multi-billion corporations like Amazon and Walmart to the extent that we do now, and in terms of like the massive amount of consumption that is happening now versus the 80s. Like, this isn't the 80s. Just because it's been happening since the 80s doesn't make it any more right than it is now. Right? Like, and again, the problem I have is that these companies are just blatantly saying, I don't need to worry about regulatory scrutiny.
Do you think it
Because,
matters anymore? Do you think anybody cares if they're buying shit made in the U.S. anymore?
no, I don't, but I think MAGA does. I think the president does. I think they only care about the veneer of the thing that they want. I don't think they care if America is burning down to the ground behind the magic the magic curtain. They just want it to appear a certain way, and it's destroying the economy. Our like the healthcare industry, jobs are shrinking. That hasn't happened in a very long time, and is usually very, very it kind of doesn't matter what's going on in the broader economy. Like, healthcare jobs grow.
Here you go.
Like, this is like, we're seriously looking at a cracking economy. Private loans and private credit is shrinking, cracking. People aren't able to pay. People aren't able to pay their car notes. These are big canaries in the coal mine.
The thing, yeah, I mean, and I understand that. I think that the thing that people are starting to wake up to is the fact that the arrangement that we have with our economy as people is not working. And the problem is that the left doesn't capitalize on that, the way they should.
All right,
And
Mr. Bourne, can I get your age
Yeah.
and who you voted for, please?
I'm 23. I'm not. I can vote. I'm undocumented currently. I'm in the process of renewal.
oh, good luck.
Thank you.
Where are you from?
I'm from El Salvador. I came when I was 3.
Okay.
Oh,
Were
wow.
you able to be under DACA when Obama was here?
No. Actually, right before I turned 16 is the age that you're allowed to apply for DACA. Trump took it away. So no, I still have my application open, but it's been there since 2020. So it's been 6 years now.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Um. So is this like a conversation like pro Trump or against Trump or like ICE or stuff like that?
You weren't
Oh,
listening.
we were just talking about the economy in general, but
Yeah,
we
especially with the news today about the jobs, the 23,000 jobs that were lost this month.
Oh my god, I did not see
What
that report.
I haven't looked at it yet.
Yeah,
because
we lost. We ended up losing. The total was negative 23,000 jobs.
Yeah,
I'm not working today. I'm at home doing school today.
nice.
Yeah, I'm working remotely, fortunately, today, but I was thinking about opening an Indeed, but I guess I'm not going to do that now.
Wait, so 23,000 last month I believe was only 53,000.
No. I think he's saying that we were
Lost. We lost 23,000 jobs.
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, okay. Not from the new jobs created. Okay.
No.
No.
Jobs over the month.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Non-farm
In other words,
payroll, and I think it was the last month was revised down. It looks like.
Yeah, and last month was a big part of it was the TSA workers, which is ridiculous that they're getting replaced by ICE agents.
It probably had a lot to do with the World Cup too. So there were a lot of service jobs that were hired during the World Cup, and then those jobs went away when the World Cup was over.
Yep, that's what I'm telling you. October numbers are going to be the most accurate numbers we have for what jobs look like.
Didn't they leave out October last year?
Yeah, we had a shutdown. October is the most important numbers month because it's right before seasonal work starts for like holidays, and it's right after seasonal work ends for the summer. So you get your most accurate September, October. It's the sweet spot. It's also when the new year, like the new fiscal year has started. That's literally the most important time that you need to get numbers from. And last year we had a shutdown during it.
Yeah, even though these like the 23,000, it hasn't been this high since COVID like lockdown.
But it looks
This
like
rate's so
healthcare.
ridiculous.
It looks like healthcare is making a comeback, so people are being hired again.
Thank God.
I think it's also wildly varies by industry, doesn't it? Like there's some industries that are kind of going backwards, and some industries that are going a little bit that are a little bit higher.
Yeah, the problem, like a lot of white collar work has become very stagnant, like business, finance, law, like paralegals, professionals, that kind of like level has been very stagnant. And that could, and like managers, business, like accounting, those kinds of jobs have become more stagnant, which is like of the bulk of what we do in the States, right? And losing manufacturing, like we're hemorrhaging manufacturing jobs.
Yeah, and I just saw a live interview with this manager for a construction company, and he actually was like saying how he regretted his vote for Trump because he voted for Trump, but now he's having to file for bankruptcy because he doesn't have enough workers anymore to continue like building the houses that he was building and stuff like that. So there is a lot of companies suffering from like basically every decision Trump has made.
Yeah, especially small businesses, right? Like small businesses usually work on much smaller margins. So when he implemented those tariffs last year, like he made it very difficult for anybody to plan for any kind of expansion or any kind of improvements or R&D or anything like that for small businesses. Which means now when this year came along, when they might have been able to, finally figure out and plan for things, he stuck them with more tariffs. So like there's only so long a business with small margins can kind of handle this level of uncertainty, which only makes corporations stronger, right? These small businesses that go out of business or they have to raise their prices because of the uncertainty, people who were already at the margins of being able to afford something made in America, buy a small business, buy something local, have to now go corporate because corporate can keep their prices low and just wait out those other small businesses to shut down.
We have turned into, I mean, we're already living under an economic authoritarian style system. It's just not in the hands of elected officials. And that's the whole thing because people are now, as you said, HR, people are having to turn to this patchwork of conglomerates that run our economy. And there's no other option because they can't compete. And then when they try to do like what Amazon did, where they would like discount their products so far as to produce a loss so that way they could outcompete individual sellers on their marketplace. So, it's just a collection of factors. We're not even living, I don't even think that this is capitalism anymore. This is something else.
What does that mean?
Like, when you think about capitalism, it's private ownership and free markets, right? Usually. And there are different varying levels of how free a market can be. And also depending on the circumstance. So World War I, for example, turned us into, a capitalism that was more authoritarian and less free market. In the United States, we have almost completely free market, so to speak, for corporations, conglomerates mostly. So the premise is that, when you start owning the market, and Yanis Varoufakis talks about this a lot. When companies start owning the market instead of competing on a market, it changes the nature of the system because now you have people that go to the market like a private market like Amazon, go there, try to sell their products. Then Amazon takes a part of that. They also have to compete with what Amazon produces directly. So they get another cut of that. And then in addition to all of that, most of the internet traffic goes through Amazon servers. I think it's like 50 or 60% of all transactions, regardless of the vendor, go through Amazon servers. So
it's just the result of capitalism. We're moving toward an oligopoly, and without government controls, that means that Taco Bell will own everything at some point or another.
Which I'm okay with. But
Taco Bell? What the hell?
It's a movie. It's a movie. Demolition Man. It's Wesley Snipes and I think Arnold or something. Way back when it was a world in the future where Taco Bell owned everything.
Also, did y'all see the thing about the movie that Elon Musk was like really hyped over, which is called like Civil Vengeance with Army Hammer? That he's basically like a vigilante that's going around killing immigrants.
No, I have not heard of that.
It's called Citizen Vigilante with Army Hammer, who, let us not forget, Army Hammer talked about eating girls, like cannibalizing young women, okay?
And he's an abuser.
He's a disgraced abuser who has been charged with sexual assault. And this is the man they decided to use as a vigilante in an unnamed European city as an American. He's literally an American, an illegal immigrant in an unnamed European city who is going around killing Muslims who have committed crime like rape. It's ridiculous. I mean, talk about how bad the right is at making art. It's so on the nose. It is so, there's nothing left for interpretation. They just want to watch this and go, yeah, like this is for Donovan. For Donovan to be
outside?
like, yeah, those Muslims. Huh?
Are you outside?
No.
Fan. It's a fan.
It's my air conditioner is so loud.
It sounds like you're in a wind tunnel. Yeah. I only wanted to request up and make a PSA. I have 3 words for everybody. Fuck Taco Bell. That is all. Thank you.
What?
Really, that's it?
I just had Taco Bell.
That is terrible.
No.
That is heresy.
Honestly, it made my stomach hurt, so I kind of agree with it.
I love Taco Bell so much. They can own all of it. I don't care.
It's so very wrong.
That's my Taco Bell communism. That's what I'm for.
What's up, Dr. Gold?
Yo, I swear to God, I feel like for a minute I thought Bee and Raccoon were like cousins or sisters.
Everyone keeps saying that.
You guys have this similar voices. Bee, when I first heard you, I thought you were like Raccoon reborn as a bee.
Yeah, you weren't the only one. Frugal went off at me one day too, saying, "You can't hide HR."
I don't think you were hiding her. I just thought that Raccoon became a bee. That's all.
Nope. I guess we do have a similar voice.
You do.
It's sort of like when like a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, right?
Yeah, it's
Wait,
just
who's the
awesomeness spreading. Don't be aware of it. Or don't be afraid of it.
Which one is a caterpillar and which one is a butterfly, John Galt?
They both are. Because they're 2 different people, Mojo. Duh.
I told you, the butterflies keep all of their memories even after turning into goop. It's amazing.
I'm gonna have to look that up because I have never heard of that.
Yeah, you can so they basically trained these caterpillars to smell lavender, and then basically they had some sort of negative consequence from smelling the lavender, and then when they were turned into butterflies, they also had an aversion to the lavender, and even their offspring were taught to have this aversion to the lavender smell.
Isn't lavender good for when you're having a panic attack?
It can be. So anything like sensory can be, but if you have a negative association with the lavender, it might not help your panic attack. Like if somebody used to beat you while you smelled lavender on their skin, it probably wouldn't help.
Yeah, no. You know what's really good for a panic attack? Like if your heart's racing, run your wrist under cold water.
Yeah, anything to affect the vagus nerve. So you can even press that fleshy point between your pointer finger and your thumb. That it has a big chunk of vagus nerve right there. Cold water on your chest or behind your neck. Anything that calms the vagus nerve is the direct link from the body to the brain that can calm you down.
Yep. W Mental Health Solutions. Thanks.
What is
Also, another.
What is it? Hey. What is a panic attack?
That's like when you feel like you don't have control. It can happen in many different forms, Mojo. So like one form that happens to me is like, and you probably get this as you get older, like you feel like your heart's racing and then you feel like you're having a heart attack and then you can't control it and you lose like control of your mind and then you start like freaking out and then you want to like call an ambulance.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You never had that happen?
Yeah, no. It's essentially a feeling. It's a feeling of fear or death that overtakes your normal rational thinking, and you're kind of subjected to like the fight or flight response of the amygdala in a way that your body is also feeling a feeling of I'm about to die, right? Your brain is.
You guys all get this shit?
Yeah, life is the highest value.
Y'all are fucking geniuses.
I got panic attacks only one time in my life, and that was when I was being med washed off of the medicines that I was put on the first time I went to treatment. And it was just the panic attacks were a part of the withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I will. This is just a pitch for therapy, but I used to get panic attacks really bad, and I mean there are a lot of coping mechanisms, but the best solution would be to figure out why you're having the panic in the first place, and that would be therapy.
Yeah, I already
the
know
best
my
solution
problem
is to just don't worry, be happy.
That's a great song, Mojo, by the way. But for me, like I hold life as the highest value, when I think it's almost over or there's something there, then I start to freak out. But if you don't have life as the highest value, then you usually don't have panic attacks like that.
It has nothing to do with that, Galt. Like, you could have people, people who have PTSD can have that. People who have been through abuse can have that. Some people have it for no apparent reason at all. They just end up they're just a naturally anxious person. It doesn't mean that they don't value life.
Oh, I was just talking about myself.
It doesn't mean that people who don't get panic attacks, who don't also see life as the highest value, right? They just have different wiring. They have different coping skills. They may not have been through something abusive. Like, there's so many different reasons. Like, you can't make a generalization like that. It's just not true.
Well, it was about me, so I was making it anecdotal.
I was gonna say too.
I've just never cared whether I live or die, so I guess maybe that's it.
Another way to avoid it is also a breathing technique where you breathe in for 4 seconds and then breathe out for 8. Too.
Yeah,
Box breathing.
Are we giving medical advice right now?
No, it's not medical advice.
Oh, no. Talk to your primary care physician and then your psychiatrist.
Yeah. It's important to note that there are a wide variety of coping mechanisms out there, and I mean it's just figuring out what works for you. That's what's important.
Yeah, I think lorazepam and Xanax work for.
Yeah, but those drugs are really dangerous long-term use, especially for anyone who is possibly have an addictive personality. Benzos will fuck you up the rest of your life. Benzos are probably one of the most harmful medicines that we have available to people.
I think
You know what else?
They don't prescribe it that way anymore. It's almost impossible to get more than 2 or 3 pills
You
at a
get
time.
some liberals together and you guys never shut up.
Oh, I don't know.
B and HR pinging off each other is wild.
I just came back from treatment where several people were still being prescribed, because it's state to state. There in California, it's probably a lot more restrictive than it is here. Up here, people are still popping fucking Xannies and Adderall like it's candy, especially in New York. Holy shit. Everybody I know is on Xannies and Adderall.
Hey, since we're on an apology tour, B apologized to me yesterday. HR, I owe you. I didn't know about, but that's no excuse either. So, I probably had some.
It's all
no,
good.
I do, because I think we had a live. Mojo and I engaged in some conversations, and I'm not blaming Mojo. I'll take ownership to it. I should have shut those conversations down. I had no idea what you were going through, and that was completely wrong on me. So I'm sorry for that.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm doing better now. So
I'm glad. Even though I hate everything you believe in, I don't want to see harm to anybody. So I'm glad you're doing better.
Thanks.
My response is still fuck you.
Who? To HR or me?
So emotionally mature of you, Mojo. That's great.
It's to everybody, Galt. It's to everybody.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think B set the good example yesterday. She apologized to me, so I'm just being led by example.
What the hell would she have to apologize to you for?
Why are you mad that women are leading by charge here, Mojo? Why can't you just accept that?
Asking what she had to apologize to you for.
She assumed something about one of my positions, and then she self-corrected and apologized to me, and I respect that.
Oh, your positions change daily, so I don't know why it matters if she makes an assumption.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, people change their positions. And people make mistakes, Mojo. I mean, look, I'm not perfect. You actually pointed out that I disrespected crosstabs in the chat. I reached out and apologized. Like, we're in a political space. Things get heated. We disagree with each other. We all have different perspectives on worldviews. Like, I don't know. I think we need to acknowledge when and have ownership to when we make mistakes and disrespect people or cross lines and call each other out and hold each other accountable. I'm cool with that. I think it's the way it should be.
Why is it that when
I
you
like that.
say something, why is it that when you say something, it sounds like an accusation, like every time?
What? You think I'm accusing you?
Like that at all.
Mojo, that's just you. That's the way you're perceiving it. I think Galt has always kind of been this way, where like he just wants to like we disagree about stuff, but he's like generally somebody who I picture as like a good person. Whereas like American Amen, we disagree on everything, but I think he's a fucking psychopath. Right? Like I don't you know what I mean? Like everything American Amen says to me sounds fucking sketch.
Yeah, there's a performative aspect to this too. Let's all not lie. Like yeah, and sometimes that performance goes too far, and I think we just recognize when it does, and we cross somebody's line.
Here for all of you. Like that's a genuine question because I'm just me.
What's that?
I was just, you mentioned there's a performative aspect to it, and I was wondering, like, is there performance tied to, like, when you're on a panel to all of you? Because I'm just me, and I'm genuinely asking.
Well, I think all debate is sort of performative, right? Like, there's a performance aspect to it.
Well, Ella, I would say that, like, because I think anyone who's autistic is going to find that to be odd. Right? Like I think that's a neurospicy thing. Like I'm ADHD, but I know that I'm somewhat performative on here sometimes. I'm not as performative, but like I think like because like I really do espouse like the things that I really and genuinely believe, but like sometimes like in the way that I will say it, or like I will think about saying something in a way that is more like almost like campy, you know what I mean? So that it lands in a certain type of way that I might not do if I was like sitting in front of somebody.
I'd say whimsy.
Personally, as someone who
About that during debate. Title. That's awesome.
as someone who is neurodivergent, I will say that I also have formal debate training. So like I did debate in high school, and I was moderate. I was pretty successful at it, despite the fact that I was drinking a lot. And so I did pretty well. And I think that for me, I tend to just listen to it for the argumentation, and I miss a lot of like the subtle social cues sometimes whenever somebody's presenting an argument, and I treat it all as fact or their argument as literal. And so I've had to kind of learn how to do that. And but I think there is a performative aspect to it as well. It just depends on what your definition of, performative is,
Are you Phil Browing performative? That's so awesome.
I'm trying to, like, I am genuinely listening to this, and I'm trying to visualize it somehow, like make it make sense in my head, and it's not working. So kudos to all of you.
Like, I don't think it should be called performative if it's just gross ass takes. Like, performative would be like adding the sound effects, and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, if you're cosplaying as a shit human being, no, there's probably some truth to that.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think there's a desire to be able to act that way in real life, and so you can perform it when there's this anonymity of being online.
Being performative is just like a little bit deeper than that, though. It's like evoking emotion in what you're talking about, and taking, even if you agree with like what you're saying, if you fully believe it, it's taking it to that next nth degree of that. That's what but any oration is somewhat performative. Like if you're speaking to a public crowd, there is a part of performance in that. It's not just reading out of a textbook. You know what I mean? You have to add like emotional appeal into what you're saying, and everybody does that.
Well, and I think that's why if you take something too far, and Sammy, I agree. Like if somebody's just like inherently like saying evil things all the time and taking like really gross positions, and not like when confronted with it, just not even think about like what they did and just not give a shit and have zero remorse, then sure, yeah, like I would say like that's probably something that's different. Like to me, it's more of like there's like sort of jousting in this, and sometimes when you joust, you can cross the line with people or like maybe infringe on something or overstep on a certain topic that maybe that person feels uncomfortable about. If they come to you, I think you should just respect that and back off.
Oh yeah, 100%. I agree with that. But there was like a few nights ago, there was a panel that I was on where there was a dude that was like calling for the genocide of non-Christians, and like the rest of the panel was either like quiet about it or like tacitly.
That's gross. That's so gross. Yeah, like I'll just confess, Mojo has messaged me privately and asked me not to bring up the Federal Reserve, like I don't anymore.
Ooh, fun. That's a fun topic.
We don't need to get it. I was just joking. Somebody was going to laugh.
Hold on, but so the revised numbers.
I was laughing. I was just on mute.
Oh, the revised numbers for May and June. For May, they were revised down from 66,000 from 129,000 to 63,000. And the change in June was revised down 37,000 from 57,000 to 20,000, which is a total of 103,000 jobs lost between May and June. And then we are at negative 23,000 jobs this month.
Wait, heuristic. Were those jobs that were revised down, was that jobs made? And so we're actually...
So in May, we had, what we had on there was 129,000, but that was revised down 66,000 to 63,000 only created in May. In June, it was at 57,000 jobs made, right? And that was 37,000 jobs were revised down to now in June, we only had 20,000 jobs made. And this month, we lost 23,000 jobs. So we had a total jobs loss this month of, if we had negative 23,000 jobs from only 20,000 jobs last month.
I think that honestly,
so we lost every single job we created last month by 3,000 jobs. We're in the hole 3,000 jobs.
Ella has her hand up, but before you say anything, Ella, I want you to answer the question: does Taco Bell have the right to exist?
And if you say no,
if you say no, I will not stand. I will not stand for anti-gorditic rhetoric.
In my utopia, in my utopia, we would have maybe similar food, but healthier and better. That doesn't give you the shits. Okay.
I'm rebelling. I'm starting a revolution.
Stand for a 2-restaurant solution. Because like I firmly
we can have talks.
I firmly stand on the fact that the cheesy fiesta potatoes were promised to me 3,000 years ago. But
they make you bomb yourself, though, so it's a bit of a problem, I think.
It's not about that, Ella.
Yeah,
they're
using your own anus as a human shield.
Guys, you're really making me
I'm like, what is happening?
You guys are really wanting me to complete a pilgrimage to the promised land. I'm just saying.
Yay, do it. I encourage this.
Paladin, a free market.
Oh my god, yo, my brain. What is happening? I haven't I'm stuck on the performative thing. I'm so sorry. This is probably a brain thing. But I asked ChatGPT the following, okay? I said, can you explain performative to me? As an autistic person, I'm not sure what it means in terms of debating. My brain doesn't understand. That's what I said. And it said, absolutely. And then it went on. But so really the short version of it would be that, like, if I were to make a comment about, like, the housing is too expensive and I want like housing provided at an affordable rate to everybody, then someone on the opposite side would talk past me and be like very like, oh my god, so you want free houses for everybody, but they're not really talking to me, they're talking to the audience. Is that what y'all mean?
What
That
I
could be a
mean,
form of it.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
That
I'll
could be a
that,
form of it.
I think it's also like, just think about like, sometimes I think of it too as like people who espouse like very like things that are very extreme, that is performative, like the extremeness of their view. Like Donovan is somebody who I find to be extremely performative in the language that he chooses to use, in the way and the tone he decides to say things, in the moments he decides to attack somebody's character versus how he brings up his pivots. I think all of this is performative in order to make him seem like a certain kind of person or a certain kind of thing. I don't necessarily know for sure what Donovan really thinks, because I find him to be very performative.
Yeah,
But you can listen. But you can listen to the content, and the content tells you that he's just a bigoted, Islamophobic asshole. Like, I don't know.
The tone is different. Like
I heard what you said, and very base take. I agree with it.
Who, me?
Yes,
I think
what you just said.
What did God say?
What did he say?
Tapley's performative.
Yeah, for sure.
Like he's
Okay.
openly like he's saying I'm doing this to become famous or popular to defeat Trump. Like that would be performative.
See, and where my brain was stuck on is that I just assume that the way y'all talk here is the way y'all talk in real life. Like, I didn't even question that for a second, to be honest.
Well, this is
I
the
really
way
am insufferable. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm an asshole. In real
You
life.
are not insufferable.
Get that going.
Anyways,
I love that.
I think I
you
get
said
it
that
now.
she's not insufferable. I said I'm an asshole. Where's my fucking "you're not an asshole"?
You are an
No, you
asshole.
can be an
You
asshole.
are an asshole.
I was gonna say that. So for me, the performative aspect comes out usually when I use hyperbolic language to get across a point. I try to avoid doing that in the beginning, but sometimes you just have to get to that level because people are only able to understand that, and that's something that I'm having to learn in my debate styles, especially on TikTok, and how I modify it, because a lot of people also just don't believe facts are facts, and you have to deal with that whole thing too. So that to me is a part of the maybe not performative, but theatrics to some extent. Like,
yeah, see, and I don't like when I get to that level, when I'm like really passionate about something, like it is genuine. Like, I really feel the way I sound. Like, I'm all like, fuck no, like, so yeah, I don't know. To me, the idea that someone does that on purpose is where I'm just
You know when
disconnected.
Stargazer comes up. You know when Stargazer comes up and says, "Fuck you, you fucking asshole! You're just a dick, and I hate you," and blah blah blah.
She feels
You know
that way. Like, she's
she's not being performative.
yeah, exactly.
The rest of the time, she's being performative.
Yeah, like for me.
Well, anyways, I didn't mean to side.
I'll say this, for me, performative is like when I get really mean, like when I'm really mean to TJ or when I'm like really mean to Donovan, that's performative for me. I don't really want to be mean to them. Like I
want to be.
Like I'm frustrated, and like at that point, like I've just decided that like I can't actually do what I can't actually get my point across, so I'm just going to be mean. But for me, that actually I feel bad after I do that. And I know that comes out partly because like I just am super frustrated, and it is like me using performative because I'm frustrated as like a coping skill. And I like will genuinely get off sometimes, like off of here, and be like, and feel really bad about telling TJ, explaining things to him feels like explaining rocket science to a penguin. Like I'll feel bad about saying that.
Wait,
I've gotten to the point that I don't feel bad for doing that type of stuff anymore.
I tend to
I can be mean, but I get mean because they're mean to either me or my community or people that I care about. And at that point, I'm just going to say what I think.
Okay, hold on. Can I get everybody to tap the screen to show the live out? Make sure you invite people that we can be mean to because everybody is in the mood to be performative right now. And do the heart me and gift the panel.
Did I not do the heart me? I did not yet. My bad.
But also it's part of it, right? Like we have 74 people in here. If like somebody were to come up here and start acting like a performative maniac towards Mojo and there's like arguing and bickering, like the viewership would go up like 70, 80 people. So like part of this is performative, right? People want to be entertained. They don't want to hear, heuristic always talking about like nuclear fusion, changing penguins into intelligent animals or something crazy.
Oh, I want that.
I mean, I do.
Okay, I was talking about cockroaches having scuba suits. That's what I was talking about.
Right. Like, that's like people want to hear Tapley come up here and fight with Mojo, right? Like, that's what people want to hear.
That's twice. Don't make it a third.
You keep saying people, that's what people want, but I'm people and I don't fucking want that.
Well,
there is some credibility to the statement that it does increase viewership, especially. That's why I'm not very good at it, because I believe in articulation and like expressing yourself in a complete thought, and some people
like
just
to
don't have patience for that. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes
you and HR both.
But if we want to yell, go ballot.
No, I find it like super disheartening that that's what like most people want to listen to because I really enjoy the conversations that I have with Galt about like getting into the weeds with like theory and shit like that, and then the conversations I have with HR and Ella about like fucking science and shit like that. Like, I really enjoy that, and I know Mojo absolutely fucking hates it, but I enjoy it. Like,
what makes you think I hate that?
Bruh,
I don't want the drama. I don't want the drama. What's wrong with you?
What do you mean no, I'm talking about like you hate science conversations on the panel. Like you shut down water talk and stuff like that all the time.
No, I don't.
What are you talking about?
Wait, actually, I do have a question for you, Palette. That's a little bit off topic. So I've seen a couple of different news sites breaking the news about like what's going on, like with the people on the boats, the military on the boats, the Navy. Sorry, I forgot the word for a second. And like how they've been out there for like 7 months, and now there's like people are like losing their minds because that's like not how it usually works. And I was gonna ask you, how does it usually work? Like, are you guys only out there for like a month at a time usually?
No, the deployments can be from anywhere from like 6 months to over a year. But you'll normally have port calls every month and a half or 2 months.
Okay, so they haven't had any of those, and one lady said that their food is being rationed, and I've never heard, like in all of the wars that we have fought since I've lived in this country, I've never heard of supply chain issues with like food.
Well, yeah, it happens. It just depends on where because you get all your food from either like port visits or from oiler ships that come and like you'll resupply out at sea. And if they're not around an oiler or anything, then yeah, they're not going to get food. I've been like in situations where we've been put on rations 2 or 3 times while I was in.
Okay, so it's not that uncommon.
No, it's not like super uncommon. You just for a few days you'll get like mystery meat a la mode for fucking dinner, but
sketch
with ice cream.
Yeah.
Mojo, do you have like a Beetlejuice rule on this person that I can't say more than twice?
I was about to say.
No, but you heard that. That was kind of funny. No, I don't have any. I don't care.
Oh, okay. Well, because like if you say his name too many times, he like appears. I don't know.
They're always watching. They're always watching.
That is, Galt, that's only you. And I've proved this multiple times. If you say your name 3 times and alive, like you will appear. And I don't know like the meta science behind that, but it is a fact.
It's probably the algo, honestly, Palin. It might be that if you say the handle of somebody's TikTok, that it shows up next, like if somebody's just scrolling through the For You page.
No, I get messages saying people are talking about you. Go debate them.
Oh, well, there's that too.
To answer your question, pal, I'll literally get DMs from people saying they're talking about you. Go debate them.
Mojo, there's a Bible guy in the requests. I don't know if you're in the mood for the shenanigans, but
it's better than water. It's better than water talk.
Actually, speaking of water too, you know, all these ships that have been in the Gulf for like months now, are like, they don't typically stay in these areas for that long, but since some of these ships have literally been stuck in the Persian Gulf for like 6 months, they've become part of the ecosystem. So like the barnacles and the bacteria and all of those things that are stuck onto the bottom of the ships, when the Strait of Hormuz actually is opened, unless they clean those things very, very well, these different bacteria and invasive species could actually cause massive ecological damage to different ports that they pull up in, as well as like invasive species coming in and causing ecological damage and structural damage too to these ports. After like, there's the whole science report written on this recently. And so this is like another thing that this stupid war, like, well, people won't think about doing, because they would have to clean these boats really, really well before they get out of that Gulf.
You normally get a hull cleaning done in Bahrain prior to leaving the Persian Gulf, and ships will normally get their hull cleaned every couple months.
Even if they were sitting there for like
barnacles, by the way, are edible. They could
but they also might be invasive to certain parts, to certain areas.
Where did the Bible go?
The issue with going to Bahrain right now, though, and sitting in port in Bahrain, is that there are Iranian missiles that are hitting Bahrain. So, like, I'm curious. I want to know like how they're refueling in the Gulf right now. Like, that's kind of an interesting thing to me, if they've actually like pushed an oiler through into the Gulf. But the like shittiest part about being in the Gulf for so long is the water temperature, and like our ships aren't designed for that high of water temperature for that long amount of time. It fucks with the amount of time that they stay in there. It fucks with the cooling systems on the ships, and you normally have to get like refitted as soon as you get back. You have to like do some tweaking on a bunch of cooling systems, because it kind of fucks everything up for like sitting in that warm water for so long, because that water temp's like over 95 degrees.
It's
So Palette, the next time you make a comment like the shittiest thing about staying in the port or whatever, I need you to take a brief pause just so I can go boom, because we're literally talking about poop.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff that we have to think about, like in terms of, like, is there actually like any end in sight with this war, like in reality? Because I don't think that there is, and because I don't think that, like, I also feel like Jared Kushner is like out here making deals in Saudi Arabia, and all of, like, there's just so much weird stuff going on that I just want to know, like, what is the actual like game plan out of this? And how is it possible that he's still using military action after we passed the War Powers Act?
I think I can answer this question.
Okay, go ahead, Galt.
Sorry, you go ahead.
Well, the thing is that there's no end game. This is something that Republicans have wanted for decades. And the biggest thing is that Trump, this is the whole thing about Trump. He is delivering on everything. He is giving he's giving conservatives their entire checklist. He might be doing worse for all of us, which he is, but at the same time, like, he's getting the things done that they've been wanted to get done for a very long time. And yeah, there are a couple of roadblocks, but mostly that's where it is. The other thing too is that the Republican Party doesn't care. It doesn't matter to them whether or not he's breaking the War Powers Act, because Trump basically owns the Republican Party right now. So there's no reason for them to disagree with him on certain things they have, but on other things they haven't. So it's like his polling numbers, even though for the majority of the country they're at 30%, MAGA and the right still view him highly favorably. So there's this like spread there. So there's not a real exit strategy. They're not planning on leaving. And that's just the whole thing. Like, they don't plan on leaving. It's just going to be another Iraq.
But the thing is that in 2001, like, the economy was doing really, really well. Like, we don't have the money to continue this, like, especially not with Iran, to continue this. Like, we just don't have the money. We don't have the borrowing power either. We are at 100% of our GDP, debt to GDP ratio. We are, like, our 30-year bond note is up to, over, like $4.57 or $4.57, I think.
So how would you fix the problem then?
They will find a way to find the money. They always do. Republicans.
No, that's not as simple as that. Wait a second.
That's the thing. It used to be simple because we could always borrow, but we can't anymore. Like, we just used a bunch of euro to buy a bunch of yen to make sure Japan didn't sell its U.S. bonds, because we are in trouble.
Why are we in trouble though?
The debt.
No, but
because
why
the
specifically?
Republicans have been borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing.
That's not
for
why.
endless wars. Yes, they have been. That is the core problem, because when Democrats come into office, when we come into office, we fix the economy. We reduce the debt. We actually, we add to the debt, but we add less to the debt than Republicans do. We have always been the Democrats have always been the fucking party that knows what to do with the economy and fixes it.
Okay,
We
HR,
always come in and do the unsexy work of fixing whatever the Republicans fuck up.
Wait, hold on. Who created Social Security? Was it Republicans or Democrats?
Look, Social Security is a good thing, Galt. That's
I'm not arguing. That's fine. You're
You're
changing the argument.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that we don't.
Social Security is a funded mandate.
It doesn't matter who created it.
It does matter. It matters.
Why can't you just answer the question?
It was FDR.
It was Democrats. It was FDR. But either way, it's a funded mandate.
That's fine. We can have a discussion.
This is not something that adds to the debt.
Okay. Who created Medicare and Medicaid?
First of all, Galt, those are things that we need those things for actual Americans living in America. We need those things.
Okay, that's fine. You can make that claim.
So why aren't you more angry about borrowing money to just bomb innocent people, to have endless wars that end up being about nothing?
Well, I can answer that question for you if you'd like. But again, you have to realize and recognize that the programs that we're talking about that make up majority of the spending in this country,
that's not true. That's not true. That's blatantly false. The military, we spend more money.
Wait. Why does it matter, Galt, if they're funded?
I'm not saying that it matters that they're funded.
They can't add to the debt if they have funding built into them.
They have funding built into them?
Yes, and we tax specifically for those things.
Okay, so then why are we at a balance?
Because
defense spending and interest.
It's not all defense spending.
Because of idiotic Republican spending on things like war.
Okay, but why is war necessary?
It's not.
It's not. No, but none of these wars have been necessary nor justified.
Well, to you, maybe.
Weapons of mass destruction. We never found them. We never actually have gone. The only thing that was maybe worth the money was going after Osama. for having done 9/11, but we did not have to go do Iraq. We did not have to do what we did in Afghanistan. We did not have to do what we're doing currently in Iran. We did not have to stage coups all over South America because they wanted to use their own national resources for their own nationals. We have been spilling blood and using American taxpayers' money to do it for no reason other than to enrich corporations that don't do shit for us, that literally don't pay people enough so that we have to subsidize food for them. People who work at Amazon 100 for full time still have to be subsidized by taxpayers because we don't regulate companies to say you need to pay your people enough to eat.
Okay. Again, none of those were my claim. Like, you're straw manning me as if I'm some sort of like Republican or neocon. Again, my simple argument here is if you want the dollar to be the world reserve currency and you want to be able to fund the welfare state, you have to do one of two things. Well, first of all, you have to find a way to export the dollar. So in order to have control over other countries as it relates to sanctions and those to have actual teeth in it, you need countries to be using the dollar in order to be able to cut them off from resources when they're not acting as good actors, right? We signed up to be the world police, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, well, we use SWIFT to do that.
Right. I don't agree with this position, but that's the reality.
But we already do that. We have the SWIFT system. 85% of all world trade is done in US dollars. We use SWIFT to sanction Iran. We use SWIFT to sanction Russia.
Okay, and when we sanctioned Venezuela, what was Venezuela doing that pissed us off?
What they were giving
oil to Cuba.
They were using crypto to trade with other countries, right? Yeah, we don't see. Listen, I'm not MAGA, and listen, I don't support this either. The reality is the reality. Maduro was using crypto to trade oil. We don't like that because we have a debt crisis in this country. So what do? We go, like, if we were about saving the Venezuelan people, this is not about, right? We wouldn't have done that.
Well, if we want to keep the world reserve currency, and we are the largest consumer on the face of the planet, we simply make every other country pay us, and we pay them in the U.S. dollar. That makes sure that our currency is always going to be circulated around the world.
The way it works, so this is the way I understand it. We buy shit from other country. They then take that dollar. They realize that the dollar devalues, so they don't stockpile dollars like they should or could or whatever. You want to make the claim. They come back and they want to buy another asset with the dollar that holds value. So what do? They buy into our treasury market. Why do they do that? Because our treasury market beats inflation. So they don't hold dollars in their banks. They hold treasuries as a form of currency. And that's how we export our debt.
Treasuries are not a form of currency, though. That doesn't make sense. Treasuries are a form of collateral for cash, right?
They're used as currency.
If you need cash and you have collateral, you can get cash based off of that collateral, right? You can't use treasuries directly as cash. They're not that. You're holding debt. Right?
I'm not calling it cash.
It still represents dollars flowing through the world market.
Yeah,
but this is just a fundamental misunderstanding of how cash versus collateral works.
I never said cash.
Yes, you did. You said they're using treasuries as cash.
No, as a form of currency.
Well, what is currency?
For currency can be any sort of anything that's like a value that can be traded, like coins, digital entries. I don't know, cryptocurrency, something of.
Pause. Currency in and of itself inherently only has value in terms of the value of the exchange between the two parties involved in terms of achieving a bilateral transaction where one person can remain, where both parties can have their own anonymity past the transaction. That's really the nut of what currency is. It's nothing but a means of exchange to represent the values being exchanged. It in and of itself is not a value beyond that exchange point.
Wait, it is though.
But no, I mean, it has value, but the value of the currency represents a thing.
Hey. It has value in and of itself. We have currency trading markets. You can actually trade currency back and forth to make money.
Yeah, based
currency off of. So I'm sorry, these are commodities as well.
I see how people are using it as such. Yes,
My
but
only
fundamentally,
It is. It doesn't. If they use it as it is that.
yes. I'll give you that. Yes.
my only point is that, like, Galt, if you actually look at what happens when our dollar starts to lose value, countries do buy it. They buy lots and lots of dollars because it's easier for them to do trade with anybody using dollars. That's just been the pattern for a long time. The reason that's not happening so much now is because of the loss of trust that people have in the United States because of fiscal policies that have been made. Right? This system was working okay. And like there could have been improvements, absolutely, especially with how we're borrowing and especially how we spend. And that can be on both sides. But the worst, the side that does it worse is the Republican side. And there's tons of data to prove that. The only thing I'm saying now is that the system is going to start failing now because the United States has lost trust. We have lost the ability for other people to think we're a reliable trading partner, that we are a reliable monetary system, that our Federal Reserve isn't bought right now. Like, people don't trust Warsh. That's why the 30-year went up. That was an absolute judgment on the fact that nobody expects Warsh to actually do something proper about inflation.
No, I mean, I fundamentally disagree. First of all, on the DXY, the dollar's up specifically from 4 years ago. Secondly, you've had Brazil, China, and what's the other? Oh, Brazil, China, and there's another. India, divesting from our market over the last, 10 years. This is just a historic fact. And recently with the tariff situation, although I disagree with tariffs, what you saw was the U.S. trying to realign with India as being our provider. See, this is where MAGA gets a little confused, right? With the tariffs, we went to India to try to get them to be sort of the provider of goods and resources and shift from China to India to pull India away from China. That didn't work. China's been divesting from our market. So when that didn't work, we had to go to people and you can look this up. I mean, the increase in the amount of treasuries that Japan, UK and Belgium started buying replaced the amount of treasuries that other countries were buying. So we needed to do something because BRICS is moving against the US. We have a debt crisis in this country. And then we went and took other players off the board, like Venezuela. Now we're going after Iran. I'm sorry. I mean, now you could say it's the Republicans' fault because they created the debt. I don't care. That's fine. I'm just saying this is the reality of what's happening.
Sure,
I disagree with it, but
I also just don't think austerity is the answer either. Because we've seen austerity play out in Europe over and over again, and it absolutely crashes the economies. It makes it worse. It makes the system worse. We have to look at other systems. We have to think of other ways to try to correct for this. And part of that is going to be massive corrections. It is going to be painful. There's just no way around it anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I think
there's a couple of things that I would like to add to this conversation.
Yeah, just really quick. I'm just going to, I don't think, HR, you wouldn't disagree that we didn't print over a recession that should have occurred, right? And I don't want to blame it on either side, but the reality of it is when you look at the last 5 years, we should have gone through the business cycle. We should have hit a recession and we printed over it.
So, and that's part of the thing is that the bull market that we have created, which has been running, unless it stopped briefly during COVID, outside of that, the bull market that's been running for the past 20 years since 2008 is artificially propped up by quantitative easing. Definitely by that. The other thing though is that when we look at the functions of a state, in order to overcome a deficit, what they have to do is either decrease spending or increase taxes. So the problem that we have is that instead of taxing the people that have the money to be taxed, to fund our programs and to fund our defense department, we tax the people that don't. And there's not a whole lot of political motivation to tax the people that actually have it to make it better. So instead of doing that, we say, oh, well, we're going to cut social spending and social programs, even though they make up a smaller amount of our overall spending compared to interest, which I think is number one, and also defense spending, which is number two, which, by the way, is supported by both Democrats and Republicans every time it comes up for renewal. So,
I mean, But hold on a second. Our welfare spending in this country, if you're including Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, is going to eclipse $3 trillion. The interest on the debt prior to 2019 was $250 billion. During the Biden blunder of how they managed that debt, we now have $1 trillion in interest that's coming due every single year, about $750 billion more, right? So when we talk about these things, I agree military spending's bad. But when you say that Republicans cut welfare spending, this is my biggest critique of Republicans, that they don't cut spending. That the amount of expense of welfare programs. In fact, the first thing the Republicans did when they got in office was expand Social Security for people who were not getting it. So this idea that Republicans cut welfare spending is just false.
That the big beautiful bill included spending cuts that drastically cut social spending in the United States. Number one.
The Social Security one did?
No, the big beautiful bill.
No,
it had spending measures in it that cut social welfare programs dramatically and kicked people off of food stamps, have kicked people off of certain people with disabilities who get Medicaid for certain reasons. Like, it did a lot of damage when it comes to the social safety net, what little we had in the United States, number one.
Okay, cool. How many people have come off? How many people have we seen the amount of people on welfare decrease?
Yes, I don't have a quantifiable number for you right now, but yes.
2.3 million people came off of SNAP, majority of them being 250,000 of them being children. We kicked off 570,000 people, something like that, off of WIC, something in the hundreds of thousands off of WIC. Again, mostly newborns and women who had just had babies. We have lost.
Why would a newborn? Why would a woman?
Because women, WIC is women and children.
But the big beautiful bill excluded them.
No. But some people still got kicked off of it because the barriers for entry became different. So people who left it and didn't know how to get back on it, we saw a net decrease of people who are on it, who might still need it.
I mean, right? I think that's a large.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Sorry, HR.
20 million people have also lost their health insurance after the ACA subsidies have been the cap has been removed. 20 million people, meaning my insurance that I get from a private company, my insurance went up. Because now there's a smaller pool of people in that insurance, and there's a lot more sick people in it, and a lot less healthy people in it. So removing these programs, like I said, we have an extreme amount of data from austerity in Europe, and it doesn't work.
I would love to see this data, because this would be a total W for Trump for me if he's actually decreasing the amount of welfare. So yeah, if you could present that to me, I'd like to talk about that.
Are you conceding?
You are really saying right now that you would rather see children in America starve, have worse healthcare outcomes and worse educational outcomes than pay for their food. Exactly. And we're only needing to pay for their food because Amazon and Walmart and Uber and DoorDash and all of these other big giant corporations, conglomerates like Carlyle, don't pay people who are working 40 hours a week enough money to feed themselves. So we have to subsidize that and put them on SNAP. And instead of being mad at the fucking corporation, who by the way is using their gigantic net profits to do stock buybacks and give CEOs 340 times the amount their middle management is making, and you're not mad at that? That's
this is performative.
Crazy.
No, this is the performative. She's telling you a whole bunch of facts, and you call that performative.
What fact did she say?
You don't understand that companies are using tariff refunds to fucking gain enormous profits right now?
Wait. Now you're bringing up tariffs.
Like you don't even know what the fuck is going on.
Wait, hold on. She didn't even mention tariffs, dude.
She's talking about all of it.
There was just a report published. How
am I supposed to respond to 100 things? You're just flooding the zone like
maybe
Trump.
It's because you're gaslighting the conversation and changing it.
Shut up. You guys have to let him talk.
I'm trying to tell you, there was just a report published.
HR, you have to let him respond.
I'm telling him where that information is coming from.
You still have to let him respond.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think people are getting kicked off that are pregnant. Your claim about them maybe not being able to sign up because it's harder, I mean, maybe that's the case. I don't know. I don't know how that would be reflective in data. You can send that to me. That'd be interesting. I'll definitely take a look at it. But from my understanding, the big beautiful bill returned these welfare programs to how they existed pre-COVID. If 20 million people fell off based on the restrictions or whatever they are based on the big beautiful bill, I actually agree with that. I'd like to see a reduction in the welfare state. And so send me that data. I'm interested in seeing it.
So if you want a reduction in the welfare state,
I want to wait. First of all, I want you to understand why that is ridiculous. The only reason you have to have this many people on SNAP and on these things is because corporations that employ so many people in this country do not pay them enough to even put food on the table, even when people are working 40-hour weeks. Then these corporations are using that profit not to expand, not to create more jobs, not to create better products, but instead to give enormous bonuses to CEOs and C-suite executives and stock buybacks. And this administration published a report on this just last week.
Okay, so I guess
do you not see that as a problem?
No, I don't, because I see the problem differently. Yeah, I see the problem differently than you, because I think you would even admit that there's government workers that don't make a livable wage. So if the argument is simply like companies, people, whatever, et cetera, all need to get paid livable wages, like you could even just look at like, I don't know, California and New York. You could look at how many jobs they have that are in the government sector and people who have to work. I mean, there's teachers that have to work multiple jobs because they don't get paid a livable wage, right? So this idea that like somehow like corporations are the only ones not paying a livable wage is sort of absurd to me.
You're mixing state governments with federal government. I don't know which one you're talking about, because
No.
you were talking about the federal.
But the thing that you're mixing up is that governments have limited budgets that aren't trying to make a profit, right? They just can't pay people because there's not enough money coming in.
What's the federal government's limit?
Wait, I'm not done. But what you're not seeming to understand is that these corporations could pay people more so that taxpayers didn't have to subsidize other people's food, because they're spending an enormous amount simply on padding the bottom line, not growth, nothing like that. The government has a limited budget, and it just needs to break even. So
what's the limit on the federal budget? Can you tell me?
The revenue, like what's the revenues that we get?
No, what's the limit? Because they just went from like 5 trillion to 7 trillion in the last 5 years. So can you tell me what their limit is?
Limit on what? What limit? Limit for what?
You just said limit on spending. You said the federal government has a limit.
Limited by revenue.
Are they?
No, they're not. No, they're not.
I'm saying that state governments are limited by their revenues.
No, they're
so
not.
Teachers and firefighters and all those things, there's a set budget, and then that budget gets paid to these people. They're not making money off of teachers. They're not making money off of firefighters.
Okay, so in these states,
Amazon is making money off of those labor employees.
You have to let him respond, HR.
So in these states, though, that you're talking about, that there's these limits, like we'll just look at California and New York, for example. They're the ones with all the millionaires and billionaires, and even still in those states, Democrats are not taxing them to pay teachers more. So, like, why should I believe?
Actually,
California is doing that.
I think you're right. State governments are limited by their budgets. The federal government is not. So you'd have to talk about them differently.
yeah.
but to clear correction that Galt was saying that they don't increase taxes to pay their teachers more. We actually have a referendum in the county that I'm in that is literally getting ready to be voted on to increase taxes, like do a 1% tax, specifically for that revenue to come back to pay all the teachers and all the other staff support.
Yeah, that's not my claim. I'm not saying that they never do it. I'm just simply saying that there's people within government that don't get paid a livable wage. Like, that's just simply my claim. So if the argument is removing the profit incentive is somehow going to ensure that people are getting paid a livable wage, just show me the proof.
What government workers aren't being paid at least I understand that
said a teacher.
Let me finish. I heard you say that teachers will have second jobs, right? But I'm not talking about a teacher who can have a second job. Maybe they don't work in the summers, like their schedules are more like predetermined, right? So yeah, I understand that. And some states are just poorer, right? They just don't have as much money. And that absolutely is something that should change. Agreed. But somebody who's working as a firefighter can probably still put food on the table. They probably make too much money to be on SNAP, right? Because there are limits, right? They probably make too much money to be on Medicare, right? But the people who I'm talking about are working 40 hours a week and don't even make enough money to the point that they qualify for SNAP.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Generally speaking, government workers have access to great benefits, right? Which means they might get paid a little less, but at least they have other things covered for them. And so do federal work. Federal workers have some of the best benefits in the country. But these Amazon workers, these corporations who are literally just not paying people enough, even though they absolutely have the money to do that, even though productivity is super high, you don't want to tell them you should pay your people more so our taxes can go towards things like infrastructure, like making better schools, like having better healthcare infrastructure. You don't want to do that because for some reason that's too far for the government.
No, I mean, my argument is simple. A teacher starting off in California makes $30 an hour. Even if you look at the livable wage based on the metrics, they say it's $35. Now, if this woman has 2 children, right, that goes up to $50. So, even under your framework, trying to say that the government, that these corporations are greedy, well, even under your framework in your state, and specifically California, they're not paying teachers enough either. So, what's your point?
Okay, they have access to benefits like pensions pensions are shrinking. Barely anyone has a pension now, but they have access to benefits that people who don't work for government don't have access to. The benefits of
okay, so it's not that corporations are greedy. It's just that the value of our dollar is losing its purchasing power because we're $39 trillion in debt.
Thank you, B guy. There you go.
What used to take $1 to buy something 9 years ago, it now takes $5. It's not corporations.
Well, this is super interesting to me.
Corporations get their product and then they put a markup on it based on what the cost of the product is. So 5 years ago, they may have been getting their product for $1. They may have been getting their product for $1.
The markup is going to be based on equilibrium price. You guys,
no, it's the same profit margin.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, so I'm having a severe problem here because I've said this multiple times now. The federal government and state governments are different. Every federal government employee is going to be paid a livable wage. State governments are going to vary by state because they're
going to adjust for inflation, Mojo.
No, this has nothing to do with inflation.
It does.
Unless you want to talk about cost of living, which is fine, but states deal with that, and they deal with it differently.
Mojo,
so wait, stop! Don't fucking interrupt me. God damn it! You guys are all freaking out. I don't know why.
Watch the GD, Mojo.
Shut the fuck up. State governments are going to have to deal with things differently, so you don't get to interchange state governments and federal governments. And California is going to deal differently with their budgets and their salary for their state employees a lot differently than Mississippi will. So if you want to talk about states, then you're going to have to talk about individual states, and only the people that live in those states are affected by that.
The entire economic system we are based on is based on debt. And the debt causes inflation. And the inflation trickles down through all forms of businesses and entities, including the public.
Inflation comes from demand.
No.
It's demand of products.
No.
Yes.
Inflation comes from debt and printing money.
No, the printing money is irrelevant. If demand doesn't rise when you print money, then the prices don't go up.
Mojo, if you have $1, okay, and there's only $100 in circulation in your little tiny city, and then all of a sudden I put $100 more into that tiny city, what happens to the value of your $1 now that there's $200 in the city?
Nothing. It stays the same.
No, it doesn't, because there's more
because you haven't bought anything yet. The only time it ever changes when it's relative to a purchase. That means that your inflation is going to come from the purchasing of a product, which means that demand controls the value of that dollar.
No. The entire
Bible guy,
economy.
let's use that.
So if
for
there's
a moment.
let me respond.
Bible guy.
Let me respond real quick. If we are $39 trillion in debt, and there's 39
debt is irrelevant to fucking debt.
No,
The debt
no.
is irrelevant to inflation.
It's caused by it. It's caused by it.
No, it's not. It's
Yes,
caused
it
by
is.
government
You're
spending.
just repeating yourself.
Hey
What
guys,
do you think? Where do you think the government? Where do you think the government gets the money from, Mojo?
hold on, just quick. I have to go. I have to meet with my advisor, and I'm going to tell him about this, and he's going to laugh at you guys.
I mean, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve statements, their public statements and inquiries into our government, they explicitly say that printing money causes inflation. They literally say it in their public documents.
You're just repeating yourself. If we can go back to your analogy, you've got $100 in your little city.
You guys don't understand
Let's just go back to it for a moment without repeating.
Jesus.
Yeah, we don't have to repeat ourselves. Let's go back to the analogy you gave. You have the $100 that exists in your tidy little city, and so you use that to start building. It could be a house, it could be a government building, it doesn't matter. You have all the $100. You now distribute that amongst the lumber makers, the steel makers, the brick makers, the layers, like the laborers, to build your building. You've now distributed that $100 out into your economy. Who can buy your building?
So we owe, and you owe me that $100 back at interest.
No, who can buy your building? You just built something for $100.
Exactly.
You spent it all.
They can't.
Nobody has the currency to buy your building.
That's right. So what do? They go and
you
they go
to print more money. You have to print more money for the asset.
You are proving my point. So those people that need to buy that home or need to buy those goods, they go to the banks and they go and get a loan so they have enough money to buy those new assets. Where did the inflation come from?
You have to print the money. You cannot loan out money that doesn't exist.
Right. They print it. That's what I'm saying. That's what causes the inflation. Now you're getting
No,
because you
no, demands. Can I please say something?
The purchase of the building is what causes inflation, not printing of the money.
Right.
Correct, but you have to print the money for the new asset. Because Bible guy, you cannot sell that asset for $100. Number one, nobody has the currency; it's all divided. And number two, you're not even getting a profit.
You just contradicted Mojo.
You live in capitalism, and you can't get a profit off of your own building that you built.
Robot, you just proved my point.
Right, he just contradicted Mojo and proved his point.
So thank you.
No, can I please say something?
Have to print
that was great.
Oh my God.
That's fine if you think I'm proving your point, but I am saying you must print the money. So you two are sitting up here saying we should stop printing.
Robot, I agree, Robot. You must print the money.
Repeating yourself.
Stop. Yes, Robot. Now you were just repeating yourself. B is trying to speak.
Yes. And so when you're printing all this money and you're putting it into the economy, the idea is that, people have all this money to do stuff with. They have more purchasing power, which can create scarcity, which then means that demand is driving the inflation because companies, because they have a product that is scarce, then choose to raise the price so that not so many people are demanding that product.
Well,
this is hard to understand. This is Econ 101.
Yeah, but you're assuming the scarcity
demand
exists.
does run inflation.
Well, hold on. You're assuming that the scarcity exists. If production has increased and the money supply increases, then theoretically you can reach some sort of like equilibrium. Sure, I'll grant you that. But theoretically, if you just print $1 trillion, like if the government printed $1 trillion tomorrow and just handed it out to people, and those people increased the money velocity, we didn't increase production, and if you saw a dip in supply like we did during C-19, you're going to see asset inflation. You're going to see the value of things go up.
Yeah, but
that's the point. That's the point, though, Galt, is everything you just said was based on everything other than the printing of the money.
Mojo.
Stop, B guy. The printing of the money didn't change anything. It was.
It started
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! The printing of the money didn't change anything. It was when somebody actually bought a product, when you said that the supply wasn't increased, when you said the velocity of money changes. Well, the velocity of money is money moving from one person to another, or changing hands in some way, shape, or form. It's all those things that cause inflation. The printing of the money didn't cause the inflation.
Yes, it
Okay,
did.
now I hold on, B guy. I got him cornered. So
You're not cornering anything. The problem is you're assuming a vacuum.
Let me respond.
No, you said that $1 trillion would be printed and handed out. It's because new assets were created in that same time frame.
Prices do not
Why
go
is
up.
everybody fucking talking at the same time? What the fuck?
I smell like a wet cat.
Yeah, so Mojo, if I simply just own Tesla and I don't do anything else, would I be causing like inflation?
Like a Tesla car or stock or what?
No, like I'm Elon Musk. I have $1 trillion. I'm not interacting in the market at all. I just simply own a physical item or company that's worth $1 trillion. Am I causing inflation in the market?
No, you're not.
Okay. So when we blame billionaires and millionaires for causing inflation or causing prices increases, I think you have to look at the money printed in the market.
Who blames billionaires and millionaires for inflation? Who does that?
Price gouging? What?
Price gouging is when you interact with somebody else. That's when you exchange money. This has nothing to do with a billionaire.
Right, but just simply owning wealth doesn't cause prices to go up.
That is exactly what I just said.
Right, so price gouging is just false.
Civics and
If
Mr.
corporations,
Winston were both
no,
trying to say
Hell of a
something.
straw man.
I mean, it was your argument, bro, but I was just getting
I'll let Mr. Wednesday go. He's been trying to get in there, but
Yeah, well, just
Also another straw man.
to try to put a bolt on that hinge Mojo outlined for you when money's printed and then it gets into the economy. That bolt is when the demand is exercised. If you put a product into the marketplace on $100 loan, you're on the hook for that $100 loan, not me. And if I exchange with you and I buy your building for 105, you made $5, and the value of everything increases on that. And there's your point of inflation. If nobody buys your building and it just sits there and degrades and nobody exercises it, prices might go down and stay stagnant. We don't know. Us exercising in the marketplace is what drives inflation or deflation, not the amount of money in it. What? 20
Depends on where you. It depends on.
They just delete it out of everybody's bank accounts.
It depends on where you take it from. If you take it,
I'm just saying they delete 20 trillion.
If you take it from billionaires, then it won't change anything. If you take it from poor people, it's going to change everything.
Well, how would you take it from billionaires? They have assets that are worth money. I'm talking about as they collect taxes, they just delete it. They just don't put it back into existence.
Then you're taking it from people that
Well, then
have
you're shrinking
demand,
the
that live off
economy
of
overall.
Then you're taking it from people that demand things, that have to buy things.
People will, we will go out and do what people do and create fake currencies. They do it all the time.
Okay, you
guys I gotta get back to work here. I just wanted to stop and say hi to Mojo. I haven't seen him in a while, and Steele, but I wanted to make a final comment here. It seems like half this country is going into more of a nationalism type stance, and the other half wants more of a socialism type stance. And with the amount of money we printed being $39 trillion in debt, our dollar is no longer manageable as an asset throughout the entire world, which means that dollar is soon going to be devalued and those dollars are going to come home. We're going to have to reset our currency and we're going to go into more of a national socialism type government.
And
that's just my national socialist.
What the
There we go. National socialist. Worked in the past. Worked for Germany too.
That was a bunch of fucking nonsense.
That was actually a good quip.
That was crazy.
Yeah, comparing nationalism and social, it's just stupid. But the point that you had brought up, Galt, when you said, "Hey, we haven't seen a supply issue," but you mentioned it during C19. There was, and prices went up. Right, that was a form of inflation. The problem was that prices never came back down.
Yeah, because
right? Once the supply chain started to started a flow again, prices stayed the same.
Right,
They've never gone down.
Increase money because we continue to keep rates historically low.
Right, but the prices initially went up because there was a supply issue, right?
No,
there was not a supply issue during C-19.
There was also a mass printing of money that it also aligned with that.
No, prices went up because there was scarcity in goods.
We also Trump printed a shit ton of money. Remember the PPP loans?
Prices went up because of this restriction in supply, and then prices never went back down because we papered over the correction that was supposed to come. Correct. The prices were supposed to come back down as supply increased, but then you started having what's known as currency inflation. Notice how there's different terms of different types of inflation. There's actually monetary inflation, there's product inflation, there's shrinkflation. There's other types of.
Now you're just making
That's
up
nonsense.
words.
That's just nonsense. Supply is never caught.
I got one request. If we're going to talk about inflation and the government printing money, can we please be accurate? Because the government does not print money. It prints debt. It prints treasury bonds that take real money off the market, right? When you buy a bond, you're taking real capital. I just know that you don't understand how monetary policy works.
I was hoping he'd come up. Hang on. I was hoping he'd come up. FederalReserve.com. Facts about money. Is the Federal Reserve printing money in order to buy security treasuries? If you go down to the second paragraph, although Federal Reserve purchases of treasury securities do not involve printing money, the increase of the Federal Reserve's holdings of treasury security is matched by a corresponding increase in reserve balances held by the banking system.
And where do those
currencies? Thank you.
Where do those reserve balances come from? You just read something that says the Fed does not print money. I don't think you understand what you read.
Yeah, you just proved his point.
Are all of those bank holdings in USD?
And
no.
And Mr. Wednesday,
the reserves of currencies include world currencies. That's also how we float the United States dollar.
It's a misnomer in a way, Bud, because it's not so much the government printing money. I mean, they may relax policies that the banks, like an independent bank goes out and says, hey, the Fed's relaxed these policies. We can borrow more at this lower rate. Let's do that. And then go out and market our loans to the community at large and see if they'll buy them. That's a free market in exercise, regardless, with a nudge from something, or a perceived signal. People interpret shit differently.
Sure.
But that's what's happening, right? On some level, right? And then the Fed just goes back to the member banks and says, how's things going? They come back and say, we're distressed or we're doing great. And the interest rates fluctuate accordingly. And fundamentally, one of the big bitches I have with the Fed is they don't let rates float regionally by district, which they should. Instead of having one window rate for the whole fucking system, right, for the open market and the overnight shit, I would have regional open markets because that, in my mind, would adjust cost of living issues across the system.
So, Mr. Wednesday, so when I say the government prints money, I don't separate the Fed from the government, considering there is no separation. The Fed was created by the government. The head of the Fed is appointed by the government, and the Fed has never told the government no when it needs liquidity. So when I say the Fed and the government's printing money, I literally mean the Fed because they're part of government. There's no separation.
They're independent from the government.
I don't give a fuck. You can call them independent. They're government.
Public relationship.
Yeah,
that's fine. You could say the post office is independent too. I don't care. I consider
it kind of is.
That's fine. You can. I have the opinion they're one and the same.
But the U.S. Treasury does have the authority, if we're so willing to tell the Fed, no, we're not issuing bonds.
Well, I mean, technically, the executive
took over. I don't know how the fuck we generate,
Well, no, I mean, the Federal Reserve, if you want to say it was private, if you want to say the Federal Reserve was private at its founding, okay, sure. But the moment the executive branch wrote an executive order that overrid the original charter of the Federal Reserve, it was no longer private. At that very moment of the signing of that pen, the executive branch in 1933 decided that the Federal Reserve was no longer private, that they would do exactly what the executive branch told them to fucking do.
Oh, so they've been dropping rates because Trump's out there telling them to drop rates, but they haven't quite done that. So I think that example just kind of blows up in your face.
No, not really, because that's in the public.
Oh, so Trump's not the same in public as in private? Interesting.
Correct, yes.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Not a board of governors that decide all this.
Yeah, there is a.
Yeah, there
the
are.
board of governors meets quarterly. Yeah, and each one represents one of the districts, right? And fundamentally, and then they get together and they compare numbers.
Well, was it the board of governors? Was it the board of governors that decided to sacrifice the conversion rate in 33? Was it the board of governors that decided in 1971 to remove us from the international convertibility rate? Because I'm pretty sure both of those were executive fucking orders. That was not board of governors.
Chill, man.
Talking about the move from off the gold standard to floating exchange rates.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's what you're talking about.
So animated about it.
I know.
You mean when we were able to empower the IMF and World Bank even more than we did?
Yeah.
Let's not forget, this is the thing that really aggravates me sometimes about libertarians. I understand your criticisms of the way economy works and the printing of money and the money printer go burr, the same shit you guys always say. But you conveniently leave out how the move from to floating exchange rates completely bolstered the fucking American empire, specifically throughout Latin America, specifically through Bretton Woods, right? The Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank. They forced developing countries to borrow in USD and then pay it back in USD after they made them devalue their fucking currency. No wonder they're in so much fucking debt.
Okay, but who's saying we support that?
Yeah, I definitely don't support that. I think that's really bad.
You have to be okay with the fall of the American empire. You have to be okay with that.
Yeah, I am okay
supporting
with that.
us.
If the quality of American life got better and the size of American empire got smaller, I would look at those as great things. Those are honestly, those are correlative things. The bigger American empire gets, the shittier American life gets. So arguably, let's do the opposite. Let's have American empire get smaller and the quality of life for Americans get better. Yes! Fucking civics.
Because the quality of life is so great in like 1876.
Well, that's technology, but civics. So you're pro Iran war?
I was around in 71. It wasn't right there.
How did you jump to that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that we should have the America should be the world police. If you believe that to be true,
no, that is not it. Fuck imperialism.
What? But you just said, put, like you said, the IMF, all this is great.
Yeah, I was criticizing the IMF.
Okay, we don't agree with it either. So why are you putting this on us?
Well, then get out of the way. Why are you criticizing what we're trying to fucking do?
Get out of what way?
We're trying to change shit.
You're from Canada, first of all, number one. Number two.
I'm not, dude. You want me to name the fucking streets?
Dude, first of all, how am I going to get out of the way when you support
You want me to talk about how I played varsity football 4 years?
Stop.
What you mean, varsity hockey? Don't Canadians play hockey?
He's not from Canada. What the fuck?
It's a joke. It's a joke.
He's not from Canada today.
Just stop. Stop. No, he's not. He's a fucking American. Shut up.
He's a bit of that performative.
I still have to file taxes, right? That shit's so fucking annoying.
The main reason we went off the gold standard was because of the beginning of OPEC and the oil price machinations they were starting to do, right, on that market. And it was driving prices crazy here in America. And that's eventually what led to the gas crisis. And that's why we went off the gold standard, was to equalize the attacks from the oil nations.
No, that actually preceded that.
That was the attempt to mitigate that. Poorly done, but hey, Nixon froze prices too.
Yeah, extremely not capitalist thing to do. I mean, arguably, after you sever your people's money from any tangible, thread to reality, and move into a completely socialist market economy, I mean, arguably, wouldn't the next step be another socialist thing like price caps?
Wait, Civics, you are pro. So you're pro Republican then, because Nixon took us off the gold standard. Are you like pro Nixon?
Jesus Christ, dude. You know what? I'm pro whatever you think I am. Whatever you think I am.
I'm asking you a question.
Because I was pointing out that we moved somewhere, it makes me that I'm telling you history.
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you pro Nixon?
No,
He's
I mean
not putting.
I'm pro. I'm pro. He created the EPA. Good for him. I'll give him a win there.
Wait, isn't he dead? How can he be pro Nixon?
Well, yeah, you just like I'm like anti-Reagan.
You're anti-Reagan's policies.
Sure.
Okay.
Are you pro Nixon's policy then of removing us off the gold standard?
Creating the EPA, yes.
There are a few things that Nixon did that were very good.
Huh.
Speaking of the Fed, did you all happen to see that Trump is moving forward with his attempt to fire the board of governors, Lisa Cook, even after the Supreme Court told him that he couldn't?
That sounds about right.
But I thought the executive controlled the Fed. Can't he just kick her out the door?
No, it's not in the Constitution. So
wait, we don't care about the Constitution anymore. I thought you guys.
The Republicans certainly don't.
Doesn't the DSA reject the Constitution too?
No.
They have ways to. They want to amend it. Sure.
Amend it?
Amend?
Yeah.
Like an amend. You know what an amendment is, right?
No, I don't. Can you tell me what it is?
Yeah. Ask
What is
Civics.
it?
He'll tell you. Civics
No, what is it? No, what is it? Tell me. I don't know what it is. I'm really stupid. Tell me what an amendment is.
Somebody make up a song.
Guys, do I need to start singing I'm Just a Bill?
Yeah, I mean, just like that. So
wait, do you not know what it is either? Maybe somebody else can educate us.
Amendment?
This is so.
No, I want him to answer.
No, stop.
He played Jeopardy and didn't know his own question. Hilarious.
You really think I'm that dumb, Dr. Galt? That's pretty sad. But
you really think I'm that dumb? You're the one not answering. Dodge.
Yeah, I actually do think you're that dumb if you're a libertarian.
Okay, so answer the question. What's an amendment?
Yeah, why don't you just go drink some unpassed
Changing constitutional law. Changing constitutional law. Can we move on now?
No, this is hilarious. I conceded I didn't know, and then I said, okay, what is it? He didn't know either.
You don't actually know what an amendment is?
I do, you don't.
Are you sure?
But you just said you conceded that you don't know.
Yeah, just to prove a point that he didn't fucking know.
So you lied.
I did.
That's a little disingenuous, don't you think?
It was completely disingenuous, and it was more disingenuous.
That would be bad faith.
It was completely bad faith.
And I'm not going to waste my breath on a bad faith questioning of my knowledge.
Well, it was just as bad faith that you didn't even know either.
Dr. Galt, would that be...
Keep thinking that.
Dr. Galt, would that be wink performative?
100%, yes.
Is that bad or good?
In this case, I just presented the fact that he was trying to play Jeopardy with me on a question he didn't even know the answer to.
Wait, he didn't even...
It was not.
He didn't even
Then why did you just simply answer?
You asked... He did answer. You asked him what the DSA... You asked him if the DSA wanted to get rid of the Constitution. He said, no, they want to amend it. That was what you responded to.
And he said, what is an amendment? And then I said, I concede, I don't know. What is it? Tell me. And he wouldn't tell me.
No, I said amendment. You said, what is an amendment?
That is exactly
and
what
then
happened.
we went down this road like, you don't know what an amendment is to the Constitution?
Right, and I said, I don't know, I conceded. And I said, tell me what it is, and you wouldn't answer.
Right.
Okay,
I don't waste my breath on
Can we get back to the conversation?
Yeah.
Fun game of Jeopardy. Don't ask questions if you don't know the answers to them.
You were the first one to ask, Gold.
Yeah.
I didn't ask what an amendment was.
Galt, you know you're the Quizler, right? It's just the irony of you being upset that somebody's asking you questions.
I'm not even upset. I don't really care, to be honest.
Anyway.
We've spent 5 minutes on this. Okay, let's get back to the actual conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. The funny thing is that there's obviously ideological things that we won't agree on, but there's at least like common ground that we can find until we hit that pivot. And I think that it's in our best interest, not just in the midterms, but in the next election. Listen, my goal is for you guys to not vote for the next Republican candidate. Vote for the Libertarian one. I don't give a fuck. And if you feel so squirrely, vote for the Democratic one. But there's enough that we could at least agree on and try to make changes within our government. Hell, fuck, dude, you guys are all mad about all these DSA-backed candidates joining on the left. Get your fucking libertarians in order and do something about the Republican Party.
Yeah, I will. And guess what? I will vote Marco Rubio just for you, Civics.
You like Cubans now?
Yeah.
I never not liked Cubans.
Oh, that's awesome stuff.
Great cigars. I always say the best.
Well, yeah, if I had to choose between Rubio and like AOC, I would choose Rubio.
I would choose AOC over any Republican.
Yeah.
I'd choose AOC over any Democrat too.
Same.
Yeah, I'd choose dignity and honor and not vote for either one of those scumbags because, I mean, arguably just, sighing with apathy and just continuing. Like, sometimes, submission does become the greater crime. You do realize that. There is a point
You're submitting by not voting.
No.
You're just throwing your hands up in there and saying,
no, it's actually an action.
Anymore.
It's actually an action. Like, you know what I mean?
It's the action of submitting. It's
to no longer participate is an action.
Yeah.
Hold on, Steele. Here's the action. If you want to do that, staying home on your ass isn't going to do shit. Going and either writing in a candidate, that's doing something because you're actually still participating in the process, but you just disagree with it.
I guess that would be okay too. But either way, I'm okay with you staying home too. Have fun, man.
Well, right. I mean, even writing a third option, that's fine too. But to say that voting for option A or voting for option B is the only options that you have is bullshit. You can stay at home or you could write in a third person. I appreciate that. But what you don't have to
what is it that you like about
writing or be participating? Not voting is not participating. Name one contest where the non-participants are measured in the final result of any kind.
Man, was that when we left the British? When we said we no longer want to play in your game and we're gonna build our own game?
It was a war where both participated.
Do you think we're not
people sitting out and not participating were not counted? They didn't matter.
How would they even know why?
The conservatives participated with the British. They were very loyal to the crown.
How would they even know why you didn't participate? Like, if you don't get counted, even as a write-in, they're like, "Oh, okay, these people just aren't participating."
Oh, fuck yeah! I
like that Vader pivoted in the comments. I'm sorry, Vader. I'm calling you out. You completely pivoted from the argument.
Interesting. Well, Galt, can you tell me what do you like most about Marco Rubio? Why would you vote for him over AOC?
It would be a defense vote, simply that I don't think he would bring socialism as fast. I think the whole argument, though, this is sort of like this, like CT put in the comments that I'm pro-war and pro-inflation. Like, I would never turn to you and say, "Hey, you voted for Biden, therefore you're pro-genocide." Like, I think those are just sort of bad faith arguments to have, and just, I don't know, low IQ. But I don't expect any less from CT.
You mean when you asked me if I was pro-Nixon?
Yeah, I asked you. I didn't say
you were.
IQ
question.
No. I didn't say you're pro-gold standard, right, or anti. I said, are you pro-Nixon? I didn't. If you said I'm going to vote for Biden, and I'd say, well, then you're pro-genocide.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that particular.
That's
line
different.
Of thinking. If you're pro-Nixon policies, it doesn't mean like you're pro-Watergate or any of that shit.
Right?
You were just pro the policy.
USSR.
Like,
are you pro USSR?
Say I'm pro AOC, and he might say I'm pro AOC because I like universal health care. I mean, if I'm being performative, I might say, like, you're pro, but he might just want universal health care. It doesn't mean that he wants, like, I don't know, the Vanguard to come and march down the street and rob property. Those are like two different things, no?
What did you say about the Vanguard? Sorry, I missed the first part.
Yeah, no, I said, like, if Brobot made the claim, look, I want universal health care. That's super important to me. So I would vote for AOC. I wouldn't then say, well, you're also pro-Vanguard marching down the street to, like, I don't know, steal property from women or something. Like, that would just be a crazy claim.
would be.
Could be true.
I do
I
find
am pro universal health care. I would vote for AOC, and I am completely against the vanguard or communism.
Are you a
Right.
Stalinist? Are you a Stalinist?
Who?
That's really difficult because I am against
Robot.
communism.
Robot's a Stalinist.
I love it. It's all just different forms of socialism, just different levels. Which flavor of Kool-Aid would you like?
I like the
Yeah, it's the same
Kool-Aid,
argument
the
if I
mystery
said
stuff.
you voted for Biden, you voted for genocide. Like, come on. Like, it's just, I don't know, just crazy. I'll make that on another live when people don't hear me say this, though. So don't worry, guys.
I do find it cute, Paul.
But Robot was about to do what is known as constructing the moral consent, because he was going to say, I'm going to be on the side that doesn't starve kids or some shit. Like, you don't want to argue the point of how we will ever fiscally pay for any of this shit. You will just immediately run to, well, you want people to starve. Well, you want this. Well, you want that. Feelings. Inject feelings here. Instead of how, in reality, people are actually going to have to pay for this. Or do it. Like, physically do it. I mean, I'm even okay with this argument. The physical bodies. How are you going to get physical people to go do what you want them to do for no wages? Or if you say wages, then we have to talk about how we fiscally fucking bucket all of this shit. And then you're going to tell me, well, just not corrupt people. But all people are corrupt. So at that same time, you say people are corrupt to the point they won't give charity. But at the same time, as soon as they have a little bit of power, they're somehow fucking benevolent. Make it fucking make sense for me, please.
All right, so if
I can't make that straw man make sense for you. I didn't say any of those things.
If I can provide for you all basic needs, Steel, and all I ask you to do is do some community service for all of those basic needs being met. That would include housing, food, clothing, education, healthcare. And all you'd have to do is turn around and give me some community service in return. And you get to pick from a list of things that you want to do. Would you do it?
Yeah, that's not how reality works.
Well, no, just answer the question. I'll play along.
Go ahead, go.
That would be separate from my particular system, which, once again, we're already living in it. It's the United States of America. All I am saying is you already pay taxes and
why do you have to insert your shit in here?
Yeah, stop inserting your shit into Mojo shit.
Yeah, dude. He laid out bunch of pancakes. Don't throw a waffle on it.
Who shit?
Leave my shit alone.
Excuse me.
What was
Can we
that?
pause for station
isn't all shit just
identification?
shit?
Go ahead.
Steel, go ahead.
Sammy.
Revolt.
No, Sammy, go ahead.
Thank you all for being here for this riveting conversation that we have going on here right now. If you like it so much, please make sure that you are gifting the host and gifting the panelists. Also, make sure that you are using your fingers to tap the screen and also sending the heart me and joining the fan club because we regularly have Dr. Galt and Steele up here to have these riveting conversations. Thank you so much. And now back to your regularly scheduled
Gift the
program.
panel, do the heart me, tap the screen. All that. Gift the panel.
If you like what somebody's saying, gift them. If you don't, gift Mojo because he hates it. I love seeing Mojo crash out. So please gift Mojo.
Fuck off.
So, Mojo,
See,
my answer
right there,
to your
we're
question
starting.
would be no. I would not want to meet your obligation.
No, you just rather go without basic needs being met. Okay.
Why would I have to go without it?
That's allowable. Because that's the way the system's set up.
Okay, and if I don't comply with your system, if I don't agree to it, what happens to me?
Well, I mean, I'm a big softie, so I'll give you food and shelter anyway.
Okay, so everybody just doesn't have. Then why do I even? So you're just voluntarily asking me to do something, and if I don't do it, then I can just get all the free stuff.
Yeah, you can have the bruised apples.
Okay. Can I grow my own bruised apples for myself and hire people like Steele to make more bruised apples and show people your system sucks?
Nope.
Okay, what are you going to do if I try to do that?
Throw you in jail.
There you go.
Yep. Always comes down to you will participate in my system, or If you don't,
I will still feed you. I will still feed you. I will still give you a home. I will still put
In jail.
No, I will not put you in jail. I will still give you all your basic needs. And then if you choose to try and go around the laws of the land and start growing your own shit because you don't like the bruised apples you're getting, then yeah, you go to jail.
But it always comes back to the basic needs thing, and nobody, not you.
It's all about basic needs.
Hang on.
Yes.
No, you say people are so broken and corrupt they can't give charity, yet you're going to expect and lay yourself at the feet
that you
of.
Can't guarantee. No, don't tell me to hang on. You're not going to put words in my mouth, dude. I say that you can't guarantee charity.
But also, worker co-ops are not illegal. Like, what you're describing, your system is not illegal. You could functionally do that in America today.
Right. But
like you could do that. No one's going to put you in jail for doing it.
Well, basic needs is undefinable because, I might consider paint basic need. I might consider all kinds of things basic needs, where other people don't consider what I have even close to basic needs.
Well, then you have to convince the other 50% of the population that your basic needs are what the basic needs of everybody are.
Right. So Mojo's a vegetarian, so his basic need vote would be vegetarian, which means we'd all be, if he got his way, we'd all be doing vegetarians. And if anybody tried to grow meat, like he had stated, they'd go to jail. It's not hard, guys.
If 50% of the population were vegetarians and didn't want to eat meat, sure.
Yeah, and then if I attempted to open up a farm and make meat for people,
you can open up a farm. You can absolutely.
You just said I can't.
Your own fucking kettle. You can as long as you put in your community service time.
Oh, so if I work for the collective, I'm allowed to have my own business?
If you work to make sure that everybody has their basic needs met, including yourself, if you give community service time to do that, then yes, you can go ahead.
Well, you're not meeting my basic needs.
Then
that's why I have to go work.
Then you can go ahead and raise your own cattle. Yes.
Yeah, but all my basic needs would be met with the 49% of the market in which I would facilitate selling beef to. I would no longer need to participate in your charity because I could privately purchase everything that you are trying to provide.
It'd be like insider trading. It'd be like starting a corporation without actually.
It would be like the black market.
Hey!
He's yelling at women. It's crazy.
I would like to finish my goddamn statement. What the fuck? I don't know why you guys want to yell over each other all the time. It's so fucking weird. Anyway, no, we can make it illegal in this society today to not be able to run a business without actually setting up a corporation with a business license. We can make that illegal today. It is illegal today. We can do the same thing in any system that we create.
Yeah, but you're saying you're going to meet my basic needs, but like in your world, if the majority voted for vegetables only, then what if I don't like vegetables? I don't eat them and I'm starving, and I'm like, hey Mojo, I need meat, and you're like, nah, man.
Well, then do your community service time and raise your own meat.
Yeah, and
you just said I can't.
But Galt,
no, he did not. He said. Go ahead, Sam.
Oh, sorry. No,
I heard the same thing you
did.
If
your basic need is to eat meat, then you're going to get provided your basic need. How hard is that to understand?
Yeah, but he just said if the majority voted against making meat, then they wouldn't make meat. Therefore, if I needed meat, I'd have to go labor outside of the collective in order to acquire meat, right? And if I went to go do that, I'd be establishing a business. And if I wanted to hire Steele to come help me, and he wanted to trade his labor for value to help make meat so we can meet our basic needs, he said he would arrest me.
You can't do that either. You can't do that either. You can't hire somebody as an employee. You can't pay them slave wages. You don't get to do that in society today, and you will not get to do that in my society either.
Wait a second. You just said I have to work for the collective and not get my basic needs. How is that not?
No, I said you get your basic needs met.
No, you're not meeting my needs.
I said you get your basic needs. Yes, I am.
Okay, but you're saying you don't because
not your wants. I'm not going to meet your wants.
Mojo.
But I am going to meet your needs.
No, but you said Mojo just walked into something here, and I just caught it. You said basic needs are guaranteed, and then made them conditional on community service. That's not a guarantee. You realize
I didn't make them conditional on community service. I said your basic needs are going to be
You
met.
said I had to
I
participate
just said,
in your
wait,
community.
let me tell you what I said. I said that you get your basic needs met. Period. If you choose to take part in community service, then you can go above and beyond that and do whatever the fuck you want with your time. If you
No,
choose
you
not
can't.
to,
You
then you
said you
don't get
arrest
to.
me.
Yes, I did. I said you can do that.
Yeah, you did.
Trust me, this is my system. I know what the fuck I said.
Yeah, but like
Mojo.
like I just caught it. Like that's
Hold
like
on.
So, like,
Hold on,
if
Neil.
like if let's say you in Mojo's system, your basic needs are met after 15 hours of community service, and that's quite possible, very much possible. The rest of the time, you do what you want to meet your needs.
Yeah, but that
Right,
means
Mojo?
conditional. No, but that's exactly conditional. If I can only get my community needs, which Mojo said are guaranteed regardless, then I shouldn't have to participate in community service to get those. I'm going to not participate. Hang on. Yeah, exactly. Then I'm going to go sell. I'm going to go sell cattle. I'm going to go sell cattle to the 49%.
You don't get to sell cattle. You don't.
Oh,
get to
so
sell
then it's on
cattle.
obedience. It's based on obedience.
Above,
then.
That's above and beyond basic needs.
Oh, so it's obedience then. So the basic needs are preference on obedience. Because they're not guaranteed. No, guaranteed means you can't take them from me. Guaranteed means you can't take them from me. I am not taking your
basic needs away.
You just said you would.
Right.
No, I didn't.
No, he didn't. He.
Can I say what he
basic
said?
needs the ability to
Can I
travel?
say what he said? Can I please say what he said? He said that you won't get the nice pretty apples, you'll get the bruised apples, but your basic needs will still be met if you choose not to do the community service. That's what he said.
Okay, so we should punish people who don't work.
Mojo.
Punishment. What?
Mojo. Mojo.
What?
Galt is just a boy. Galt is just a man standing in front of you, asking you to meet his needs.
Damn.
He understands the reference, Sammy.
Yeah, serve us first.
I'm just a boy. I am
business.
just a boy. I am just a boy standing in front of a girl asking her to love him.
That's awesome.
Do I know the reference?
I don't think that was it, but sure.
That is the reference.
That is the reference, Galt.
It's Notting Hill.
All right.
Is it 21K?
It's Notting Hill. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's Notting Hill.
Nobody can hear you.
What? Who watched that movie?
It's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's a capitalist movie, Mojo. I can't believe you watched it.
Renee Zellweger, right? Yeah.
No.
I mean, no,
it's Julia Roberts and Hugh Grant.
Yeah.
Are you sure? I'm pretty sure it's Renee Zellweger.
It is not.
No, that's Bridget Jones' Diary. But Dr. Galt, I mean, I know it's not Love Island, but you should watch it.
Hey, don't shit on Love. This season of Love Island sucked, by the way. I was very disappointed.
But I do enjoy how we have like this fundamental understanding now, Mojo. Like, if refusing your system means you're going to jail me for privately getting my needs met and trading in the private market, which you would call the black market. That's okay. Then it's choice by comply or be punished.
When you break the law, you go to jail.
That's not freedom.
When you break the law, you go to jail. In any system, that's going to happen.
Freedom.
That's in any system
now.
All right.
Should we throw people on
any
welfare
system?
in jail?
In any system, if you break the law, you will go to jail. That's the way.
Yeah, but do we throw people on
works.
welfare today in jail?
I didn't know. I didn't.
Well,
say
if they don't work and they get welfare, they don't go to jail.
I didn't say you would get thrown in jail for not working.
And even under welfare today, you can go out and like buy whatever meat or want. Your system, we'd like vote on.
How are you purposely misunderstanding or misquoting what I'm saying? Why are you doing this?
All right, I got a capitalism meeting. I'll see you guys. Good luck.
Good luck.
Later, you Canadian.
Bye, civics.
Wild, crazy shit. You guys don't listen.
No, I got what you mean.
What did I get wrong?
And Galt. Well, specifically, if you have a need, like for an escort,
what?
That's illegal.
Why is it
that
illegal?
now? We don't. because prostitution's illegal in this
No,
country.
I'll go to
Bob.
Vegas, bro. What are you talking about?
No, you're talking about the county outside of Reno.
Yeah, sure. I'll go there. You got another example?
Oh, you can't do it where you're at, can you?
What do you mean I can't do it where I'm at? How do you know where I'm at?
You're telling me you're talking to me from the Bunny Ranch outside of Reno?
Maybe.
Because that is factually the only building out in that county.
What's really funny is the fact that Mojo lives in a state that is objectively going against federal law on the Mary H or the Mary J, and literally is going against the communist ideal of the Union in the fact that they have recreational there, which is federally still illegal. So I hope Mojo is going to every dispensary in Colorado and reporting to them, to the FBI, every day, because arguably they're participating in what would be considered the black market while also reaping the benefits of the community while not doing community service.
It's legal. It's legal
wild.
Under state law. It's legal under state law.
Oh, so state law supersedes federal law?
It is legal under state law, and it is taxed, and all of the taxes go toward education.
So it supersedes federal law?
Wait.
No, they can still no.
Oh, okay. So you admit that the federal government should be...
Hello. We all know that you can be arrested by the federal government for doing this. Everybody fucking knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right.
We all know that we're playing with the
before that. I want my own state to say fuck your state.
What a fucking crazy laugh you have, dude.
Wait, hold on. So, does anyone here think that regulation on the devil's green lettuce has been a good thing?
That regulation on it? No, I think all drugs should be legal. Like all of them.
So you want more black market available?
No, I want them all to be legal.
If they're all legal, there is no black market.
Right, but the collective, the 51%, would disagree with you on many, many various products, Mr. Mojo. If we allow if we allow it to mob rule,
but that doesn't change my notion that I want them all legal.
Yeah, but you want mob rule. You think if 51% can make this list of products that say will be in the black market, that you should be prosecuted for the black market. But you just said that you don't want anything to be in the black market because you want it all to be legal. So which is it? Do you want free market, laissez-faire capitalism, or do you want communism? Because you cannot have both, sir.
Well, I am a Marxist. I am a Marxist, first of all. Second of all, I would much rather have a democracy than an authoritarian-style government. So I would rather be controlled by the majority than controlled by the minority. Is that okay with you?
I don't want to be controlled by neither, but I mean,
you will be. You will be controlled by somebody. You will be controlled by somebody, whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be the person with the most guns.
So you admit we're all slaves, whether we be slaves to the majority or be slaves to the minority?
No, you can go find an island if you want. Live by yourself.
Oh, pivot. Come on, Mojo.
Well, yeah, we all live in societies. I don't know what to tell you.
Do you think since the white people controlled the government, that white people granted black people their rights?
I think that no, I don't think that at all.
Well, but that goes against your whole philosophy that the majority, the people who are the majority and the people that have the strength are the ones that grant rights. So, I don't believe that. I think they always had the rights. Same thing with women. Women always had the rights, but under your logic, white men granted women their rights. That's pretty fucking crazy.
No, white men took their rights away. They were given back at some point in the future.
Pretty sure Mojo doesn't agree with positive or negative rights at all. There are no inherent rights. It is societal contract.
By the way, I will also argue that the Constitution, they are positive rights, not negative rights.
But you wouldn't even have wanted the 19th Amendment because, that was not a majority decision done by the country. The anti-suffragettes outnumbered the suffragettes. It was pushed through Like, it was literally foisted upon women. Like, you will have this freedom regardless if you want it or not. Like, and you don't want.
Wait,
No, that's
I think women always had the rights, though. Like, they just naturally had them, and the people took it away from them and gave. Huh?
I do find this super interesting that Steele is saying that the anti-suffragists were like more numerous than the suffragists, which is kind of weird because you need 2/3 majority to pass an amendment, like the 19th Amendment. Kind of sounds like the suffragists had the majority.
Yeah, in the representation in Congress, but not in the majority, which is what you and Mojo want. The majority, which is like the DSA, the communist ideology, which is the majority of the population of the country, did not want the 19th Amendment. There was many articles, there was many anti-suffragette movements, because they explicitly understood that there was a tie to the draft with the vote. They had to sever that tie to the draft with the vote when they passed that amendment.
No, there's no.
What was it all?
I just looked this up. There's no reliable opinion polls on this at the time of this issue. There's no polling. There's no national polling taken on this. So I don't know where he got that from.
I'll do some research.
Good. Hi.
Yo, what up, Stargazer?
I watched Dr. Gold. I wanted to tell you, I watched Atlas Shrugged 3 last night.
Oh, that movie's terrible. I'm sorry.
It was watchable.
Really?
I was really curious about the way that the men wanted to make society. Is that what you are for as well?
Men to make society? No, I don't think men should make society.
How they wanted society to be.
Are you specifically saying like men as in just like the male?
No, like, the people that John Galt had in that like.
Oh, like Dagny and.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with individualism. Yeah, why? What's your question specifically? I'll be honest, I didn't watch the third one of that movie because the first two, they changed actors after the first one, and the movie actually sucks.
Yeah,
it's a shit movie. I would recommend nobody to watch it. I didn't watch part 3 of the movie, so it might be different than the book. But yeah, I mean, as far as like people being like individuals and what Galt represents, yeah, I would be for that. I would actually recommend you read Virtue of Selfishness if you want to learn about Rand's philosophy. I think that's a better representation of her.
Ayn Rand, I don't care for her.
That's fine.
Yeah, but I was wondering, are you named after John Galt?
No, I'm not allowed to say that for copyright purposes.
Okay. Shut up. Are you as handsome as John Galt in the movie?
I think that's subjective. I have more tattoos than him, I'll tell you that. My whole body's tattooed.
Okay, interesting. All right, that's all. I was just curious.
I also have a gigantic beard, so I don't think Galt has a gigantic beard in the movie.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it didn't, I don't know, it sort of explained their philosophy, but I don't know, I guess I needed more information.
The movie sucked. I'm also brolic, too, so.
Say again?
I'm brolic.
Brolic? What's that?
Yeah. Like built, like a bulldog.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a form of society. So what is your philosophy, or how do you want society to be?
Yeah, I think people should value life as the ultimate, like life should be your ultimate value, and that should be the starting point, because without life, you have no value.
Okay. Sure, we should value ourselves, for sure.
Yeah, it should be the ultimate value.
Galt, is this like Donald Trump saying that he's 6'3" and 220 pounds?
Mojo, I actually offered to send you pictures of myself because I trust you. And since you listen to me in the shower, I was going to give you a visual.
Put something in Discord.
I don't trust your Discord. There's people in there that want to kill me, so no.
What?
Nobody that wants to kill you.
I've never heard that.
Raz tells me to unalive myself every day.
Raz is not my Discord.
Yeah.
I would trust Mojo, and that's probably about it.
Okay.
Maybe Brobot. Brobot seems like a pretty reasonable person. And B's growing on me. Sammy's growing on me. Civics I wouldn't trust because he's Canadian.
Civics is not Canadian.
You're cool too, Stargazer. You're cool.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Brobot's probably my favorite, though, to be honest.
Yeah. He's pretty reliable.
Okay,
Yeah.
Robot is one of the biggest assholes up here, and yet he's everyone's favorite. I need to get on his level, apparently.
Yeah. But again, I don't trust Canadians, so I don't trust Civics.
What did the Canadians do to you?
Huh?
What did the Canadians do to you?
They can't win hockey. I'm a big Edmonton Oilers fan, and they can never win the cup.
Okay, I got that.
It's personal, man. Sorry.
Edmonton.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you blame that on American capitalism then, since all the good Canadian players go to American teams?
You know, that's a great question. I actually blame it on Canadian taxation. If the taxation was a lot lower in Canada, they'd be able to compete with places like Florida. Yeah, that's why the Panthers are so good, because they've just been like stacking players because they don't have to deal with taxes.
I'm eating a fresh tomato and Munster cheese sandwich on sourdough bread, salt and pepper and mayo. And the tomato is so good.
Cool.
Just first Ohio tomato I've had.
What do you guys think about Sophie, what's her name? We'll go a little cultural here.
Sophie Cunningham?
Yeah, what do you guys think about her?
I think she's pretty awesome.
I found a document, Society of History Education.org, Joe C. Miller, the years 1895 to 1915, anti-suffragettes outnumbered suffragettes. I knew there was some numbers in there.
It is fascinating. How did they manage to gain the representation of the major majority? 2/3 vote to pass an amendment.
The suffragette amendment?
Yeah, because it's not.
Amendment?
No, because it's not required on 51% majority of the population. That's exactly right. Constitutional rights do not depend on the national popular vote. You're 100% right.
But wait, Stu, what was the year that you said?
(1895 through 1915). So up to the years preceding the very strong push after the creation of the federal government, the Federal Reserve. That's right. So you think maybe there's a correlation after the Federal Reserve that suddenly
what are the stats from 1915 to 1919? What are the stats from 1915 to 1919?
Yeah, one of the earmark cases right after the suffragette movement was passed, a woman sued the federal government about taxation without representation. Oh man, I don't know. It's kind of questionable on why they all of a sudden wanted to recognize these rights.
Why can't you just answer it? 1915 to 1919. What was the stats?
Oh, you're gonna say it was higher then? Yeah, sure.
The suffragette, the 19th Amendment passed because of a scandal that was started by the federal government in locking up the suffragettes in prison, and then in one night, several jailers mistreated the fuck out of all of them except for one. And she just blabbed like crazy, and a reporter got hold of what was going on about 2 weeks later and published it in the press. And lo and behold, 2 weeks later, the 19th Amendment was passed. That's what happened.
Wait, was this in a jail?
Yes.
Was the jail private or public?
Jesus.
Damn, savage gold.
Jails being what they are, private or public, lead to humans being awful people regardless.
Well, Mojo wants to throw me in jail for not doing community service, so what the fuck is going on here?
That's not what he said at all.
Are you actually trying to advocate for for-profit prisons?
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm down with for-profit prisons.
So you're okay with the judges that basically sentence kids to long-term incarceration for profit?
Why would it be for profit?
That's what
because they got kickbacks from the private prisons.
Who's getting kickbacks?
There was a judge here in Pennsylvania who was taking kickbacks from a private prison to render judgments against youth offenders in order to fill the prison.
Is that
and
illegal?
That judge is now in prison, but the system
is that illegal?
Fucked. Yes, it is illegal.
Okay, so we should trust government. Why?
To stop heinous people from doing heinous shit because nobody else is going to do it.
But wait a second.
People doing heinous shit aren't going to stop each other, are they?
You're making an argument for government, yet government is the one who committed the crime.
Government didn't commit the crime; it was individuals. The system itself did not condone people being sent to prison just for a profit.
There's two sides to every crime, and you ignore the other side every fucking time. Why?
How am I ignoring the other side?
You ignore the capitalist side of it.
No, they should go to jail too. What are you talking about?
But you ignore it. You never say anything.
We should put the people who committed the crimes in private jails. So, yeah, this is perfect. Yo, listen.
Great. Continue the cycle. It's stupid. You know what we're number one in right now in the world? Prison.
We should put the people who own the private prison.
What is that noise?
In jail in a private prison. How fucking ironic would that would be? So poetic.
You mean we should hang on? You're saying that we should uphold the rulers to the same laws that we uphold ourselves to, and that in doing so we instill faith in those laws, because historically whenever one group has to follow rules and another group doesn't have to follow rules, we see bad things happen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what I'm saying is that the prison, this new private prison that me and Steele opened, we would put the person who owned the old private prison and the judge in the same cell and made them stare at each other, maybe fall in love. I don't know. Yo, this is great. I like this.
Do you want to talk about something else?
God, no.
Are they going to have
Actually, I would. So, Dr. Galt, what was your stance on the new Texas law about the gardening?
Oh, I don't even know. What is it? The gardening Texas law? What is it?
The devil's lettuce.
Oh, I don't know what their new law is. What is their new law?
So it's now, and Robot can actually probably speak to it more, but it can carry up to a sentence of 99 years if you have less than a gram.
That's crazy. That's stupid.
400 grams is considered distribution and intent to sell, which can carry a maximum sentence of 100 years in prison.
Yeah, I would tell my Republican friends that that's stupid and we should probably change
400 grams is less than a pound.
Yeah, that's fucking just wild. But I had a buddy in high school who lost 11 years of his life to a little more than an eighth in Iowa. Of the devil's lettuce. Dude, it's ridiculous because they said he was intending to distribute an eighth.
An eighth?
Yes.
That won't get you through the evening.
Yeah.
We gotta protect the youth. Hey, go Army. I guarantee you I smoked more than anybody on this panel and I'm just doing fine. And I started at 11.
God made it. Why can't we use it?
11? Man, I was 14.
I am super happy that they're doing this right now, literally just a couple months before the midterms. And you know who's on the docket?
Oh, good point.
Yeah.
Who's on the
governor, our lieutenant governor, judges, lots of seats in the Texas House and Texas
Senate. Some of them flipped already, didn't they, Robot?
I learned a new thing about Texas and judges. Your judges by county shit? That's damn.
Paxton's still going to win, though.
Not a chance in hell.
Want to bet?
Who the hell let the idiot up to the panel?
Well, you want to bet, Robot?
I have a topic.
I thought we needed to be decreased a little bit.
Even the Southern Baptists in this state do not like Ken Paxton. The only people that showed up to support him over Cornyn are literally rank and file Republicans.
Let's make a friendly
and you're
wager.
already outnumbered in this state.
Wait.
Let's make a friendly wager, $10.
Why do the Southern Baptists not like him?
Particularly because Ken Paxton is a evangelical. I think he's even been mostly with the Catholics like Greg Abbott, but he's evangelical and they do not like each other. They have a fundamental difference over the reading of the Bible.
I agree with that.
Hold on. I'm going to drop for Vader.
No. I am. I gotta go run and do some errands. I'll be listening,
care,
but
dude.
I appreciate you. It was fun, Mojo, Dr. Galt, everybody. Thank you.
Bastille.
I got questions.
Robot, wanna make a friendly wager or what?
Yeah, I'll make the wager with that.
Yeehaw, motherfucker!
This is more Kalshi than anything else.
No, just a direct
I
wager.
love your yeehaws.
Yeah,
Vader, I haven't seen you in a while.
We'll put a galaxy on it. I've got it on Talarico, and you're going with Paxton, right?
All right.
I really think instead of galaxies, whoever loses should have to get up on Mojo's live and sing "I'm a Little Teapot."
That would be more skin in the game.
That would be so gay.
But as far as like, I a couple months ago, I was starting to get a little worried, but WFAA did a poll here, at least in the Tarrant County area, that has Talarico up 5 points. And with Tarrant being the largest swing county in the country, I think that's a big deal. Like, I think that shows that Talarico's trending well with voters that did not vote for Allred. They either abstained or they voted for Ted Cruz. So I think that's a big deal. I think that's a good thing. Now the betting markets still show him down like 4 points, but I mean, Kalshi specifically, like, I mean, if the money's going to be safe initially. So obviously everybody's going to bet Paxton because that's the safe bet, but I don't know. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. It's going to be closer than it's been in years.
Polls are polls.
It is certainly good news because the incumbent is no longer there. Cornyn was the incumbent. So this is actually like a fair kind of election. You know, that people aren't just going to turn out to vote for the incumbent because, you know, devil we know rather than the devil we don't. So it's going to be more or less fair.
What is your average participation or people that get out and vote in Texas?
Like 30%.
Robot's probably the only one that votes year over year.
Wow. Do you think there's more people involved with
Vader, you gonna let him talk about you like that?
What? Huh?
Vader knows I am 100% correct because I am almost fairly sure he didn't vote in the primaries this year or last
Bullshit,
year.
I didn't.
Oh, you did? Who'd you vote for in the primary?
In the primary, Talarico.
Fuck you. You're the reason why we didn't have Jasmine Crockett.
I like Talarico. I like Jasmine too. I do. Why can't we have both?
Yeah, Jasmine's fine and all, but she needs to fucking start. I don't know. I don't want to open that can of worms. She's an excellent politician. We'll leave it at that.
She's a loud idiot.
True. And I mean, the primaries are already over. Sorry, I said fuck you. But still fuck you.
You can double your money on Kalshi if you take Talarico.
I actually think to boost Crockett, someone needs to put her in the cabinet as like AG or something first before she runs for any like high profile.
Well, I bet what if we
my particular notion is that Jasmine Crockett had already been a federal representative. Talarico has been a state representative. I believe that she has like more presence within the public sphere, especially across the United States. Like she's more of a well-known name than Talarico, and a lot of that shit does come to play. Like there are people that go to vote simply based on like what they've known from the national spotlight.
Sure, she does have more of a national appeal. She's a bigger national name. I just think to your average voter in Texas, Talarico is definitely going to be the more palatable option, specifically for the middle ground voter in Texas, like the Texas Democrat that did vote for Ted Cruz last time, but begrudgingly. You know, that. I think that's where Talarico takes the edge, but we shall see in November.
Is there a lot of misogyny in Texas?
America. I mean, probably no more or no less than anywhere else in the country. This is more specific to like Texas politics, because Texas Democrats, though very collectivized, we do have a very strong sense of like individual rights. So things like the 2A or alcohol or gambling, like all that stuff takes more prominent roles than I don't know, reparations or other things like that.
Right, I get it.
Yeah.
Peter, how's the princess doing?
And now she's mad at me because Miss Rachel's almost over. So
What about the ballroom? The appeals court shut it down. He's mad. He's going to take it to the Supreme Court.
Oh, wait, what happens to the holding ground that he already made?
Exactly. That's what I want to know.
That's a good question. Tarp it over.
Everything looks like shit.
It does.
And they have it all fenced off. You go to Washington D.C., you can't even see anything.
Yeah, but those 2 new horse statues just give off nothing but, wow, chicka wow wow vibe.
What? So why are they blocking this, but they let Obama build his fucking basketball court?
He didn't build a
fucking
basketball court.
serious?
It was already there. He put up hoops and some lines, and he took it down when he left. He didn't construct anything.
Reconstructed it. He reconstructed the whole thing.
And
it was a tennis court before, right?
Yeah, but he had to do construction to build it up.
Minimal, hardly anything. He didn't tear down the East Wing.
Who the fuck is the appeals court to say the president can or can't do something? That's fucking weird.
No, it's not. The thinking that the president has absolute authority to do anything he wants is fucking weird.
That's so weird, dude.
That's weird.
Well, specifically, it's the People's House, and tearing down an entire wing of the People's House kind of, irks some people.
It's weird.
Voted for him, though.
Okay, there is a grammar schoolhouse rock about the 3 branches, right?
Yes.
Because I'm just like, I'm just a bill in my mind, and I can't remember what the song is for the 3 houses, or the 3 branches.
Yeah, I don't remember that
Was
one
there
either.
a song? I don't remember a song about that.
I only remember the bill. It's a bill one.
I'm just a bill on Capitol Hill.
Libby, he doesn't have all ultimate power. He's not a king. He's not authoritarian. He's a president.
And you wonder why we had a no kings. You wonder why we had a 13 million marching no kings protest.
Yeah, right?
Because you dipshits want fucking kings.
Yeah, well, the majority wanted a king, so that's why we voted for him.
No, you're not a majority.
The majority voted for him.
That's not the majority of the country.
Popular vote, baby. We win.
Hey, Stargazer.
Yeah.
It's on YouTube.
Democracy
you.
rules.
America 3-ring government.
Okay, thank you very much.
It is super curious that you believe 77 million people are the majority of the country.
Majority of voters, Brobot. That's what I said.
But it's not the majority of the
It's
country.
really funny
so
that
it
you
doesn't
believe
matter.
77 million people, voters, are a majority of voters.
So are we going to base the majority off of the entire population
It
of the
was a
country?
plurality, not a
Or
majority.
what?
Get your legal term.
How many eligible voters are in the United States there, Lib-Tears?
Not sure. Probably like eligible.
220 million. 220 million. I'll give you the answer.
Who brought Vader up here, by the way? I mean, he cleared out the panel as soon as he came on.
I do that.
I brought him up.
It's because he smells.
Golf didn't even say
It is
goodbye.
Sammy's panel right now.
Who was under Sammy? I forget.
Don't you put that on me?
He was
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Nobody wants to talk to Vader. That's terrible. I feel sorry for you, man.
I want to talk to Vader.
I prefer it that way.
See,
It's fine with me.
now it's Robot's panel.
Right.
So, Vader,
I don't like
how did
any
you
of y'all.
feel? How did you feel about the recent court ruling removing the NFA because they're no longer taxing?
The what?
there's a recent court ruling removing the NFA because in the big beautiful bill they dropped the tax stamps, and that was always geared or propositioned to the courts that bill was taxation.
Yeah. I have to look into this. I haven't been keeping up as much as I probably should be if I'm going to get on political panels on TikTok.
What is the NFA, brother?
National Firearms Act.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Brobot, I got a question for you. Since you're like pretty like for 2A stuff, do you think that we should essentially eliminate any type of federal restrictions when it comes to buying pew-pews?
Restrictions, yes. All gun laws are inherently racist, but I am not talking about the safety laws. Obviously there should be background checks. We should keep the mentally ill from obtaining firearms, and obviously convicted felons I'm kind of at a cross. If the crime is heinous enough that you've had all your other rights stripped and they don't return, then obviously the 2A shouldn't return either. But I mean, low level crimes like, I don't know, helping little ladies across the street, but not at a crosswalk. Yeah, they should have restoration.
So just a simple background check you think is feasible enough federally?
Absolutely. The United States government has basically a dossier on all of us. They already have my fingerprints and blood samples and stuff because I was a public servant. I mean, what the fuck am I afraid of?
Yeah,
Just do the background check.
Because states have their own laws as well when it comes to like gun purchasing and stuff like that, like private sales. You don't have to go through you don't have to do a background check. You have to do your due diligence, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, as I said, we're already all on file with the FBI. Just do the background check. That's where it goes.
Well,
I do believe that intergovernmental cooperation, that's a whole different sticky wicket, and they do need to solve that.
What do you mean by that? States?
States, localities, even other federal agencies like the military. Sometimes they do not cooperate with each other in a manner that they should. Like, for instance, there was one of those pew-pewings with the Air Force airmen, and it's because the Air Force did not provide that information, especially their dishonorable discharge, to the FBI. And that's all on a federal level.
So, all right. So, essentially, even private sales, you believe there should be a background check conducted. It shouldn't be like the gifting statutes.
Absolutely.
Gifting statutes, those types of things should go away.
No, they should stay there, and they should actually be fully codified. Anytime I do any kind of firearm transfer, even if it's to like a family member, I would fill out my state form, which Texas has it. It's currently optional. I would rather just see that as point blank. It only costs $1 to do the FBI background check. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
This gets back to the really simple stuff, which is you guys are so against companies like Palantir, but the whole way that we would stop, a criminal who doesn't get picked up in one state because he, was registered in another state and they don't talk to each other, or, things are inefficient or slow, or we're not recognizing patterns because they're happening across agencies. All of this stuff happens when we agree to have a sort of centralized registry of the people that live here, and it would make it easier to be a citizen. Or just making the wrong moves. And by the way, the easy way is to just set up a layer in between every agency that's AI that takes all of the agency from the data, or the data from, the agency that they're connected to, and then sort of, checks it against all other data. And then sends a report that says, hey, you should check on fraud in this department, and we need to focus on guns that are being transferred in this weird thing here. It's just a better way of running a government. We should do it.
Not sure about all of
sounds
that.
like 1984 to me.
Yeah, any kind of registry is usually abused. That's particularly why everything from gun owners to like even people owning cars hate the idea of registries.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, but we should have as few registries as possible, meaning that like I'm like really a deregulation guy. So first you deregulate as much as possible, and then you say the stuff that we do care about, like whether a felon gets his firearm access back or doesn't, that kind of stuff should be, linked into the bigger pool of data that allows us to make good decisions in that regard.
The problem is, though, the states regulate most of these laws that we're complaining about, not federally.
No, so we want to give federal corporations as much, sort of leeway and freedom to do whatever the fuck shit they want to, and to take the individual citizens and have them register and, George Orwell it for private citizens. No thanks.
Corporations already know you 10 times better than the government does.
I just think states like in Massachusetts, the gun regulations that they have here, just some of them just are dumb. Like the round ban, you can't have more than 10 rounds in a magazine to sell legally through a dealer. Like I think that's weird.
Yes, and it's inherently racist.
I mean, see, that's the type of thing that I want. So maybe there's a compromise here. Maybe the federal background check with all purchases would be feasible, because now you're bringing legality into it, and it's an actual constructive process where like there's no middle ground. It's like yes or no, and then all these state laws when it comes to like reducing the types of firearms you can purchase, like Massachusetts or other states, like just get rid of some of those regulations. That might be a good middle ground. I don't know.
Get rid of dumb regulations, enforce the good regulations better. It's very simple.
Can we agree on what are good regulations?
Yeah, and that's a good debate to have.
What do you think?
That would be the debate we should be having. That'd be the debate we should be having because we're not having it. The rest of the shit is irrelevant. The rest of the shit is irrelevant until we can actually figure out what we agree on as far as regulation goes.
Well, that's the argument to have. What we have now is that same argument, and then either side goes back to a system that doesn't actually do any of what we actually want to get done.
That's probably true. Regulate the fuck out of them. No guns for anybody. How's that?
By the way,
and that's how we ended up in this war on drugs.
That's where I start.
That's his opening position.
You start at the extreme, and then we'll meet in the middle somewhere.
That's how generally that's how this works.
Yeah,
recreational plutonium for all. See, I'm at the further extreme. Now let's negotiate.
Let's ban all guns, and let's not ban all guns, and let's meet in the middle like we always do.
I'll say yes. I'll say yes to the recreational plutonium. How's that? Now where do you go?
I think it's.
We keep going up. If we have recreational,
we'll ban all guns, and we'll let you have plutonium.
What if it was?
No, that's fine. How about we just ban the plutonium and leave guns alone?
1 second.
How about we just ban all guns and have plutonium?
No.
Would you be okay if Donald Trump?
See, this is why you're not being genuine with that fucking request that you have.
You're not being genuine with the request you have, then, because your only goal is to ban all guns.
Yeah, I would be absolutely perfectly good with that.
It wouldn't freak you out.
And my ultimate goal is to unban all guns.
Yeah, but it's not for plutonium. So you're not being genuine.
I can put plutonium in a firearm.
Mojo, you want you to ban all guns. Like, would you really be okay if Donald Trump came to you and said, "I want your guns"?
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
Wait.
There's a lot of countries that don't allow people to have guns.
Can we dispel the tyranny notion at all?
Well, you know where I stand. I say amend the Second Amendment.
Do it. Never for that.
Sorry, Mr. Wednesday, but
How's
I'm
it
with
feel?
Mojo.
How's it feel to fall on your face, Zach? Does it hurt?
And how am I falling off my face?
Because you said, how would I feel if Donald Trump took my guns? And I said, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
You fell on your face. You fell on your face, dude. I want to know. I want to know how it feels to fall on your face like that.
I don't think you're being truthful.
Oh, so you just think I'm lying?
Ask me.
What the fuck? Well, hold on.
I'll
First
answer
off,
the same
Mojo,
question.
Mojo, do you have guns?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, so then
that's why he's
ridiculous
okay with
statement. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So
Mojo is pulling a
I'm
Europe.
sorry, you fell flat on your fucking face. I just want to know
Mojo
how
is
it
pulling
feels.
a Europe. Sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to know how it feels, Zach, to fall on your face. I don't get it.
Okay, so just to be clear, so day one, they take everyone else's guns. Day two, they show up at your house and they say, Mojo, we're taking you away for bad speech.
Oh, you can't do that.
Socialism.
Taking you away for being a Marxist.
Now you're changing the argument. You're changing the argument. Now you're changing
the thing that's in our Constitution?
Now you're changing the argument.
Well, specifically, Mojo is pulling a Europe. He is counting on all the Americans around him with their guns to defend him when bad things happen.
Yeah. Already he's pulling a Europe.
He's being picky choosy right now.
But by the way, how fast did your tone change, Mojo,
Yeah,
when they came to take you to jail?
The discussion was about guns. We don't have to talk
You're
about
literally
flying pigs.
talking about the
We
thing
don't
in our
have to talk
Constitution.
about flying pigs when we're talking about guns.
We're literally, it's 2A.
We're literally not talking about flying pigs.
Pigs don't fly.
Exactly.
Hold on. How do you go from freedom of speech being so completely flying
I'm not
pigs,
talking about
but-
freedom of speech. I'm talking about the right to own guns.
No, but you said,
Exactly.
1 second, but I said then when they show up to tell you that you're going to jail for your bad speech. Then
Yeah,
you were
again,
like,
that's a different discussion. That's a different discussion.
That's a
so you're saying,
which would be unconstitutional.
so would taking away the guns, guys.
No, it would not, because the Constitution says nothing about guns. The Constitution says nothing about guns.
And we want to amend the Second Amendment.
You're right, and then someone's going to come and say they want to amend the First Amendment.
Once again, we don't even have
Let's
to amend it. We can.
And
once
when
again,
they do
we
that,
don't-
by the
once
way,
again,
you won't be able to
shut
do
the
anything.
fuck up. God damn
Hey!
it! Once again,
He's allowed
we
to
don't
say
have
that.
to amend. What the fuck?
Sorry, Mojo.
Once again, we don't have to amend the Constitution. It says nothing about guns. We can come take your guns the way the Constitution is written right now.
What are arms, Mojo?
Nukes.
Wrong.
Oh, I thought they were the appendages hanging off your body. But anyways,
the framers were like, arms, nuclear arms.
What are
If they wanted to say guns, they would have said guns.
So what were they talking about?
They were talking about all arms. And as soon as you regulate arms, then you have the ability to regulate all arms.
Right to bear arms.
I agree. I should have the right to strap a claymore to my Roomba, Boomba trademark, and have that defend my home.
Yes, according to the Constitution, you should.
Just not guns.
No, you should have all of them. But as soon as you regulate one of them, you can regulate all of them.
Right. Or the first time you regulate one, you have broken the Constitution, and it gives you the
right to
desire
regulate all
and
of them.
the hubris to continue to regulate it.
If you won't let me have a nuke, then I will not let you have a gun.
I mean, I'm okay if you want to have a nuke.
Okay,
It's like-
good. Then we'll all have nukes. That's
This is
awesome.
not equality, Mojo. This is not equality.
It's the Second Amendment. It's the way it's written.
No, a nuclear arm is much more stronger than an AR-15.
It doesn't matter whether it's strong or not.
I don't think that's fair. It's being unreasonable.
No, you have to look at the statute. You have to look at the amendment. The plain language of the Second Amendment says arms. So we might as well have nukes.
Armaments. A nuclear weapon is not an armament.
You name it.
It doesn't say armaments. It says arms. And a nuclear weapon is an arm. What was the purpose of them writing the Second Amendment, by the way?
To defend the government because they're crazy criminals.
No, to defend against
government.
To defend against a treasonous government.
Yes.
Okay. If you're going to defend against a treasonous government, do you not have to be as well armed as that government?
No, not at all. Not ever once in all of the history of warfare.
Okay, well then good. I can still take your guns then.
Well, you can try.
Yeah, I can.
That's the
and
point.
I will.
It's going to be very hard to try.
It's not going to be very hard. You either go to jail, give up your guns, or die.
And many Americans will choose to die, and they'll choose to
That's
get together in
awesome.
militias.
That's awesome. That's
to go
up to
against,
you, man.
To go against the very tyranny that we wrote the Constitution to defend against.
That's totally up to you. You can choose to die. That's fine.
Well,
You know what? I'm more afraid.
just know who the patriot here. It's not you.
I am more afraid of the Christian nationalists wanting to end free speech. That is a concern of mine.
So, this is interesting because Columbia versus Heller, as I was curious, the whole bearing arms argument, the understanding is that it's a weapon that you can physically carry around in this particular argument that they were.
Yeah, that went against all previous case law. That was an activist decision.
Are you talking about Heller?
Yeah.
No, Heller was DC had made a law and a requirement saying that you had to nullify any weapons held within the home. The courts found that illegal.
Yeah, that was an activist. That was an activist decision by an activist court.
It says
it is not activist.
It is activist. There is not a single fucking ruling in the history of the United States of America that actually gave private ownership rights to the people of the United States.
Right.
No, there's not a single fucking law saying that we have to quarter any of the government laws within our own home.
What are you talking? Government laws? You don't quarter laws.
Exactly. They're not applicable inside your home. They cannot make you make your weapons inert.
They fucking are applicable in your home. As a matter, they are. Your
Can you start naming them?
Standard.
The Constitution is applicable in your home, robot.
What about the common use standard?
Oh, okay. So if you're smoking the MJ in your home, they can
then you could go to
just
jail.
Bust down the door to search your shit before you even were found with MJ. That's fucking wild.
They do it. You go to jail for shit like that. What is wrong with you?
Don't.
No, they just said that you were smoking MJ, so they kicked down your door. You don't have to have it. Like that. That's the fucking point.
I actually got arrested for smoking pot once.
Really?
I was sitting in my bedroom. I was sitting in my bedroom. There were three of us in there. Somebody came in with some pot. He had like a joint's worth or whatever. He's like, "You guys want to smoke some?" I'd only done it. Wait. This would be the second time I'd ever done it. And I said, sure, why not? So we start smoking it. And next thing I know, the front door, we get a big, huge knock in the front door, and they come running in the house and grab a bunch of stuff out of my bedroom. Yes. That actually happened to me. But they had stood outside my window and they could smell it. That's why they came inside the house.
That's why Mojo doesn't have guns. He's a felon.
And also, by the way, Mojo.
I'm not a felon. It was
just to be clear, you're against them.
Hold on. I got a ticket for possession less than an ounce. It was $100 fine. It was a petty offense.
Right.
How old were you?
Okay.
So, but you're okay with them bursting into your house to take your firearm?
Well, no. So, let's actually parallel it out. In Heller, this would be tantamount to Mojo having the MJ, but he could not possess any lighters in order to smoke the MJ. And they would be able to come into your house to make sure that you could not light the MJ on fire to smoke it. The courts determined that shit was illegal.
Yeah.
That it was illegal to have it put together in
DC.
Right.
And the government was able to come in and search your home to make sure that everything was inert.
In the Heller decision, there's a comma in that sentence, and the second half of that sentence says basically, it's only DC. It's really here in DC. The states can do whatever the fuck they want, and everybody ignores that part.
Yeah, DC is corrupt.
I mean, DC is corrupt. DC is super corrupt.
No more so than anywhere else in this country's.
Why do you think DC is corrupt?
They have like federal guards there all the time, so they don't give a shit about gun laws.
There's no point in having those federal guards. They look at their iPhones all day.
That's the crazy.
Well, they're there.
It's not a state. It's not a state. It's not a fucking state.
It's
of
a
course
district.
they're gonna have federal. Of course they're gonna have federal guards there. What is wrong with you?
It's a part of the crown.
They never had National Guard in Washington, D.C. until A, Jan 6, and then B, after Trump took the office again and brought them to Washington, D.C. Against Muriel Bowser. Is she the mayor there? Nobody, there's no need for them. There's no need for them.
There's the massive.
I mean, my sister lives in Washington, D.C. The crime rate has gone down. This is such horse malarkey.
Yeah, because the guards are there. That's why.
Nope.
Now, if you want to look at the statistics of crime in Washington D.C. over the last 10 years, you can clearly see that the incidence of felonies in Washington D.C. has declined.
Did they not do city sweeps and start picking up all the homeless people and stuff?
That is true of every state, by the way. Every single state has seen a drastic reduction in crime
exactly
over the last 10
New
years.
York City included.
But that does not explain the drastic drop in things like carjackings and burglaries and.
What was the drastic drop?
Look it up. Like massive.
No, you tell me. You're the one who made the claim.
Here, I will go find.
All right.
Felon Mojo. I like the ring too.
I hate when people just say random shit. Fucking hate that.
Right?
Well, the non-violent crime has gone up slightly. Violent crime has come down a lot.
What?
Across the board in most big cities, especially.
Are you saying that white collar crime has gone up? That rich people are now committing more crimes?
No. Non-violent crime, like what you consider carjacking or petty offenses, like you were talking about, stuff like that.
You don't think carjacking is violent?
Not really.
Well, the FBI
certainly is.
The FBI considers it violent.
They're not all held at gunpoint, Mojo.
It doesn't have to be a gunpoint to be violent. What the fuck?
Okay, vehicle theft.
Theft is violent.
It's called grand larceny.
Yeah, theft is violence.
Oh, come on. So
it's a felony. I'm sorry, it's a felony.
If I steal a fucking pack of bubble gum, that's violent?
That's larceny.
That would be a petty offense.
It's theft.
That would be what they call petite larceny.
And if you steal it from a corporation, you should be given a medal.
Theft is measured by the value that was taken, libtears.
Yes.
So you have to go by the value.
If I steal a motor scooter as opposed to a Ferrari, I obviously understand the difference. One is probably only valued at $500 as opposed to a couple $100,000. I'm just trying to be a douchebag.
Yeah.
And it's working.
That's normal.
Good job.
You succeeded, sir.
Well, you're a felon, so.
No, it was a petty offense. I'm not.
You admitted to it.
I actually did have a felony against me at one point too.
I'm going to take
I
a nap.
admire you even more.
See you guys later.
You Star.
Bye.
The felony was accessory to motor vehicle theft. Just so y'all know.
All right, can I give you the numbers? Can I give you some numbers?
Yeah.
So we can go simply with homicides because I would say that's something that every single one counts, right?
I thought you were talking about violent crime. Why would you go simply with homicides?
I thought I would get something that is like very specific. Like obviously we don't want any.
Yeah. So in other words, the whole number doesn't follow up what you were saying. So you want to go to something.
Every number follows what I'm saying. I'm getting very specific.
Well, then just fucking use the whole number of violent crimes. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I'm going off of homicide. I think that matters.
Jesus Christ. I think it all matters.
Mojo is so particular. Oh my God.
It does not matter.
This is not particular. This is a claim he made. The violent crime has gone down.
Hold on.
Fucking prove that claim.
If you do, let's say you do violent crime or you say assaults, right? Assault is
I don't need you to explain why you want to fucking.
Oh my God, just give us the numbers.
Okay.
The violent crime. I want the violent crime number.
2023, 274 homicides.
There he goes, homicide. He doesn't care about violent crime.
Yeah, you're right. I care more about the very simple definition of someone got killed.
You care more about the one that might be able to prove you correct. Yeah.
What do you mean lose, guys? We're talking about
can you
people
define
who are
violent crime,
You can't
Mojo?
just do a simple search for violent crime like Mojo requested.
I'm not here to do what
can
Mojo
tennis
requested.
define
I'm proving my
crime?
point.
No, you're not. You were absolutely
You're not proving your point.
You were not proving your point right now. You were doing the exact
how about this?
opposite of proving.
I restate
Can
my
either
point.
of you define violent crime?
You don't get
Tennis
to restate
Mojo.
your point, jackass. What?
Tennis Mojo, can y'all define violent crime?
Yeah,
it's a
FBI
crime
defines
to the
it for-
person.
Wait. The
Sorry.
FBI defines it. Just use the FBI definition.
Yeah, homicides, aggravated assaults, gun assaults, lethality, and there's exceptions to DV and SAs. Those are violent crimes.
Yeah.
There you go.
So assaults and aggravated assaults, you're basically naming anything where there is like a physical action against somebody. I walk
That's
up,
right.
punch Mojo, that's assault.
That is assault.
And that is in
and
your
it's a felony.
Yeah, and it's in your violent crime statistics.
Homicides are down 18%. Homicides
Year
are down
over
18%
year, by
from 25
actually,
to 26.
No. Oh, 25 to 26. Yeah, but
Yeah, down.
24 to 25, 32%. 24 to 24 or 24 to 25, 32%. Down from 274 homicides in 2023 to 127 in 2025.
That's crazy. It actually, I'm surprised at how
What were
much
they?
it's reduced.
What were they in 1991?
What, when Tupac was fucking roaming the streets, dude?
In DC?
Oh, we're talking about like nationwide, not DC in particular.
No, he's talking about DC alone. What the fuck? You guys don't even know what the hell you're talking about half the time. How
I'm
do you
talking
do
about
this?
nationwide. The trends nationwide, not city.
How do you guys get on TikTok and do this and not even fucking know what the hell you're talking about?
I'm talking about. I don't know what Zach's talking. I thought he was talking about nationwide.
It's fucking stupid.
Okay, so to be clear, peak in 1991. I don't know how you knew that was the peak, but that was the literal peak. 400.
Because I've looked up these fucking numbers before.
Got it.
What the hell?
Okay, so cool. So 474, 475 homicides.
Mm-hmm.
So down 43% to.
And what's the graph look like from 91 until today?
Like, it's a decrease.
Oh, what do you know? And they didn't have the National Guard in there, did they?
Okay, hold on. But to be clear, 1 second. From the peak to 2023, which is our recent peak, that was a 43% drop and that was 20 years, right? 20 something years that it took.
Okay, you know that crime took a spike also during COVID, right?
Yeah, like SAs went up. Aggravated assaults went up.
Yes, all kinds of crimes went up during COVID. You know that, right?
So since did they implement some type?
So 2023 would be the end of basically the COVID era. So you would expect to see a drop.
Was there community policing that started Was there community policing that started going into play from 91 on? Is that why the rates have gone down slowly?
No. The Freakonomics guys got it right. AB saved the world from overpopulation and excess crime in America.
That's probably true. Actually.
ABs saved the world.
Saved us from. I'm being a bit facetious, but the overpopulation that was beginning to occur, and it is
Grand Central.
And you can correlate the decrease in crime with
We're in Grand Central Station.
Decrease in the growth of population over time.
Yes, I recognize it.
And the correlation is due to women having choice. So, yeah. That's more
Roe v. Wade was in the 70s, was it not?
Things take time to trickle through, man. You know?
Yeah, I call
so
that.
It wasn't like instantaneous.
I call that the rat in the box theory. Can you please mute?
Right.
Why has crime gone down since Roe v. Wade got overturned?
I'm gonna also apply it to the fact that we got rid of
population levels are near.
It has an 18-year tail.
Wait! What did we get rid of, Mojo? Like you were
got
really
rid of
low
gangs.
on that?
Like I said we got rid of gangs. That's what I would attribute it to. 91 is probably the last year that the Bloods and the Crips actually existed as prominent organizations.
It's interesting.
I wanted to make sure that we had that because it sounded different and somebody was going to clip that.
Oh. Gags?
Were you a gangbanger, Mojo? Is that why you were calling?
No. So
it's
you were trailing off almost like you were walking away from your mic. So it sounded like we got rid of gays. And I was like, whoa, wait.
From 1 second.
That would be
from 1991 to 2012, it goes down pretty steadily the whole time from 91 to 2012. It hits 88 in 2012, and then it just keeps going up until it spikes in 2021, and then it stays pretty high for the next couple of years, and then it goes down.
Yeah, that was COVID. And in 2008, 2012, that would have been because of the housing crash, which disturbed the markets, which meant that people had less money to spend, which meant that crimes were going to go up, period.
That's interesting.
Yep. So does that mean we're all rich now, Mojo, and we don't commit crimes?
No, but our wealth has gone up.
Yeah, but you're saying that it's particularly hard recently. You guys says it's particularly hard recently. So with that idea, then certainly in the Trump era, these last 2 years, things would have gone up, not down dramatically.
No, they would have kept going down because COVID's over.
But again, it didn't keep
the
going
COVID
down.
spike.
It hit a peak in 2023 and then decreases radically in 2024.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The only difference in that time is not that we get wealthier. It's that he puts the National Guard there.
2023 was basically the end of the COVID era.
This is the end of the Biden era.
COVID.
When did Donald Trump
Mojo wins. Mojo wins. We got to move on now.
January of 2024.
Biden lives on forever.
He used the debate winning nuh-uh. So we got to move on now.
All right. Done. Boom.
Well, that was a bone kill. Good job, Mojo, Felon Mojo.
And Mojo says that we all shouldn't have recreational nukes. He uses them verbally on a daily basis. Uh-uh.
Mojo, are you going to tell anybody to tap the screen or what?
Do I ever?
No.
Tap screen.
Okay.
Show the live. Do the heart me. Gift the panel. And do I even have gift goals? Yeah, and help me with my gift goals, please. Thank you.
There you go.
And come up and argue with Mojo. I'm sure everybody here disagrees with Mojo on something. There is no possible way 70 people are sitting in the gulag just nodding their head like,
Oh, yeah. You're not getting my hamburgers or my guns.
I don't want your hamburgers. I just want your guns.
Mojo's a vegan, right?
I know.
Mojo, if you want guns, just go buy them. You live in a capitalist society. You can, too, own your own guns.
I'm not buying that shit when I can take it from you.
I mean, taking it from me is going to start with one freedom seed at a time. So I highly recommend the purchase path.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're gonna get one out, and then you're gonna go to jail or die. And I'm still taking your guns.
Not if you're stepping on his property to try to get his gun, then it'll be you.
Well, I'll have the government. I'll have the entirety of the government behind me. You know that.
That's why he wants a nuke.
By the way, just to be clear, this is the difference between my kind of socialism and Mojo's kind of socialism. He wants to enforce it with violence and authoritarianism. And I think that we can, using the generosity of the market, build a better capitalist system that will provide basic needs. And we can stop fucking arguing about your bullshit socialism.
The group with the monopoly on violence will always be the group that's in control.
Which is, and you and your no guns is going to be the group.
No, he wants the government to keep the guns, their own guns, and then when he takes control of the government, now it's his guns. He just doesn't want them until then.
That's what I also find super fascinating about Mojo. He has consistently said that our government has been imperialistic, overthrowing other nations, violent, and inherently not only misogynistic, but also racist. And he wants them to have all the guns. That blows my mind.
Wrong. He's not wrong either, but it's weird how that works out.
Well, here's the thing. Do you think that you would stand a chance against the United States military not that we should want or promote a revolution, but for Christ's sake, do you think that you could, you would not stand a chance?
Yeah, not a chance at all. There's a good comedian, there's a comic who does a bit about this, tennis, and he's like, every year we should have a contest. You get like 50 guys with their ARs and go out in the field, and then you have somebody from the government fight them, right? And then the guy from the government comes out and goes, okay, this is not going to be fair. All right, guys, start firing. Okay, where do we position this drone strike? And that's it.
Let me ask, do you think cereal is an unaliver? Anyone?
Depends on what it's made of.
Well, no, just cereal in general. We'll do a box of cinnamon toast.
What about
do we think that is good? Or do we think that unalives people?
It was not designed to be a weapon.
No, but it is a weapon, right?
Well, if you brought up Taco
food has
Bell,
been
I would
used
agree.
as a weapon throughout history. Let's not pontificate on that.
Yeah. If you brought up Taco Bell, I would agree.
Oh,
yeah. How's everybody doing today? Just want to say hi.
Fired.
You could use.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you could use Taco Bell for like a mass extinction event at some level, right? Just put everybody on a porta potty or something.
So we don't agree that cereal is an unaliver.
That's a stupid question. Hi, Dunk. Can I get your
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Good. Can I get your age and who you voted for?
Oh yeah, so I'm 37. I live in Ohio, and I last vote. Was local. So would be last big one would be was for Biden back then, but that was just because I didn't really have much choice.
You didn't
vote in 24?
Huh?
You didn't vote in 24?
Oh, for Harris? Yeah, Harris. Yeah, sorry, absolutely different for Harris.
That's unfortunate.
No, I know I did vote, but that's just because I'd rather have her than him because he was much worse. My name's Ryan. I study big history nerd. I kind of host a history platform here. Just want to say hi to you guys, and I'm a DSA member. I live in near Cleveland out here, and I'm hoping to run for office in 2028 if I have a chance. So we'll see how things.
Do us all a favor.
He's okay.
Hope you win.
Thanks. No, I'm going for.
I would get away from the DSA if I were you, though.
No, I'm actually kind of excited for them because they're doing pretty well. I mean, nationally.
It's debatable.
I don't know how that is. Like the primaries are kind of showing that.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought there weren't that many DSA members in government. I keep hearing people say
it keeps growing.
Yeah, well,
that's
abolishing the Constitution. I don't agree with
that. They're getting
Nobody said abolish the Constitution.
No.
They want to abolish the Senate.
Yeah, that's not the Constitution. They want
the Senate is part of the Constitution.
But you called amendments because they amend the Constitution.
Yeah, I like the government. I like the government the way it's constructed. I just think we need reform.
Oh, you like it the way it? Oh, I'm not reform. I understand. Like so, DSA members, they're not going to. They're such a minority. Like they're not going to win over the general populace of the electoral body. That's understandable. You going into that knowing it's an uphill battle. But at the same time, if you can help steer them in the correct direction and keep pushing for policies that end up, at first being unpopular, but then have huge within the legislature, but then have huge popularity amongst the public that are, socialist in how they operate and how they do. Like, that's all moving towards the right direction. I think that's what, you see a lot of these people trying to do.
I mean, you have too many black marks. You got abolishing the police. I think it's a terrible idea. I think the whole appointing judiciary, appointing the president, I think that's a terrible idea. You just gotta find avenues where you have a consensus.
Well, look for the people who are in office now who are DSA members. None of them completely agree with the entire platform. Like, even Mondani differs from his from what he believes in versus what the official platform is, and you'll see that in any party. You'll see you have such a huge umbrella under the Democrats, where you have people who are basically Republican to people who are basically Democratic socialists.
Yeah, well, that's how they rope you in. They rope you in again with the whole bow on a.
Well, look at the same thing. Argument. You have moderate Republicans all the way to the people who think America should be an ethno state.
Nobody thinks that.
Stephen Miller says it all the fucking time.
Thomas Frank.
Stephen Miller's a jackass.
Hey,
he is a Republican. He's in the administration.
Hi, Mojo.
Hey. Thomas Frank said that there was something wrong with Kansas. What's wrong with Kansas is that they vote against their own interests based on one issue, that issue being abortion. So that in the Republican side, they rope you in with abortion. And then the rest of the shit you just have to abide by, right?
Yep.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't agree with Republicans on 80% of their policies. But
on the Democratic side, we rope you in with free health care.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
How does it not
None
work?
of us are against free healthcare. We just 92%
do it. 92% of the population has free healthcare, not free healthcare, but they have healthcare already. So the other 8%.
But you're not taking into consideration the underinsured and how much people pay out of pocket.
How do you quantify?
You understand with premiums and copays and out of pocket expenses that it is a absolute net savings for people to go through a government funded program, single payer.
Absolutely.
Program.
No, it's not. No way.
Well, why does every other country have it? And my boss is Canadian.
Every other country is a homogenized population that has a homogenized culture. Hold on, true. That has a
homogeneity has nothing to do with it.
Brazil,
Europe
Norway,
has huge immigrants.
Sweden,
numbers.
Switzerland. Denmark, all these countries have homogenized populations where it's easy to control.
What does that have to do with with healthcare?
Mexico is about
these countries are not consumers. They're not consumer-based countries.
So are you saying, why are we one of the only privatized healthcare systems in the entire world?
There was a survey done among Republicans in 2000.
Why are we the exception amongst the consensus of world countries? Just answer that.
A
330 million Americans. It's hard to put everybody in
this country's bigger than us.
God damn.
You know what is interesting? It's
racism.
In this country that is the worst at healthcare, apparently, we have had the most healthcare innovation of anywhere on the planet in the last 50 years.
Yeah, but
we subsidize. We subsidize.
How much?
We subsidize R&D in other countries.
How many of those
expensive?
How many of those had federal grants?
R&D is expensive in other countries. That's part of the healthcare system as well. So we subsidize healthcare in other countries.
Doesn't Israel have universal healthcare, Zach?
Where did CRISPR come from? CRISPR came from, I think.
We give Israel a lot of money, so.
Doesn't Israel have? I didn't hear the answer. Israel have universal healthcare?
Their healthcare system, by the way, which costs like $15 billion a year, we give $3.8 billion in a weapons coupon. By the way, it has literally no money of that goes to healthcare. And they have universal healthcare because they recognize the need for it. I'm not against universal healthcare. I fucking want universal healthcare. It's the only logical option. We just don't think you morons can do it.
They're a mostly homogenized population, Zach. 80% of the people there are Jewish.
again, there's universal healthcare all over the world. I don't know why we're focusing on Israel's universal healthcare.
Why can't
What
we
is
have
being
it?
Jewish
That's my
having to
question.
do with it, Lib?
It's the point that homogenized populations have an easier proportion of people that are going to be.
You say that,
healthier
but tell
for
us the
most-
relationship.
They're healthier. They have all these fucking European countries have a lot of like regulations when it comes to food and stuff that we don't have here. We just have a sick populace. That's the kind of stuff
but
that we
you're
need to fix
saying
first.
Because of that, because of the food thing, we shouldn't have health care?
No, because as soon as you start giving people health care, now you're clogging the system.
How? If
Right?
you're the one,
you have to fix the
if you're the
root
one who
cause
can
first.
change and design the system,
You have to
how are
fix
you
the root
clogging
cause
said
first.
system?
I think
You
well, I
have to
think-
fix the root cause first.
There's a
so if we
30%.
Wait, hello. If we okay, you guys got to chill out. If we fix the root cause, I say we get rid of meat to start out with. That'll that'll help with climate change and the healthcare crisis at the same time.
They already anticipate a 30% reduction in administrative cost if we did switch to a single payer. The Congressional Budget Office put out a whole thing. I've read
The
it several
administrative
times.
cost gets transferred to the Americans, the taxpayers.
Yes, it's supposed to. You're supposed to pay it out of taxes, but even
So
back
we're
then,
still
it
paying
was
the same
it is
amount of
like
money.
a 2 to
That's the
3%
point, Lib.
tax increase. I'd be willing to do that if because it's so much less than my premiums and what I have to pay out of price. Like for me, for my personal situation, I have a special needs child, and like it changes our total ease of living and our ability to afford nice things just because of the healthcare costs we have towards his care.
All right, so how about this compromise? This is something I was thinking about last night because I was looking into this a little bit. What if there's about 5 million children in this country who don't have health care, okay? I would totally be fine with us subsidizing children's health care universally. 100%, I would be on board today. Because I think that's a generational thing that we should be protecting the kids. That could be a first step to a compromise where we start moving into a system where things are more fair for everybody. I just don't agree with the whole jumping and overhauling a system that we can reform and fix.
But the whole system is built on profit. Why are you trying to make money off sick people?
That's
the
capitalism.
whole point. You shouldn't try to make it's a values thing. Like people getting told like before they're supposed to have surgery that the that surgery is not covered. You need to do this and this and this beforehand, and this and this and this will take you another 6 months, and by then the tumor has metastasized and you're screwed.
Well, that happens in Canada.
That happens so much less in Canada. The average Canadian lives longer than the average American.
People can't see a specialist when they go to Canada. It's like it's more than like a 6 to 8 week wait.
It is
so. That's not actually true. My boss is Canadian, and she and she's a caretaker for her parents.
That happens here. If you want to see a specialist, you're gonna. No, it happens.
Yes.
Here. If you want to see a specialist, you're gonna wait 6 to 8 weeks to see a specialist.
God forbid you're in a rural area.
Yes, it is.
It takes me 3 weeks to get into a specialist.
With no rural hospitals.
It takes me 3 to 4 weeks to get in to see a specialist.
It takes 5 to 6 here, maybe 8, to see a specialist.
It depends on. To be fair, so it depends on where you are. Okay.
Okay.
It depends on the availability.
I agree with that.
And I do have a question for Libtears.
You get people in the rural areas who have to travel 2 hours.
Okay, Dunked. I don't know what's going on, but you have this fucked up echo going on. Can you please turn your volume down or something?
While he does that, I do have a question for Libtears. How do you propose that we overhaul, or you don't want an overhaul, how do we fix a for-profit system that is built around like the continued driven profit? They don't want to cure, they want to keep you like on the teat. They want to keep you sick. to derive more profit. So how do you fix that?
Fix the food, first and foremost. But the whole childcare argument, we can just incorporate, and I actually got to go because I got to go renew my Pew Pew license, but we can fix it through the Medicare system because children are usually, I think most children are eligible for Medicare under certain circumstances, but for some reason not all of them are covered. I don't know why. I didn't look into it that deep, but that I think would be a good first step because I think most people, rational people, would be on board with that.
I think the rationality would be let's protect the kids and everyone else by ending the for-profit for healthcare. How about everybody just get treated without going into debt or bankruptcy for being treated for an illness?
Where would be the incentivization to grow and build in the healthcare system and drive competition if you don't have that incentivization structure?
That incentivization structure that you are mentioning did not exist before 1890.
Right.
Well, corporations
and we were
really,
to be clear, we were not very good at medicine before 1890. But
we had
say,
thousands of survivors from the Civil War.
You're right.
That were shot or otherwise, like in combat in the Civil War, that survived. We had enough medical know-how to save people from the battlefield.
Okay, that's great. Same as today. On an optimism note, medicine is about to revolutionize in such a dramatic way that the ability to keep people healthy and correct sort of underlying structural problems with their health is going to get within the realm of free. And when that happens, like, there's not going to be arguing about this anymore.
Will everybody be entitled to get this great, wonderful thing, panacea in health? Or will it just be
there's no question that there is a ultimate net good for capitalism to have a healthy populism. There's only a segment of capitalism, which is those, the agencies and the companies that do make money off you being sick. But that's not capitalism. That's just a tiny portion. But at a certain point, it will become more beneficial for a company to make you healthy for a very low amount of money. And when that happens, that's the system that we'll go with, because literally the whole system is better if we're healthy.
Did you just say if you only have a small amount of capitalism, it's not capitalism?
No.
Yeah. You said that's not capitalism. It's only a small amount.
No, I'm saying it is not capitalism to say that the reason that we have this sick industry is because in our country, our pharmaceutical companies and our ag companies have capital. No, but that's not the same in every country, and there's a ton of other countries that have that.
Yeah, but we are talking
also
about
have
our country.
Yeah, but that's not capitalism.
But we're also talking about our country, and we have capitalism, and we are profiting, in Japan, and we are profiting off of healthcare.
Hey, Mojo. If I may join in.
All right, I gotta go. Bye, everybody. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah, go away, asshat.
Bye, fella Mojo.
Bye, lids.
If I may, I just want to make sure that folks understand Medicare for all will not limit competition. It means single payer competition. And I'm saying this as a director of a healthcare clinic. We don't work with insurance at all because they actually are a detriment to our business. There's too many of them. They're too complicated. They keep rejecting and trying to reduce our reimbursements in an ad hoc way. And we have to go back to the patients and ask for more money, surprisingly, 6 months later for the patient. And it's just not fair for anyone. So we don't use them. We don't even take them anymore. So it limits our free market, because the costs are too high. They drive up the cost too much. So if we have
what area of practice is that?
It's a med spa. It's a regenerative med spa. So we do stem cell therapy, platelet-rich plasma, Botox, lip fillers, fat transfer, all kinds of good
And
stuff.
typically that's not medicine that your average Joe avails itself to.
It depends.
Correct.
It really depends. Something like a rehabilitation, if you want a non-invasive, non-pharmaceutical rehabilitation, a medical boost such as stem cell therapy or platelet-rich plasma. That's for anybody who's from construction worker to retired office worker.
No offense, but
I don't know about that.
Oh, we can talk more about it.
No offense. No offense. I just would like for your business not to exist.
Hey, Mojo, that brings up a good question, Mojo.
If I may, just to finish that one point, Medicare for All will create an ability for a lot of companies, a lot of healthcare people to reduce the cost of working with insurance. Instead of working with dozens or hundreds of insurance companies, it would just be the one. And
how would that work for urgent care?
Our doctor works in the ER besides running the clinic, so I understand very, very well. Yeah, but thank you.
No, she asked
So
you
you bring up stem
how that would
cells.
work.
Oh, she asked, sorry, how it would work? Oh, well,
Yeah, for urgent care.
Oh, how would it work for urgent care? I think it would work the same as Medicare works for urgent care right now, but it would just be all one system instead of 1,700 different insurance companies across the country. And that's if we go with a direct Medicare for all. Now, there's other ways to do universal health care and single payer, but the simple answer is, yeah, it would be part of all reimbursed through Medicare.
Does free healthcare allow everybody to get stem cells?
Free healthcare, I don't believe there's such thing now. There still would be copays and things like that.
I was mainly asking Mojo, but I would love to hear you and Tennis talk about it too. In your free healthcare system, Mojo, do we all get stem cells?
You're born with stem cells. I don't know what the fuck you mean by get stem cells.
Do we get stem cell treatments?
I don't even know what the fuck a stem cell treatment is. Are you talking about taking stem cells from a baby of another person and injecting them in their self?
No.
Your response will support my claim. Okay. So, stem cells, very sophisticated, right? Mojo doesn't even know what it is, but it's healthcare. And so when you say free healthcare, you need to know what healthcare is. You also need to know what is a luxury healthcare and what is a basic healthcare. If you could sell me on where you're drawing the line, Mojo, I wasn't done talking. If you could sell me on where you draw the line on what is basic needs level healthcare, then I think once we draw that line, I think we're free to make profit on anything above that. We should still be able to make profit on stem cells. Mojo doesn't even know what they are, but they're a luxury healthcare.
They are not a luxury.
It's not going to be free for everybody. So draw a line somewhere, please.
I can explain.
Is it tested? Wait! Is it tested? Is it FDA approved?
I can explain.
I'm asking him. I'm still asking him.
It's not Mojo. It's not Mojo. So there's a line that's being drawn, right?
Then no, it shouldn't exist at all.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Stem cell therapy has been tested, and it's a normal procedure. What it is, it takes stem cells from your body. The more intensive version of it is taking stem cells from bone marrow and things like that. But lately, medicine has been approving, studies have been showing that actually your fat stem cells, the stem cells inside of your fat are actually better for harvesting than the stem cells in your bone marrow. So it's actually going to become even less invasive or painful for the patient. And what stem cells do is that they create is costly and invasive and creates a lot of opportunity for infections. What you do is you inject these new stem cells from your fat, say take it out of your belly or wherever you have extra fat, and inject it right into that shoulder soft tissue. and it.
This seems like quackery to me.
But Mojo, here, let me.
It's like bloodletting
finish my
or
point.
something. I don't know.
So Dan, is it Dan?
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, thank you for that. That was beautiful. Now, Mojo, now that you know what that is, it's amazing stuff. So in a free healthcare system, the supply of stem cell treatments will not be able to meet the demand because everybody's going to say, it's free. Let me go get some stem cells. It's amazing. Let me fix my knee. Let me fix my joints. And the demand surges. And so your system collapses. It's exactly what happened with California.
Can I maybe?
Was there a question in there?
No, he's just making another statement.
Okay.
So I know someone who's had IVIG, which is an extremely small molecule on blood cells that they need 10,000 people just to get one bag. And that IVIG is very, very expensive. And it's covered by Medicare currently. So there's a shortage, like during COVID, because people couldn't donate blood, but it's not because of any other reason, and we still found a way. And that's miraculous too.
The shortage, use the word shortage. That's beautiful.
Hey, she wasn't done talking, you dipshit.
Targeted immunotherapy, again, covered by an oncologist. Again, it's not typical. Used for different methods, FDA approved, Medicare approved. So, some of these are cutting edge, not a targeted immunotherapy, although that's a little bit more than IVIG, but these things are extraordinarily expensive, like $30,000 a month expensive. And Medicare pays for it. So I don't understand, Jeff. I'm talking about extremely expensive care.
You said. Yeah, you said.
That's covered.
You said.
Now, Dan, I know.
Wait.
Are you done? When is she done?
Yeah, I don't know what is your...
So my point is all of these very expensive, kind of cutting edge things are already available for those on Medicare. It's an approved therapy.
And what you said is it's all covered by Medicare, but it wasn't because they didn't have the supply during COVID. That's my point. When healthcare is free, I let you finish. I let you finish. Yeah, that's exactly what happened in California when they offered free Medi-Cal to immigrants. The demand surged, okay? And they said, we did not anticipate the surge in demand. It's too expensive. We have to quit. We can't offer it. That's exactly what you said in your statement too, that Medicare covered this thing, no matter how expensive it is. That's
still does.
You said it covered it until supply couldn't handle it. That's what we're talking about when we talk about free healthcare. The surge in demand. Everybody's going to go get free healthcare now, and you can't possibly estimate the cost of it right now because you can't calculate the surge in demand.
Can you stop?
Sorry, Mojo.
Well, you guys are both doing it. And Jeff was right. I interrupted him too, so I stopped talking.
Are you done, Jeff?
No, I don't want to just. I don't want to just be a. I said I'm not done. I'll just finish real quick though. So what I propose is better targeting of benefits, targeting people who really deserve the benefits. Let's get them to those people. And the people that inflict the bad health on themselves shouldn't be paid for by taxpayers. So let's just be better targeting with the current system we have.
Yeah, I disagree.
Who's going to be the judge of that? Who inflicts bad health on themselves? I mean, who's the arbiter of that? You're sick. You're sick.
You can't smoke cigarettes your whole life. Yeah, I'm going to answer. You can't smoke cigarettes your whole life and then ask me to pay for your bad health.
You can't eat meat all your life and ask me to pay for your bad health.
Okay, we'll do your idea with guns, Mojo. We'll just draw the line. We'll pass legislation. We'll regulate the supply. We'll do what you say about guns. We'll do it with healthcare.
Why do you think?
I don't know what that
We'll legislate, and it means we'll legislate and vote on every detail. That's what you said about guns.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to remind you what you said?
No, I want you to tell me what the fuck you're talking about.
You said, and a lot of you were on the panel yesterday when we decided that we should allow guns, but we shouldn't allow certain types of guns. Well, we should allow free healthcare, but we shouldn't allow certain types of free healthcare. We'll vote on everything. We'll vote on the details, and we'll figure it out democratically. The types of details. That's where we'll draw the line, Fee. We got to draw the line somewhere. We can't give rapists free healthcare.
Oh my God.
We can't give people who eat fucking pudding their whole life free healthcare, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait, hold on. But you realize that the majority of the people in this country are going to say they want pudding and they want chocolate cake, right?
Yeah, and if they want that and it causes bad health, then I shouldn't have to pay for it. That was their decision.
But you're going to have to pay for it because you said we get to vote on it.
By the way, I just want to interject because I know
we would get to vote on Fee's responses. Fee made it was a great response.
You didn't let me,
said, who determines what is healthy? Yeah, that was a good point. So let's draw the line by voting.
Can I finish something and
vote,
then Dan can go?
We're gonna vote that chocolate cake is good for you. You realize that, right?
No, we're not, Mojo, because it's going to cost us.
Yes, we are.
We'll actually improve our habits and our decisions as society before we could have free healthcare. And it speaks to what LibTears was saying about the homogeneity of the other countries where it works. Is if we
Jeff,
get better socially, we could do it.
Jeff, the majority of the people in this country will vote for fucking chocolate cake.
Oh, dude, we're gonna have science. Does science not exist?
So you no longer want to vote then? So you no longer want to vote then?
Dude, we use science just like we always do. What the fuck kind of question is that?
Okay, so if we use science, then you don't get to eat meat anymore.
That's a good point. There's different types of science, that's for sure. I love that you pointed out how different types of science there are, especially when it comes
nothing to do with different
climate
types
change,
of science.
especially when it comes to COVID, especially when it comes to all these things.
God, you are so fucking.
You guys will jump on. You guys are real quick to jump on a.
Can I just in a point that
stop.
Go for it, Mo.
Jesus Christ, it's so fucking annoying. I'm just going to tell you that if you want to use science is going to tell you that meat causes heart disease. So you're not going to be able to eat meat. And if you want to do it by the voter process, then the voters are going to say we want chocolate cake.
Exactly.
So I don't know how you're going to decide what's healthy and what's not. Okay, I'll shut up.
If we all decide as a population, we're going to vote for ourselves to have the best fucking food shit we like, not what's healthy. It's just nature.
So I will give that one to you. I'll give that one to Fee, and I'll give that one to Mojo because yes, my solution does become very authoritarian. So I'll consider that a defeat. Good job. I think that's a good argument.
By the way, Jeff, those current therapies I talked to that you were worried that wouldn't be covered by Medicare because they also are covered by insurance currently. It's not just Medicare. So the supply wouldn't necessarily need to go up, right? Because it's currently there.
My point is there's a lot of people staying home, not going to the doctor because they can't afford health care. If we give everybody health care, I think everybody's going to rush to the doctor.
No, these are therapies you would die if you didn't get. So you're wrong again.
I'm talking about like every little sneeze. I'm talking about every little like hiccup and sneeze. That's what I'm saying.
People already do that though. If your kid gets a hiccup or a sneeze, I guarantee you're going to the fucking like clinic or whatever. That already happens.
Yeah. And that treatment is relatively cheap.
Yes, and I will say also, you do have people that are part of the healthcare industry that has good healthcare that I don't take my kids for every hiccup or sneeze.
I wanted to come up just to let Jeff know that, like, I think that it's a fundamental misunderstanding that you have about the objectives of CMS. Their number one priority is preventative care. So yeah, you might have to pay for somebody because they got lung cancer, right? But you're still doing that at the job that you're at now. It's the same thing as an insurance pool, but the majority of Americans, young Americans, can have preventative care and then in the long run, save us a lot of money. Because if you have preventative care, then you can detect things early and things don't become as expensive to treat, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty good argument too.
Yeah, if I may interject and add a little bit more. Some of these treatments, most of the treatments that we provide are medically proven, but they're not approved by default by most insurance plans, including the stem cell therapy, platelet-rich plasma prolotherapy, these types of things, hyperbaric oxygen therapy. And the reason is we don't have it. There's no particular industry or a single company that's going to profit enough that they will go and lobby the FDA or Congress or both to get it approved. To each state has their own insurance board. And so to go across the country and get these approved, you would have to go to each state board. So that's a whole lot of freaking money just to get something approved in America. So with something like Viagra, they're making so many billions, they got it approved nothing flat, right? But actually something that heals you, like stem cell therapy or platelet-rich plasma therapy, these things, no individual company makes enough money at it. No individual provider.
So then get together and get it lobbied and get it approved, because otherwise I don't think it should be offered.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I think it's a matter of, is there enough evidence-based studies and results out there to show that these are effective, low-risk treatments? And the answer is yes.
If there is, then it should be easy to get approved.
I wish. Nobody wishes more than me.
Well, I just don't believe you. If it were that good, then it would be approved already.
But Mojo, he's actually correct.
About what?
This is called the very wealthy treatments for very wealthy people.
Yeah, and it's also called pharmaceuticals want to just put a Band-Aid on the problem. They don't want to cure the solution, because then where does all their money go?
But from what he said, it doesn't cure the problem. So I don't know what you're talking about. He's correct.
But if they can make more money on shelling out pills that they can upcharge instead of paying for one treatment every 6 months, they're going to choose the pill option.
So, for example,
they can choose whatever they want. That doesn't mean that it won't get passed or through the FDA. Then we can choose as a consumer. I'm sorry, if they can't get it passed, then I don't trust it. I don't trust snake oil.
So, for example,
can I ask you a question? Who are your principal clients or patients?
Mine are local folks from all walks of life. They don't have to be wealthy. Or platelet-rich plasma therapy runs generally several $100s. Stem cell therapy, $1,200 to $1,500. We have what do you call it? The credit, the outside third party loan company. I forgot their name. They've been around for years in healthcare. They're across
Care Credit.
Care Credit. Thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, Care Credit. Yeah, they do the financing. So they take a cut. We get less money, but we get it right away, and then you just pay it off with Care Credit.
Do you get sued a lot?
That's what I use for my dog.
Never.
Care Credit.
Have not been sued in 10 years. No lawsuits, no threats of lawsuits, none of that.
Because if something goes afoul, and you're not regulated by the FDA or approved by the FDA, you're going to have a big problem.
So for example, a lot of the devices we use, the centrifuge or Alma, laser facial ablation. All of these things are the devices are FDA approved because that manufacturer is going to make enough money to make it worthwhile to get
Well,
it approved.
lasers are different, right? I mean, there's dermatologic laser surgeons. Lasers are used in all kinds of medical treatment, but stem cell, certain things you're mentioning, certain things you're mentioning are not FDA approved.
So some of the actual treatments. Now, for example, with stem cells, we are FDA approved to take a stem cell from you and re-inject it into you, but we can't, of course, put it in anyone else, and we can't bank it for future use either. And that's another total different topic, stem cell banking, that we believe 100% should be available, but it's not going to be because there's no one, again, going to make enough money to go fight the FDA and get it approved.
Yeah, Tennis, it's not so much that the FDA hasn't approved this because they have approved these treatment plans, is that insurances choose not to cover it. So people have to pay out of pocket for it.
I got you, but I mean, by the same token, don't you think that insurance companies would be more apt to cover it if it was regulated by the American Medical Association and FDA and other agencies?
They would be required to, if I'm not mistaken.
So
it is regulated, and most doctors are the ones that are doing these procedures. Like in our clinic that I used to work in, it was all doctors that did the procedures.
Correct. And for example, some of the treatments doctor has to do themselves. Other ones, a nurse can do under the doctor, as long as the doctor's there in the office. Some of these are stem cell re-injections, depending on the location or the volume. Sorry, I'm fighting. I just got over pneumonia, so I'm fighting some issues still, but I'm here and I'm trying. For example, I have one good example, I think, is hyperbaric oxygen therapy. We know it works. We've had patients with many issues, from TBI to non-healing wound diseases. But the number one referrer we've had was a famous university's the oral surgery department. What they do is very invasive oral surgery. They work with people who have basically cancer that they have to remove half their jaw and put it in an implant. Before they do that, though, because the mouth has the most bacteria of the body, so it's the most likely place to get infection post surgery. This university required the patient to come to clinics like ours and get 20 sessions of hyperbaric oxygen therapy before the treatment. And they made sure the treatment they would schedule it with me, like the day after the very last number 20 hyperbaric oxygen session. The next day they would go into surgery, and then the very next weekday they would start and they would do 10 more sessions. This was based on their studies at one of the top 10 most famous universities in all of America. And they prescribed this, and so they got the patient's insurance to cover it. But you, me, and other people like that, we go to our primary care provider and say, I need hyperbaric oxygen therapy. They will try and prescribe it, and yet the insurance companies reject it. They say, no, that's not covered. This is the type of Medicare medical system. And so what happens is we can't go and get these cheaper, less invasive, non-pharmaceutical medical treatments that are proven. It's just there's nobody making enough money to drive it through FDA in every 50 states, all 50 states of insurance boards. This is an issue. This is kind of like we're doing a deep dive on this. Sorry, I've landed, but yeah, all these things help.
Oxygen therapy is very good and helpful for treating specific serious medical problems, but is not necessary or proven for general wellness. Uses high air pressure and pure oxygen to help the body heal. Approved uses: hard to heal wounds, severe issues, severe burns, carbon monoxide poisoning, blah, blah, blah. Risk and side effects: urine, sinus pain, pressure changes, vision changes, lung damage, fire hazard. I don't know. I think that the risks probably outweigh any benefit that you could possibly prove from it. And to me, it just seems like quackery.
I'm not a very good explaining it, but the science is there. It proves it.
I don't think that's true. I think if the science was there and proved it, it would be approved, and more people would be using it.
I wish
No,
it were true.
Mojo, he's not incorrect in the fact that, as I think someone else brought up, if it's not conducive to making a lot of money, they won't do it. So getting it approved is extremely difficult. As long as it's the insurance companies.
Okay, I'm sorry, but God damn it!
All right, guys.
Yo, let Mr. Mojo talk.
I'm sorry, but if insurance companies say that there's no profit in it, that means it's not doing enough good to help anybody. I don't know. I don't like the for-profit industry, but I also don't like an industry that refuses to get their shit tested and approved by government agencies. I don't like that at all.
This is FDA approved. That's my point.
Then
certain things are not, and certain things are.
I think he's speaking more to the general hoops he's having to jump through. Like he clearly says it shouldn't be this hard, and if Mojo's right too, though, if you're not going to pass the regulations, or if you're not going to follow the regulations, then there has to be something.
So, for example, with hyperbaric oxygen therapy, Medicare has approved it for 10 different treatments, including non-healing diabetic wounds.
Then it would be covered by insurance companies under those circumstances. Yes, it would be.
No,
I'm sorry, but if Medicare approves it, then it is covered by insurance companies. It has to be by law.
But it's not, Mojo.
But it is for those specific uses. It is.
No, it's not. Sometimes it's not, Mojo. Okay, you've experienced this with rare diseases?
This is just the way the government works. If you have carbon monoxide poisoning and this is something that it's approved for, then the insurance company has to cover you.
Hey, can I just ask to make sure, Dan, you were saying it's a problem that there was multiple insurance companies involved and one couldn't just be easily translated to another patient type of situation, right? That's what you're saying. The multiple insurance companies is...
So from a healthcare provider standpoint, each insurance company has different processes, and they have generally have different agreements with provider groups, hospital groups. And so you, if you go to one provider with one insurance company, I mean, you don't even know what you're going to pay most of the time until 6 months later.
You don't have to. I'm sorry, but thank you. You can go if you want, but I just didn't. Thank you. That's all.
No, and just to clarify, even if Medicare approves something, your insurance company doesn't have to approve it.
They do. If somebody comes to you and you are registered as a fucking doctor and they have carbon monoxide poisoning, your insurance company, the insurance company that they're using, would have to cover the cost of carbon monoxide treatment, which would include hyperbaric oxygen therapy.
Yes.
Hey, Mojo, HR wants up.
Oh gosh, not HR. Anybody but HR. Just kidding. That was a joke. That's it.
So what the disconnect here is, so you're right, Mojo, in the sense that if it's an approved treatment, that insurance would have to cover it, but only on like a lot of for profit. So with Medicare, it's actually a bit different, right? Most of the time, Medicare doesn't care. It's just trying to break even, right? Like Medicare isn't trying to make a profit. So if you have the ability to be on Medicare and you go to a doctor and they think that the hyperbaric chamber is the right course of action, they're likely to approve it. With a for-profit company, what they're likely to say is, if it's for something or the other, like, hey, have you tried this yet? This is a cheaper option. I want you to try this. If it doesn't work, then maybe I'll approve this. Or they'll ask for a prior authorization and what that will do is to say, well, this is another treatment that is possible that's cheaper, but we have to use this for these medical reasons. So insurance companies will make it difficult to get to certain types of treatments simply because there are cheaper treatments available, and they will want the doctor to try those first. This is very common in psychiatric care. They will say, even though somebody has MDD and they've been on one or two types of antidepressants and they haven't worked, they will make them go through each class of antidepressant up and down through them before allowing something like transcranial magnetic stimulation, even though that's a non-invasive treatment, right? But they won't pay for it until they've gone through all of those other cheaper treatments.
Because it's a super expensive treatment.
It's not that expensive. It's just people just charge a lot for it because like it's a magnet. It's one big magnet.
How much is it?
It's probably like $3,000.
Damn, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Well,
For the entire. Hold on, just
why.
wait. Let me finish. It's only that much because insurance companies do not want to pay for it. So places have to pay for it out of pocket. And it's only one high initial capital cost, because once you do transcranial TMS, right, you only have to go once a month after that. And that doesn't cost more than $20 and an hour of your time. Whereas if you put somebody on Prozac, you're going to be able to charge that person for like 15 years for Prozac.
Exactly.
These are real things.
How much does Prozac
at roughly
cost?
$30 a month
For Prozac through an insurance company?
Well, I mean, if you're so Prozac might be cheaper. Prozac might be $5 or $10, but the insurance company has to pay out to the pharmaceutical company, and the pharmaceutical company and the PBM are the same company. So that company is actually. That's what I'm saying. They're vertically integrated. That's a problem.
All of this makes sense. If it's a super expensive treatment and there are other treatments that are equally as effective or more effective,
they're not.
then yeah.
Because they're not necessarily more effective. The doctor should get to decide what is going to be effective for one person. The insurance company shouldn't get to decide that just because there's a cheaper option doesn't mean it's the better option for treatment. It just means it's cheaper.
Then the doctors should get together and lobby for the best treatment possible.
They've been trying to do that, and they can't get past the insurance companies.
I think that's well. I do want to get rid of insurance companies, but I also don't trust fucking quack doctors.
Yeah, but Medicare.
No. I'm investing in a few. Stop.
Yep. You don't trust quack doctors? That's wild fucking work.
So these are not quote unquote quack doctors, Mojo. This is actually peer reviewed science, okay? But again, like HR is saying, the healthcare insurance, they're going to give you a Band-Aid when you need sutures for that because it's cheaper and
the insurance company's got it.
Yeah, you're cutting out, Sammy.
Down the road.
But you're cutting out.
I thought Skynet took over.
Mojo, and see, the thing is clinical practice is different than what it says in the studies. right? When you're actually doing clinical practice and you're sitting in front of your GP, right? They know you, they know your medical history, they know the things you're sensitive to and not. They're taking into account things like lifestyle, but the insurance company is not, right? When your doctor decides to prescribe you a certain medication, they look at the safety of that through those studies. But for this person, this specific person, they want to take into account, what is your lifestyle? They want to take into account, do you drink? Do you do these? Do you do all these other things? The insurance company doesn't give a fuck. No, it is relevant.
This is irrelevant.
Of course it
irrelevant.
no, it's
This is
relevant.
irrelevant.
It's not, Mojo. It's not irrelevant, because one kind of treatment could be fine that is listed on there as an insurance company for one type of person and their lifestyle and their medical history and the things that they eat, drink, or do, right? And one person could have the same diagnosis but a completely different lifestyle, and they need a different treatment because of that.
Here, let me just explain something real quick. If you want to mix medical care in some way, shape, or form with fucking lip fillers, then I think you are the problem.
Yeah, actually, HR also.
Wow, that was
HR.
was wild.
I agree with you, Mr. Mojo.
He was
Total W
Mojo.
And you know what, HR? HR, what you just said.
Mojo.
What you just said, HR, really speaks to capitalism. In capitalism, we are individuals. We are treated with a customized healthcare.
Yeah,
in universal
and capitalism
healthcare,
has made that more difficult.
It doesn't. In you all's dream world of free healthcare, you all get
No,
basic,
Jeff, you're wrong.
healthcare.
You are wrong.
The government becomes the insurer that you're talking about. The government replaces the insurer. You get basic.
No. This is where you're wrong, Jeff. The thing is people on Medicare, because they don't have to worry about their bottom line, whatever the doctor says, Medicare is very likely to approve. When you have a for-profit system where your administrative costs are 32% and not 2%, like they are in Medicaid and Medicare, right? They go up and down off of different medications for years of your life before you're able to get the actual medication and treatment that you as an individual need. Medicare would approve it right away.
You know they do this in every country, right? Every country is the exact same. It's just different how it's paid.
Derek, you are functionally illiterate. I don't want your opinion.
Serious question.
Is every country different?
W heuristic.
HR, serious question. When in your world where the government replaces the insurance, is the government going to force you in any way? The way the insurance is forcing us, you're saying?
That doesn't happen. Like the outcomes in places that have government funded insurance or a single player system, they have better outcomes because when your doctor and you decide on a treatment, that course of treatment is approved instead of an insurance company calling you up and saying, because you don't have an insurance company calling you up and saying, I'm not going to pay for that course of treatment because I'm not going to make money off of that treatment. So I need you to do this other treatment, one that you haven't decided with your doctor, one that you are going to be forced to have. The government doesn't do that. There's no system in the UK or in Germany or in wherever that does that. They have better healthcare outcomes than us by a factor of 4.
The outcome is one thing. I'm not talking about the outcome. I'm talking about if my healthcare is provided by the doctor who's paid by the government, if the government replaces the insurance, what if I don't take the doctor's advice and continue with bad decisions and become unhealthy? Is it fair? And do you ever force? My question was using force to make people do their treatments.
No, nobody ever does that.
Bodily autonomy, right?
Like the thing, what I'm talking about
here, especially in like, I'm kind of gonna just add on to your point, HR Mojo. It's true that I had an appointment this week because I've been having bad migraines, really bad migraines, and I asked if there was some other medication I could take, but the answer was no. I had to get an increased dose, and then if I had more, migraines other than the 6 a month, then they could put in for additional medicines. But I have to go through at least 2 months of changing the dosage for medicine that isn't working for me now. And some of these, especially in psychiatry, because it's not very profitable, especially in the drug market, I've known people that have had their drugs changed and gotten things like neuroleptic malignant syndrome. These things are very important to think about.
Again, well, actually, now I want to know why I got all the fucking moans and groans when I said you shouldn't be mixing real healthcare with lip fillers.
Look, because lifestyle doesn't just mean people who are getting lip filler and Botox.
Yeah, but
right, lifestyle could mean that you're a shift. Lifestyle could mean that you're a shift worker.
But that's the clinic. The clinic is offering. Yes, the one that
that's
Danny
not
said.
What I'm talking about,
stop. Then listen for a sec, HR. That is what Danny is talking about. Danny owns a fucking healthcare spa, some bullshit, and they do lip fillers, they do Botox, and they do hyperbaric oxygen. So I'm sorry, but I don't think insurance companies, including Medicare, should cover hyperbaric oxygen at a fucking place that does lip fillers and Botox.
Obviously, I'm not arguing for that. Obviously.
What? I mean, okay, that's.
Obviously, lip filler is not. That's just aesthetic. That is simply because you want them.
Can I ask something?
Some people.
Let me just say one thing, if I may, because that was a bit aimed at me. Maybe I think that you shouldn't be allowed to get your surgery at a place that has a gift shop, because that has nothing to do with medicine. That's just for profit.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay, no more hospitals. Let's get rid of all hospitals.
We just get rid of the gift shops. I'm okay with getting rid of the gift shops.
I don't understand what the gift shop has to do with anything. Like, obviously, lip filler shouldn't be something covered by insurance because it's just a cosmetic choice. Some Botox will be covered by insurance if it actually helps somebody with a neurological problem, like excessive migraines. Like, those are things that will be covered. If you just want Botox, you have wrinkles.
Reconstructive surgery, obviously, set aside. But where I have a problem is that when you have this luxury service mixed in with a normal service, and if you think hyperbaric chambers are something that you need for a normal healthcare service, then you do it at a normal healthcare place, not a place that does fucking lip fillers and Botox and then gives you a fucking mud bath or something. That's just not healthcare, if you ask me. That's a fucking spa.
Yeah, that's a spa. I'm not arguing that med spas should be covered by health insurance.
It's not the med spa that covers the treatment.
I think that, but like if you need to be in a hyperbaric chamber because you actually have some sort of blood problem that you need oxygenated blood for it because you are ill, that's something that can be done at a hospital, and that's fine. But if you're just going there to get extra oxygenated blood because it makes you feel good, like, then no, that's not covered.
I agree with you, and I agree 100% there.
I'm okay with that too. And you know what? You can buy your own hyperbaric oxygen chamber on eBay or Facebook Marketplace for about $3,000. And you know what? We don't hide that fact. You can do it yourself at home. You don't need a doctor.
So then why are we trying to say that insurance companies are somehow being unfair to med spas? Like, I don't think that's a thing.
And that you're right. It's not a thing. And that's
I'm going to be controversial.
I run a med spa, and it's not a thing because we don't work with insurance companies, number one, and it's the treatment-based insurance coverage to begin with. It has nothing to do with the location or the provider. As long as the provider is medically certified, board certified, and meets all local laws and regulations, it doesn't matter where they go. It's up to them. Why should you choose where they can go to get their?
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want the healthcare being given in the back of a fucking Gaga restaurant. I just don't want that.
I don't care what you want. It's none of your business.
That's really hyperbolic, but I'm going to be controversial. Specifically, fuck the insurance companies. We should get rid of all of those. The state would run all the hospitals, you know, pay doctors and stuff. And if you're doing Botox and bullshit like that, like it would be regulated by the government, but it's for profit. You would have your fucking spa to do it. There's no insurance company, and people that fucking want their aesthetic lips or BBLs or whatever can just pay for it out of pocket.
Yeah, that's how it should
Agreed.
be.
But
Yeah.
I have a question. I have a quick question for Robot and Mojo, real quick. So is breast reconstruction okay? Is facial reconstruction okay done by a plastic surgeon?
Yeah.
Because that's aesthetics, guys.
Well, no. Reconstruction isn't always just about aesthetics, because reconstruction is also about function, right? Like if you have had an accident and you have to be reconstructed, it's reconstruction so that things actually function properly, that the nerves are actually connected and working properly. And a lot of the times this kinds of plastics is covered under insurance because it's more than just aesthetic.
She did ask Robot and I, but I agree. Reconstruction. I actually included. I actually included that in my statement. I said, obviously Botox or lip fillers or whatever would be included for reconstructive surgery. I absolutely agree with that, but I think it has to be done at a healthcare provider, not at a med spa.
Or hospital?
So
I don't agree.
It's a healthcare provider,
And
licensed and
what's a healthcare provider?
Can I use
a legitimate doctor's office or hospital?
There is legitimate doctors at a med spa, though.
Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree that fucking.
And we have sterile.
To me, that would be a separate practice. That is still separate from the hospital system.
They're better than the hospital.
Still be separate from the states. Like, no, that's all I'm getting at. You're not doing a surgery in a fucking med spa. Like, it's just simply not fucking happening. So I delineate right the fuck there.
surgeries in an outpatient clinic.
Yeah, like there's the
that's outpatient.
Without anesthesia. Without anesthesia whatsoever.
Okay. Hold on. What he said is he has a doctor that comes into the med spa. I think it should be the other way around. If the doctor wants to go perform some sort of elective surgery in some way, shape, or form, they can go to the med spa for that. But if they're doing a necessary treatment in some way, or shape, or form, then the people have to go from the med spa to the hospital. I don't think that even like plastic surgery should be done in a plastic surgeon's office. I think it should be done at a hospital if it's being covered by insurance.
Have you ever been to med spa?
Hold on. So typically, right? Like there's a clinic called the Rosebud Clinic that does breast reconstruction after people have had like mastectomies or something from cancer. And for simple cases, for simple reconstruction, they do have a surgical clinic within Rosebud. But for a lot of her cases, she is partnered with a local hospital system, because the thing is when something really bad happens, you need the whole hospital. Like you need the resources of a whole hospital. So some things are done outside of like a surgical clinical center, and some things are done in a hospital. And typically the surgeon who owns and operates that clinic has a relationship with the hospital in which they do more complicated work at that hospital. Exactly. So that it's not as cut and dry of like, okay, if you're doing this, it's this. It's really like dependent on how complicated the case is. And then you choose whether or not, okay, this is quite simple. This person is quite healthy now. We can do this reconstruction quite simply in the clinic, in this clinical surgical unit. But if it's more complicated, the person is still, undergoing radiation or undergoing this or that, or they're not as healthy, or the construction is more complicated, then they would do it at a hospital.
And we can do it much cheaper at a med spa than at a hospital. The same platelet-rich plasma therapy, for example.
It just depends on how complicated it is. How, like, your anesthesiologist and having access to blood, having access to more instrumentation and more imaging instrumentation. It really just depends on how complicated the surgery is for this specific person, right? What their care afterwards looks like. Can they go home, or are they somebody who's going to need to be in an ICU for a few days? That is all going to be determined from patient to patient. Sometimes doing it clinically will be fine, and sometimes doing it in a hospital is the safer bet.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. And platelet-rich plasma, for example, it's a common one we do very regularly. And it just for those who don't know, platelet-rich plasma, it means you draw about 60 milliliters of blood. That's about what you take, maybe a little less than when you donate blood. And we take that, we put it in a centrifuge, spin it down. We take it comes out about 60% red blood cells, red cells, and then about 30% water, and the last 10% is the plasma. It's the platelet-rich plasma. We take that in a shot, and we inject that into your soft tissue where it's damaged. And that it's a needle that goes in. It's blood that comes out. I mean, that's it. Why would you need to go to a hospital and take up hospital space for something like that? That's a waste of money across the whole entire medical system.
Like, it depends on the person. It depends on their level of health. It depends on, how well they take to anesthesia. It depends on their medical history. It depends on a bunch of different factors. And you can't just say that generally. Medicine is more complicated than that.
No, we've been doing this 10 years, and we've never had an issue where we had to send somebody to a hospital.
You've never had that issue because people who are coming to you aren't coming to you with complicated problems.
Exactly. I agree with that. We are looking at complications that we look at are torn internal ligaments, tendons, things like that don't heal. Just for those tendons and ligaments don't have blood vessels, right? Your blood has the healing properties in it. If you can't get blood through your tendon and ligament, which you can't, then it's difficult for them to heal. And that's why we take the platelet-rich plasmas, the healing property of the blood, and inject that directly into and around the damaged tissue. That takes your own body's healing properties, natural healing properties, and injects them.
So why aren't they doing it now in major hospitals?
We do it, damn it. Listen, okay? I'm starting to get really, really pissed off with this whole conversation because people that are not within the medical community are making decisions and not listening to the actual people that are within healthcare.
Yes.
Listen,
yeah, I just
PRP,
don't consider him within in healthcare. That's the problem. He's a fucking chiropractor quack that's
well,
going
then
to tell you that he's going to cure all your problems by cracking your back.
We don't do that.
No, what?
Mojo, then listen to me. I worked with actual physicians that do PRP injections, that do stem cell injections, because they are far more effective than giving them a damn steroid Midral dose pack to go home and heal their injury.
Or worse.
But they do it in the actual office. And the only reason why is because the insurance companies want people to be sick. They want them to be injured.
Are you saying that you work for a med spa?
No, I don't. But I also don't work in a damn hospital.
The Mojo.
Where do you work?
Is that it? You work at an outpatient clinic?
So Mojo, you mentioned
or what?
You mentioned, if I may, you mentioned something earlier, and I've been trying to catch up with that for a while. We had one, and this is one case. A friend of ours worked as a beautician. She had knee issues from standing all day. We told her, hey, let us try and treat it with platelet-rich plasma therapy. We understand you've gone to the doctor. She had a PPO, and they took her through the whole protocols of escalation, more doctors and more doctors and more cost. Finally, I got the orthopedic surgeon, and guess what he said? You need surgery. So she followed them instead of following our advice and just giving platelet-rich plasma a chance to heal it first.
God,
and guess what happened?
This is snake oil propaganda is what you're doing right now. You were trying to sell me on this thing, just like every fucking chiropractor out there and person that sells snake oil.
Okay,
wait, you're not an MD?
Who?
Are you an MD?
Me? No.
RDO?
No, I manage a clinic.
Oh my God! And you're giving medical advice?
No, I'm not giving medical advice.
It sounds like she came to you and asked if she needed surgery, and you're like, "No, bro, advice. Do the platelet-rich plasma."
I'm telling you how things work. Does that sound like medical advice? Did you ask
if you're telling someone, "Hey, get platelet-rich plasma before
stop fucking lying
surgery,"
you're pissing me off.
Okay.
What did you tell
Hold
her?
on. This is what you're saying, though.
Shut the. Well,
But
no. What I'm
Mojo,
saying before I
There's
was
nothing wrong
rudely
with what you're doing,
interrupted,
bro.
what I was going to say is this woman went in for her surgery just like the orthopedic surgeon said she should. She came out, they damaged her nerve, and she couldn't walk normally again. She had to move in with her parents because she was a single mom and couldn't work anymore. So you're
Okay.
talking about quack medicine and quack doctor.
Yeah, because
And fuck
your
that shit
anecdote
because
here,
orthopedic
your
surgeon was a
anecdote,
quack doctor.
your
Well, fuck
anecdote
you and your
there,
stupid ass
your
opinion, ignorant opinion, man. I'm sick
ignorant
of it.
opinion. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm sorry. You're not
it
selling me
is
on that
ignorant
point.
opinion.
so
Hang on.
Mojo,
You guys pissed
Oh,
me off.
sorry.
Sorry about
again,
that, but you pissed me off.
I don't
but
care if I
so
piss you off.
again,
You piss me off. I think
Mojo, our
snake oil is
orthopedic
gross, and I
surgeons.
think the way you're using propaganda to push snake oil right now is gross.
Okay,
No, it's
I
not
don't like that
propaganda.
you're
All he's
calling.
doing is telling you guys how he is providing a product that people are paying money
Sammy was
for.
talking.
People are saying
Did
that
you
this
not
has
hear
been
her,
good for their
Jeff?
health.
She was
And
talking
there's
and you just
nothing wrong with
completely
his
interrupted
business
her.
model.
Jeff, Sammy was talking, dude. Stop being rude.
You're all ganging up on this guy.
I'm not ganging up on him. I'm actually standing up for him because I understand, because my fellow doctors, DOs and NDs and orthopedic surgeons do PRP and stem cell in our clinic. So it's not a damn snake oil medicine, Mojo, and I really hate that you keep calling it that, because it's not. It's an alternative, especially for those people that are later in life that are not going to have good healing outcomes from surgery.
Do you think all doctors have the best outcomes for you?
I don't
Who's
know who
that
you're
directed
asking
at,
that.
Derek?
Do you think all doctors,
Who are you asking?
anybody, because the majority are against what, Danelle? Most are
No,
against him.
listen. I'm going to be clear. It's me. It's me. I'm the problem.
Well, I would say HR and B are also.
Yes, they all are.
No, I'm asking. Can I clarify my point? I'm asking if Danny, who is not an MD or a DO, is giving medical advice to people who have orthopedic issues. I don't care about PRP. Actually,
No.
the data is kind of mixed on PRP. There's been studies that are peer reviewed that prove that it can accelerate healing. There's been studies that are peer reviewed that have proven that it can't. So it's pretty inconsistent. There are doctors' offices that use it. There are some that don't. That isn't my issue. My issue is someone who is not gone to medical school, who does not have a license, is giving people medical advice. That's my issue.
And like I said, I'm giving examples. I'm talking about the science. I have not had any even close to giving anybody medical advice. If anybody asks me, what should I do about my knee or my finger or my rheumatoid arthritis, my TBI, I will tell them, go to your doctor. You could, and go to your doctor and even ask them about this. You know what? People ask me about this stuff, and I tell some guy from New York, hey, go see if there's an HBOT place around. Ask your doctor if there's prolotherapy or platelet-rich plasma. Just ask him. I'm not going to make any money, but I'm trying to educate people and trying to help people find that there are options that are lower cost in the overall, that are safer and less intensive, less invasive, and less chance of infection and nerve damage and malpractice.
I think it's wild because what HR was saying is that that insurance companies will look for the lower cost product at all times, and she was insisting that the things that you were talking about were the higher cost product. Yet here you are telling me that it's the lower cost product, and if it is the lower cost product, then the insurance company would absolutely be going for it. But it must be the higher cost product because they won't. Either that or it doesn't work because they won't. So this is where I have a problem with everything that's being said here.
Mojo, can I?
It just reminds me of every chiropractic clinic that I have ever been forced to endure because somebody that I know thought it was the cure-all, be-all.
Chiropractors are quacks.
And for me, and I haven't interjected in that
saying,
at all, I understand a sales pitch when I hear one.
Yeah, but a lot of what you're not hearing is this man is providing a service that customers have paid for and valued.
Sure.
And his product is cheaper because there's not all these hoops and regulations to jump through. Like B said, you have to have a certified person. Well, B, whenever the government replaces insurance in your utopia system, is the government going to have enough of these certified people to do this? Or are you going to have to reduce regulation so that people can get affordable care, which is what this guy provides, and all of you are against him?
No, what the government should do is subsidize medical school, encourage people to go to medical school, become doctors, become certified. If you want to deregulate medicine, I can't even I'm not even going to fight with that, because that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life, and I have heard a lot on this fucking app.
What I didn't say deregulate. I said it's regulated by the customers who believe it's been effective and valuable.
Yeah, the customers don't have licenses either. Are they MDs? Are all the customers that come in able to have this medical knowledge in order to understand that what they're getting sold may or may not work for them?
If this man healed somebody without all the hoops to jump through that you want to install,
oh my God, you're ridiculous.
The FDA approved it.
Wait,
Jeff,
if the preacher in the fucking tent healed somebody by simply touching them, should we regulate that?
Like, again, Jeff, if somebody wants to use his services, they can go ahead and do that. That's fine. That there's no problem with that. But if people who can't afford those services in terms of like just paying something out of pocket, and one of those services is something that is medically useful and necessary, then the hospital will find a way to get them that treatment if it is medically useful and medically necessary for that individual patient. Right? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying a med spa who offers these treatments, right? Who offers them. If somebody wants to go get them, nobody has a problem with that. Go do it.
Yeah, I don't have but it's for people that can afford it. I hate to see people that can't afford this stuff being talked into doing stuff like this simply because of stories like the one he just gave.
Well, let's look at it this way. Do we think vitamins are a helpful thing in society? Do you think that can help you long range?
No.
Really?
No.
So vitamin D, vitamin E, you don't think you need any of those?
In the form of a pill, you piss it out mostly. The reason that...
Hello. Look, vitamin D is something I get prescribed by my doctor, and my insurance company pays for it.
But you pay for that health insurance, correct?
I get it. I have it through an employer. But my insurance pays for my vitamin D3 because I live in fucking New England and I'm melanated. So during I take one vitamin D pill per week because I need that much help with it. Right. So but my doctor, because my levels get that low, my doctor does it for me and I get it through my insurance. I pay like $1 for it.
Okay.
So but if your doctor decides that you actually need a vitamin because you have a deficiency, your insurance will pay for it.
Correct, but you have to pay for that insurance. So where I was going with it is you could go to a med spa and get an IV bar and get vitamin D.
And that would cost me how much?
Probably about, I think I pay for some vitamins like $90.
Yeah, I'm paying $1.
But you're not, because you're paying for your health insurance. I have to pay
for insurance because obviously I have to pay for health insurance because I don't want something to happen and then I have to I can't go to a med spa for fucking chemo, can I? That's why I have health insurance. I don't have health insurance because I have a vitamin D deficiency, dude. I have health insurance because in case something terrible happens or I get into a car accident or some kind of other problem occurs, I can't go to a med spa for chemo or to have them fix my leg if I get into a car crash. That's obviously just like a stupid... You're just being stupid, Derek. Like, you're so dumb.
I'm just making a hypocrisy that you can go to a med spa for things that you need.
Did you just say you're making a hypocrisy?
Yeah, I said could go to a med spa for something I need. I don't want to go to a med spa and sit there with an IV. I have a fucking life.
Wait, I just want to be clear. He said he's making a hypocrisy.
I mean, he does this quite often where he becomes a hypocrite to try and make a point, and it just is a hypocrisy.
It doesn't matter though. I have to go anyway because I have to go do work. I was just taking a break until 5.
Bye, HR. Hope you throw Derek back in the lake.
Hey, HR. Let's hear more from Sammy. She's cool.
She is. Do you have people working at your med spa? You have doctors that work at your med spa?
Yeah, it is.
Or nurse? Is it run by nurse practitioners?
No, it's doctor owned. He's a DO who works at a hospital primarily, and this is the side business / future retirement plan kind of thing. So very, very typical for doctors to do this kind of thing. It's almost cliche. It's so common.
Are you in the South, Danny?
I used to be. Not anymore.
Okay. Do you think med spas, or I was looking into opening one, not by myself, but are they good money?
It really depends. It literally depends. It's more like I think it's good money for one or two. I think that locally, the people I know, somebody who owns 3, that's kind of the limit of the what do you call it? Kind of where 2 doctors, nurse practitioner, limit of their ability. After that, you go from economies of scale to almost diseconomies of scale. You have to hire a regional manager, that kind of stuff. But yeah, so for example, a med spa might bring in 600,000, 800,000 a year. I'm not saying ours, of course, but could bring in even 2 million a year if you're really running it well and advertising well and a good market. But yeah, you're not going to get super rich, but it's a good living and people really respect it and appreciate it. And yeah, our clients really like us. So, I think it's a much more personable way to get that particular type of healthcare in anesthetic care, which I know Mojo hates, but
what specialty is the doctor in that runs the med spa that you have?
He's actually a DO who works in emergency medicine.
So, and you think that this makes him an expert on PRP?
PRP is literally drawing blood.
I know what PRP is, platelet-rich plasma. I know exactly what it is.
Yeah,
what do you guys use it for other than you giving medical advice to someone for a spinal injury?
We don't do that for spinal injuries, number one. That's a completely different thing. So this would be for ankle, nerve, ankle soft tissue, knees, hips, shoulders and elbows and even hands. Platelet-rich plasma, it's basically a way to inject your platelets and also do what we call sort of a
He says he knows.
Okay, I will stop describing it then. And
no, I was just wondering what the specialty that the doctor who runs your Medi Spa is in, and if it relates to this, because PRP is typically only used like in the hospital for things like Sammy was saying, like ortho. So yeah. I was wondering if your emergency medicine friend was in orthopedics at all.
No, we do have other people another surgeon that we're closely associated with their group, getting closer, and he does surgery normally, and outside of that, he does lipo in his clinic and PRP and things like that too. It's how do I say this?
This pains my soul.
I'm sorry to pain. You should get PRP for your soul.
Mine. No, you have a non-specialist. I do want to hear from Sammy, so this will be short. But to B's point, you have someone not specialized in what you're offering.
Tell me which.
It's terrifying.
Tell me one med school that specializes in PRP.
I think I'm good. I don't need PRP. I make my own.
Yeah, tell me one medical school.
Specialty. Specialty is
I'd
what you
like to
mean.
hear from Sammy.
Tell me, yeah, please, because you're making me laugh here.
Any doctor of osteopathic medicine school does, along with every orthopedic surgeon when they're in their residency.
I don't know, Sammy. There's mixed studies on this. Even for ortho, it can work or it can't. That's why the FDA doesn't approve it. It's why insurance doesn't approve it, because it is not guaranteed to work.
I will say this. You did
Neither is surgery.
you did say some misinformation before, and I will correct you on that. You said that some studies show it can work and some studies show it can't work. That is not true. There's no such thing as a study that shows it can't work. What studies do show is that it doesn't work as well or doesn't work well for certain people or certain ailments or treatments and like that. But the science is there. It works. It just doesn't work as well.
Why hasn't it got FDA approval, and why don't insurances cover it? Only very few insurances cover this.
You have to get prior approval from your insurance, and
how hard is it to get that prior approval?
It depends on your doctor. It depends on your insurance company. We avoid that literally because it's such a pain in the ass. And
because it's not FDA approved, which insurance typically doesn't approve things that are not FDA approved. In some cases it will. We saw that insurance kind of made an exception for GLP-1 inhibitors before they officially became FDA approved for weight loss. But besides that, it's because the studies are mixed on this that it's not approved for insurance. Meaning, no, it does not work. There is not science definitively saying it works for a certain condition.
You tell me one surgery that works 100% of the time. Is there any surgery that works 100% of the time?
You sound like a used car salesman at this point. This is ridiculous.
I'm so.
I'll say something.
I'm losing my brain here because I'm butting my head up against the wall of ignorance.
That's wild. You sound like a used car salesman. It's fucking wild.
Well,
you know what you guys sound like? You guys are making a real good case to not rush down to the Walgreens and get a needle stuck in my arm.
Those are FDA approved.
You to do that. Just don't do it.
Yeah, no one does force you to do that, but these things are approved, and they are proven, statistically speaking, that they actually work. So, and they're not being sold to you. There's not somebody out there like hyping them up, saying, "Look at the powertrain on this baby." No, nobody's doing that.
All of you, I agree with you, Jeff. I support that. Right.
Jab salesman at one point.
As a matter of fact, for the shingles vaccine, they told me you better give yourself a weekend because it's going to hurt like hell. That's what they told me when they wanted to give me the fucking shingles vaccine.
Yeah, and I support your right there, Jeff, to not have to go to CVS and get a needle in your arm. You can go to the fucking hospital and get them all at once. There you go.
Yeah, getting up mad at this guy because he's got a sales pitch. Y'all were jab salesmen for a long time there.
What's wrong with education and informed decision making between a patient and their doctor?
I just want to know how much Jeff spent on the C19.
Wait a minute. Dan, do you need a prescription for these therapies from your GP or any other doctor?
Prescription or no, you don't. Pre-approval. Why would you need a prescription?
Well,
again,
because
we're not doing pharmaceuticals.
That's not a medicine.
I have a question.
We're literally helping you avoid pharmaceuticals and invasive.
I have a question. So for your med spa here, do people pay a monthly charge to be like members or something?
No.
No, do you have like holiday get-togethers where you do like potlucks and shit like that with patients or clients?
No. Should we?
No, I'm just asking.
No, we don't.
I think my point was you have a doctor associated with you and your other doctor is an ER doctor and not a specialist in ortho, whether it's a surgeon or not. So my confusion there is if you're offering things to help with joints and you're injecting whatever it is back into my body, without some oversight from a doctor that actually knows what they're doing. Because I could see somebody with doing this before deciding to do knee surgery, or they've already had cortisone shot up. But again, that's under a specialty. And you sound like I could walk in and say my joint is hurting. You tell me for, I don't know, how many thousands of dollars does this surgery typically go to?
I'm sorry, you lost me. A knee surgery, knee replacement surgery, and
No, you're providing basic alternatives to orthopeds, right? To their therapies or their approach, right?
to their surgery, yeah.
Right. And maybe as an alternative to getting a cortisone shot, correct?
Could be. Could be.
Could be, right.
I don't know, because it depends on the treatment, depends on the patient. There's very many variables. Again, I'm not a medical provider.
It's pseudoscience right now. I think under an ortho, to Sammy's point, under an orthopede, if they've tried other therapies and they haven't worked, this might be the last step before surgery. But dude, if I can walk off the street and just get a therapy, quote unquote, done, that's just iffy. Now I see Mojo's point.
I don't understand at all, because again, I've said you go through a doctor is qualified to draw blood and put it in a centrifuge and inject it where you need it. We have an ultrasound machine, actually, that many orthopedic surgeons don't have. It's top of the line, newest quality, and we can actually see the bevel of the needle and which side of a nerve it's on as we inject it. We have probably better than 99% of the orthopedic surgeons around for as far as the newest technology
or pain management. You're gonna say those don't work under a guided shot either? I mean, seriously, this should.
You understand how ultrasound works? I maybe I should back up, because
I do. I don't need to
live imaging.
We're losing people, but dude, I do understand. Most people here probably understand.
I don't think you do, because.
But I do, because
that's not her contention. You're changing it to that, but that's not her contention. Her contention is, can she come off the street, say, owie, owie, my knee hurts, and you give her this without her having to consent to, without her having to go to her orthopedic doctor first?
Of course not. You're a patient. You decide.
Because the doctor that's seeing her is your ER friend.
No,
who does not specialize in ortho, who specializes in emergency medicine.
And he's a DO. He specializes in the full body, system-wide healing. That's what he studied, and he took the same MD board exams as an orthopedic surgeon. I mean, everybody takes the same.
That's not what a DO is.
You want to bet? You want to
dude,
bet?
If anybody can walk
DO
off.
takes actually more education, more studying than an MD. They take the same exams, but DOs actually take extra courses to learn naturopathic.
Go to board certified.
So DO can walk into an emergency room and take the position of a PCP.
No. You have to go to a residency program for that. And again, like I said before, we've had a friend who was a beautician, and she went to a orthopedic surgeon, went through the whole rigmarole and process, went through primary specialist and then extra specialist and multiple visits and MRIs and you name it, all kinds of costs for it. And then she went to the surgery, and she came out with nerve damage and not able to walk without pain. She paid extra for that, and you know what? She chose it, and people are going to choose it. We're fine with that. But here's the thing: we just have.
She didn't go back to talk to her orthopedic surgeon about why she fucking feels pain.
A DO does 200 more.
Did she go back to the orthopedic surgeon and talk about why she felt that pain, or did you tell her, "Let me give you this PRP"?
No. She went.
And it's super weird that you say that they couldn't take it because there's a residency program and stuff. What happens if there's a PCP at like John Hopkins that goes and gets a job as another PCP in California? Like they can obviously do that without going through residency again.
So
once again, can a DO walk in to an emergency room and take the same position as a PCP?
No. You have to be board certified in that specialty.
And that's it. Board certified. There you go.
Yeah, and the American Medical Association has said there are a certain number of treatments that only a board certified person, a doctor, nurse practitioner in that field can do, and all the rest are simple enough that anyone with a MD or a DO can do. Anyone with a nurse practitioner can do these things. You know, you go.
You are.
Wow.
Your practice here and what you're doing for a living and what you're saying right now, you are ITT for higher education.
Sorry. I like I said, we're a small group, but I think
Danny,
ignorance is.
Well, hang on, Danny. You're doing a perfect job of showing them exactly what they already have and want. The collective has decided. The AMA physically restricts the number of doctors that hit the market every year. They put the cap on the number. The number hasn't been changed since the early 90s. You're telling me that there hasn't been more demand that we need more doctors? Just heard you guys say that you need more doctors. But the AMA, which is the collective, which is no different than any socialist system, they're going to get together, the collective is, because you can't have 350 million people vote for doctors. So you're going to have a board. And that board is going to be the same bureaucrats that you fucking have now, and they're going to decide something. And guess what? You might not like it. They might decide that Danny's fucking dude is a doctor, and you're going to say, "Well, no, I don't think that is." But the AMA, the collective, already decided it was.
Wait, hold on. The AMA does not cap the number of doctors. You're lying.
No, they do.
What you're talking about is Medicaid. Medicaid caps the number of doctors that they will pay money to.
Yeah, residency is restricted.
So this has nothing to do with anything that Mojo has said. It's not the system we want. We obviously do not want systems that limit the number of physicians that we could have, and we do not want a profit motive behind that.
But the collective decided that. You don't get to decide that.
The collective did not decide that. The fucking insurance.
Yeah, you're making something up. Nobody decided anything, dude.
Fucking Congress, dude.
No, you want to be beholden to the collective. I want free market choice. I want Danny's dude to be available to me. I want to be able to go buy from him.
Then
you guys want the AMA to restrict him and not even allow his business to exist.
Let me guess. You say that the public sector obviously isn't doing a good job because you limited the funding to the public sector. That way you can turn around and say the private sector has better quality, so you can privatize the entire sector and fuck everybody because now everybody has to pay for it out of pocket. Did I catch that right?
By transferring it all to the public sector, you're saying, well, what corruption does exist, everybody's just going to have to fucking eat it. So the 1,500% markup on saline solution to Medicare and Medicaid that stands right now, today, you're okay with, as long as there's no profit incentive.
I'm obviously not okay.
Hang on.
I'm obviously not okay with, because that's from a private company for a profit.
All of the products that are in a hospital, all of them, the saline, the gauze, unless you were willing to nationalize all of those companies that provide the very products for the hospital,
obviously
then
not.
Guess what? You'll never get rid of a profit market. So unless you
Obviously
want to
not.
nationalize
You
literally
advocate
every
for a
fucking
free
labor
market,
industry
then
in
why don't you
America,
actually advocate for a free market? If you have collective bargaining with the government, you're going to have all of these different companies start popping up to supply that demand. Because you know the government's always going to fucking be good for the money. They aren't going to fucking shaft you or otherwise keep money out of your pocket that they rightfully owe you. So the gauze or the saline being 1,700%, somebody else is going to enter that market in order to capture that profit. They'll undercut that particular company that's doing that.
but they're not.
In your
They're not by
current
law
system,
required to take the
in
cheapest
your
product,
current
Robot.
system, the privatization, you are allowing that current saline provider to be a monopoly in order
Right,
to
because your system
absolutely
today wouldn't pick
ravage
it.
the market.
No, Your system today doesn't even pick it. Even today with contracts from the government, even the ones that they bid out, they are not required to take the lowest bid. Because then we're going to come down to a question of quality. Okay, well then by law, you say the government should have to take the lowest bid. Fine, I'm going to fucking make shit gauze and sell it to the government at the lowest fucking bid. So again, we're going to come back to some quality, some fucking thing, some variable that the government's going to fucking dictate, some regulation that they're going to fucking go by. And guess what? You know what's going to happen? Is old boy, who's boys with the regulator maker, he's going to be like, man, dude, if you write it this way, guess what? We're still going to have a little bit of corruption because you guys say that people are so fucking corrupt that you can't trust them. Yet if we give them more power, somehow they won't be corrupt. Let's give the government all of the power over medical and somehow it won't be corrupt.
You just keep on talking. All you literally did was bitch about crony capitalism and apply it to every fucking thing else, which is obviously a fallacy.
No, you want all of that capture to lie in one space.
No, you bitched about the corruption that exists now in crony capitalism and tried to apply it to everything else.
Right. I don't want the government in healthcare, so therefore it would be all free market. Therefore, you would only have health insurance like you have car insurance, in which you'd only need health insurance if you got the big C or if you got in a massive car accident. You wouldn't use health insurance to go get your fucking blood checked. You wouldn't use health insurance to go get your fucking arm reset if it was just broken. It should cost $40 fucking dollars. No, I don't believe the government should be involved anywhere in the medical field. Nowhere.
See, you're once again using privatization to say we need more privatization and then bitching about that privatization and the crony capitalism within it.
No, because there would be free market, because then I could choose.
Once again, you don't get that free market now because the saline solution you just brought up, they're charging 17,000% more because they have cornered and monopolized the market in your free market.
Yep, because they have a guaranteed demand, which is Medicare and Medicaid.
Pretty wild.
Go ahead, Mojo.
You know, the guaranteed demand by the federal government would be 330 million people approximately. That'd be the guaranteed demand that you're talking about.
Yeah, but what you can't guarantee is how much healthcare I'm going to need.
That would give the 330 million people that are utilizing the government to provide insurance or payment for their medical services a hell of a lot of fucking power over that fucking market.
You don't know how much health insurance I'm going to need over my life. You don't get to decide for me this number of how much health insurance I should get.
But the government does get a hell of a good price because
no, they don't. Single person, they get shafted in everything.
Because every single person in the United States of America that needs healthcare services would go through the government, which means those healthcare services, that provider that you're talking about that provides that fucking saline doesn't exist if they don't take the contract with the government. That gives us a hell of a lot of power to decide what that price is.
Really? That's why they're marking up, fucking, how much was that percentage that you said earlier?
What did I just say?
Right? You're just allowing that. You act like that's not going to happen.
What did I just say?
It's fucking wild.
What did I just say?
But you said we have collective bargaining power as the government. Why are we negotiating better prices?
Because we don't have 330 million people on Medicare.
Oh my! So more people on Medicare, and somehow it'll be not corrupt.
Yes.
Oh my fucking god!
Yes.
Oh, you fucking people! I love
it.
Well,
once again, you're using the privatized system to argue for privatization.
Once again. If everybody in the country, every consumer that exists in a marketplace is under one fucking umbrella, then that umbrella has all of the power to control all of the prices.
Yeah, so you want government price caps on everything. You think the government should price everything.
I want the government to work with whatever company is going to be providing this to make sure that they get the lowest price possible, yes.
But you wouldn't get the lowest price possible.
But you would, because that company doesn't exist unless they take the contract.
So it'll be a government business then.
I just said single payer healthcare system. That means all the insurance will go through the government, and the government will set the prices.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. So now, since there's no other healthcare options you don't want people to have access to other options. You want Kennedy to decide the only things that hang on. No, that's exactly what you said.
I don't care.
You said the collective will decide what health insurance is going to pay for.
I don't care, Steele. I don't care if Danny runs their beautician.
So you want government
salon.
health insurance to be acceptable there then?
No, I don't.
Then you admit government will pick and choose what health care you get.
Consider that is not health care.
He does, and a lot of people who go to him do, and maybe the collective does.
Doesn't matter. He's not an MD. He's not an MD. He's not a DO.
The person he works for is.
No, the person he works with is.
Then they can pay for his services. I don't consider him a doctor, nor does anybody else, or a healthcare provider, nor does the vast majority of the people in the country. There it is. So
you want the government to determine what is and isn't healthcare. Thank you.
They do that now.
No, you want professionals
they
too.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you want more of that. You want more of that. You think more of that's going to make the prices go down somehow.
They do it now. They do it now. And yes, if there's only one provider, and that provider has no profit motive, the prices will go down.
The amount of overhead that providers have to pay in order to work with insurance companies, I would say the average clinic or health hospitals are looking at between 2 and probably 8 administrators just to deal with insurance companies. And that's on the provider side. Then the insurance companies have people that try and negotiate lower reimbursement rates even after the fact. This is after the negotiated rates. And so they go back and forth 3, 4, 5 times for every surgery, for example. And finally, 6 months later, you get sent an extra bill that you weren't expecting too. You thought it all paid off. It wasn't, because they keep negotiating and trying, both sides trying to get more money, a few pennies extra. So all of that extra money just in the negotiations is adding billions to our healthcare industry costs.
And then to us.
Yeah, and we pay for it. We pay for every single thing in the end. What Mojo is saying is economies of scale. If you've only got one insurance company, call it Medicare, call it ABC, call it McDonald's Care. It doesn't matter. It's going to be cheaper because just in the administrative overhead side of it. That's what it's.
And you've eliminated the for-profit of insurance companies that have to pay for the CEOs and the sponsorships. And I don't think you realize for-profit insurance companies and how much they add to our cost.
Well, removing profit from the payer doesn't remove profit from drugs, devices, hospitals, labor, construction, or supplies. Again, unless you're willing to remove profit from all of the rest of the things that touch healthcare, then you are never going to get rid of profit around healthcare. I'm sorry. Reality exists.
How is everyone able to do it? How is every single first world nation?
They don't.
Every single
run
one,
massive deficits.
Even though, okay, China can do it, so can Russia. These are large nations, and they're able to do socialized medicine. So,
are you guys doing single payer though? Single payer has profit. Yeah, single payer
I didn't hear what you said. Yeah, I wasn't talking about single payer. I was talking about socialized medicine, like completely socialized medicine.
Oh. Okay, well, you guys think that's viable?
I think
right
that
now?
a step in the right direction would be simply to take over the insurance companies and allow the other providers to remain for-profit agencies. I'm okay with that for now. I think in the future we should move toward a completely socialized system, but as of right now, this is this direction that we should head in.
Oh, okay.
I don't think Danny, by the way, I think you absolutely have the right to run your spa any way you choose. It doesn't bother me at all. I just don't want my taxpayer dollars going to it. So, and I think you should exist. I think there are people that like your services, and I think you should be able to have those services for people to offer to people. I just don't want my tax dollars paying for it.
I got it. No worries, man.
Well, Danny likes that too, right, Danny? Because if Medicare and Medicaid got involved, there is no negotiating with them. They simply say, "Hey, this is what we'll pay you." Right, and so you're able to charge the price that you want, just being like this entirely, out of pocket system. So, I mean, it works for you.
Up
And I
until
don't
it's time
downplay
to
anything else that med
nationalize
spas
your
do.
industry.
Med spas are pretty awesome, especially like laser hair removal, lasers on your face, all this good stuff that they provide aesthetically. I think they're very helpful, make people feel happy about themselves.
Aesthetics. That's top
I love it.
tier.
I love having like
Top tier philosophy.
Well, I like having the ability to like research things really quick. So, Switzerland has universal coverage through private insurance. Germany has universal coverage through private insurance. Single payer doesn't remove the basic insurers. Canada is single payer, but there's still private insurance for
China. She said China.
Yeah, okay, I'm getting there. Hang on, that's the next one. China has basic health insurance and a mixed provider system, private healthcare. Russia abandoned its socialist model and now has a mandatory healthcare.
Yeah, all these
like,
systems have
really
profit.
say like it's good? Like
Yeah, all these systems have profit. That's sort of like what I was responding to. So
No,
to say
those
like
two
that they're going to get rid of profits.
No, those two systems have not had profit.
Which system?
Historically speaking,
You know,
China and Russia.
No, China has profit in their healthcare.
NHS is pretty close to like complete socialized medicine. There is private in the industry, but it's pretty close.
NHS? Sorry, what is that? Is that
UK?
UK? Well, they're collapsing.
Because
like
of the
what I hear.
conservatives. Nope. It
Wait,
was
what?
underfunded.
Oh, okay, so at least you acknowledge this.
No, they're pulling funding from it, and the UK for quite a long time had not had so many people in office that were abdicating to just privatize the insurance companies. Now they're having a whole bunch, and their funding is getting cut.
No, it's not. It's not just funding, right? Sure, I can.
It is absolutely just funding.
Okay,
That's
all
what
right.
runs
Just
the
cut me
hospital.
off, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Everything in the hospital you have
no
to
problem.
pay for. There's not one thing in the hospital that comes for free.
I understood you the first time, like your position on that. I'm saying that it's not just funding. I can sort of acknowledge that, but they are having like a resource squeeze outside of that. I mean,
Why are they having a resource squeeze? Because of the funding.
No. You think that dollars? Okay, my bad. I didn't know that dollars just like poof people
They don't
into
use
existence.
dollars, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You mean they're pounds because they're not using the money that they have reserved for this specific service dedicated to that service. They're playing a numbers game.
My bad. Does the sterling pound, does that like materialize
It
like
comes
resources?
from tax. It comes from tax dollars and corporations.
All right,
just
this
like
is
ours
just not
would.
hitting home, I guess.
If you underfund something, guess what? It's going to go into debt. Correct?
Well, no, I guess you could fund something and still fund it by debt.
This is what
you guys have been
conservatives do.
pedantic.
This is what conservatives do.
Well, yeah.
I'm trying not to be pedantic.
This is what conservatives. Stop. This is what conservatives do. They tell you that the government is fucked, and then when they get in power, they fuck the government, and then say, "See, look, it was fucked in the first place."
Well, they do have a resource squeeze.
What she said is they needed more funding. They didn't have enough funds. So the only way to do that is to go to the people and say, hey, we need to tax you more. The collective obviously thought that wasn't a good idea because they're apparently paying enough taxes, they feel. Otherwise, they would have gladly paid more if it was simply a funding issue, right? It has nothing to do with rampant corruption and their money not going to the right place, and they feel like they paid enough money, but the money's just being spent in places they really don't want it. So instead, they decided to cut the services because, like you said, reality, everything in a hospital actually costs money from somebody. It just doesn't shit itself out of thin air.
Well, prior to
the resource squeeze is probably because everyone's feeling this all.
Like I say, this is what they do every single time. They cut funding to public services and say, hey,
you're just saying the same thing Mojo
on
did.
Public services, we can do it better on the private side. And then as they go along cutting public services, they keep saying, look, see, the public services fucking suck because there's no funding. And then, I mean, obviously, it all goes privatized.
That's exactly what Mojo just said.
I said 3 fucking times too easy.
But what's the point of being redundant?
I'll offer
because y'all keep
that's also
right
the government. They're just like littered with redundancy. Case in point.
Yeah, the case in point is you just
case
keep
in
going
point
back
is
to
you.
it.
No,
Is
you.
you.
You just said
It's
I said it
you.
3 times, and then
You
you
guys are
repeated
both
I
it.
had
That's
to
repeating
say
four.
it
yourself
three
over and
times
over right
because
now.
y'all been like this fucking multiple times.
But it just goes to show exactly what you're
No,
talking
no,
about. No,
I
hang
was
on.
gonna say something. Steele,
Oh,
please. They were going back and forth having their
Please don't
manly
say the
men
same
talk.
thing.
And I'm not going to. There are multiple reasons. The biggest one is what Robot and Mojo are talking about, but the second biggest one is why hospitals around the world are experiencing this squeeze right now. And it's that the boomer generation, which is the second biggest generation ever in history, is coming into their aging years, meaning more boomers are going to the hospital, meaning resources are getting squeezed because we have a huge population now entering into years when they need more testing, they need more preventative medicine, they need more treatments for the various aging diseases that people get. And that is just sort of inevitable unless a country would try to address that issue by hiring more people or by like making this massive training campaign or medical campaign for people to become certified in whatever field that they need. But that hasn't happened anywhere. They just knew that this aging population was going to come into their sickest years and did nothing to try to mitigate that.
but if you had a flood of doctors into the
What are you
field,
talking about? The UK did tons of stuff. They instituted their universal crap system. And prior to cutting
It wasn't
funding,
enough.
they had these issues. Look, don't get
No,
triggered. All right, look,
it wasn't
I'll
enough.
just tailor my conversation so you don't get triggered. Look, they
I
planned
was
for
triggered.
this. Yeah, well, it seems like it because you won't let me finish before
But
you
they
like start off.
didn't. They
Well,
didn't
clearly
plan
they
for it.
did. They
That's
did
the whole
universal
point.
healthcare would
So
be
is it good or is it bad?
okay. Okay, listen. They planned for it, and this is the
And
central
didn't fund for it.
problem with central planning. You guys can't plan for shit because there's no mechanism to know if you're being efficient or not. You'll just
What is
repeat the same
Medicare?
thing 4 times because there
How
is
does
no. All right. Anyway, go
how
ahead.
does Medicare work then? You tell me.
What do you mean broadly? This is such a freaking non sequitur to
It's
everything.
not a non sequitur. It's kind of publicly funded healthcare, is it not?
Again, non sequitur to what the hell the issue was. Oh,
you mean
how
the
is this
boom?
related to the
You're
topic we were
talking
just talking
about
about?
funding,
Well,
right?
you mean the
No,
boomers set up a
no.
program in which the future would
The
have to
fuck?
pay for their inability or desire to save their own fucking money, so that way they'd be able to pay, or maybe because they don't want to dip into their retirement to pay for their life choices that they spent, their life making. Definitely, it's definitely not that thing.
He's very angry. Or maybe that's just his normal. Is that you just like how you are normally, Steele? It was a bad one. It wasn't even good. It wasn't even funny.
That was pretty
We're the
decent.
richest, so
Yeah, it was
somehow
decent.
we have billions and billions and billions of dollars to start a war that no one wanted. We can fund that, but we can't fund healthcare. We're supposed to be the richest country in the world, and people can't get basic medical care. Never mind if you come down with cancer. I don't
Do
know
have
if you
basic Medicare.
realize if
They
you get
literally have basic medical care. I just took
in
my,
the ER.
yeah, I just went to a
Yep.
hospital, right? All right. And literally the first thing on the thing, the front counter, it states if you are at 100 to 500% FPL, this will be covered. You will pay 0%. They need to
Where are
verify
you?
income. I'm in Texas. Good old Texas.
You're on.
Red state,
You're on Medicare.
Fuck no. I'm not paying that. I'm just saying this is what was on the sign. That's
Oh
for
yeah.
everybody. What? Like
For what?
100
Is
to
this private healthcare?
500%.
Is this Medicare?
This is
Is this
private.
healthcare?
I only go to private healthcare. Yes, this was a
Okay.
hospital.
Through
One
your
of the
job?
biggest hospitals.
Through your job?
No, this is a hospital that's open to the public. What is wrong with you?
Is it a publicly funded hospital? How hard
Uh,
is that to understand?
I'm not
you
too
have
sure.
Medicare?
I don't. It's definitely not. I don't think it's so. It's not. It's like the biggest hospital system.
You don't know if you have private, or are you so young that you're under 26 then, right? Are you on your parents' insurance?
I'm over 26.
You don't know whether you have private healthcare insurance or public healthcare insurance. Are you kidding me right now?
That's not what you asked me. You said, was the hospital publicly funded? And I have private
I
healthcare.
asked you before that, do you have private healthcare insurance? Do you have public healthcare insurance? You said no to both.
No, I don't think I answered you in the affirmative. Private healthcare, I have this.
Okay. And I asked you, did you get it through your job?
Well, yeah. But regardless of this, okay, like I said, post it in the front. If you do not have insurance and you meet 100 to 500% of FPL, they will cover it entirely. Which is ridiculous. Like, what? You don't even have to have Medicaid.
Okay. Who
Okay,
cares?
what? So they have basic health care here.
Okay,
Are you, like,
and that's
not
publicly
tracking?
funded. That's fucking publicly funded. You think that money
No, it's
came out of the
not.
sky?
Okay, not necessarily that it's publicly funded.
What hospital is it? Let me look it up right now.
I mean, they just write it off. I mean,
I don't
isn't that what
dox
you want the
myself.
government-
But
Well,
I'm
isn't
in
that what they want
Texas.
the government to
Run
do?
along, B.
They want the
Fund
government to just write
the
it
hospital.
off. Like the government can take a loss, right? Because you guys don't want the government to make money. So I mean, it's completely fine for the government to take a loss. So I mean,
Yes,
arguably,
I would
you
want the
don't
government to
even
cover
need-
somebody's health care. If there was a huge medical expense, exactly like what Easy said, that's what I'm abdicating for. I don't understand the problem with it. I don't understand.
It already is a thing.
Yeah, it's already a thing that it's government funded.
It's not. There's no government dollars there.
How is there no government dollars from a hospital that says something costs a certain amount and we will cover it? You think
It's
that's
that
not
we will.
government funded?
It doesn't say that we will cover it. Okay, it's just that you won't be responsible for a bill. Now, this could be all right. Now, it could have some sort of like I don't know, system of reimbursal, or it could be, and this is the case too, that a lot of hospitals just write it off. It's both.
Which ends up being government funded.
No, if it's written off, it just goes away. Cost of doing
No, that's not how that
whatever.
works. Are you okay?
Okay. It's
Are
an
you okay?
No, that's what the government does every day.
Okay,
You're having
are
a
you
really
talking
hard
about like in
time admitting
taxes?
that this is just
Are you
government
talking about like
funding.
taxes and bookkeeping? It
Yeah,
doesn't just go
tax
away.
covers
Sure.
government funding.
Government
Sure.
prints more money. There you go. Government print
Like
more
what?
money. It's all good, right?
That's not how it goes.
That's not how
government
it works.
funded
No,
means they
people on this
probably
panel
did-
tell me all the fucking time that money printing is fucking absolutely acceptable. So if that's all we need, we just print a little bit of money for the church.
That's
they
not
just
what
write it off.
happens.
Yeah,
it is a tax
no.
cut. That's not
Yeah,
what
we-
happens. You're
we
making
just-
something up. That doesn't happen.
By Steele's own admission, we should just stop producing fucking everything. There should be no more creation of assets. That way we no longer have to print money. And then we would satisfy Steele's like
Where did you even
desire
get that?
to
Where
have
did you even
inflation
get that?
stop.
This is like witchcraft.
That one
I know. It's fucking
What the fuck are
crazy.
you guys even talking
No,
about?
you don't even know where you got that
This is
from what he
fucking
said.
witchcraft. The money just magically disappears. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
The money just magically
okay?
disappears. What?
That's exactly what you said.
He said that he would no longer want new money to be created in the supply. And maybe somebody could say that from like the government aspect, that they wouldn't like new money to be printed, and you'd still have it like in the private sector or whatever. But
Right.
I mean, this is not a big
cool.
deal.
Well, and that's just where the crux is. Like, I would
in
totally,
the
I think it's a skill
okay,
issue
in
for
the-
you. I think
in
it's
the
a
sense of
skill
a
issue
balance-
for you.
Listen,
Hang on,
in
I
the
would be
sense of
fine
a
with our
balanced
universal-
budget,
well,
they
I'd be
still
fine with
may
our
be
universal-
printing to cover like some months or whatever. But I
That
mean,
is
broadly
not what
speaking, if you have a
happens
balanced
here.
budget, then
Well,
there really isn't a need.
Let's change the conversation.
No, that's not what happens here. If you're saying the hospital waives certain amount of bill, like a large bill, the hospital will quote unquote
Certain
waive
hospitals
it,
do that,
and it'll
yes.
just and then the government, in response to this tiny little hospital, will print more money.
One
Are
of
you
the biggest
fucking
hospital-
kidding me?
Nobody
what kind
said
of fucking
print more.
witchcraft is this?
Wait, what?
Okay, B, let me meet middle ground with you. Hang on,
That
B.
wasn't coherent at all.
Okay, B.
Yeah, I
I'm okay with
agree. I'm just
universal
repeating
healthcare.
what
No,
Steele
what
said.
you said. What you said, and you did not repeat what he said. You did not steal man's
Well, I can
steal.
repeat what you said. You said it just goes away.
Okay. What
Hang on,
goes
wait.
away?
Which is even more magic and
Hang on.
I don't know, witchcraft happening.
Okay, so listen.
Hey, let me get in here real quick, and I gotta
go
drop.
ahead.
I'm gonna drop. So B, I'll give you universal health care if you can't tax me through hidden artificial currency creation. So like currency can be created naturally, through, production. I'm totally fine with that. What the government can't do is print more money to fill a fiscal deficit. That if your universal program runs a deficit, you have to come to the people and you have to say, we need to tax you more. Percent agree to your universal health care.
Let's just agree to balkanize deal. We already had that agreement a couple days.
Oh, see, they don't want to because
I like that one.
know their shit will not be fiscally.
No, I'll agree to that if you want to, but I would like to agree to
Wait a
balkanization better.
Wait a second. I just want to say this, Steele. We can agree to that if you can agree to make sure that all tax cuts for the wealthy will not add $1 to the deficit since W. If you can guarantee that, we can guarantee this.
I completely want to get rid of tax cuts in any way, shape, or form. 1,000%. You should not have a single reason to be taxed less than somebody else because it's a subjective reason, it's a bullshit reason, and it's apparently been a very corrupt reason.
That necessarily entails whoever said that the steel would not have a progressive system at all, right? Like a flat tax, head tax.
Yeah, I do
so
like
it. So if you think like you're doing anything
on
here,
imports and exports, if you did like a 10% tariff on imports and exports, period, flat across the board. I don't care what your product is. I don't give a shit where your product's going. I don't give a fuck what country it's coming from, where it's going, any of that bit. So that way our trade in our country can't be used as a cudgel from one country to another overseas, which it has been used as historically since we've been doing our funky shit. You could absolutely fund the government that is proper and necessary to this country with 10% excise tax for imports and exports. No problem.
oh, B, what kind of balkanization are you pushing for? Yugoslavic, NL territory, whatever that looks like.
I don't know. Make it legal. Let's make it legal and pass it through Congress. Because if it weren't that way, that would be considered illegal. So I want to make it legal and pass it through Congress.
Well,
Call
it wouldn't be
congressman and ask
that
for
would
it.
that would be illegal as well. You would have to do a change.
No, not
in the
according. I believe
amendments.
it's
You have to change the
you have to-
Constitution.
yeah. Yeah, for sure. Then you ask
For
your local
universal health care?
congressman to make an amendment.
Seriously, do we need a constitutional amendment for universal health care? Did we need one for
No, for
Medicare and
balkanization.
Medicaid?
Oh, you are so
No,
lost.
for balkanization, fee to balkanize.
I've got to drop. We're
A
getting a
velvet
really
divorce.
bad storm. And Verizon is never great when it rains like this. So thank you. See you later.
Bye. Stay safe.
We're fine.
B thinks that the blue states, which she will side with, their GDP definitely isn't inflated by the printing. She thinks that she would side with the states that are more productive because she thinks because their GDP is higher, that's definitely a good metric of production in a state. Which is funny because all of the states that are actually producing
I've never said that to you.
are moving back to
I've never
real
said
money.
that to you.
That's
ever.
fucking hysterical. I love it. Yeah, you can have all the shitty
I've never said
GDP
that to
high
you
states.
ever.
You can have all of them.
Steele, I've never said that to you ever. I've never said that to you ever.
Yeah, but you guys have been
All I
doing
said
nothing
was
but
let's
straw
simply
manning.
balkanize. You can let us starve. Let's just simply balkanize. That's all I said.
Okay, yeah, sure. And like you can have better Verizon service if you nationalize Verizon. If you nationalize AT&T. If you nationalize everything that you do, it's going to be amazing. More government, right? The answer
I
to
don't care about that. I said
a program
balkanize. I
failing
said less
is that there
government. I
wasn't
said
enough funding.
balkanize. Are you not listening?
Okay, look, you're not serious about balkanization. This is just you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Absolutely. The first time I talked to Mojo on this app, he asked me, what is your idea of a revolution here in the United States? Because I am a Marxist. I said, my idea of a revolution would be a velvet revolution. I would want it to be peaceful. I'd want it to be passed through Congress, and I'd want the United States to balkanize.
That's just being naive. You know that there's going to be antagonist forces against like balkanization, even if it is like what the people desire. You just have a propaganda campaign if you want to do it like through velvet means, whatever that means.
We already have a propaganda campaign. I live in California. I hear
Exactly.
people
Now
all
you're
over the
getting it.
United States. I hear people all over the United States saying that they want to nuke this state. So why don't you just nuke us out of the United States and we can be even?
Okay, so B,
Like,
let
people
me
don't like us here
really
already, so
quickly,
let's capitalize off that and let us balkanize.
really quickly. I'll try to do this. Look, all right. You do believe, if you're not like kidding, balkanization is like the rational thing to do, right? You believe this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
So like,
imagine if Colorado?
then
Hang on. Can you imagine if Colorado got to charge California for that water? Oh my God! California
Yeah,
would be
I don't
in
care.
drought in a
I don't
fucking
care. I
6
don't want to
months.
be near you guys anymore. The rest of the United States fucking sucks except for the East Coast and Colorado and the West Coast.
There
That's
you go.
it. I don't
There you
want to
go,
be
Mojo.
around
There's
any
where your
more
tax
rednecks.
money.
I don't want to be around people in fucking Michigan, in fucking
this is going away
Missouri,
from the point I was
deciding what
making.
people do in
Sorry.
Well,
California
B,
with abortions. I don't want to be a part of this federal government anymore. So I don't care if we starve to death to be away from you or die of thirst to be away from you. I want to be away from you guys.
okay.
Most
Look,
Californians do.
I understand that. All right. I understand that. So look, most Californians want to do this. All right. I don't know
No,
if that's the
I
case
think
because
they
then they
just
would have.
don't like where America is right now. But I would say that I am definitely the minority. Nobody, there's
Okay.
few
Yeah.
people. There's like an
I'd
organization
agree
called
with that.
Cal
Okay.
Exit,
B.
but
I'd agree
it's
with
not like
that.
huge.
I would agree with that. However, like clearly you hold the position that you do about balkanization because it is the better option, at least in your worldview, and it's probably pretty clear. It's rational. If that's the case, right, then why aren't they already balkanized? So then, I mean, it would, the next thing is to just like recognize that anytime you try to do whatever you want, like the people want to actualize rationality, they want to actualize their will, you know who's there to prevent it? It's going to be the opposition, the people that are necessarily losing from you gaining, right? From you actualizing your will. That would be the proper Marxist take, but you're just a Balkan warrior that doesn't understand your own ideology. And it's also naive of you to not recognize this.
I don't know who the fuck you're talking to right now.
I'm
You
talking
don't
to
think that I've
you. You're
already
pretty
thought about all of
naive.
this?
Well, then
Yeah,
you wouldn't
I gave
be.
you a 2-second clip of what. Can you stop interrupting, Easy? It's really annoying. Easy, can you stop
I learned from you.
interrupting? It's really annoying.
He's
I gave you a 2-second clip of what I thought of it. I didn't give you anything else other than a 2-second clip, and you're making your judgments off that. If you're that small brain, then you can be that small brain and think that. I really don't give a shit.
he's basically making the logical fallacy of telling you what you believe. B.
I agree.
I told her what she believes. I told her she was naive.
No, you also told her
Yeah.
that what she believed in what balkanization means isn't correct. Yet you
She
haven't
just
proven
said
any
that
of
she
that.
would want to leave entirely, have nothing to do with you. She responded to Steele saying, I don't care if Colorado charges money and we die as a result. I mean, it's like, okay, I think I've
I
taken
understood all
enough
that.
and we understand balkanization enough to know that,
No, you
yeah,
haven't
I
proven
can.
what you said it means is what it means.
What did I say that balkanization means, by the way, bro?
You just explained it like 10 seconds ago.
Can you steel man that?
Why would I need to stillman it?
Because I didn't say what balkanization was. You clown.
Then why did you tell
Just
B
go
that
back
she
to
was wrong
repeating
about
Mojo.
balkanization?
Just go back to repeating Mojo.
Why did you tell
You're
B
not
that
good
she
at
was
this.
wrong
You're
about what
not good at
balkanization
this.
was?
You're
Why'd you tell
not
her
good
what
at
she
this.
was wrong about her own ideology and communism?
I actually said she was wrong about Marxism, not balkanization.
Okay, then I'm gonna need some proof from this.
You're
How
just
was she
stupid.
wrong?
Well,
And that's all you got is
I laid out the
somebody's just
argument.
stupid?
Can you steel man the argument?
Why would I need to?
Because you didn't catch the argument. You just told me to repeat the argument.
No, I
right?
understood it.
Okay,
No, I
what was the
understood it. I
argument?
never said that
Yeah,
you
what
need
was
to
the
repeat
argument?
it. I said you need to
Yeah,
prove
what was
it.
the argument? Steel man it.
Can you prove it?
What was it?
Can you prove that she's wrong about communism?
That she's wrong about it?
Yeah.
I said that she's wrong about it?
Yeah, you did multiple times in those words.
Wrong in what?
You said she was wrong about her view of communism, and then you turn around and say she's wrong about her view of Marxism. to me.
Actually, I
which
didn't
is
say
weird.
that she was wrong.
And then you said that
This is why this is so
she's just a
interesting.
Vulcan warrior.
You misquoted me
and you
like
didn't
4
even
times already.
describe it at all.
Listen. You could roll the tape back. I said that she misunderstands. Like when you say
Yeah, you're
that I
saying
said
she's wrong.
when you said that I defined balkanization, all of this is wrong.
See,
So
now
you
you're doing it again.
demonstrated
You're saying
that
that
you're just
everybody's
bullshit,
wrong, but I'm
bro.
going to
You're
need you to
making
prove
up
it.
shit. Look, you're white
Then prove
knighting
me
and you're
wrong.
bad at it. You're
Then
very
prove me
bad at
wrong.
it.
If you're
Listen,
going
you're
to be good at
very
this, you're going
bad
to have to
at
prove your
white knighting.
position.
Listen.
I'm not white knighting anything. You're telling me
So
I'm
you've
wrong now,
lied
and
multiple
you can't
times,
prove
dude.
anything.
Prove what?
You're
You've
telling
lied
me I
multiple
am wrong
times.
at this current moment, and you haven't proved anything. You're
No, I
only
said that you
flapping your
lied.
gums, and you haven't
Oh,
given us any
I said that you
facts.
lied. I didn't say that you're wrong. I said that you lied.
How did I lie? Can you prove it?
Yeah, clearly.
Then prove it.
Well, it's clear.
Prove it.
Well, it's clear.
It's clear that you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You can't prove any
It's
part of
clear
this.
that you lied. Yeah, it's clear that you lied.
Then prove that I lied.
You also conceded multiple times with it.
I didn't concede to anything. You
Yeah,
haven't
you're
proven
like
anything.
you defined balkanization. Then when we went through that,
You can't
where I
define
did not
balkanization. You haven't tried yet.
Oh, I know I didn't, but you claimed that I did.
I'm so confused. What are you talking?
So Easy just keeps doing the logical fallacies and running on the carousel of logical fallacies. He can't prove anything. This is all in his head, and here we are. This is what it looks like to view into the mind of a madman. It is. It is very
Listen,
low tier.
Brobot, I know. Listen. I know that I didn't define it as you just stated. I don't know why you claim that I did.
It's
5
still a
minutes ago.
semantic argument. You have said that she is wrong multiple times across her
You're
ideology.
just
Can you
fumbling
prove it?
over yourself.
Can you
You're
prove
just
it? Can you prove it?
Mojo, reset your gift goals.
Mojo is no longer.
Where is he?
He's at a med spa
I
getting
don't
lit.
know.
Yeah, he's back now.
Reset your gift goals, friend.
He had to go to the gas station.
Are you guys arguing about the definition of balkanization with a B as in boy?
No.
He said that B's ideology was wrong, and she was wrong about her own ideology. It's not a straw man. This is literally what you said. Even B agreed with me.
You literally said that. All right. I tried to define balkanization, right? And then
No, you
just
attempted to
stated
tell B that she
you
was wrong.
didn't in the definition of balkanization, right?
You're trying to see semantically on something else that was said, and I am telling you,
This
you
is
have said
exactly
multiple
what was
times
said.
that B was incorrect about her own ideology. You have not proven this to me that she is wrong about her own ideology.
Well, the Civil War is clearly a demonstration that that ideology won't work or hasn't worked. It would never be allowed. You can't just vote your way out of. No, you just can't vote your way out of the Union. That was pretty clear. The South tried to vote their way out of the Union. I mean, that was really fucking clear. So the idea that the states today could just vote themselves away from the federal government, it's fucking laughable. Like, the moment they even attempted to, like, use that in any authority of power, the federal government would do exactly what people seem to think is acceptable of the collective, which is stamp out that rebellion with just ridiculously undignified means. I mean, up to and including slaughtering entire cities. So, to think that you could vote your way into a balkanization, I mean, that's kind of funny.
Could you stop paying taxes, maybe? Doing some things like that,
It
particular
doesn't matter.
states?
Well, yeah, go for it. They'll just continue to print the medium of exchange, which is your dollar. So the very fucking dollar in your hand is going to become worth less and less and less. So go ahead, don't pay taxes. It doesn't mean shit. They'll just take the value of it continually. It doesn't matter if you pay taxes.
What about the states?
Don't you want the same thing still?
Yeah, but at least I'm not fucking blind to think that I'm going to do it through some fucking velvet bullshit. I realize that people are going to allow this to get
We're on a
fucking
recorded
horrible.
app.
No, oh yeah.
We're on a recorded app. Of course, I'm gonna say what we have to say on a recorded app. Like, what is wrong with you? They made fucking whole entire data centers for that.
I want to know what color your file is. I want to know if it's the same as mine.
B, you talk very intelligent. What do you do for work?
I
Okay, what kind of medicine?
Emergency medicine. I did emergency medicine for almost 15 years.
Are you a nurse?
W emergency medicine. I need you people. I had to take my kid there the other night.
I don't want to say more. I don't.
You're not going to dox yourself. Let's be realistic. I don't even think your profile.
Derek, just fuck off.
You could do that.
Like, do you have a regular,
are you a nurse that's
classifying?
I just don't know why we're so secretive. But anyways, it just seems interesting.
Creep, because you're a creep and nobody wants you to know anything about that.
I don't know how saying what profession you are in any sense is going to dox you. I'm in healthcare tech. I mean, try and find me. And if you have good fucking writtens, I don't give a shit.
What is your point? Do you have a question to ask?
I was just saying she talks very intelligently, so I was trying to figure out what she does for work. Like,
you could have left it at that. I agree with you. That's it. That's all you have to say. It doesn't matter what she does for a living.
Okay.
Is she any less intelligent if she does, I don't know, drag queen story hour for the kids down the street?
Yes, actually a lot.
Well, and see, I believe
is that because she knows how to read and you find reading repulsive?
I think reading is racist.
But like people like B like in emergency like that is extremely needed. I needed it the other night when I had to take my kid to the ER because one brother smacked the other brother in the eye. You know what I mean? I couldn't fix that, but I also don't need all healthcare because the other day I yanked on my lawnmower and I'm pretty sure I snapped the tendon off of the little digit on my ring finger. Hurt real bad. Is it going to suck because it's probably not going to heal right because I didn't go to the doctor? Probably. I mean, it'll probably be straight for the rest of my life. But arguably, this is a very cosmetic thing because I can still do my job. I mean, arguably, it's going to be a nuisance. Do I think that I should be able to devalue your money or your savings to be able to pay for my finger? No. And I paid for my kid. I paid for my kid out of pocket. You know what I mean? But I won't justify spending the money on myself. You know what I mean? Because an eyeball is a little different than my ring finger just not bending at the last digit. I mean, come on. My grandma worked for like 30 years with missing part of her finger after smashing it off in a press break. You know what I mean? Like she didn't ride the government dole for the rest of her life because she lost a digit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're not all equal.
What if she had cancer though?
She did have cancer, and she had no savings because she believed in the government. You know how many conversations we had about Social Security and all that shit? Yeah, I was raised by my grandparents, and me and my grandparents had these conversations. She was pissed. You know how mad she was when they fucking used the surplus? But that's the collective. You trust the collective. The collective decided that the surplus from Social Security was more beneficial somewhere else for a bridge, for whatever fucking reason they came up with. Okay? And she was mad as fuck about that.
But her
Social Security, like, all of it. Like, she was mad as shit.
We don't live in a collective, though. You get that, right?
No, because we're 350 million people. People in Arkansas are completely different than people in California. Like, we should have some core principles that tie us together, and we want to keep us all safe as a nation. So that was the federal government.
So you don't get to blame a collective for any of your fucking woes right now, because we are not a collective right now.
How? We've been more of a democracy than we ever have after the 17th Amendment, which made our senators directly beholden to the voter. There was a reason why states used to pick senators. It was so that they didn't campaign. There was no senator campaigns.
If we were a collective, then abortion would still be legal in all 50 states. We're not a collective. You don't get to blame collectivism for that.
What was the reason why they overturned that, Mojo?
Their rationale was that it was unconstitutional. I think the reason
they didn't classify it unconstitutional.
I think the reason they overturned it is because it's an activist court doing activist things.
But they didn't classify it unconstitutional.
Well, that's the danger of any type of collective deciding for you. And you just have to accept that, and you have to accept that not always are your people going to be in power. If you give them power, you have to accept that things are going to happen that you don't like.
The Supreme Court is not a fucking collective. It's the exact opposite of a collective. Stop the nonsense.
1,000%, which is why I don't think they should have been able to renege their, their ruling.
So you want to live in? So you want to live in a collective then?
No, I don't think any collective owns any other person.
What are you talking about?
I don't think there's any collective, small or big, that should have the ability to take from others by force, to give to
Then
others.
go find an island to live on, my dude.
No, we used to have it. It was called individual rights, where your rights stopped at where mine begin.
We've
didn't
never
get to come
had
take
that.
my property.
We have never
you
had
didn't get
that.
to
That
come
is
take
never,
my savings.
that
You
has
had to at
never
least have a
existed.
conversation with me.
That has never existed in all of humanity.
No, it did, actually.
No, it did not.
Yes.
Cavemen?
Yeah, when we had
No.
equal force with the
When?
government.
Can you give a
Yeah,
time
we used to
period?
have equal force with the government. You know that actually happened once? That we used to have equal force to the government. When did they take that away from us, Mojo? Was
They
that
didn't-
before or after they started stealing from us?
They didn't take that away. They just.
Oh, really? They didn't
Yeah.
completely neuter the Second Amendment to the point where
Technology.
you guys literally just said it earlier on this panel.
Technology.
You literally said it
Technology.
earlier on this panel where
Technology.
AR-15s against the
Technology.
government's laughable.
Technology took that away, not the government.
No.
Yes. Nukes.
How?
Nukes took that
So,
away.
what does that have to do with fucking
Don't-
claymores? Claymores I can make in a 3D printer.
Your
Yeah,
claymore.
don't
your
lump us all
claymores-
together.
Your claymore is irrelevant. Against
Not a
the nuke.
drone carrying a claymore, apparently. Haven't you seen
Against-
Ukraine and
against
fucking
Claymores
Russia?
are more
What?
regulated than pew-pews. Like, I'm sorry, but if you want to regulate any guns, you can't have fucking claymores.
See it? That
Wanna
you want to
know when-
be, you want the monopoly of power to be the government that you don't like today. Because eventually, and you have to admit that your people are not always going to be in power. That if you you create the powers, the levers of power, right? And then the government, they told you a long time ago, they're like, hey, if you create these levers of power, it's going to be great for what you want it for. But guess what? Somebody else is going to show up and he's going to pull that in a different direction. And if you give them the monopoly of force, if you give them all of this power, and when you try to take it back, when they do something you don't like, because the collective, which is fickle, 51% of the population, we see what happens every 4 years. Democrats get voted in, and they fund a bunch of socialist policies, and they defund. Hang on, they defund the military.
You're rambling.
No,
Why are you rambling?
Democrats get in and they fund a bunch of social programs.
All right, I'm sorry, but
W Democrats.
I'm sorry,
Right,
but
and they defund the military, and then 4 years later,
damn it,
the
stop
majority
it.
votes.
God, now you give him a fucking chance to go off again. Stop that nonsense. I'm sorry, but the collective having the monopoly on violence, the monopoly on force, is the only way to go. Because if the government's not doing it through a collective organization, then it's an authoritarian government that will do it, which means one individual is going to control everything that you do, or a very small group of people. And I would much rather have 51% of the population doing it than one fucking person.
Yeah, but you don't even agree with 51% of the population on the federal law against Mary J. You believe your state has more power and is in the right by walking away from that law. You believe. I think you believe more in states' rights than you believe in nations' rights. I really do.
I don't care. I don't smoke pot, so it doesn't matter to me what happens with it. But I do want all drugs to be legal. But I understand that the collective doesn't want it that way right now. That's fine. That is what it is, whatever. But at some point in time, we will probably move toward that. I still want to live in a collective rather than having one fucking person with the most guns controlling everybody.
How big is your collective? Like, is your collective 350 million people, or is it your state?
Everybody, it's everybody that chooses to live in the fucking society that you have created.
Yeah, but is society really coast to coast, or is it your local area? How far do you even travel? You know, most Americans don't really travel more than 250 miles, right? Like, you might go visit somewhere, but your daily, like, most people don't drive over 30 miles for their daily. Your society is actually very, very fucking small. So you're not like me. You're not twice a week. You don't drive 1,000 miles. It doesn't happen for you.
They don't even leave the country still.
Still, I lived on the road for over a decade playing pool.
Okay. So you understand, like, then you understand, like, to say society it's a hard stretch from, like, Birmingham, Alabama to, like, Billings, Montana, or Big Sky.
Like San Francisco, because that's
right.
The other
Same.
two
I've been
suck.
there. Yeah, I've been to Fresno. I've been to Oakland. But I've been all the way to the East Coast too.
What is your point?
That society is I think the idea that of your collective falls apart at scale, which we've always historically seen, is because you can't decide for 350 million people. It's too vast.
I don't.
Which is why free market is much more of an applicable system for that.
I want 51% of the population to decide.
Of that whole fucking and it's fickle. It is attempt to be swayed by fear, by propaganda, by look at this shiny thing over here, which has always been pure democracy, always.
Yeah, if we want to get rid of that, we just get rid of Republicans, and then we get rid of the fear-based majority.
See, but there's always going to be somebody that doesn't fit in your collective, man. I'm sorry.
Well, you guys are the ones that are scared of everything. You guys are the ones that are scared of everything.
I don't know. You guys are the one calling us the Gestapo, right? You're putting fear in other people's minds.
No, I call you an idiot.
Well, me an idiot. Yes, you do.
What was
that.
the Gestapo?
But
Derek.
no, I'm talking about Tim Waltz. That's not your
Derek,
party.
what was the Gestapo?
Was that not the military police for the Nazis?
They weren't a military police. They were a secret governmental
yeah.
organization that was policing.
Right.
That's what Tim
the
Waltz
police
is
force
fighting.
was the Einsatzgruppen.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think we have running around on our streets right now called ICE? You think that's a kind of the executive branch's secret police?
No, that's just how you feel.
It's not a feeling; it's a fact.
How would you define them then?
I would call them the nice agency.
I mean, that still doesn't alleviate them of the allegation of being secret police.
Yeah, they're definitely unconstitutional. Unconstitutional as fuck. Like super, super, super big unconstitutional.
We agree.
Yeah, see, I think I'm more in line with like states' powers, like very limited. Like I think the federal government, its literal job was to keep the states from fighting with each other and to provide a fence around what is perceived to be the United States. That's it. Prevent people from coming here and attacking us. But to say that it's supposed to protect our trade overseas, well, then you're absolutely just now turning us into mercenaries because, I mean, every business owner is going to run to the government and say, well, my trade got affected because that country over there, they voted democratically and nationalized my business. And now we're going to fucking go over there and spend a bunch of American lives to save some fucking rich dude's business, which is disgusting.
You know, maybe you and I are a little closer. I think we talked about this before. I want a one world government. I want that one world government to have specific responsibility over very few things. And then I want a federal government that has specific authority over a very few specific things. And then I want local communities to control the vast majority of things. I do want that.
And dude, I could probably get on board of that. If you said with an honest medium of exchange to be used throughout all, I'd probably jump on board because I really don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
like the only thing I don't want people to be able to do.
I talked about creating an iron bank for the world. And
right. The only thing I don't want people to be able to do is just not have the conversation, which is what we see today. You know what I mean? That's the biggest aversion for most people is deceit, is lying, is saying one thing and completely doing the other in front of our eyes. Like people will lose trust in that. Like I would rather them come to us and say, "Hey, we fucked up. It sucked. It was horrible. It was not good. But we can do better." Like they never say that. They always say, "Well, it's good, but we can." I mean, it's not broken. Like they never admit failure. I would rather have like a leader that admits failure and says, "Hey, man, we need to have another conversation." Cool, let's have that conversation. But to rob me in the blind of the night simply by just, well, we're going to bail this company out because he's my boy. Like, well, now it's rules for thee and not for me. And there is no society throughout history, whether it be communist, socialist, or capitalist, that has ever succeeded the moment you have rules for thee and not for me.
Yeah, I think that most liberals will agree with you on that.
W.
Am I wrong?
No.
Are there any liberals out there that disagree with what he just said?
I agree
Going
with
back
that.
to the gold standard.
What did he say? Sorry.
He said
It
that
doesn't even have to be the gold standard, dude. Like, you guys harp on me because of I used, granted, I was ignorant in the beginning. Whatever you want.
We
Like,
harp on you because you were yelling gold for fucking months.
Right, because historically it has been the best thing that has prevented against systemic captured corruption. Okay, what if
That's
you can?
fair.
We'll
But there
use
isn't
whatever.
enough gold. There isn't enough gold for the amount of money that's out there right now. And Brobot proved that like weeks
See,
ago.
I
months
disagree
ago.
because all the prices are just heavily inflated because we've created all the money. I love it, sound money. But to say sound
it's
money is
because
no
there's
different.
more asset creation, and we have to have money to cover that asset creation, or you can't do capitalism at all.
Yeah, but the price would have gone down. I mean, who's to say that the
The
cost of
the
a house
economy
wouldn't be
would have
$100 today?
collapsed.
But who's to say who's to say that the cost of a house today wouldn't be $100 because we've created more? But everybody making $1 an hour would have a ridiculous amount of purchasing power. You know what I mean? You can't say that
Sure.
because you've
But
artificially.
let's go back to that example from Galt. If you only, or maybe it was Galt, I don't, whatever. The $100, you have $100 in your little society here. That's all you've created. You're not going to create any more money. You created it, whether you consider yourself government, whatever, that doesn't matter. You just have all the money at the moment, and you say, well, I need to get this economy going, so I'm going to build a building. And then you go through, you distribute that $100 buying the wood, steel, shingles, like all the shit that you need. Now that you have this building built, you have no more money in your pocket. Nobody has the ability to purchase it because that building is all of the currency that is currently in the society. Nobody has it all.
No,
they can't purchase it. You can't be paid for your labor, and you won't make a profit.
Yeah,
it is
you'd have to
antithetical
purchase
to
other
capitalism to stop the flow of money.
Well, right, and what you just described was, man, I hate you for making me say it. Was the cantaloupe effect? Was new money
Cantaloupe?
injection? Well, yeah, the cantaloupe effect.
Cantillon?
Yeah, fuck off. Like I was trying to, dude. I went all day yesterday without saying it. I'm trying to do better. But literally, you talked about new money injection.
It's
Now
5
let's
o'clock
change.
years, huh?
Well, and now let's change that dynamic by just a little bit. Let's go back to the original system. Okay, instead of somebody just having the original $100, which is not how it happened. Okay, it was there's $100 over there in that their mine pit. If you are so industrious and there's a shovel and you want to go sweat for 10 summers and go dig you out some of that $100, then you are free to do with it what you choose. And maybe you make a wood. Maybe somebody makes all the various products for you to be able to go do with it. And that's the part of it is the money was actually created by production. Nobody reached into the ether and created the money for people to use. It was simply created by production. And if we didn't need any more, then production didn't create anymore. It was a self-regulating money.
Wait,
but that's exactly what we did. Like the U.S. dollar didn't exist in 1775. Like we literally reached into the ether and fucking started making a currency.
No, the dollar is it's a weight. The dollar as defined in 1792 is a exact weight. It's 375 grains of pure silver. It's an exact weight.
Okay, then what was the weight of the U.S. dollar in 1775?
Nothing. We didn't have one.
Exactly. We had to reach into the ether to create the currency.
No. Do you know where our dollar comes from? The word dollar comes from the German word Thaler. The Thaler Valley was a place where silver was well known to be mined. Okay, that silver was then coined into the peso de ocho, which is the pieces of 8, which was the Spanish currency, which was an ounce, which was widely circulating here in the colonial states. The founding fathers literally looked at what the people were already using, which was a silver ounce and gold ounces, and said, hey, maybe we should do that.
Yeah, and then you're going to continue that logical line of thinking, well, this has always existed, which it hasn't, because you're naming everything that existed before it. You're going to go well past the Roman denarius, and then you're going to go into the ancient China, where they didn't have the currency, where it was actually invented. We had to pull it out of the ether and invent it. Currency has not always existed.
Medium of exchange. That's all it really is, man. It's just a measurement. That's all it is. It's a unit of measurement. Like
Then
back
it
then, they
doesn't.
didn't have the foot either. We pulled
Okay,
that out of the
but
Then
fucking
it
ether. That
doesn't.
same
Then it
package.
doesn't matter if it's a medium of
it doesn't.
exchange. Then it doesn't matter what it is.
Okay, then now we
That's
have to agree
true.
that it can't be
But
corrupted.
no, the unit of measure is always going to change because there are
No,
new assets becoming
because
into creation.
No, I
If
explained
there
that
is a
to no.
field
Hang on,
of
I explained
wheat
that to
that is
Vader in the
made,
chat earlier. I explained it to Vader in the chat earlier and stumped him because if I could tomorrow change the unit of his oil, because we all know Vader's an oil baron, if I immediately tomorrow said, well, a gallon's not really a gallon. Actually, 3 gallons is a gallon. Do you know the devaluation of fucking his wealth that he has immediately, overnight, with a pen, by simply changing what a gallon is?
of course, because you are changing
Thank
the
you.
measurement, and
Fucking
that doesn't
thank
matter
you.
which side that you change the
Fucking
measurement
W.
on.
Hey,
It doesn't matter
Thank you.
which side you change the measurement on. You're talking about the physical volume of a single gallon towards like its monetary equivalent. I am talking
No, I'm
about
talking
the
about the measurement.
creation of that gallon.
Yeah, that
Because it
measurement
did not
matters.
exist until it was pulled out of the ground and put
Right,
on the
and
scale.
the reason we pulled it out of the ground is no different than where we get all of our measurements from. The knot, the fucking, the acre, the fucking fathom. The reason we use these is so we can quantify contracts. That's why. The reason you use gallons is so that way I can have a voluntary exchange with you, whether it be government or me and you. So that way I can exchange gallons of X for maybe pounds of Y. But without those units of measurement, and if you can corrupt the unit of measurement, or if I can corrupt the unit of measurement, then we cannot have a fair and voluntary means of exchange, can we?
what do you mean by corrupt?
No, you absolutely can. You're talking about the barter system. You like back in those ancient times, even before the currency, you may have been like a farmer and you had wheat versus another farmer that had goats. It was always arbitrary. Every time you went to go get you some goats, it may have costed you a bell of wheat now, and in 3 months, 100 bells of wheat because they had a whole bunch of goats that were sold or perished. And then 3 months from then, they had a whole bunch of births. So you're down to like half a bell of wheat to get you a goat. It was always arbitrary, and it's always based on consent.
But guess what?
The
Government wasn't
value
anywhere in
actually
that.
did not matter.
Government wasn't anywhere in there. There wasn't a winner or a loser anywhere in there. That was just natural market forces.
There absolutely was. Every societal
That was natural
government
market
has
forces.
always been involved.
No, because you really can't. You can't counterfeit goats, and you can't counterfeit wheat. Both of those take production. Both of those take effort. You might be better than me. You might be really, really good. And that's going to benefit you 1 year. But natural market forces say, maybe next year I see that and I say, well, I'm going to plant double the wheat. And now your fucking goats have just gone down. Okay. You know what that's called? That's called market competition. Those are called natural price signals. I want those.
Under that same
you don't
thing,
want those.
I could just go to another country, steal somebody's goats, and then bring them in. That's natural competition because I am elevating the market because now I have more goats.
Yeah, but you are a dirty, disgusting person because you are doing what Americans doing today and going and stealing goats.
But that's
you're
that's your
correct.
system. That's what you're advocating for.
No,
that's
you
your
can be a
system.
disgusting person and I can absolutely no longer do business with you. I'll tell the rest of the village that you are a disgusting person, that you went over and you massacred an entire village in Africa to steal these goats, and nobody will buy it. And now all of those goats, even though you went and stole them and you didn't pay anything for them, don't mean shit because nobody bought them. You can't even get the fucking wheat to feed them because nobody wants to deal with you now.
That's not even true.
That's fucking
That's
free
not
market,
even
baby.
true. They
Yes,
would
it is.
immediately buy
Yes,
them
it
because
fucking
hungry
is.
people will
Yeah, because
absolutely
you'd run to
buy
the fucking government and say, look, I have
Stop.
all
This
these
is
goats.
what the
I have
Romans
employees.
did for 2,000
Steele.
years.
You have to have a conversation, Steele. You were just like yelling for no reason.
I understand that you're upset with the hypothetical, but it's not even really hypothetical. The Romans did it for 2,000 years. They would invade neighboring countries, enslave the people, take their goats.
I don't want empire. I think empire is disgusting, and you have to do disgusting, indecent things for that to work. I am not willing to participate or trade with somebody who thinks it's morally acceptable to go and do horrible things to people to steal their shit. I'm sorry. That's my free choice and free will. And guess what? Unless you have a government to force me to trade with you, I never will. Not in a million years.
What?
Well, I mean, then you're in the same boat as most of the liberals. Like, you wouldn't want to trade with somebody that, I don't know, stole that oil from Venezuela. So you're just going to stop going to the gas pump because you have no idea where they got it from. There's just a delivery there.
Yeah, and why didn't it make it cheaper?
I mean, probably because of profit.
Oh, but we already explained that. Even on all those models that you said didn't have profit for healthcare, they still have profit. And even in the Norwegian models, there's still profit. Where do you think they pay for all the other shit?
We're describing a separate system.
It's still a profit-driven model because without the only way you get rid of profit is to get rid of prices or nationalize all labor and then get rid of prices. Without that, then you will never get rid of profit because profit, in Mojo agrees, is simply trade between two people. If I trade you an apple for a lawnmower, and even though you really needed the apple and I really needed the lawnmower and I didn't need the apple, somebody has benefited or whatever. Maybe I traded you a fork, but somewhere in trade, there is a profit to be had because that's what Mojo believes. That's why he doesn't believe in like barter or savings or anything like that. Because that's a profit motive. So how do you get rid of the profit motive without getting rid of prices, signals, and trade?
Don't tell me what I believe. Stop fucking insinuating what everybody else believes. Stop doing that.
And that particularly is a logical fallacy, but I'm not attacking you there. What I am talking about here is a lot of this is used in the discussion so we can convey understanding. And what you're trying to use are current systems that would be operating completely different from anything that Mojo, Civics, or myself has described. That's what we're trying to get to. If you want to understand these systems, you can ask about them, but they're not going to operate in the way that you currently see systems. Because these systems that you're describing, like Nordic models and all that, they have a profit motive that we want to get rid of.
So you admit you're the ones who want to be on Coconut Island because I'm accepting that reality. There is always going to be a profit motive. And you guys want humans to somehow, even though through all of human history, even when we traded bananas, right, there was always a profit motive. There was always an incentive, right? So, like, what is more, like, I think you guys need an island. I think you guys are not in reality.
You see how that you built that all by yourself because you started with so you admit. I tell you no because that's not what we're talking about at all.
I love you guys. Tell me how your economic model would work. Let's tell the chat. We got 56 people in here. I know they want to hear it.
I know Mojo's a little bit different from me, and Civics is different from either one of us. In my particular model, we are still in the United States of America, still in our capitalist system. I am simply talking about healthcare, where we remove the insurance companies. We obviously already have the money to pay for all of healthcare because we are doing it today. So there's no change in like anybody's pay or anything like that other than insurance companies. They no longer get a profit. We no longer use them at all. It just goes directly to the hospitals and doctors and nurses.
Robot, can I ask you a question about this? Because I've been wondering about this. Thanks. Yeah, because I was just like, how do you, stop, just take away insurance companies? And doesn't that constitute taking a property by the government? I mean, just to wipe them out of their industry.
Well, not necessarily wipe them out of their industry.
How would that work?
Insurance exists already for like homeowners, cars, like all kinds of things.
So
they don't just do healthcare.
So we would force them to what's the word that I'm looking for? Diversify and go into different areas of insurance.
They're already diversified.
We would make it, we would say no more, we would pass a law that says no more health insurance. We do not do privatized health insurance anymore in this country.
Correct. That's it. It's just cutting them off from this sector where all the money comes from a single payer, the government, which immediately makes it cheaper because obviously I'm not paying some salary to a non-medical professional that just sits on the phone making their own prices for shit, paying themselves money from my deductibles and my premiums to give them a profit, them a paycheck, like multi-million dollar paychecks for CEOs. No, like none of that should be privatized because that's ridiculous. They only make money if I am sick. So they have a vested interest in making sure you and every other human in this country is sick.
Right, I agree. But I'm just from a pragmatic standpoint, how do you, that constitutes taking a property, taking somebody's livelihood.
I think pragmatically, I think we would have to keep them involved in a national insurance market. I think that's the best way to do it with a single payer system. So,
But it wouldn't be anywhere near as lucrative to those, executives that own United Healthcare and frickin' Aetna and Blue Cross Blue Shield, right? I'm just, talk to me.
No, get rid of them.
Right.
What?
They're middlemen. You get rid of health insurance altogether. They're middlemen. Do direct funded hospitals.
Yeah, but
the government would fund it, and that would eliminate a huge portion of the cost.
No, I get that, B. I'm just saying that, practically speaking, how do you shift it to that? How do you take the property? In other words, we have constitutional restraints on the government taking property from individuals. So the CEOs
They do it all the time when they build highways.
So you're talking about eminent domain?
No, they want to nationalize, and you have a good point here, Tennis. Like, because even with a single payer system, there's still profit in drugs and labor. So unless you're willing to nationalize the labor of a doctor and say that he cannot have a private practice, then
I think doctors are less of a problem because doctors can go and work. They have a skill, right? They can work for money, right? But I'm talking about the insurance companies that have, I don't know how long insurance companies have been doing this, but they are, the owners of insurance companies have their own property. They own their money. They own their business, right? And I'm all about this. I would love to see that the government would own health insurance, right? But I'm just wondering, how do you change to that? How do you do that without taking the property of the CEO?
Well, and I could.
But what property are we taking from the CEO?
Well, couldn't you extrapolate that straight
You're taking his ability. Let me finish. You're taking his ability, and the corporations, in essence, the CEOs, the shareholders, if you will, depending on how big that insurance company is, you're taking their property. You're taking their ability to earn a living the way they were earning their living.
Well, I mean, we do this all the time with drug dealers on the street, right? If they're making an illicit profit off of rugs on the street, we arrest them and seize the property. I mean, this obviously isn't the case with a corporation, even though I still believe it's illicit. It's just monopoly busting. Anything that has real property, like, I don't know, pharmaceuticals, they would be their own business after this breakup. The people that do not actually own any property, the insurance company itself, they do not own the hospital beds. They don't own the hospitals. They don't own the people in the hospitals like doctor nurses. They're solely making a profit off of determining your premiums, how much they're paying. They're setting the prices. They're not actually doing anything other than taking money right off the top.
They have a business.
There are a couple
I'm sorry. I understand that
Enron also had a business.
Yeah, but it'd be no different
But you're saying somehow that the business is akin to or tantamount to being a drug industry, an illicit drug industry.
It is tantamount to a Ponzi scheme. They're not producing anything. They don't own any real property.
There are a
Well,
couple of examples.
They own their business.
Lawyers don't
That's
produce
property.
anything.
They don't have a right to exist. They don't have
Lawyers
rights
don't.
in the Constitution to exist. You can completely eliminate them. It is not a violation of anybody's rights.
Well, you can
There are a couple of
nationalize
examples
lawyers.
that we
Okay,
should
so
talk
if I
about real
create
quickly.
if I
One is
create a
Japan,
business,
one is Germany. In Japan, they have a universal single payer, but they actually have private health insurance companies. It's almost like TRICARE in America, but instead of just being a regional base, they're actually industry based. So you don't even know about it as a healthcare consumer in Japan, but your healthcare is actually reimbursed by the government through the insurance company that's designated for that industry, like your healthcare worker, construction worker, or office worker. It's all determined by that, and then that private healthcare insurance company then reimburses to the provider. In Germany, they have a more of a market system where it's single payer universal healthcare. You go to the market, you choose the plan and the company that you want to work with based on your own personal needs, and the government reimburses directly to that healthcare provider, that insurance company that you chose, and then they provide that money, reimburse it to the provider that you choose. So there are models where they use private health insurance companies, and successfully, and they still are much cheaper than us and have better outcomes than us. We don't have
right?
to.
Understood. But I'm talking about Robot's model. He just wants to take out the industry completely. And listen, I would too. Just to be clear, I would too. I would like the government to do what they used to do with respect to healthcare, hospitals. They've traditionally owned the railroads, the highways, the things that the people collectively need to survive, right?
Well,
and then somehow somebody came up with this novel idea. Hey, let's offer insurance. Let's do this. And it blew up into this huge industry, right? So it's like saying, okay, we're going to take out this industry. We're going to take out, we think this is pernicious to society. We think this particular industry is pernicious, but pick any industry you want. Okay, coal mining or whatever, and you're taking what you're doing. I'll just land here. What you're effectively doing is you're taking property, which is unconstitutional.
Well, right, and that's why we should have.
I do have direct parallels.
We should have insurance for lawyers, and if you could, wrap your mind's eye around this, because everybody at one point or another is probably going to need a lawyer, just like healthcare, right? And it's a structured system in America. You can't get around not needing a lawyer. So, I think there should be a massive single payer system for lawyers. Like, can you wrap your head around that, Tennis? Can you imagine that the government, the only person that you get to bill is the government?
No, I can't wrap my mind around that.
Right. Can you imagine trying to
consolidate every
skill
set.
hour that you spend?
I can hang up a shingle.
You do it.
I can hang up a shingle, and I can practice. I can be a sole practitioner lawyer.
Not in his system. You wouldn't be able to.
I have a firm.
That's not true.
I have a firm, and there are several lawyers, and we charge money for our services, right?
Listen,
doctors
done this
do the same
before.
thing. Doctors do the same thing. If you have a trade or a skill set, then that's your trade, right? But what I'm talking about is if you create a business and that's your trade, I'm just wondering, how do you, practically speaking, take that industry from the people who own it?
Listen, we've done this before. Back at the turn of the 20th century, we had housing that was made by the government, and they were directly lobbied by the private industry because they thought they wouldn't make any money if the government's building all the houses and making it super affordable. We ended the housing crisis at the turn of the 20th century through the War Department because, we went through 2 wars at the time, and we had conscription through both those wars, and we had millions of defense contractors, essentially, but defense personnel that needed housing. The government built that housing, and the private industry freaked the fuck out because they would no longer make any money. and they spent all of their fucking money like lobbying the government to make that government housing that they built as shitty as possible so it would not last past the wars. Like they would, some of them were even made kind of out of particle board and glue. Like it's
Respond to
so
that?
fucking
Can I?
ridiculous.
May I respond to that? Okay, so the home owner, the home builders, right? The builders, okay, and people who wanted to own homes lobbied the government to change the laws so that
So they can make profit.
so that the government didn't have a monopoly on home ownership and building homes. Correct? Am I following? You
It
tracking?
had nothing to do with monopoly. It had entirely to do about profit. They only lobbied the government to make those houses as poor quality as possible just for the defense personnel, and they would not last. That way, the private industry could build the houses and make the profit. That's what you're arguing for in the same facet
No, but
with
what you're saying is
the
that
insurance agency.
but what you're saying, and I'm just going to distinguish what my concern and my, what I'm trying to, get to the marrow of with respect to what you want to do is it's one thing for the people to, as the power, the people with the power to do something to change the laws that the government is putting on you, right? You're saying that the people, right, changed the government. But what you're saying is the government is going to take from from people. It's different.
No,
I'm distinguishing
no.
that.
The government's not taking anything from anybody in either scenario. They never did. This is government service actually giving it to the widest swath of people, which would be all of us.
Sure.
I don't know why you keep saying take, because they do not own anything.
Did you just say that government doesn't enrich themselves? Did you really just say that with a straight face that government's not corrupt and they won't
Governments
be
in and of
corrupt?
themselves do not enrich themselves.
Yeah, the
They could
politicians do.
literally just print money.
Lying,
They could print
Politicians
money
do.
or take your gold.
So we do have laws that protect from the government taking the private individual's property. You agree with that?
Yes.
Right. So what you're proposing, and I'd love to hear a realistic way under law, okay, under color of law, that the government can take the livelihood of an insurance company and their shareholders.
Tell me how the government is taking anything.
Wiping out their industry. They're
How
saying
are
you
they
can no
wiping out their
longer,
industry?
they're saying you can no longer do this type of business.
Correct. And we've done that consistently.
Yeah. You can't loan
You
shark in this
haven't
country.
given me an example. You said that
An example of that, making asbestos. The government
okay,
came in and
asbestos
said
is
you
a
can no
poison.
longer make
Asbestos is a
asbestos.
poison.
Yes, but you can no longer
Yes,
make
you still make
asbestos.
asbestos.
You are
Yes, you still
saying that
can. It is still
those
used
companies
today.
that made still they can no longer make asbestos. You are trying to link that those businesses that were making insulation simply were thrown off because they could no longer make asbestos. They lost their entire corporations and money. No, they didn't. They moved to something else. They made different insulation. This is all we're saying here. You can no longer work in healthcare. Insurance will no longer be part of healthcare. There is insurance on a slew of other shit.
Asbestos
Okay,
is still
so
used today.
you need to change the law, basically.
Wait,
So the legislature
That's
needs
what we're
to act.
talking about.
Wait, hold on. You're going to need a bunch of these people in government as well. So the adjusters and the people that are going to deal with the claims and stuff like that, they're the people that are already doing it right now. They would just become federal workers.
Oh, see, more expansion because you have to administrate it because it's no different than what I proposed to tennis. Because if she billed only the government, no different to a client, you have to justify those hours. You have to itemize those hours. You have to explain to the government or to a client
why and where you billed him for what. So the government would have final arbitration over the paycheck that would go to a doctor or tennis.
No.
Yes, that happens today. Medicare is absolutely denied. Don't even act like it's
there you go.
not. Don't even act.
We already
like
have
it's not.
Medicare and Medicaid. So we've already got that administration. I mean, sure, you can make an argument about expanding that and having more seats, but we already do every part of this. So the only argument that you really have against me is what's in it for the insurance, because they're no longer going to be able to do business in healthcare. Once again, every business has to have insurance. If you are a plumber and you handle gas pipes, you have to have $1 million insurance policy. They're not out anything. They just go to their other sectors of business.
Okay. I mean, I'm listening. I just like, can a United Healthcare and Aetna and Blue Cross Blue Shield and Guardian and all these huge industries just, okay, we're going to get a, we're a multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar industry, and now we're going to go into home ownership insurance or airplane aviation insurance and compete with those markets and still have what we had before, which was billions of dollars. And now, government, you're taking that away from us because we're not going to be able to compete with, you know what I'm saying?
Should we feel sorry for them?
Mm-hmm. I don't feel
No,
sorry
I'm
for
not. Hell no. I'm speaking from a practical standpoint. I'm speaking from what is the law going to allow?
Well, at that point,
the legislature is going to have to enact this. And, listen, if you get coalitions in Congress and they say, we're proposing this bill that we are going to vitiate health insurance as an industry, and too bad, so sad, and it passes through Congress, it's on, the way we pass bills, then so be it. I'm down for it.
But it'll also set the precedent. So why shouldn't government pay for house insurance? Because we all have to have house insurance. Even the property owner has to have house insurance on your apartment.
Yeah, but health insurance. But the thing is that when you're talking about people's lives and they're, being able to get care and children being able to get cancer treatments, it's different than homeowners insurance, right?
Oh, so you shouldn't help people.
There's more of a need. The need. There's a need for that, a very important need. I don't think you can say it's the same thing, but it's still going to take Congress to do it, to write these laws.
You're not going to go into bankruptcy paying your house insurance. If something happens to your house, like a fire, flood, or any of that stuff that you're insured for, they obviously have payout amounts, but you're not going to go bankrupt like rebuilding your house and stuff. All I'm getting at is the insurance companies, they're taking huge profits. Like Tina said, they're multi-billion dollars, and they're still denying care. There's still people going into bankruptcy. There's still people owing 6 or 7 figures in medical care. That's ridiculous when we already have the best medical system on earth.
You're just mad at the
I agree with you 100% on everything.
But you're just mad at the scale of it, because you could have a local one-off, local area insurer, and it'll be really low, and they won't make billions of dollars. Because I bet if you looked at Tennis's firm, I bet if you looked at the overall profit of her firm, not the individual lawyers, because you don't want to look at the individuals. You want to look at the overall of this mega coast to coast propped up insurance company. And you want to say that their profit margin of 2% or 3%, you want to say because it's billions at scale, this is the problem. When at scale, probably Tennis's fucking lawyer firm has a bigger fucking profit margin by far, by fucking leaps and bounds than this insurance company. But somehow. Yeah. What's the profit margin on your law firm then?
Sorry.
Oh, exactly. They don't want to admit that it's 30-40%.
But still,
Well, I mean, hey,
Wait.
no,
Who has
listen,
fucking 30 to
we go by
40%
what the
margins?
market, we bill our hours at market value. We have to compete with the market.
Nobody has 30 to
There it
40%
is.
margins.
We have to compete with the market.
We
Lawyers,
do.
the most
That's the
fucking marked up
excuse me,
fucking
that's the
bullshit.
reality.
The
That's the
most marked
reality
up bullshit
of
in
practicing
all
law
of
in this
it.
country.
There's no
Excuse me,
reason a
Steele.
lawyer should make $1,500 a fucking hour with 2 years of fucking schooling. Not in a million fucking
Okay.
years.
Well, that doesn't happen, but whatever.
Yeah, it does happen. I
What?
paid.
Yes.
I paid a
Do you know
patent
how
lawyer
much
$1,500
research
an hour.
goes
What are you
into
talking about?
this? Do you know how much lawyers work? I mean, tennis can tell you this, but outside of their like time they do their own research, they do so much more than their hourly pay.
You wouldn't be
They
lying.
don't.
I got to tell you,
They
it's
don't.
very hard work. It is hard work.
Yeah,
Oh, so you
whatever.
think you can
got
justify your $1,500 an hour?
I don't charge $1,500 an hour. But
No, but it's in the
regardless, there are
hundreds.
the corporate world, the pure corporate law firms charge $500 an hour, and and big hourly. But the market, these corporations pay corporate law firms to
it's so
build.
fucking
They're
weird.
able to
Fucking
build
love
that in
it.
the market. The market
I love
allows
how
for it.
your 2 years of schooling justifies you to make more than a doctor with 10 years of schooling
Well,
in a
first
far
of
more
all,
technical trade.
well, what
Like
you don't
lawyers are a dime a
understand.
dozen. Like 2
Sorry,
years and you
Steele.
pass the bar exam.
Steele, let me disabuse you of the notion that a second year associate, wow, we're getting thunder here. Did you hear that? A second year associate earns $1,500 an hour, okay? In New York City, they do not, okay? That's ridiculous.
Tennis, from what I heard, it sounded like God mad at lawyers. That's all.
Then my dogs would start barking too. Get off TikTok.
I mean, historically and religiously, lawyers and bankers were always kind of like sinful creatures.
Wow.
Get people over, not because they are not good at their job. And
There you go.
name me an industry where there's 30 to 40% margins, because I'm in the wrong fucking industry if that exists.
Anyway, can we get
That's
back
according
to
to
the
the
topic?
AI overview civics, by the way.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Sammy.
That's according to the AI overview when you type in what's the average profit margin for a law firm.
And you can't really quantify
Is it
that
really that
because,
high?
excuse me,
I
you
was just
can't
picking that number off the top of my
excuse
head,
me,
honestly.
you can't quantify that because there's anywhere from sole practitioners to, small law firms to medium-sized law firms to large corporate law firms, right? So how do you say what the average law firm makes?
I'm sure it differs by industry significantly.
Well, that's what I mean. If we scaled your law firm up, say you had 100 lawyers in there, it wouldn't take long before maybe 1,000 lawyers, and you're doing billions of dollars a year.
Life
and all
is
of a sudden,
only
now
so
you're in a
long.
category of robots where he doesn't like you because you make $1 billion a year. It's not the quality of your work that he is dissuaded with. The insurance company might be a great insurance company, and they provide great coverage to their people, and they might only have a 1 or 2% profit margin, like maybe Blue Cross Blue Shield. But that doesn't matter because they make billions of dollars a year. See, it's a scale thing to him. It doesn't matter. If you want to be a lowly single fucking practitioner, cool. Then you're only going to make fucking 200 grand a year, 300 grand a year, whatever. But you cannot scale that up because once you make billions, nope, now we got to nationalize it.
I know what economies of scale are, and I am not saying it is a scale issue. The UHC CEO that was in New York, he had a $43 million a year fucking payout still. That is your premiums. That is your pricing. That is your money going into his pockets, and he doesn't fucking work in healthcare. He is not a doctor. He does not see patients. He just determines life and death. And I thought you wanted free markets to determine who succeeds. I would like to see doctors succeed, not fucking CEOs.
Doctors do succeed. There's plenty of very, very high paid doctors. I mean, you specialize, you can be a very, 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 very high paid doctor. You can make well into the millions of a year. I mean, especially in like neonatal plastic surgery or neonatal like brain surgery. Like in that field, you can make millions. Like you can specialize in the medical field.
So let me,
Absolutely. I mean, crazy money.
if I may, my sister is a highly successful doctor, but she's she's a laser dermatologist, and she does very well, but she doesn't collect from, her patients pretty much pay her out of pocket. So yeah, he's right, but most doctors have to rely on insurance companies and the payouts from insurance companies.
Do you think they'd do better or worse if they didn't have to rely on those payouts for insurance companies, that they could bill directly to the patient?
I don't know. I think it depends on the quality of the doctor, don't you? Like
Right.
some
I think we'd
some are
see more
not
private
like some
practices
are
pop
not
back up.
business. They're not good at business. So I always applaud my sister because she manages her office very well, and she's made her. She was also a forerunner in her field with these lasers, but I think it depends. I mean, if you're a country doctor or you're a
Well, and that's great for the consumer, right? Like if if he sucks at business, arguably, then he's giving his services at a too cheap price, which was my grandparents' family practitioner, who was literally just him. He was a single dude by himself, single practitioner with one nurse and one office lady. For 30 years, they went to this man. 30 years. And he was cheap as shit. I paid out of pocket to go to him for, I don't know how much, fucking a decade? Over a decade, because he was stupid cheap. Great little guy. Can't remember his fucking name. But as soon as the AMA was passed, or like the thing that Obama did, Obamacare was passed, it fucking destroyed his clinic and he had to close it. That was the last year he was in business.
He could have actually. How old was he? What was his specialty? What was his specialty?
He was just a family practice doctor.
Then
Yeah, he could have gone to any hospital and gotten paid perfectly fine.
He didn't want to have to go be a fucking
Okay, well,
employee.
there you go. And he didn't have to close his practice
owner
either.
to an employer because the government pushed you into
He didn't
being
have
an employee.
to.
That makes no
He didn't
sense.
have to. He didn't have to because we have a private option. He did not have to close his clinic.
Exactly.
Wait, hold on.
You'd go
I'm
take
sorry.
less money, right? Just to stay an employee.
This isn't tracking. So, Steele, was it the ACA's fault or was it the insurance companies not approving that they would pay him?
It was
For
right around
reimbursement.
that time of the ACA. It was during Obama.
So he chose to
But
get out of the business.
Yeah. And his direct
It
reason
sounded like he was on his way to retirement, though. He'd been practicing
Yeah,
for
he'd
a
been
long
working
time.
a long time, but his direct reason, because I asked him, in my last visit with him, he didn't want to deal with the insurance companies anymore. With the government getting involved, he was just burnt out on it. He said it's just costing me too much. He's like, and it makes sense because after 30 years of employing, I'll be damned if I'm going to go make less money as a fucking employee somewhere. No, never.
Then that wasn't
Nobody would ever do that. Tennis herself wouldn't do that. If government tomorrow decided tennis couldn't do business or made her business so profitable she couldn't do it, she wouldn't go take less money to go be an employee.
So that was not the ACA. That was because at the roughly the same time that the ACA came out, insurances rolled out what are those middlemen called? That are atrocious to deal with. No, it's like it's the PBM or something like that.
Yeah.
Patient benefit manager or something like that.
Peanut butter Marlboro and jelly or whatever.
Yeah. But yeah, those also got implemented at the same time, which also caused a lot of hospitals to originally stop accepting certain insurances until the insurances came to the table and negotiated better prices.
Oh, okay. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah. He was, granted, he was at the end of his career, but I mean, he had he was young. He was in his late 50s, early 60s. Unfortunately, he passed away by getting hit by a fucking. He ran into a train in the middle of the night out in the rural area, but he had plenty of life left. He was a really nice guy. I'm trying to remember his fucking name.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice if you could actually, quote unquote, retire in your 50s or 60s so that you would have some life to live before you're old and decrepit?
Well, and that's why I rail for like purchasing power, your ability to save. Because arguably, if I would have simply had the purchasing power of a man who did my job from 1970, there is no difference in the job. It's the same truck. It's the same weld machine. Okay, I talk to welders. I work with welders all the time who worked in 1970 all the way to 1980. Okay, I know what they got paid. I talk to them. If I made what they made during that time today and adjusted for inflation, yeah, I'd be looking at retirement in like 10 years. And I'm 38. I'll be turning 38 in a couple of days. So yeah, I'd be looking at retirement in my late 40s because I'm extremely industrious. I have no problem working 80-hour weeks.
Can't believe you.
I don't get overtime.
You sound like you're 50, dude. Or older.
Yeah, I smoke 2 packs a day, and then I weld like galvanized steel. I weld through paint. I weld through
2 packs a day. Jesus Christ!
He's the guy who's keeping this country together, you guys.
That's right. That's right. I'm keeping Marlboro alive by myself, baby. Don't ever buy them in New York. If you want to buy cigarettes, buy them in Missouri. Way cheaper. Or the reservations down in Oklahoma. I get down there I'm about to go to Victoria, Texas on Monday, so I'll be going through Oklahoma and get some.
What's your flavor?
Menthol.
Medium. Oh,
dude! Ever since I got pneumonia when I was like 20, and I couldn't smoke the Cowboy Killers anymore. I switched to menthols, and I've never been able to switch back.
Menthol.
I couldn't do it.
Oh.
I just don't like the taste of mint to begin with.
Well, I'm just one of those people who laugh, and I'm just like, I just want to hurry up and get there. I don't want the half cancer. Give me the full cancer. I want the full octane cancer.
The high test. So I do have a question though, because Goat also brought it up in the gulag. How does one just simply run into a train?
A lot in Iowa, in northern Iowa, a lot of intersections are what they call them unrestricted. Like there's not even lights at them. They're doing better and they're getting more of them up. But this is like, there's not enough funding from the federal government or governments. This is why local areas should be more responsible and more.
Man, what is it? That's your libertarian paradise. What are you talking about?
Right, I think local areas should be able to be sued for that. Like, why didn't the local community?
That's wild.
Or the
so
county?
Much for libertarian. So much. For
No. It was his choice to run into a train.
Basically, it was. They didn't have any lights or anything on it. Sometimes in dark Iowa, like the side of them train cars, if it's not moving and there's no reflectors, yeah, apparently he ran right into the side of a fucking non-moving train.
I hate to break it to you, but you are almost like 98% agreement with civics. And he's a whole ass socialist. Like, I'm just a progressive. He's a socialist. And you agree with him 98%.
Yeah,
he wants strong local governance.
Right. And I'm totally for that. Like, I've told people this many, many times. If we can agree that for no reason, for zero reason, there is no reason that I can come up with and no reason you can come up with, that you can take the money from which is in my vault or my safe deposit box at the bank, not the money in my checking account, whatever. I'm talking my dollar bills, whatever medium of exchange that I save my time in. Okay? If you can't devalue that for, quote unquote, a collective reason, whether that be a minority of people, a majority of people, I don't care. As long as you have to come to me and ask for me to pay taxes, whether that be a tax on a product, tax on an item, tax for a service, because then I have a choice. I can choose not to have that service. I can choose not to use that product. But the moment you say there is no choice, then what you have said is the collective owns you.
There's no saying
as the collective says.
Still, there's no saying that there's no choice. I am literally telling you, civics want you to have more of a voice, especially in your local system, and to co-op with him. Like I'm telling you, all of your rhetoric, you are 98% agreement with civics.
Yeah,
that is because a lot of this stuff put those powers down, because I don't believe in intervention like that. There's not that massive need for intervention.
Intervening, man, all co-ops. There's still a market.
Yeah, and there's plenty of co-ops that work, and I've given you an example of a co-op that I love, and I hate that I have.
You just said that.
I do love that company, but I've also worked for other co-ops that are absolutely trash. And I don't want any collective to be able to devalue the base money of a people to prop up any company, capitalist, socialist, communist, co-op. I don't care what company it is. I don't care who you are. There is no reason that you get to devalue what is mine without a conversation. And the moment you do that in society, you have told society that these people over here are more important than these people over here. And that's what I was talking about earlier.
We don't want to devalue any of your currency. We just want to provide health care to everybody. Not a minority. I mean fucking everybody.
Yeah,
I actually
the only
want
way you can
you
do
to be
that
able
is
to
to
get
massively
seen
deficit
at
spend.
the hospital. I actually want you to get seen at the hospital, take the ambulance ride. If anything happened to you while you're welding or, whatever your profession is, if something happened, you would get that ambulance ride, get to the hospital, get treated, actually make it out of there, and no money comes out of your pocket. Not for the ambulance ride, not for the doctor bills.
I'm good with that. And I'm good with that as long as you have to tax me for it. As long as you have to say, well,
Yeah, we already do.
As long as we have to say, well, it's going to be a 37% income tax or a VAT tax or
It doesn't
a tax on
have to be
this,
that
a tax
high.
on that. But nobody says that because they never want to take away the money printer.
No. Like we don't have to print more money. We don't have to do a money printer. You already pay for this. Whatever your premium is now, I imagine it's probably higher per month than $300. If we just pitch you with a $300 tax instead of paying all your premium and out-of-pocket expenses and all that other shit from insurance, just a $300 tax per month, I guarantee you will be happier, healthier, and not broke.
What if we did this? What if we created an account, a money account every year, and everybody got it, and you could spend up to that amount on healthcare out of pocket at your own discretion, and if you needed to spend more, the federal government would cover you, like for emergencies and such. But if you didn't spend it, you would get to keep it.
You're talking about the health insurance accounts.
I mean,
the pre-tax insurance accounts that you put
I think
money into.
You want to incentivize people for health, not doctors.
Nope, that again is just playing into the profit system because you're saying, well, we're not going to tax you, but you can only spend this on healthcare stuff, and it's all the shit that won't cure you.
How is it all the shit that won't cure you?
It's collective approval.
Because insurance companies won't pay for it.
Well, and that's my biggest problem with single payers, because you give the government a monopoly to decide where those dollars will be spent. Because then
you
they will
have insurance companies doing that still. You have insurance companies today
horrible.
deciding where your money will be spent.
Yeah, and I think that is horrible. I have said that. I think people's purchasing power and their savings should be enough to pay for a lot of emergencies that we use insurance. And private insurance, you can find private insurance. I want more competition. I think we need more little private companies. So that way I can find ones that would pay for my kid's mom. Like, she's been denied by Medicare. The federal government says she's not broken enough to need the surgery, which has, like, crippled her. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many of these situations you can go through, like with Medicare, Medicaid, where the government has denied people. They said, you're not broken enough. But a private doctor says, absolutely you are. And then you have the feud between the doctors, which is exactly her doctors. A private doctor says she needs another surgery. The government doctor says she doesn't. Who's right? Because all the pain that she's in says that it's probably needing another surgery, right? But I think it should be more accessible out of pocket for something like that. I think
so
it should
ridiculous.
be closer.
You're asking to steal people's because you would never be able to out of pocket fund what a hospital does. There's just no way. Why? Because you have to be able to fund the doctors, the nurses' hourly wage, the doctors' hourly wage, the radiologists' hourly wage.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what has the government taken from me? So over the last, since, let's say 1970, the government has taken 2/3 of your wages and taxes and hidden inflation and loss of purchasing power. So if I were to have that 2/3 of wages back, I make well over $200,000 a year some years. I could absolutely stick that into savings. You're telling me that the surgery that probably cost $60,000 that I couldn't have saved up and purchased out of pocket if I had the full value of my purchasing power? No. People used to be
No,
able to
you
save
could
up for
not afford
cars.
that.
People used to be able to
I
save
mean,
up for
that's
homes and
such
cars.
stray
This
thinking.
actually used to happen.
Why,
People
why are
used to be
you
able to
trying
save
to
up for medical care.
reclaim money that you've already spent in taxes? It's so wild to me. I am talking about a system that we can change right now where you have more of that money in your pocket. You're only spending the $300 in tax that covers everybody,
But I know
and
the
that
money's not
there
there.
would be
You
no
act like
denials.
yeah, but you act like
There's
the
no
money
more
has been hoarded.
insurance companies to compete with, Steele. There
No,
would be
but
no
you act like
denials. You just walk in and get treated.
but you act like the federal government took that 2/3 of my wages and stuck it in a bank vault somewhere. No, that 2/3 of my wages, you know where that is? In those inflated fucking insurance costs, in those inflated fucking Medicare costs. It's riding around in a fucking hyper yacht
Wait,
for
you
some
get
fucking
charged
insurance fucking broker somewhere.
in taxes? Are you saying that? Where's the 2/3? What are you talking about?
The hidden inflation tax is equivalent to 30% over the last how many years? And most people pay what, near 30%?
The hidden inflation, meaning
Yes.
that government printing money is what causes inflation. We've already gone through this, and that does
It
not
does.
cause inflation.
Yes, even the Federal Reserve admits it. Hush.
Nope. I'm sorry, but you can
Don't fuck the Federal Reserve.
you could throw $1 trillion into the economy, and if nobody fucking spends it, the prices of products don't go up.
Then you didn't throw $1 trillion into the economy, then did you?
Yes, you did.
By definition, you didn't.
Yeah, you have to spend the money in
No!
order for it to
Holy
count.
fuck.
Yes,
If
it has to be
It's
spent.
inflation.
it's supply and demand. If you actually add $1 trillion of financing, of funding to the economy, but also $1 trillion worth of goods and services to the economy, guess what? There's the exact same number of dollars chasing the exact same number of products and services, meaning no inflation.
Right. You're 1,000% correct. If production keeps up with the amount of inflation, 1,000%. If production outpaces the amount of inflation, prices actually go down. Right? So if currency inflation outpaces production, what happens, Danny?
So simply printing money does not cause inflation.
What happens, Danny?
So simply printing money does not cause inflation. Stop the nonsense.
What happens, Danny? Danny, what happens?
Repeat that one more time, please.
Okay, so you said if production keeps up with currency inflation, we have no inflation. Now, if production outpaces currency inflation, we have prices go down, correct? Therefore, if we have currency outpace production, we have what?
Inflation.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love you so much. You are
the inflation. The inflation comes from spending the money, not from printing the money.
Oh, you think what? It's just been hoarded somewhere? What? There's definitely no more money in the economy than there was in 1971.
Yeah, if you just put it in a fucking bank or you just give it to Elon Musk.
But they didn't put it in a bank, did they?
If you
they
just
put it in a bank,
exactly,
people bought shit with
it. Exactly, people spent
it. So it caused inflation.
So spending causes inflation.
How do they spend without the money?
What are you talking about?
It was supposed to supplement the lost jobs at the time. If we're talking about the C-19.
Stupid. You were so stupid. You
really are, honestly. I don't think you realize what you're saying, Steele.
What did the Trump, was it Treasury Secretary say recently? The economy is great because consumer credit debt is up so much.
Yeah, I think credit cards came up and said that one credit card company came out, I forgot which one it was, and said that the majority of their customers are at their credit limit. Klarna also came up, which is a pay now or buy now, pay later company that's usually used for just like, random retail goods, but people are using it on groceries now, which is crazy insane.
The productivity. Just a sec.
if you want to introduce a bunch of money into the economy and get rid of the cancel-on effect that you hate so much, or not get rid of it, but aim it at the right direction and stop inflation from occurring, what you do is you give the money to farmers. You purchase.
Who would spend it?
You purchase farms, or you purchase farm equipment, or you make them purchase farm equipment and produce more food, and that food goes to the people on the bottom of the economic scale, which gets rid of your Cantillon effect that you hate, because now the money is moving toward starting at the bottom rather than the top, and it decreases inflation. It actually decreases inflation, because now there's less of a demand for actual food products, because we are providing food at a much lower rate because we have increased the supply.
Yeah, you're assuming that you can stimulate production to outpace the money that you're injecting to the farmers, because you might say it's just going to the farmers, but when in reality,
you can do the same thing with healthcare. You can do the same thing with healthcare.
No, but you just admitted that they had to buy equipment. But the equipment, the guy who sold them equipment.
But again.
Yeah, but the guy who sold them equipment, he's not a farmer. Okay, he's not a fucking farmer.
He's also
so he's going to benefit from that
He's also
money.
not a billionaire.
The guy who owns K's Tractor isn't a billionaire? What?
You give it to local.
Did you just say that? Did you just say Cat?
Shut the fuck up.
And Case are not John Deere?
Shut up. You give it to local producers, and those local producers create the machinery. This is the people on the bottom, not the people on the top.
Oh, so you want them to only access to local equipment, not the best equipment?
I want them to have access to not large corporations, to only small businesses.
There it is. There comes the subjective large. Because eventually there's a subjective line
it doesn't
that
have to
draw
be
across
subjective.
the map at a certain number. Because you have to.
We have a number already, dipshit.
What's the number?
It's usually 100 employees.
See, and this is why This is why North Korea, even after they sent engineers over to America, when the engineers went back, it took them 50 years to build a fucking tractor. And the tractor that they still have today is from the same one that they built 50 years ago. Because there is no innovation, there is no competition. Because he wants everybody to start at scratch, zero, and he wants no fucking scalability.
This creates competition, you dipshit. Because you're putting money into smaller businesses, which allows a lot more competition in the marketplace.
And Case is a publicly traded company. There is
it makes people pay for a bunch more failure. Because even failure at a small level...
now you don't want competition because people fail. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, because you would bail them out. Because you would need to bail them out. Those local equipment operators...
No, you don't
businesses,
bail them
yes,
out.
Because the farmers wouldn't be able to buy equipment, and then you'd have shortages. Oh my God, you'd have shortages like China and the USSR.
Stop the fucking idiocy.
Shit.
God, you are so stupid. God, you're so
because it always falls apart. Because unless you're going to control the chain of production all the way down to the kernel of corn, then you're going to have supply shortages.
All you want to do is bitch and moan. You want no solutions whatsoever, so that you can continue bitching and moaning. That's it.
No,
That's all
you want to assume humans aren't corrupt, and that some local area isn't going to have a corrupt little business manufacturer who doesn't make any equipment.
To do with
and then you're going to have a supply shortage.
You are saying something completely irrelevant right now.
You're okay with people starving. The USSR has always been okay with people starving.
You're a dipshit. I'm done.
Literally, even fucking Pol Pot in the Khmer Rouge.
He's not a Soviet. He doesn't care. He doesn't support Pol Pot. Like, what are you talking about?
But it's always the collective good. It's always okay if this little area gets fucked.
It has nothing to do with anything we were talking about, you dumbass.
Wait a minute, did you bring up Pol Pot?
Supply shortages.
Yes, he brought up Pol Pot and the USSR.
He wants competition, but he doesn't want
shortages because
he wants competition, but he doesn't want to subsidize small businesses, which is fucking ridiculous.
No, I don't want you to subsidize small businesses.
Why not?
Because I don't believe that the government can pick areas. I don't believe that the government
I didn't say the government's going to pick anything.
You just did. You picked farming.
No, I didn't.
You picked.
I didn't pick anybody.
You said farmers. Did you not?
I said you could do it with farming. You could do it with education. You can do it with healthcare. You can do it with all sorts of different industries. You can do it with.
You're assuming the government should just eat whatever failure it is in whatever market you pick.
Why do we have a government?
Hold on. Can I engage with Steele?
To protect the individual from any
Yes,
majority.
Go ahead.
Individual
Gosh,
rights. They used to be called inalienable rights.
Steele, I'm of the belief, and I'm a huge supporter of capitalism. I'm of the belief that good capitalism is a capitalism built on top of people having their basic needs met, if only to stabilize capitalism and whatever system it exists in. There is such thing as bad capitalism, right?
Basic needs is not. It's a subjective thought. Because the basic needs of an Asian person
Can you let him
or a
finish,
Southern
please?
person or a Northern person are completely different. Because the basic needs of somebody in Iowa is completely different than the basic needs of somebody in Texas. Okay? They're completely different. And arguably, if Iowa paid more, people would then move to Iowa, right? They'd buy a second home in Iowa, and then they would collect that check from Iowa, correct? And then they'd go live somewhere else where the cost of living was cheaper.
Are we in kindergarten here?
No, because you can't. People say that people are too corrupt to give charity, but somehow when they have power, they're not going to be corrupt.
Basic needs is not we're gonna calculate a dollar amount that should take care of your basic needs and give it.
There it is. You have no dollar amount on it, therefore no reality behind it.
Dude, shut up.
Yo, dude, you need to shut the fuck up for a second.
Don't say that.
Food, education, transportation, healthcare, housing, energy. Period. Those are 6 basic needs. Those are the things that everyone needs. And you're right, those specific things are different in Iowa than they are in Florida. But the concept of people needing those basic things, those 6 basic things, and that the government should endeavor to provide it at an incredibly high quality, I think that you're missing the variable of AI, which is a non-corrupt moderating entity that could, do logistics at a scale that humans have never been very successful at doing. We have to recognize that we're entering a different period of time.
AI is going to carry us into the communist ways, except you won't be able to AI my job for 50 fucking years. Sorry, Bubba.
What job do you have? What job do you have?
I'm a rig welder, man. I fucking weld everything from roller coasters to spaghetti boilers to the cable noodles boiler.
1 second.
Like the cable noodles that you ate, the chicken noodle soup that you ate.
Stop fucking talking. Stop fucking talking.
Much respect to your.
You can't AI my
job. Just stop talking.
I'm glad you have I'm glad you have a job that is physical and that is going to be more resistant to chatbot level AI. But it is not going to be resistant to sort of like swarms of small, capable robots operating on an AI visual model that are going to be able to just fly up, drone up to wherever it needs to get welded, do a tiny little perfect stitch in the way that they're operating on brain cancer patients right now. Yeah, they might be able to weld something.
Yeah, except for, what you're talking about at that very small scale is different than passing 200 amps of electrical power near an AI brain. Like, this has literally already been tried, and it doesn't work because the AI or even the robots become out of calibration really, really fast because of something called redundant static charge that builds up. And until you can figure out a way around redundant static charge, like AI today can't even figure out if a pipe is magnetized, nor know what to do if they encounter a problem while welding through maybe 6, 7 layers of paint.
Okay, that's fine.
All kinds of things.
I hear you.
That's what I mean. We all laugh at it.
Today. How long do you think that's going to take?
Yeah, we all in the industry? Yeah, at least 50 years.
50 years. You think it's going to take 50 years for us to figure out how to have an AI robot weld something?
Yes. Want to know why? Because a lot of infrastructure was built back in the early 1900s, and there's a lot of places that you're never going to be able to configure an AI to be able to get into, which you're going to need somebody like me who's willing to submerge themselves half deep in somebody's shit water or something in order to get to a water pipe that you've never seen in your whole fucking human history. You know what I mean? That was buried in fucking bumfuck who knows when. To weld that fucking pipe in. Like, that's what I mean. You guys don't understand.
We should regulate AI and we should stop them from...
You know how many engineers I've taken out in the real world
these jobs
and just humbled?
Really? You think Steele should keep his job?
I think that AI should be regulated to the extent that that people need to work. People need to have something to do and to feel and to have the freedom to work. I'm not saying that we could prevent AI from doing a lot of the things that it does and from thereby taking jobs. But I think that if we're just going to let AI take over all the jobs, people will just be like, what will be left for people? I think we should regulate that. I don't know how. I don't have any proposals, but I think it's a really dark thing if we just keep going and allowing it to just keep progressing and taking over
Wait,
humans.
did you just call Star Trek really dark? What the fuck?
It's worse. It's not Star Trek. It's taking everybody's jobs.
And even Star Trek couldn't get rid of money. I'm just saying. Fuck off.
They did. They got rid of
They
money.
didn't. No, there was absolutely still a credit system in Star Trek, and they absolutely traded with other civilizations for resources they didn't have with a minimum exchange. Yeah, which was it was actually a rare element. It was a rare element in Star Trek that they traded with other civilizations for elements they didn't have. Yes, there was
Can you
money.
let some other people talk, please?
Hey,
Well,
I might
press
get.
platinum, and they made it in the matter converters, the same as they made tea.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I might catch some flack for this, but I actually think we should get rid of all currency, period. And I think we need to bring back bartering systems because everybody finds value in different things.
That's right. That's right. We should go back to trading 13 blueberries for a t-shirt.
Somebody get the pitchforks and the torches.
See, but this is the problem. Like, there's one side that thinks we can just get rid of money, and there's the other side that thinks that there's nothing but unfettered capitalism that can exist, and they're both so deeply wrong. Like, there is so much complexity into the system.
Zach, you're right, though.
But it is not so. It is not so.
You're the one that's right, though, right?
To just say we're cutting out this section of economy.
What you're saying is you're the one that's right, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm always the one that's right here, guys. Like, I mean, have you not picked up on that?
Yeah, Zach, you're right. Remember when you came in here and you said, God, I love capitalism. I love it so much. And then you also said earlier that you're the most socialist person on this app. Which one is it?
I think that understanding socialism and communism is what makes you a great capitalist.
Yeah. It's like
we just got to infect our capitalism with a little bit of socialism. Fucking W.
How is capitalism working out for this country right now? Just freeze
It's not
frame
capitalism.
right where we
it's
are.
not capitalism. It's captured corporatism.
Well, that's why I want to ask. What percentage, like if you had to say we're a mixed economy, right? Socialist and capitalist, what percentage would you say that we're capitalist, Hunter?
Our government, our form of government is got social programs, but right now with the wealth gap, our capitalism is it's overtaking the jobs from people and people from
you're sadly very wrong.
succeeding. May I finish? It's making it so that your middle class cannot succeed. Your Gen Zers can't afford to buy homes, right? Because back in the 60s, you could be a factory worker or carpenter, and you could buy a split level starter home, and you could have a car in the garage.
Stop.
What?
No, I'm just telling Steele to stop.
So I'm just saying, capitalism, free markets, there was a time when it worked for the middle class and people could succeed. But now what we have post-Reagan, is we have what we have, which is a tremendous, an insurmountable wealth gap.
So you think capitalism
it's post 1970s. It's post Carter. It's post
Well, and that's the fallacy that they think that capitalism grew. I ran the numbers on this, and anybody can jump on their chat.
I'm going to say Reagan.
Anybody jump on their AI machine. I'd like to know if they're different than my numbers. So if we are a mixed market economy, and we always have been, run it against this. Run the percentage before 1913 to today. Because according to mine, it says, before the early 1900s and into the 1900s, we were 90% capitalist, 10% socialist.
Who says
Today,
that?
it says the opposite. Today,
How
it
is
says
it relevant to look before the market crash?
Our market is mostly
Who
socialist.
says that? Hey, stop talking. Who says that?
Oh, that would be an AI overview. That's why I'm curious to see if
An
anybody
AI
else.
Why are we
overview,
going back to?
Who says
Sorry.
it? I want to know who says it. You have to. If
Let
you
me
did
pull
an
it back
overview,
up. Let me pull it back up. Hang on.
Okay, meanwhile, while he's saying this, I just want to make this.
Fucking A. If
Go
you
ahead,
did it,
Mojo, sorry.
I just want to say, if you did it, you have a source. So just click on the source for me, please.
Yeah, that was a couple days ago. Let me go back through and I'll find it for you. Hang on.
And then I just wanted to point out that I don't see the relevance of going back to pre-Depression era, pre-World War II, pre-social programs, pre-FDR to make this analysis. Because post-FDR, we had things for the working class that would help them to succeed. And it was working, and for all its flaws, in the 60s and for a lot there was a time in this country where the lower working class, I'm sorry, I'm speaking, where the lower working class, factory owners, like I said, carpenters, white collar jobs, you could build a life and you could provide for your family, and that was something that was a working model where we had free markets and social programs. Now, Zach, if you think capitalism is so pristine and so wonderful, how is that working out for us now?
But
it's not relevant to look before FDR.
You literally just said that it was more free market. People had more purchasing power. FDR came in, instituted more socialist programs. Hang on. More socialist programs, and then we lost purchasing power as we became more and more socialist. You literally just admitted that.
No, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And the audience will speak. The audience will hear what I said. But what I'm saying is that post FDR and free markets and social programs for people who need them. Okay. And then what we had was a situation where corporations and wealthy people, their taxes got cut and cut and cut. And now look what we have. Those are facts.
He's mad at FDR because of the war.
What? You're mad because we fought
I'm mad at
Nazis?
FDR because FDR had forced labor camps, he burnt crops, and he fixed prices. FDR was a dirty, dirty, dirty socialist. And he absolutely allowed us to be bombed at Pearl Harbor.
Now we're into the hot take. What do you think of that, Donovan? Zach? Mm-hmm.
Truth be told, I'm only listening to 65%. I know he said something about FDR, but I didn't hear specifically what he said.
He said that FDR fixed prices, burned crops, was a dirty socialist, and allowed Pearl Harbor to be bombed.
Labor camps. Yeah, he had forced labor camps in which he rounded up vagrant workers. He rounded up vagrant workers and forced them to work on the Hoover Dam, 1,000%.
Yeah, he interned the Japanese too. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of stuff. The thing is, though, is that FDR lived through a very tumultuous time. So he had to
FDR did some tyrannical shit and used emergency tumultuous as a fucking excuse.
Oh. So we're going to debate, bro, over the definition of tumultuous now?
Essentially, because you're also saying that the Great Depression was,
caused by the Federal Reserve directly, 1,000%. You can Google this.
Oh, that's even another hot take. We're just having a hot take carousel, aren't we?
Yeah, 1,000%. And if you, everybody should know that the Federal Reserve, through lower interest rates, absolutely caused the rush and the panic of 29. Does everybody not remember what they taught you in school about the Roaring 20s? What do you think caused the Roaring 20s?
Industrial Revolution.
Okay.
The patriarchy. The patriarchy.
That's fucking wild.
You know, you sound
I
like
believe it was the ability
you sound
and
like
accessibility
you
of
sound
debt.
like a 60-year-old.
As somebody who's got a fucked up laugh, Mojo, don't be making fun of my laugh. You got a fucked up laugh too. Shut up.
But then when you start talking, you sound like a fucking 12-year-old. I don't get it.
Why you gotta be making fun of my laugh, man? As somebody who also has a fucked up laugh, dude, come
You
on.
think I have a fucked up laugh? That's fucked up.
Yes, Galt's got a fucked up laugh too.
The voice.
Damn.
I do like how he says that it's forced work, though, on the Hoover Dam, though it seems like there were a lot of people out of work at the time, and a lot of people were really willing to work on the project to get paid.
Oh, so forced labor is okay if you pay them, because they definitely weren't rounding up vagrants.
Now we're making it somewhere.
Wait, if it's forced labor when you pay them, isn't capitalism itself forced labor then?
Ding, ding, ding. We're making it.
Arguably, if you're not allowing any competition to pay them more, right, you're taking advantage of the depression.
Wait, are you saying
right?
that those people couldn't go out and
taken? Like, what part about that are you advocating for? Where the government would round up homeless people?
Paddy wagons? Did they put them in handcuffs?
You think the government should round up the homeless people today and put them to work?
You think they rounded them up?
Did you just say that?
Are you serious?
You
Are
did just say that.
You think
fucking
they
said
rounded?
that.
You
Dude,
think
I
they
can't
rounded
wait to get this
people up?
clip.
Okay, so now you're stupid as shit. And you just fucked up.
No, you fucked up. You said that it's okay for the government to round people up and pay them and force them to work.
You continue talking because you know you fucked up. They didn't round anybody up. They were not throwing people in the back of paddy wagons. They were not fucking putting them in handcuffs. Nobody was rounded up. They put these services out and available to people to take jobs. What the fuck? Stop.
Do you think people are the same today as they were in the 1930s, the early 1930s? Do you think our culture of work in America is the same?
They were just more racist then.
Yeah, arguably, I don't think people. I mean, if you read like Hammurabi's Law, if you read back thousands of years through like cultural texts, like people today really aren't that much different. We've got a couple little cultural things here and there, but arguably, people are just as corrupt and as lying and as untrustworthy as they have always been, which is exactly why you should give them as least power as fucking humanly possible.
Yeah, that's right. But they're considerably more lazy, though, is my argument.
I'm curious still, how do you build the Salvation Army? Just curious, because if vagrants are being rounded up in forced labor, if you're giving them a job, that's all the Salvation Army fucking does today. Is Salvation Army just a concentration camp for Americans?
Right, good point. I don't know about you, but if I were a vagrant, some hobo, I'd kind of be happy if somebody was showing up handing out jobs. That's just me. Wasn't worth my time, I'd be like, no, thank you. And I would continue my hustle.
The very basic idea should be that nobody has to have a job, because if you do that, then anyone who wants a job is going to have much more leverage. Like, they'll be in a better position to negotiate the terms of that job. And that's all we want for people. We want them to have the ability to engage in voluntary acts of capitalism and not sort of predatory acts of capitalism.
There you go. Exactly right. I think the deficit between most people just exists in regards to imagination and people's ability to make money from nothing.
Well, and I like what Zach just said, voluntary, and that's the biggest thing is voluntary. But the moment you say basic needs, well, basic needs aren't free, my man. Food is not free. Shelter is not free. All of
No,
these
but
things
neither is
cost
it.
money.
Neither is a
Hang on.
Google search.
All of these
Neither
things
is a
cost
Google
money
search.
and time. And that's what is, you know what I mean? Resources and time. You do not have the right to force somebody to provide these basic needs for somebody else. So therefore, you're going to have to pay somebody to do these jobs. There becomes the profit, right? Because either it's going to have to be a government employee or you're going to have to pay a private contractor to facilitate everything that you say the government should do. And again, I come back to the fact of you say people are too corrupt to give charity, yet somehow you're going to trust these very same people because all humans are corruptible.
Why do you tell everybody what they say? Why do you do that?
I certainly did not say that, but
that's the ideology behind it. Because
no, it's not. Just
you guys have
say
said it
what you're gonna say. Say what you're gonna say, and stop fucking telling everybody else what they said.
people are corrupt, and you shouldn't rely on them for charity.
Agreed.
But it's a better form of then giving the single most power to the government, which again is nothing but corrupt humans.
hold on.
And
I
will
have
be
a question.
corrupted
One
by
second.
power, and
Steele.
always have been corrupted by power.
I'll make this really easy for you. When you drive on a road, which by the way costs money, One second, costs money every year, costs money to create, costs money to maintain. Every single year you drive on roads and you have no question about why the government provided that to you as a basic.
You know, the first fucking steel bridge in this country was built privately with private money.
This is fucking crazy.
Like, do you know that? You guys people
I
say
don't
the
disagree,
roads,
but
and
by
you
the
act
way,
like roads were
but
never
by the
built
way,
before the
1 second.
government. Fuck off.
I am not
Railroads
of the
were built
mind-
before the government too.
Listen, if you provide everyone with food, right, good food, and by the way, I'm a super
Yeah, it's
local
all
person. I
subjective.
think
Your
all of
level
this,
of good.
I think
I
all
might
of
like
this
to eat
happens.
ramen noodles.
Railroads did not exist.
My level of good food is the highest level of good food. I live in the Hudson Valley. I eat all organic. You know, like I drive the farm.
Fucking big.
Like my idea of food is the best food, and I think that we can provide it in the same way that we provide roads. I think we can come up with the funding mechanisms. I think we can find it in our incredibly wasteful military budgets. I think we can do all sorts of things to make sure that the real priorities of the United States government can happen. But they should happen. And if they do happen, by the way, you don't have to worry about capitalism. Because if we can do it under capitalism, nobody's going to tell you that we need to move to socialism.
Yeah, but
Which,
without
by the
being
way, is
fiscally,
just
without being
coercion.
fiscally responsible, which the government isn't, which the government never has been. Like, we've only had a surplus, one time in this country where they convened Congress and they didn't know what to do with all of the federal surplus. So without that, then you're just stealing from the future to pay for today. You are going to say that it's a good thing to do this.
Stop doing that. Stop fucking doing that.
No,
Stop
he
saying
said
what
it's a good
you're
thing.
gonna say.
He said it's a good thing. Okay, he said it's a good thing. Okay. Then Republicans are going to come right behind you. They won't even be called Republicans. They're just going to be somebody else. And that person is going to use that money and that power for their own reasons. And you're not going to like those reasons. And that's what I understand about pure democracy, and our founding fathers understood about pure democracy, is that if you create these giant levers of institution and then allow democracy to sway them, you're going to have massive swings from left to right, conservative, all over the fucking place. They even said
Mojo,
it.
what do I think about democracy?
Don't make me pull up
He's right
the fucking
about
bank
that part.
veto speech of 1832.
Mojo, what do I think about democracy?
You hate it.
I think it's the dumbest invention in humankind, potentially.
See, you
Like,
argue
you're
against, you create straw men and then you argue against straw men. You don't have genuine conversations.
No, he's a national socialist.
Steele,
I'm
you
a
don't
national
have
socialist?
genuine conversations.
Yes, he is.
Thank you.
I'm a national socialist. Is that what you just said?
Yes, you are.
You want
That's a
the
wild
power to be in the hands of a bunch of billionaires.
Competent
And you want
operator.
them to dictate, right, what the rest of us have, whether you think that that's good food from the Hudson Valley or not. What you want to do is you want to let the fucking Sam Altmans and the Peter Thiels and the Donald Trumps of the world and the Elon Musks control with their capitalism what the rest of us have and how the rest of us succeed and what the rest of our goals are. Right, Zach?
Okay,
Am I
so
wrong?
let's say 1 second. Let's
No,
say
no,
we
no. Can you answer
apply.
my
Let's say
question? Am I wrong?
yeah, sure. No, you're 100% right. Let's say we apply the magic of Elon Musk, like he did to rockets, but we did it to food. And so your
The one that
$10
crashed
chicken,
into the moon yesterday?
your $10 chicken would cost $1, and it would be 10 times better.
Yeah, but what you're missing here, and there's a great book called The Wisdom of Psychopathy. I can find the author. It's a red book. If anybody can look up the author of it. But there's a direct correlation between intelligence and psychopathy. So if you just say, well, I want the elite and only the intellectual to run us. Okay, that's great. Yep, and the elite and intellectual might decide that a 30 million fucking person population withdraw or delete or maybe into some fucking ovens, maybe yeah, and that's good for the country.
Showers.
And you're okay
I'm
with
sure
that,
it
you
was
sick
showers.
fuck.
All right, you're being very hyperbolic.
Bro, you
Well,
got it.
No, but that's the eventuality of
I'm
national
a
socialism. That's
Jewish
that
Trump
is
supporter,
true
right?
still.
You got to
But
start cutting your yay, man. It's too potent.
Yeah, for real.
But can we get back to
That's not
this
yay, though.
idea that
anyway,
you want Sam? You want
It's
Sam
wrong.
Alt? I'm
Welders
sorry,
don't do
Dave.
yay, guys.
robot.
So let's
wow.
get to
So
he admitted that he wants the billionaire elite to dictate what the rest of us have, do, eat, succeed, everything. You admitted to
No, not
that.
at all. Not at
How
all.
is that? How is
1
that?
second. I want that class of people, that class of operator, to provide to you food, education, transportation, healthcare, housing, and energy. That's it. That's all I want them to do. That's all I
my
want.
problem comes from Zach comparing our growth in agriculture that started back in the early 1800s to something that Elon Musk did today to go back to the like what the fuck are you talking about? We
I'll tell you
increased
exactly
crop
what I'm talking
yields
about.
for 200 years and had an agricultural revolution with machinery and industrialization. Like we are producing something like 100 times per acre what we
Yeah,
used to.
dude, Brobot, it is the literal smear on our species' soul, the way we treat industrialized agricultural animals, and frankly, the crops as well. Like the moment we realize that what we are doing is in fact one of the great evils that will ever be discussed and known in our history.
You should not be talking about this.
Yes, thank you, Mojo, and I will eat a hamburger in your honor too, Zach.
No. By the way, hold on 1 second. I don't have a problem with hamburgers. I love meat. And I think the eating of meat is a completely moral and acceptable thing to do. The way we make most of our meat in the world is so deplorable that we should all be embarrassed. That's simple as that. And the way Elon Musk would do it, by the way, is he'd create a bunch of robots that would automate the regenerative agricultural cycle in 10 million decentralized small farms.
He
all
said he
across
would
the
do
country.
this. He said
And
he would do
make
this.
chicken.
I must have missed that
Wholesale
stupid speed.
propaganda.
He's not involved in food right now, guys. I know that you want him to be involved in literally everything. Just right now, it's like
So then how do you know he
transportation
said he would do
and
this? How do you know he would do this then?
I'm not. He doesn't want to do
That
this.
goes-
What I'm saying
that
is that what
that
I
is in
told
line with
you
him.
is that Elon Musk, an Elon Musk type operator, would provide you $1 chicken, not $10 chicken.
You
and
have
it would
no
be 10
proof of
times
that
as good
whatsoever.
as
You have no proof
$1
of that
chicken.
whatsoever. No proof of that
No, I do.
whatsoever.
I
They are
do.
completely
1 second.
captured by profit. You have no proof of that
Hold
whatsoever.
on.
That's
Do you
ridiculous for
know?
you to even
No,
Do you
B, there are
know?
a ton of interviews with him where this lines up with the similar sentiment about these things where he talks about he truly believes, and maybe you don't believe him that he believes this, or maybe he's delusional himself, but he truly believes that the great hope for AI and robotics is the elimination of scarcity. And this falls in line with how he would 100% an example of how he would do that.
He's never said this. He's completely captured by profit. You guys are delusional.
You know nothing.
There are several
about
interviews
this.
I could grab.
You know nothing.
Have you actually watched any of his interviews recently?
What you just said, Stephen, had nothing to do with what I said.
It's just interesting that you think that Elon Musk is so attached to thwarting scarcity that a man who's worth $1 trillion doesn't just solve world hunger. He could with that money. If he's that attached to curing scarcity, then maybe he should take some of his billions and solve it, because holy shit, I mean, do you know how much?
Well, this
Do you
is
know how
his way.
much
One second. Do
money
you
that is?
literally understand that what you're saying is you think you can solve food with money and not with a structural change as to how we provide
Well,
and
there are
create
a lot
food?
of starving people out there
Yeah,
that
no, I get it.
could
He could feed people tomorrow and he could feed people the next day. But what Elon Musk does in everything he does is he changed. First off, we know that this is doable because what he did to spaceflight was he took it from $1 billion a spaceflight to $20 million
He didn't take
a
shit,
spaceflight. And
man.
it's
And he crashed into the moon. What are you talking about?
oh my
So
God,
many
you
of his
guys are
rockets
so dumb.
failed.
You guys are
Did he
so
crash into the
dumb.
moon or not, Zach?
Zach, why is it always either Israel's great or billionaires are great with you? I don't get it.
That's not what I'm saying. Well, first off, Elon Musk is objectively
Your
the most
God.
effectual human being that has ever walked the earth ever.
Oh my
Okay, the
God,
fact
take
that
it
you
out of
guys
your
aren't
mouth,
so happy
dude.
about that, you
Jesus
should be so
Christ.
proud. You should be so proud that your generation has delivered a mind unlike any other in the entire history of humanity.
You know what? I could say
Hey,
that about
Zach.
the Beatles. Okay, I could say that about the
Hey,
I would
Beatles,
say
Zach.
but
that about
not
the Beatles.
Elon
We should be
Musk.
incredibly grateful that
Well,
we
we
got to
don't need to
live
we
during the
don't need to
period
talk
of
about the
time.
Beatles. Zach, do you think that Israel treats animals and agriculture better than the United States?
Yes.
Treat him better than Palestinians, that's for sure.
He, he said yes. Do you believe that Israel is better at committing genocide than the United States?
No.
That's where we're at.
Two truths and a
I
lie.
salute you,
What
Israeli
an
citizen.
interesting question and answer. Well done.
I mean, America, if hypothetically took part in the genocide of an indigenous population that numbered in the millions of people, right? We're talking about 70,000 people over the course of 3 years with more munitions dropped than people unalived. Like, it's a ridiculous statement. It's a ridiculous statement.
It's amazing how cavalier you are when you talk about 70,000 human lives in the space of Washington, in a geographical location of Washington, D.C., right? An open air prison. It's that you're so fucking cavalier about it. It's disgusting.
Well, to me,
Would
genocide's
any of us
genocide. They
rate
would
that?
both be equally bad. But to Zach, he says one is worse than the other.
So first off, I'm confused as to how we even got on this subject. We were talking about something completely different. This is what you guys do when you're getting your ass kicked in a debate and you don't
No,
want to
it's
talk
just
about the other thing.
we don't
You
want you
move
to
it back to Israel so
ever
that you
forget
can
that
You
just
this
think
is your
you
repeat the
think
take.
same
you're
talking points
worshiping
we've heard
Elon
here.
Musk is kicking our ass in a debate?
Well,
Really?
because you know nothing about Elon Musk, and I could literally walk you through his
No, it's
biography.
embarrassing and you have no
Cool.
self-awareness,
What
dude.
university did he go to in Canada?
He didn't go to university in Canada.
Yes, he did. Double check your facts there.
I mean, he went to University of Pennsylvania.
How's he treated his workers in his company?
I think that the best in the world want to work for him because he's the best in the world.
Bunch of them just became millionaires when SpaceX went fucking public.
But he's a crazy dictator in his thing. I mean, you should read the things that. First off, by the way, if you look at his management style, it's the best management style you've ever seen in your entire life. He breaks down. He makes it the flattest organization possible. He's like, nobody is allowed to enforce hierarchy in my organizations. If you're like a lowly mechanic and you notice something about his rockets, you're allowed to literally go to Elon Musk.
Hey, Elon fan, what school did he go to in Canada?
I don't know, McGill?
Nope.
Toronto?
Nope.
I don't know. When did he go to university?
Well,
in
you
Canada?
said you knew more about him.
I mean, I think that you're right.
He went to Queens,
Please.
which is good because that is an engineering school. So good for him.
Great. By the way, he coded his first video game at 12. How many of you guys coded a video game at 12?
Dude, he stole
I
that
don't
from his
even
fucking
believe
friend.
that. Yeah,
Why do
exactly.
you don't believe that? He coded it and sold it. He created his first company at 25 with his brother on a $10,000 loan from his father called Zip2. They sold it for $25 million when he was like 20.
Yeah, and just for context, this is like the
Remember when
1980s, so it's going to be an 8-bit game. Just to add
Hey,
context.
so I do find it funny that him and Trump are very well liked, because do you know why he ended up going to Canada to school?
Because he was an immigrant, and so he had to get.
No, to avoid mandatory military service under apartheid in South Africa.
Oh, great. So you mean he chose not to fight for apartheid South Africa?
He skipped out on the military obligations.
Yeah, so he
Just like,
he
who's the draft
avoided
dodger
he
again?
avoided having to fight for apartheid South Africa on purpose. Is that what you're saying?
He's also an immigrant, right? And he came in
Oh, you
here
have a problem with
on
immigrants?
probably on a student visa, right?
And you have a problem with immigrants?
But yet, you decry immigrants, but he's a white immigrant, so
Listen,
that's okay.
I'll take any immigrant like Elon Musk, and that includes brown immigrants, black immigrants, Asian immigrants, white immigrants. If they are like Elon Musk, they can come in unlimited to my America.
So does he espouse something with respect to his relations with his family and his children that you also
He's a
admire?
shitty human being, like many of the best men in history.
Oh, so now he's a shitty human being.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Dennis, can I ask you a question?
He is definitely not a good dad, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 13
I mean,
kids.
and then by the way,
Can I ask you a
I
question
take
real
that
quick?
back. I take that back. I don't think he's a shitty human being. He's not a great dad.
You
He's
said
got
it.
weird.
Wow.
It was.
I've never heard any
Writing is
leftists-
crazy.
I've never heard any leftists say that Bill Gates could end hunger, or Jeff Bezos, or Mark
Donovan-
Yeah,
Zuckerberg.
Bill Gates is a piece of shit too.
Donovan, let me save you some
Or-
time. All fucking billionaires shouldn't exist. There you go. Don't try to fucking
Right, and I
it.
get that. That's your underlying, political calculus. I get that, but I'm just saying I've never heard anyone on the blue team hold the standard to any other billionaire that they hold to Elon Musk.
Because he's the richest man in the world.
Okay.
What you think we like Sam Altman and Peter Thiel?
Well,
This is a random question.
right,
Does Elon Musk own a yacht?
Of course. Well,
Or mega
actually,
yacht?
that's a good point. That's a good point. But it's not really the point that I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that the value to society and civilization that Elon Musk represents relative to these other billionaires cannot be discounted. I mean, Elon Musk, correct me if I'm wrong, but has entire segments of his company devoted to green energy, space exploration. Like logistics and now communications. I mean,
Didn't he
Why
list
does he
all
want
his
his
communications?
value
Excuse me.
to
Why does he
society.
want space exploration? So that he can profit off space exploration. He wants to be able to monetize it and be able to do,
Or-
travel, I don't know, space
Or-
missions with the general
did-
public.
By the
Or
way,
that means you're not enough of a science nerd.
realize their potential.
didn't he lift his satellite something, his communications over Ukraine, like hold that
Starlink.
Starlink,
Yeah,
manipulate
thanks
that
for-
situation. Furthermore, he got into the position of Doge and cut very important programs in Africa that would have cured disease, and
They were just slush
did
funds
all
for the
that. He did all
CIA.
wreaked all that havoc, and then furthermore, his team of like snot nosed fucking 22
geniuses.
19-year-olds like got into our information, our tax information, and now
Yeah.
that's compromised. I
And
mean, really, you guys
were
worship
against
this guy?
radical transparency. Imagine my shock.
Tennis,
mean-
is it your assertion that Donald Trump, the world's richest man and most successful technologist of all time, hired some misfit group of morons?
No,
to back them
you said
up on
Trump, you meant
changing the
Musk.
United States government?
Wait,
Or
who are you
Musk, I'm
speaking
sorry.
to?
You said
Musk?
Trump.
Yes, Musk. I mean Musk. I'm sorry. Do
Is
you
it my
think that
position that what?
that Musk, the world's richest man and most important technologist, gathered a group of idiots to help him with restructuring the United States government?
From all reports, apparently
From
they
no reports. From
all reports.
Read me
Right
the
when he
CV
was
of
doing
anyone on
Doge.
there and tell
Does
me
anybody
why
else
that
remember this? Does
qualifies
anybody
as
else
a
remember this? Where it was discovered
Yes.
that the people who worked for him
Did
were.
you hear her just say
they-
yes before you finished?
No, I
telling
wanted to
people
know if
what you were-
I
what they
imagine
heard?
this, if I'm pulling this out of my butt, but I know I'm not.
Hold on, but before you say it,
But I was
can
speaking.
B tell
Excuse
her
She was
me.
what?
saying previous to that, Christ.
No
right?
fetishism on the
So,
panel, tennis.
so these guys who don't even have a degree and hired them to work in the government, right? They weren't vetted, and they proceeded to get our tax information. Correct? Does anybody remember that?
Yeah, we remember all of it, but you're
Yeah.
mischaracterizing the purpose of what it is that they were
The
doing. They're looking to
purpose,
erase fraud
well,
and abuse,
I don't
something
care
we've been
what.
looking for
and who they
decades.
were. They may
And then
not
when
have
we
had
finally got it, you
degrees.
guys were like, "Nuh-uh." You remember that? We
Do you know that
remember
Mark
that.
Zuckerberg doesn't have a degree?
Mark Zuckerberg, he's
Why are
another.
we moving from subject?
Yeah,
Do you
it's
know that
No,
Bill
let's go back
riveting.
to
Gates
the
doesn't have
Doge
a
thing where they
degree?
stole all of our freaking information and put it on whole entire separate server. Let's talk about that. The fuck is
Exactly
wrong
what
with
I'm
you?
alluding to here.
Yeah,
Like,
again,
and
you
so
guys are
Zach was
mischaracterizing
asking
the
me
fact.
whether or not I thought that he could hire people who
That's
were, cogent and somebody who could do the job. Yet now our information is compromised.
Our information has been compromised for a long time. I don't know if you guys know anything about USIS, but that was one of the places that Doge went to and really seriously needs to unfuck. There have been huge breaches right up until, as a matter of fact, there was a huge breach right before the last election. But this is not something that is talked about often. What we're attempting to
I
do,
care about
well, we're
Elon
almost
Musk
done. What
doing
we're,
it. I care
we're
about
almost
Elon
done.
Musk taking
What we're attempting
taxpayer
to do
dollars
is
to do.
modernize and streamline and provide some type of transparency through an organization like this, and we've been asking for it for decades.
Where's the
And
Venezuelan
you
oil?
guys fought it tooth and nail.
Where's the
Transparency.
Wait. Before the Venezuela thing,
wait,
I'm curious. I'm curious, B. Like, what do you?
no. Where is Donald Trump
Calm
out of
down.
Where is Donald Trump out of transparency?
Where is Donald Trump at on transparency? I think
Where has
Doge
he
is an
added?
amazing attempt.
Where has he added transparency?
We're talking about Doge right now.
Yeah, you think he added transparency?
Yeah,
through
not
Doge?
just that, but
Wait, well,
yeah,
how?
there's
How
all
did
kinds
he
of
add
examples.
transparency?
How about
through
the
Doge?
the Epstein law that he signed?
Are you fucking serious? The law that was passed by
very
Congress? The law that was passed by Congress to release all the files to
Signed
which
by Trump.
he has yet done so. He is currently breaking that fucking law. And he didn't have a choice but to sign it because they had a veto proof majority. There was only
You
one
understand
person
that
that
there
voted
are
against it.
exceptions to some information, right? Being released.
So where
It's
is
in the
this
law.
transparency?
You know that, right?
said you wanted transparency. Where is it?
Doge in and of itself was an
Yeah, so
organization
no
that was providing
transparency.
things.
There is
But there's
no
all
file
kinds of
transparency.
Where's the
He's also trying
transparency
to
on the
add
Epstein files?
more transparency to voting. And you guys are fighting him on that. Yet another 80-20 issue you guys are on the wrong side of.
Oh, you mean the SAVE Act thing that he's trying so desperately to
Yeah.
pass through Congress?
Right. Why?
So he can prevent.
He's
So
trying
he
to get
can prevent
transparency
women
through
from
the voter
voting.
rolls
Okay, is that
blue
transparent?
states are for some reason withholding. I wonder why they're withholding that information.
What are they withholding? What
The
are they
voter
withholding?
rolls, to make sure that there's not tens of thousands of illegals that are on the voter rolls illegally, like the New Jersey governor just admitted to. Oh yeah,
So he's creating problems.
Okay,
so
guys.
he's
No, you guys are
manufacturing
cheaters. You just don't
problems.
want to admit it. You're not
When
really,
did the
when
New
you say
Jersey admit to
democracy
it?
is at stake, you don't really mean democracy. You mean
When
bureaucracy.
did the New Jersey
The
governor admit
bureaucracy
to
that
voter
you put in
fraud?
place and that you use to fucking not just take care of the
Yeah,
voters.
he's just saying random
when they
stupid crap.
stop
You're as bad as
being
Steele.
useful.
You're as bad as Steele. You just say random stupid crap on a regular
I'm not
basis.
saying, what are you talking about? I'm telling you specifically. You're asking questions. I'm answering them, Mojo.
I mean,
You're,
that's
you're
running
answering
theory.
questions by
He's
asking
about.
questions,
No,
Donovan.
he asked about transparency. So we're trying to get a hold of the voter rolls so we can add again transparency.
Okay. Can I answer? Can I
who
speak
should
to
be
the
voting
vote?
and who shouldn't be?
May
Because
I
you
speak
guys
to
want
the
to
voters roll?
obfuscate it.
Wait, Donovan, can I speak to the voters rolls? What evidence does he have that the voter rolls are somehow compromised in different states?
Well, look at New Jersey. New Jersey is a perfect example. They called it a computer glitch. So accidentally, tens of thousands of illegals were on
So
voter
now
rolls
that
they shouldn't have been
entitles
on.
him.
So now because of
the
a
states
glitch
don't want to do it, especially the blue states. Isn't it
Okay, so
interesting,
when-
Fenix, that only the
okay,
red states
when
want to give
did-
up the information?
Donovan, don't
blue
panic.
states
But
don't.
when did he start his quest to
Irrelevant
go?
when he started
Wait,
it.
the answer.
Mojo
No,
asked a question, I
because you
answered.
just
You're
brought
trying
up
to
New
invalidate
Jersey.
my answer.
You
It's not
brought up
gonna
New
work.
Jersey to substantiate his need to get the voter rolls, but that's more recent, right? He's been going. He sent his Tulsi Gabbard to Georgia, to Fulton County. Of course, remember, we know what happened. We know
Yes,
he
lots
tried
of
to get his
irregularities,
11,000
lots of
votes,
cheating,
but whatever, you seem to
lots
ignore
of
that one.
dereliction of duty.
Sure. That's all manufactured. He
So
manufactured.
just checking into this. This is all from May, by the way, and from a fucking Facebook post. But essentially, New Jersey had a issue in the motor department or the DMV issuing licenses. About 400 non-citizens received licenses. There was no instance or found of any non-citizen voting. And it is Trump that is overinflating this, saying that all
Has New Jersey given up
non-citizens
the
across
voter
the
rolls
United
yet?
States are voting. And no instance in New Jersey of a non-citizen voting happened as amongst this glitch.
Yeah, it's common sense, transparency that the voters
It's
have been
obviously not
asking
common
for,
sense when they can't
and
find a
the
single
Democrats
instance of
are
voting.
like, "Oh hell no!"
Their whole thing since he's gotten into office is to try to find indicia of fraud in different locales like Minneapolis and Louisiana.
No fraud in Minnesota.
And but they take that, even though that case was
You're hilarious.
settled. No, I mean I'm hilarious. What he's done
there's
is
no fraud in Minnesota, right,
there
Dennis?
was a litigation, right? And it was settled, and somebody pleaded guilty to it. Yet that's their big battle cry. That's the big. So the left,
I do
in
think,
its
yeah.
entirety, is fraudulent, and so much so that they manufactured something down in Louisiana with respect to the KKK. I mean, this is so ridiculous. It's all and then you had Vance up in Maine going. Everything was for fraud. That's your big battle cry.
I think the claiming that there's widespread voter fraud is a losing battle. I think there's other things that we can prove with more substantiation than that, because I haven't been able to find anything more than isolated incidences of that.
Oh, come on. Is common sense not good enough for you, Stephen?
I wouldn't put this in the category of common sense. I mean, common sense is a thing.
What would you put it in?
I would put it in the category of somebody that hasn't, at least in my mind, actually tried to be objective about whether or not this is happening and researching it in a way where it would tell you, is this a worthwhile argument to have or not? And I just don't think it is.
It's just so interesting that we never, this whole fraud campaign that Donald Trump and his minions have brought in this country for the last 10 years is the way. That's the way. That's how you guys want to win, is by claiming fraud everywhere.
I do think that common sense ideas of getting us as close to a system that prevents fraud would make sense. We've talked about different ways to do that in the past. I mean,
how about look at the corruption? How about look at the corruption? How about look at the slush fund thing? Talk about fraud. That's the biggest fraud. Sorry, that's the biggest fraud we've ever seen. He tried to create a slush fund, right, by suing himself, essentially.
No, you're changing the subject.
If we're talking about potential areas of fraud, though, certainly mail-in voting is the thing that I think for a lot of people to calm down about the idea that fraud might be happening. It makes sense to institute as many things as we can to prove that that's not happening.
Well, why don't you prove that it was happening first, and then admit that there was a problem? If there isn't a problem, why the fuck are we trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist?
Well, no. The mail-in thing is something that's relatively new and evolving and becoming more popular. So, when you think about
We've had mail-in ballots since the Civil War.
Yeah.
no, but
There are
in terms of
dozens and
usage,
dozens of examples of Democrat leaders, especially in the 90s and the early aughts, standing up and saying that the voter systems are compromised. They say this all the time. And to say
Irrelevant.
that, the minute
Irrelevant.
it doesn't serve your purpose is to say that it's not an issue.
Irrelevant.
It has been an issue. And any
Fucking
efforts to
irrelevant.
increase transparency and security should be undertaken. But for some reason, inexplicably, you guys say, no, because it doesn't happen enough to really do anything about it.
well, and mail-in voting spiked during COVID, right?
Wait, I'm gonna stop the nonsense right now. First of all, it's unconstitutional for the federal government to get their hands on voter rolls. Secondly, this is not transparency because you wouldn't get access to the voter rolls; they would, and then you wouldn't be able to see what they did with them because you would have no idea because they're not going to be transparent about shit because constitutionally they can't be transparent about this. As a matter of fact, constitutionally they can't even fucking have the goddamn voter rolls. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And as far as Doge goes, yeah, Doge was full of a bunch of fucking college kids that hadn't even graduated or even gone through their first year of school that had no fucking security clearances whatsoever. These people were funneling through the records of all American citizens and downloading them to fucking websites and databases that nobody fucking knows about. Who knows where the fuck they're at right now and who knows where the fuck it was sent? Yes, this government is not transparent. It is the exact opposite of transparent, and it is doing it all unconstitutionally.
What's the running theory about why they would do that? Like, what is the information that you're most worried about them capturing, and then what do you think is being done with it that hasn't already been done by all types of other nefarious actors?
Dude, I don't want anybody to have my information. Like,
What information is it though that you think is not like out there on you at this point because of all the leaks and everything else that have happened?
That's not the question. The question is, why has my information been exposed? Period.
Well, no, that's exactly the question. The question he just asked you is very important. What information in particular?
I don't know exactly what information.
Social security numbers, employment records, family records, medical records. These are all things that were exposed by Doge. The social security number is especially relevant because there has been an uptick in the amount of people getting scammed, especially older people getting scammed through emails and through other services. People getting phone calls from a so-called relative that's in jail that needs some money sent to them, or by a family member that is selling or trying to get rid of a refrigerator, and they just send me $50 and I'll bring the refrigerator over tomorrow. Shit like that. That there's a huge uptick in that kind of fraud that's going on right now. And this is the exact information that Doge released to the public.
Release social security numbers to the public.
They did.
I had not heard that.
No?
What was the method they used to release it to the public?
What is our tax information?
Wasn't it one of the major credit bureaus, they leaked everything and then they paid for LifeLock and all this other stuff for a long time? I mean, basically since then, I just locked everything down. At this point, we can't even feel safe at all that our information is not out there.
Are you serious right now?
Where's the Venezuelan oil?
Disingenuous.
Wait. I just asked. This is an AI response. No, Doge did not release social security numbers to the public. However, court filings and whistleblower disclosures revealed that the Department of Government Efficiency employees improperly handled and shared sensitive Social Security Administration data on unauthorized third-party servers.
There you go.
Which they should be investigated for, in my opinion. Like, no doubt.
Right, but that's a far cry from released social security numbers.
They did.
That is not a far cry.
You don't even know what those third-party servers are.
And I also want to point out too is that in December of 2024, the Treasury Department had a huge data leak where all of not all, I don't know how much, but it just says it was a major leak where like social security numbers, a lot of financial data, tax, personal tax, a lot of U.S. citizens' personal information from the Treasury Department was leaked or hacked or whatever. I don't know if they said it was China or some bullshit, but the point being is if there's mishandling anywhere, I want it fixed, you know.
Okay. And if there's even prosecuted, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
whoa,
if
whoa, whoa, whoa. I just dodged a bullet from one of Hillary Clinton's assassins. Tell me more about unauthorized servers.
Oh no, yeah, I agree on that shit too. Yeah, brother, I'm with you on that one. But I also want to say is the reason why we are what Mojo was saying, right? Like people's information was being used to scam and do fraud against them, and that is exactly what was also happening within our government, our social safety nets with Medicare, SNAP, any type of social safety net that program we have. There was widespread fraud where people's identity was stolen and information was used, to get those benefits and stuff.
Well, same. So
Yeah, we
TransUnion
know.
and Equifax, they both had major data breaches. That, I mean, at this point, does anybody actually feel like their information is not out there
Yeah, the
somewhere?
DOD had huge.
I do not want Elon Musk having it.
I mean,
How hard is
one of the
this to
biggest hacks was going out in the
understand?
shoulder. I think it was
Is it worse for you to think of
It's just
Elon Musk having it than
amazing.
all of the nefarious characters, all
Mother
of
of
the
God,
characters out
the
there?
way you sidestep this by saying our information's out there anyway.
Well, so okay, let me just throw something out there that you're probably going to think is ridiculous, but a single person or a small group of people always have access to more information than you think if they work for firms that require you to verify who you are when you call in to access certain accounts and things like that. That stuff could be written down. They could do bad things with it. The reason why that doesn't usually happen is because most people who have access to that stuff are not bad people. They're not criminals.
Yeah, but
Whenever
before
these
10 years
data
old,
leaks,
before 10 years old,
hold on, whenever these data leaks happen, those are people that are trying to get that information, mainly overseas, that are trying to figure out how they can screw you the best way they can. And you're not like, you're like, oh, that's okay. I guess that's okay. Like Elon Musk and all
yeah,
that.
no one
That's
said
what I'm
that. You
saying.
said
What
he
is
was
the
trolling.
running?
You're
What is
arguing
the
with wallpaper
running?
again.
This is why. This
Can
is
I
why.
please say something?
Hold on. This is why I asked what
Can
the
I
running
say
theory is.
something?
Real quick though, this is why I asked what the running theory is on the left, as far as why it's so bad that Elon might have seen that information, had
Are
access
you
to it.
fucking kidding me? You're really rewording the same thing over and over again? I'm
Yeah,
going to
because I don't
explain it
think you
to you
answered it
if
that
you
well.
can be quiet for 2 seconds. So the reason is because typically, first of all, if it's so easy to get, then why did he have to download it to a third party server? Second of all, children under the age of 10 are not, their information isn't typically available to the public, and the only way to access their information would be through a social security database. So that is fucking nefarious and weird. I don't know if Epstein's run out of children to diddle, and that's why they had to do it. I don't know why they did it. If it was so easy, they wouldn't have had to do
It
it, but they did.
says here the internal sharing, sensitive personal information of roughly 1,000 individuals was sent via encrypted email to outside personnel. Whistleblower complaints also alleged a broader database copy of millions of records was placed in a vulnerable cloud environment.
Was Snowden a hero?
Yes. What
Yes.
Okay,
happened?
this is
What
why you
happened to
don't care.
Sweden?
Yeah, this is why you don't care. You want the government to have all their records released. You want all of our information to go out, right?
No, of course not.
Oh, wait. You think he's a hero because he was showing that the government was releasing or keeping track of our records, right? Wait, that's the exact opposite. Hold on. Now, how is it possible that you can think Snowden is a fucking hero and not think Elon Musk is a fucking villain?
Because of the purpose, both of their purpose. Snowden pretty much showed in real time that John Brennan was lying to Congress with regards to how they spied on the American people, how they got real-time data of who was doing what whenever they wanted it. That's if you've ever seen, what was that movie Will Smith did, Enemy of the State, that type of level of surveillance, and real-time appropriation of a person's identity, debanking, turning off their cars, like all the crazy Orwellian shit. That's the path we don't want to be on. Now,
But yet you wanted Elon Musk to do that.
right, but you're missing the context as usual, right? when you
such
pull
a fucking
back,
joke. You were such a hypocritical joke, dude.
I'm not a fucking hypocrite. You just refuse to acknowledge the existence of the deep state and the dichotomy and dynamics that are happening between the Trump faction and the permanent political class faction. You are literally on the side of the permanent political class. and you hope that whatever revolution you hope to kick off happens there. I mean, it's the funniest thing ever, but whatever. Really think that Kamala Harris is going to tip over the apple cart, Mojo? Or maybe the Bushes, who endorse Kamala Harris. You think those are the people, the counterculture, the punks, the people on the outside? No, Mojo. You're a revolution brought to you by fucking AT&T. And Jordache. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious that you countenance
Tesla and Starlink.
Yeah, totally. Elon Musk is on the outside of the status quo and the deep state. That's why they're going after him so hard. That's why you only hear criticisms like, why isn't Elon Musk fixing world hunger?
Yet somehow he's got his fingers all around government. Somehow he's got access to everything that fucking would bother you for anybody else to have access to. He has access to it, and you're okay with it. It's just fucking wild.
Yeah.
It's wild that you don't understand.
Department.
It's wild how you don't understand how ridiculous you are.
Oh, that's okay, Mojo.
Yeah, it's Tesla. You guys are all saying it wrong. Sammy's right.
It's important to point out that Elon Musk is not an oligarch. Elon Musk is a broligarch. You're welcome.
And for the record, I'm not in favor of Elon Musk or anybody else having additional access to our data. But what is interesting, and I think this is what maybe separates people that lean right or left, is that we just don't think it's as big of a deal as people on the left say it is.
It's an election with this data, and you do realize that one of the people who was one of these pimply faced teenage boys did collaborate with a political group and gave them personal information from this database. This could be used to steal an election.
How? What information would be used to steal an election?
You have everybody's social security data. You have everybody's political affiliations, all of that.
Okay, and that's going to be used to steal so all the algorithms have basically figured out what people's political affiliations are at this point. So how is knowing that from that stolen data helping uniquely to steal an election?
We'll see.
Well, obviously, the vulnerability lies in absentee ballots. We need a way to be able to confirm who has voted and when, and as close to real time as possible. So this way we can do
constitutionally, the states run their elections.
Dude,
listen.
Hold on.
Why does California take
Donovan?
4 weeks to count less ballots than third world countries with more people take?
Because they passed laws locally to count things by hand, and it takes longer for more security reasons. And we're from the same fucking state. I voted in Virginia absentee the last 3 or 4 elections. And I have a record of when they received it. I have a record of when they fucking counted it.
Yeah, that's great. Do you remember when Eric Holder went to vote in Alexandria during the Obama administration and they informed him that he had already voted? Do you remember that? Which
and then that would immediately trigger a contested ballot. So they would find...
We have a breathtaking level of technology that we should bring to bear against these issues. This way there is no debate. We want to tighten election security. We want to make it.
There should be no debate. There should be no debate. You have created a problem. You have created a problem. You have created a problem that doesn't exist, Donovan. There should be no debate, but the only reason there's a debate is because you got some dipshit up there pushing propaganda. You got some dipshit up there pushing propaganda that you just want to fucking regurgitate, saying, "Oh, election fraud." Except nobody's ever proven that. There's no evidence that any of this shit has ever changed in a single fucking election in this goddamn country. And here you are still fucking screaming at the rooftop that you want this deep state that you're so fucking scared of.
Mention your example there, Donovan, is an example of the system working.
Hold on, civics, don't do that. What you're
is
missing,
an example
Mojo,
of the system working.
What you're missing is this, because one second you're going to complain about election integrity, and the next second someone else on the team is going to say, "Oh, that's silly." But here's the problem: if you ever have a situation where there is any type of malfeasance within an election, the bad guy wins. So how is the bad guy going to go back and be like, "Oh no, everything is fine. It was the most secure election in history."
I'll deal with the pigs flying when the pigs
That's why we should make sure elections are tight before the bad guy comes
I'll
out.
deal with the
Like,
pigs
tell me
flying.
none of you have been like, oh,
I
Trump
will
only won
deal. I
presidency.
will deal. I will deal with the pigs flying when they start flying.
Yeah, in that
So
example
Mojo,
that you gave it,
why would
hold
you
on,
be
God damn it, I
against?
was
Go
next.
ahead.
That example that you gave Donovan is an example of the system working. He had a contested ballot automatically because they're like, oh, it appears that you already voted. Okay, go grab that. We're going to compare it and be like, that's not me. And they're going to strike that and they're going to give him the proper ballot. That's the fucking system working.
Mojo, why would you be against, or anybody, I guess, the
For the same,
addition of additional security measures, other than maybe saying it's going to be too costly for what we're getting from it?
because it's not. First of all, it's unconstitutional, and second of all, pigs don't fly.
Tell me again why mail-in ballots are so secure again.
Because when you get your mail-in ballot here in Colorado, you are sent a text to tell you when it has been mailed. You are sent a text when it has reached your mailbox. You are sent a text when they receive it again after you turn it back in, and then you get sent another text when it has been counted.
And then, is there any part of that?
The signatures. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I should have said this in the first place too. The signatures are on the outside of the envelope. They do a signature verification before they even open the damn envelope.
So signature verification. This is all I'm super curious about. This, by the way, what is it about the signature verification? What are they using to verify that signature?
Your signature.
No. But what systems are they comparing that to?
Your driver's
trying
license.
to say that human beings.
Your ID.
Human beings is the answer.
So if you don't have a driver's license or an ID, what are they comparing it to?
Your former signature that's on file.
You had to register to vote. You had to
Yes.
register to vote, and you would have had to have a signature when you registered to vote too.
Okay, well that makes sense. So if there's a signature, it's been so long since I've registered to vote, so I couldn't remember. If there's a signature as part of your registration to vote, and that's what they're comparing it to, then yeah, I think that's good.
That's what it is.
I mean, when it came to
Don't you get a driver's license every few years?
Yeah, but not everybody has that. You would be excluding a large portion of the population if that was the only
No,
place we were drawing
everybody
that
has
from.
a driver's license. Show me.
No, they don't.
Show me any group of people that do not have a driver's license.
Dude,
You don't
all
even
young
need your
people.
driver's license. You don't need the driver's
No,
license. They compare
that's when we register. At least here in Texas, you register to
when you
vote
get
when you
your.
get your driver's
No,
license
you
and
need an
you
ID
sign for
card.
both of them. My
No.
signature is on my ID. The driver's
Okay, your
license
ID
is an
card,
ID.
yes.
Same in Georgia, but I had to provide like documentations to prove my identity.
Yeah, no, but I'm fine with that. Honestly, I'm fine with that. Like, I would be curious to hear Donovan's perspective. If it's not good enough that there's some verification process that goes into comparing the signature on the mail-in ballot to some sort of believable, trusted source, like they're signing up to register to vote or their ID card. Is there some reason why we should
Yeah,
not
you
trust
guys
that?
don't really care about verifying anything. Again, when I was talking about Doge, my kids were screaming. I couldn't really explain it. Them stealing third-party data and downloading onto this third-party server, and then them, one of the members meeting with and giving this information. I can't believe this isn't like a more pressing issue to a political organization. Also, during this time, a whistleblower came out and said that that these Doge people were directed to change 2.7 million people that were living to falsifying them to be dead. That is how you can manipulate votes. That's how you can manipulate an election, because technically those people wouldn't be eligible to vote if they're dead, because our system does check whether people are dead or not. They actually did do this to 6,100 people, but they were told to try to do it to around 2.7 million people. This is how you manipulate an election.
So what's the status of that, B? People would have lawyers, and there would be lawsuits flying out even if it's 6,000 people. What's the status of that? Do you know? I want to know.
It didn't actually happen because the proper mechanisms caught it before that it could happen. No, 2.7 million people were not put into
What about
this.
the 6,000 then?
I think they called it like a death master file. I think they end up going back to living. I think that it got audited. I think it got fixed by the actual people who worked at the Social Security office.
But were they? But at any well, that's I have questions because at any point in time, was there stuff restored in time for them to vote, or were they or did they not be able to cast their ballot? You know, or were there benefits?
Yeah. No, this was in the beginning of Trump's presidency. He was already in office at that point.
Okay.
But this is just an example I'm giving of how you can use this information to manipulate, federal elections.
But so I guess that's a good thing it didn't happen. And even if they tried, it didn't happen. It sounded like we had the mechanisms we have in place are working to, checks and balances for people getting into places of power and abusing it, So I say that's a win for the institutions.
I mean, it shouldn't have had to come to that, though. He never should have been allowed. Like, I think the American people should be able to sue Elon Musk for what he did.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure.
We should all be able to sue Elon Musk.
Yeah, sure. But again, what did he do that we should be suing for? I'm ready.
Divulged information.
Having all of our data that I did not give him permission to have my kids. Again, another thing that I don't think you guys are understanding is that, hold on, Alce, let me finish, Alce.
Sorry.
The one thing that you guys aren't understanding is that children's information isn't thrown out into the public and like quote unquote leaked the way adults' information is leaked. So he had access to people that nobody else had access to, who third-party companies did not have access to this information because typically they can't get access to children's information.
Yeah, so
this is so bad, and you guys just brush it off like it was no big deal. I could only fucking imagine if Kamala did this, or God forbid, a fucking communist did this. You guys would be losing your fucking shit.
But hold on a second. But this is a major concern, right? If Elon is in possession of my personal data or anybody's personal data, then why isn't there investigations going on? Why isn't he being held accountable?
Because the Justice Department is owned right. Because the Justice Department is completely compromised.
Yeah, and guess what? I guess if that is happening, where Trump is protecting him and DOJ is protecting Elon Musk in this case, and that is actually going on, it would be a freaking shit show. It would be all over the news. People will be there would be new protests in the street. There would be an army of lawyers and institutions.
You mean like the Epstein files? You mean like the Epstein files? Where the Senate ordered this Justice Department to disclose the information, and they have yet to disclose the tens of thousands of files.
Yeah, but we know.
So it's the same kind of thing, right? They're just defying the law, Alst.
Well, no, I understand.
Hold on there,
I agree on that. I agree on that part. No, give me a second to answer. Give me a second to answer.
Hold on. I'm just asking,
robot.
Alst,
you don't need to ask me a question, bro.
Alst.
You don't need to ask me a question, dude.
Yeah, I do. How are you not seeing this? And you're asking this question like it's going to be all over the news.
If you let me finish, I could.
You're saying you are one of the same people, along with Donovan and Steven, that say the Justice Department was perverted by sleepy Joe Biden. Yet somehow.
Justice Department has always been used, but real quickly Tennessee. Oh, what's up? How are you? Anyway, the whole thing is yes, we know Epstein files is real. That is real. There is court cases. There are victims. That it is on paper. It is. What I'm saying, like that is real. But what I'm asking is, how come there hasn't been, or is there, and I just don't know, that there are court cases that are filed? There has been a case. There has been,
there's been a case. There's been a ruling.
Well, yes,
it was by the Senate, right? The Senate said disclose the files. And wait a second, Stephen, why are you interrupting?
No,
wait, stop.
That's e-files. That's e-files.
Stop.
Oh, sorry, Mojo.
I just want to clarify for you guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
He's not talking about the Epstein files right now. He's using that as an example, or he is basically answering your question. What he's talking about is the data being taken by Doge and by Elon Musk. Why are there no court cases surrounding that? Why is there no investigation surrounding that?
And I had already answered that, because guess who controls the Justice Department? Because that's who would be. Excuse me, let me finish.
Sorry.
That's
Sorry.
who would be.
Oh wait. Was that correct? I was.
That's who would be
Oh yeah,
investigated.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
yeah. I'm so sorry. I got fired up, guys. I was so fired up just now.
It's
I
okay. Was
apologize.
I correct? Was I
Yeah,
correct in my assessment?
You were correct. Absolutely, yes.
Right, and I had
Okay.
answered it, but it fell on deaf ears because
Well.
I
I
said,
guess.
but I'm still
Go ahead.
talking. I'm still
I
talking.
apologize. Go ahead.
No
Go
worries.
ahead.
So Donald Trump controls the Justice Department. The Justice Department is supposed to work for the American people, right? But the Justice Department does not investigate things that should be clearly investigated. For example, the Renee Good and the Alex Preddy unalivings, right? So when I brought up the Epstein files to draw example, to say that they should be complying with the Senate order, okay, to say disclose the files, right? They're not doing that. So when you say, why isn't there the big investigation? Why aren't they, why isn't there this big brouhaha? For the same reasons that the Epstein files are not disclosed. The same reason Alex Preddy and Renee Good is not being investigated, because Donald Trump controls the Justice Department. That's all.
Here's a question for you guys.
No.
Okay,
Stop.
hold
Hey,
on.
no, let me finish.
Real
No,
quick.
dude, let me finish, bro. Please.
No, you
I'm
stop.
making
Just
I'm
kidding.
making
Sorry,
a
go ahead.
distinction here because this pisses me off if this is true, right? So again, I agree with you all on that shit, and I'd be hammered pissed if that's what's going on. But my point being is, all those, like the Alex Preddy stuff and then the e-files stuff, there are actual court cases, court filings. Even if it gets stonewalled and not thrown out of court, at least there is a record of people being charged. Has that happened? Has that happened with Elon in this case?
No, it hasn't happened
So
with
does that
Elon
mean
in this case.
so does that mean that he didn't do this and this is just an accusation?
No, it does not mean he didn't do it. It just means that it's not being investigated.
No, we know for sure he did it.
Then how come
do you guys think
there isn't a court in California, New York City that is willing to actually get the ball rolling on it, even if they
Because it's federal, and the Justice Department controls the justice departments in California and in all the states.
that doesn't
It's
stop
federal.
that doesn't stop anyone from actually filing cases and
Who
putting charges.
would file the case?
A state
I want to tell you
jurisdiction
how
started.
I want to tell you how bad this is. By the way, the Doge thing. So the Doge thing. Charles Borges, who had served as Social Security's chief data officer between January and late August, warned in a whistleblower complaint that Doge employees put the records of more than 300 million Americans at risk by creating a copy of the data and sending it to a third-party server. What happened to Charles? Well, he got fired. That's how they closed the case.
That's it.
Okay, so obviously, like by the time stuff comes forward, like with the data breaches from TransUnion and the other one I forget, Experian, it's so apparent, maybe through an audit, whatever the case is, that they have to put it out there. Are you saying there are no checks and balances that would put it out there because Trump, for some reason, is trying to protect Musk so much that he would not allow for someone to be like, hey, something weird happened here, we should investigate this? And two-part question. The second part of this is, do you think that, and this is the part I'm not even sure how it works, but what are your thoughts on when the Democrats take more control in Congress, slash the executive branch, if they do win office next time? Do you think that we'll investigate this and we will finally be able to figure out what's happening with the e-files as well as the data breach?
The data breach will come out from Congressman Larson's. The data breach investigation will come out from Congressman Larson's office, just so you know, because that's who wrote this. John B. Larson is the one that wrote this particular document that I'm reading about the Doge release and about that person getting fired. So I'd assume that that's where the investigation starts with the Doge stuff. So yes, when we take control of Congress, there will definitely be investigations.
Well, I hope so. I hope so.
B and Tennis were saying, I think, that they just they're like, it definitely happened, being booked, and that's why we haven't heard about it, and that's why they're getting away with it. But I would think, especially with tennis, like, you're a part of. You got
Why
have
is
to have
everybody's chopping up?
some. Why would you feel the? Why would you feel inclined to be so adamant about your opinion on this before it actually has a chance to make it through?
Because
Well,
nothing happened immediately after the crime was committed. Nobody batted a freaking eye. We heard about it on the news. We were like, man, that sucks. But I don't think it really set in for people how absolutely insane this is that a man, the
No, but
richest man on
B,
the planet, has everybody's information downloaded onto a third party server, that they shared this information with political organizations.
so
you have to
why
say
am I
alleged,
so
because when you say a
adamant?
crime
Why
is
am I so
committed, that's
adamant that
usually
I want to
someone
have it
found guilty.
investigated? Stephen, why am I so adamant that I want to have it investigated? Because it's a crime and people are going to be damaged by that. So, yes.
You're saying you're.
You're cutting up, dude.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot, Stephen.
My question was,
You got
damn
bars,
it.
Steven.
How am I
Can you
so
hear me?
sure
How
that
are
a
you so
crime
sure it's
occurred?
true? Yeah.
To investigate it is what she's saying. If there's nothing there, there's nothing there, but you need to investigate it.
It's been reported and it's not being
No,
investigated.
but she
That
didn't say
tells
that
me,
because I would have agreed with that.
that speaks volumes, right? I mean, this is a white elephant in the room. This has been widely reported that this happened, yet this Justice Department is not lifting a finger to investigate it. Doesn't that tell you something?
Well, and also the thing is, see, when it comes to like that happened in the Doge thing, like the Doge people themselves and like the people that have and like the whistleblowers and stuff. I want to go back to like what is happening with Elon Musk, because I heard from Bay that Elon Musk is personally having our data, even if he hasn't done harm or not, but he's personally in possession of that, of that, and that right there would piss me off, and I want he should be investigated for that too. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I don't want to leave Elon out of this. You know what I'm saying? Just because he was part of Doge, that's one thing. But like, you said that Elon himself has personal data, and that's bad, man. Like I don't want that.
Yeah, to answer
Fucking
Stephen's
course.
question, the Social Security Administration acknowledged in federal litigation that Doge personnel shared SSA data through the third-party service Cloudflare for approximately 10 days
Yes.
in March 2025.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Sorry.
that's valid. That's a valid thing, and whatever, because we see what's going on, or the mishandling of data and stuff. But I'm speaking to what you said about Elon Musk personally having the data, our data, because that's what I was being told just now. And that's I want that to be addressed. Is that being addressed that you know of?
No,
No. Okay.
no, it said that some courts have been recommended to look into it. I don't even necessarily know what that means. Maybe Tennis can expand on that. But it doesn't say, it says that nothing came of it
The
so
only
far.
one who has the
Because
power to
oh,
the
sorry.
only one who has the power to investigate it is a prosecutor.
Well, but
That's who has the power. It's the Department of Justice,
But this
not
is
a
the thing.
court.
But no. But this is the thing. Elon Musk is now not under the protection of being a government employee. He's now a private citizen. So therefore, he's equal under the law. So if he's in possession of data that he got from being a federal employee and whatnot, like that right there is a whole list of charges that could be filed on there and then trigger investigation.
Yes, and then he'll probably
So
be
why hasn't
pardoned.
that happened? Why hasn't that happened? It doesn't need to be.
Because why do we have to
Feds.
keep answering this question for you, Oust? And I don't mean to, I'm
Because
not
because you
trying to.
guys.
I keep answering it.
Well, that's
A
the thing is.
prosecutor, because the prosecutors, the federal prosecutors work for the Department of Justice, and who is that controlled by?
But he's a private citizen, and a state could file it. There could be a lower court,
Oust.
that this case could be presented.
A court does not have the power to prosecute. Only a prosecutor can bring an indictment or to call for a grand jury investigation.
But what about who can file? Well, who can file criminal charges against?
Oh my God, I can't believe we keep answering this question.
Hold on. Hold on. It would be the federal government, it'd be the DOJ that has to file federal charges because these are federal charges. They can't be brought at a state level. They have to be brought at a federal level because they were done in DC with the federal government. So the DOJ is controlled by Donald Trump right now, and he is not forcing his prosecutors to take on this case. As a matter of fact, he's blocking them from doing so.
Yeah, and that doesn't that piss you off too? Like that right there should be huge red flag.
Yes.
Yeah. So why
we're fucking Democrats? Of course, it pisses us off.
So why hasn't the Democrats collectively got together and used the power of their institutions to
we can't. We have no power. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I beg to differ.
Oh, they're not in charge.
The Larson I just gave you that letter from, that information, that letter, that was from Larson. He's a representative from Connecticut, and he is talking about it. He is trying to get this shit pushed through. And as a matter of fact, at the bottom of the letter, he says this needs to be investigated. It needs to be brought to court, and we will do so if we take control of Congress. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Well, I guess my contention here, and why I keep asking this question over and over for clarification, is if nothing is happening, maybe because it's not real.
Oh my God!
No, it's because we have no choice.
It is absolutely real. What happened was the SSA, the Social Security Administration, is the one that figured out this data leak had happened for 10 days. They're the ones who figured it out.
Yeah, I no.
They say it's definitive that it happened.
I'm talking about Elon Musk being in personal possession of this data, like the Doge thing.
No, nobody said he was in personal possession.
That's what B said in the very beginning of this whole thing. That's why.
No, I said he had it downloaded to a third-party server.
No.
And that they gave it out to they gave this information out to a political organization.
You said, but you said that it was Elon Musk that is in I've heard this before in other whole things for years. Is Elon Musk is actually in personal possession of our data?
Just because you heard it from some other leftist doesn't mean you heard it from me.
He could. I mean, if they downloaded it to one server, they could have downloaded it to another. There's no telling whether you fucking downloaded it to a fucking thumb drive or not. Who knows?
We have to investigate to find out now, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, I agree 100%. And if it just pisses me off that if this is such an evil person and he's defrauding us and all this other bullshit, even if harm hasn't been done yet, like what the fuck, man?
So here's send Zach a message and you can say "fuck you, billionaire."
No. Here is the separation of where we end up disagreeing. Is there are people like B who literally said he committed a crime, and then Tennis didn't specifically say that before, but she was kind of going down that path. And a lot of us are like, hey, wait, hold on though. It has to make it through the justice system. Oh, I don't trust the justice system, and that's why I asked the follow-up question.
I didn't say that.
Don't you think?
I didn't say that at all.
Don't you think eventually? No, you did say he committed.
No,
a crime.
I didn't.
So you,
no, I thought I said he committed a crime. I didn't say it had to make it through the justice system. No.
What she said is is that the information had been leaked to a third-party server. That's what B said.
Tennis.
Which
she
is
literally said, because I was paying attention to the language on this, which is why I asked my follow-up questions. She made the claim, and this is different than saying he should be investigated, and this is what I always have a problem with, is a semantics argument maybe, but she said he committed a crime. And so that ends up having follow-up questions like, okay, well, if he did, why didn't he get investigated?
Okay,
I don't trust the judicial system. I will land. I will land. Why don't we trust the judicial system? Oh, because we don't have power. We don't trust it. Okay, so eventually we will, though. Right? Or Democrats get into different positions. Yes, we will. Okay, cool. Problem solved. It will get resolved. It will get looked into. And we all want that to happen. And we will trust the outcome. We don't trust random opinions, is my point, of people that are clearly left-leaning, that have their own...
Well, let's level set.
Yeah, I don't trust that people who have money to be able to have a fair day in court. The more money that you have, the lower your chance of serving time or getting fines appropriate to the crime are. That's just statistically true.
I mean, nothing is a crime until it's proven a crime. We all know that, right? And I've been saying all along that this Justice Department is not investigating this or other things, right? And I've mentioned a few other examples. And that should speak volumes to you about whether or not we are getting, whether there's transparency, back to transparency. They're not investigating. They're not investigating this. They're not investigating the unalivings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. You know, they're shooting Americans in our streets, and it's not being investigated. And the e-files are not being disclosed, although they've been ordered to be disclosed. Why is this such a mystery to you? That where there's no investigations by this Justice Department.
I saw that happen, and I agree with you. Trump was not transparent about that. He was trying not to release it. When they were releasing it, they were redacting random things, and they hastily did it with some crazy, simple PDF tool that still left available the option for people to unmask
They did it
certain
for
things
over
they were
10
supposed to
days.
redact.
They did it over 10 days.
So I agree.
It
I
wasn't
agree
hasty.
that
They did it for 10 days.
Okay, I agree though that Trump was obstructing the release of the Epstein file, which e-files, which is unfortunate because everybody bought into the fact that he was going to do that as soon as he got in. Everybody thought there was a reason why it didn't happen before he came into office, and so it's unfortunate that this happened, and it will play into it. The next one,
Unfortunate. I say it's tragic. I say
it's going to play into the next voting cycle.
But Stephen, are you saying that Trump wasn't fighting the deep state? Fuck, Donovan, are you okay?
No, I don't. So I don't even know what he was fighting.
I'm literally right now making meatballs, and I'm cutting some pork belly for the. Whoops, sorry, I won't show a picture. I promise.
You should be making them out of tofu.
I'm not saying. I don't know what he's fighting. I don't know if he's fighting for his own, to preserve his own freedom in this, or if it's his friends, and how deep it goes. How many politicians on the right and left maybe are part of this? There's so many people that are in power that are all working together to prevent it. I have no idea. But I do know that the majority of people in this country do want the truth on this and for people to burn that are actually guilty. And yeah, it's unfortunate that it wasn't released. I mean, I think most... Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question? When you look at circumstantial facts, right? Like, we don't know what's in the rest of the Epstein files, right? We don't know yet. We haven't prosecuted Elon Musk or anybody or investigated him for these leaking these things. But when you look at the Epstein file situation, right, and you look at the temporal relationship, when you look at what happened when the controversy really blew up with Pam Bondi saying, I have the list, I'm going to look through it, I'm going to disclose it, and then all of a sudden she said there's nothing there, right?
Yeah.
And then Todd Blanche ran over to interview the only person that's ever been prosecuted, right, in the Epstein crisis, right? And then she's sent to a softer prison, right? I mean, does any of that just sort of like circumstantially sort of give you pause about the transparency and about this Justice Department and Donald Trump?
I 100% believe that Trump is actively trying to not be transparent with the e-files. I just don't know why. I don't know if it's just to preserve himself or his political party people. I'm sorry, his high net worth individual friends. And I think it's likely that could happen as well. I would love, actually, for this reason alone, I would love for Democrats to come back in office to see, are they going to get to the bottom of it, or are they equally as guilty, some of these people at the top? And that's one of the some of the people that he's protecting.
And I share that same sentiment about Trump and all the handling of this, but also too, remember all the stuff you said to Tennessee about to Blanche and you know, the lack of transparency and all the stonewalling led to all of us uniting at the bottom to put political pressure on our congressmen, and we had congressmen from Congress people from both sides of the aisle come together, create a freaking bill and then we got the furthest we ever did on this issue in such a short period of time because we were so united at the bottom. It didn't matter about our politics, and then obviously that somehow nothing is going further, and here we are at the bottom, divided on other issues. And you see what I'm saying? Like
It's not somehow else, though. It's the fucking administration refusing to release the rest of the
I agree.
files.
I agree. But again, like I said, that was happening before the everyone got pissed off and united at the bottom and put the pressure on Congress people to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like we all agree on that.
So you guys are going to vote for Dems to make sure this happens, right?
Well, the thing is why should we wait for other people to get in office? We should be united and doing pressure now.
Mojo, the answer is yes.
And yes, too. Yeah, I can agree to that as well. Yeah, sure.
I agree with that. I think as long as it's not some crazy DSA person that makes it hard to vote for them, then I do want to see what happens if the Dems come back in office and if they actually can figure out how to do all the things you guys are saying we should be doing right now for greater transparency and punishing those who have done bad.
Well, that's not really what he asked, Stephen. He asked if he can count on your vote.
I'm good.
2028.
I'm good. I was talking about the midterms, actually.
Oh.
Oh.
So, well, I mean, if you take over the House, which it looks like you will, right?
Yeah.
Well, we want you in there with us on this.
Yeah, so that's where we need the investigations.
It's the holy grail, quite frankly. The holy grail of getting to the bottom of this investigate and having these things investigated and protecting children, right? And having our government protect children is voting in the midterms, voting blue, period. Because guess what? It's necessary to take this down. That's the cabal. If you guys want to talk about a cabal, is the Epstein shit.
And then if the Dems don't even try, then you can go back to voting Republican for 2028. I might just choose not to vote if they don't even try.
Mm-hmm. Then we can take to the streets and peacefully.
I mean, it's really it's great to hear that there's a concern, like an earnest concern about this and what's been done and what hasn't been done. Stephen. Noust.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just pissed off that we should wait for other people in an election cycle. Like I'm, we didn't have to do that when we applied enough pressure for our already in office officials to get together on both sides, united at the again.
We didn't have to do it with Nixon.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm just speaking to like what transpired now. You know what I'm saying? Like we had enough political pressure at the bottom that where we had two congressmen take the lead, do the work, whether they did it for selfish reasons or not. But the point being was they felt the pressure, they acted, and we got shit done. So let's keep going.
Donovan, what are your thoughts?
I think Stephen is very calculating. Well done, Stephen. That was a fantastic answer. I think that the blue team still thinks that their rhetoric is effective with regards to the electorate, especially, and I think it's really entertaining when you call for, these things should be investigated, right? Especially because we know what happened with regards to the Obama administration and Epstein. There were no investigations. As a matter of fact, people highly placed in Obama's administration were friends with Jeffrey, weren't they, Tennis?
Right. What is your contention?
My contention is not only was there not investigation into Jeffrey during Obama, but there was indeed collaboration with Mr. Epstein. This idea that this is the idea that this is a scandal for Trump
panel don't believe
continues to be
this is a lie
to me, simply because you would like to ignore certain facts and bring up other ridiculous facts like, Trump's in the E-files more than Jesus in the Bible. That's the kind of
Why has he been hiding them? Why has he been hiding them, Donovan?
Oh, please, no, continue.
Why has he been hiding them?
Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked, especially given the fact that you're an attorney. You know that there are exceptions to what information is can and should be released. And Trump has the right to withhold that information.
No, he does not.
He does under very certain circumstances. And I would just like to remind you that the American people
Congress said he doesn't.
bequeathed him that right. Please continue. I land my plane.
No, he has to release all of it. He has no choice.
National security and the victims are the only two things that he was not going to be forced to release. That's it. Are you telling me that there are 3 million files out there that sacrifice national security?
What I am telling you, and this is speculation just for entertainment purposes, but Donald Trump is preparing the mother load of an indictment that will probably include charges of treason, and he doesn't want to show his hand prior to doing so. So good job using lawfare. Now get ready to see how it's done.
Treason against whom?
It's fucking wild.
So,
Treason
if
against
lawfare
whom?
existed back then, does it exist now?
I'm sorry, I'm washing my hands. That's the fourth time I had to turn my microphone on with my nose because my food is so good that sometimes it's toxic. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You really are.
So anyway, all of his just want to point out that his retribution campaign against his enemies, his political enemies, have not borne any fruit. Okay, so he went after Letitia James, and by the way, I just want to footnote this by saying that I don't know if you're aware of this, but do you know how much tax dollars have been spent to stop his bullshit, his executive orders, and to litigate all these things through the Justice Department, the fucking slush fund? Do you know how many hundreds of millions of dollars that we're paying as taxpayers for his bogus claims against Comey and Letitia James, and suing himself in Miami federal court for the slush fund? I mean, well, hell to the yes.
Reset your gift goal.
I love talking with tennis about Schrodinger's lawfare. So much fun. I'm just going to keep my mic on and try not to make too much noise. This way I don't have to turn my mic back on with the tip of my nose.
Nothing you have said has been at all revealing or is in any way useful to this discussion, Donovan. Not a damn thing.
Donovan, I am curious, like, why did you say I was
with the fact
calculating?
that Donald Trump is in the White House. That's what you're doing. You're complaining that
I'm not
he's
sure if
doing
it's actually.
things that the electorate.
That's beside the point right now, isn't it? It's beside the
Flexing
point.
powers the electorate gave him. And essentially what you're doing on this app, Tennis, is you are trying to cope with the fact that the electorate has done that. So if you're telling me that you want to wag a finger at me because I haven't made you feel better about your ridiculous decision, sorry to disappoint you. Oh, no, I'm not.
It's amazing how you're zooming out into the election, and like, to me, his being in the White House at this point is beside the point. Right now, we're just trying to investigate the people that need to be investigated, protect children against monsters like Epstein, get to the bottom of why Americans are being unalived on American streets, why we have military, why we're a militarized society. I mean, how did we get to this, Donovan?
Well, too many people bought the leftist lie, right? Too many people fell for the easy lie of the virtue signal.
Virtue?
Right? Yeah, virtue signal.
You say it's a virtue signal. You say it's a virtue signal to want to investigate.
Yeah, that's a virtue signal.
It's a virtue signal to investigate crimes.
No, it's not a virtue signal to investigate crimes. I mean, this sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier. You guys, I mean, I swear to God, if you listen back on this, you're going to see that you said it differently and then you walked it back a little bit. Like, the problem is you come in hot and you're like, okay, this happened. Like, this person did this terrible thing. And we're like, well, how about why should it not be investigated? And then the whole thing contorts itself We were like, oh no, I just think it happened, and then maybe it will be investigated later if the Democrats come back in office. But like in the meantime, you've already convinced a bunch of people that it definitely happened.
Well, we know something's happened, right? We know that Donald Trump sued himself in a court of law in order to get upwards of $2 billion paid out to people who have purportedly been aggrieved by the government, and that he also got that to absolve himself of tax liability. We know that happened, right?
Yes.
Right, Stephen?
So then why did we spend 30 minutes combating each other about the whole like informational or personal information release and everything that, you guys were saying they did?
They're different subjects, right?
No. But we should be spending time talking about things that have been proven, like the thing you just brought up. We can talk about that because it made its way through a court system, and there's so many things beyond the proven aspects where there's people that will come in and say, okay, this definitely happened. This is why this person's a terrible person. I'm like, well, why? How can you prove it? Well, I don't trust the judicial. It's like a losing battle, regardless.
No, well, we also know that
Oh,
he's been hiding the Epstein files, right? That's a fact. We know that he's not. We know he's not complying with the order of the Senate to disclose the Epstein files, 3 million of them. Correct?
Correct. But the point being is, we know what the Epstein files and the whole thing with Epstein actually happened and was real.
What?
It's not just an accusation.
Is he violating? Is he in violation of the Senate's order to release the Epstein files?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Absolutely.
End of discussion.
I guess you're missing the point still, or I can't articulate it very well. Help me out, Stephen.
No, I think that I think the e-files. I am in full agreement. I think with the fact that it looks terrible for Trump and everybody else who said we're going to come in here and release them, and then they've done everything they can to prevent releasing. I mean, you should be releasing everything you can if you're truly innocent and those around you are truly innocent. And that hasn't happened.
Then you should be walking back your former statement where you said that we're getting that we're jumping to conclusions. Right?
No,
we're not jumping to. We're not jumping to any conclusions.
No, this is the difference, though, Tennis. And I feel like it's such a nuance that maybe you're intentionally doing it or maybe not. But it's a difference. I think it looks bad, and I don't like the way it looks, and I want it to come to some sort of conclusion. But there's a lot of you guys, and you've done this to some degree, but there's others that do it more, where he is guilty. This is what happened. How could you possibly support them? We want it to get to some sort of conclusion where we can get behind it. But a lot of times your responses are, you don't leave us, there's no way to win for us. Because even if we said that, you're like, oh, but I don't trust the judiciary. It's like, well, what the fuck? You just want us to go along with your own feelings on it then? This
it looks bad. This isn't about
bad.
Feelings. This is about some hardcore facts. This is about the fact that he has purposely obfuscated. He's purposely covered up. He's purposely not given off the files. Why do we keep going around in circles?
Okay.
I'll let somebody else.
Do you believe?
Because hold on. You guys are having an interpretation problem here. You guys can't hear each other. Tennis, what he's saying is that there are plenty of leftists that come in and say Donald Trump is a pedo and he's in the Epstein files a million times, so he has to be guilty. And he's saying that's a bad place to start. He appreciates it when somebody says, we just want the files released so we can get a full investigation, so we can know if who's guilty, if anyone in the administration is guilty. We just want them released. If you approach it from that particular stance, then I think he would be much more comfortable having a conversation.
That's the exact stance.
I know that's where you're at, but he was blaming other people for doing that.
So if we finally arrive there, then we agree with each other. But I will say this: I have my doubts that even if a Democrat comes in, or if the House and the Senate and everything else becomes Democratic, I still have my doubts, and I hope I'm wrong. I still have my doubts that it will finally come true, that they'll actually release everything that we want them to release.
Yeah, that's why I said if Democrats do get control of the House and they don't have investigations on it, they choose not to, then I fucking may not even vote in 2028.
And since I want to apologize to you guys for
That would be the case
interrupting
of
and jumping in.
conclusions.
Huh?
It goes back to what?
And interrupting.
I can't
Go
hear
ahead,
any
Bill.
of
Go
this.
ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. You could go, host.
No, yeah, I just want to quickly apologize to you guys really about jumping in the conversation. I thought Stephen, you're talking about what I was poorly articulating about, when you make claims and accusations against a party or someone, not just Donald Trump, and then the e-files and like if they're real or not. That's what I was jumping in. I didn't know you guys were just still on focusing on the e-files, which I also agree 100% with both of you. So I apologize for that.
Well, yeah. What Stephen is saying, what he's highlighting is the pattern. You jump to the conclusion that Elon, to go all the way back to what Else was talking about, you guys are applying the same pattern to Elon. He's guilty, he's evil, he has our information to make money and all this, but you don't realize that when you have yeah, you guys act like he's so bad, but this could have been a staff member who made an accident and gave someone access to the data. Like, it could be an accident. These data breaches are happening like crazy. So, like, you guys don't know that he's so evil.
So that nobody said he was evil. Well, not in this particular circumstance anyway. But there should be an investigation on it, right?
There is. There has. No,
there hasn't.
I thought it was.
There was a whistleblower, and the whistleblower was fired, and then the whole case was quashed.
Well, this might be why, and it speaks to my point. It might be that there's not like solid evidence. These data breaches are so hard to track. The information comes in and out of the.
No, you're making excuses without even knowing the fucking. You're making excuses without even knowing the evidence.
That's a possibility. That's why they can't just bring a case right away.
Pigs might fly too.
Right.
They're not going to bring a case right away, dude.
Yeah,
it's not going to be like
a great idea. It'd be a terrible shame if somebody like maybe pardoned Elon Musk before a new administration came in. That'd be a horrible miscarriage of justice and a travesty, especially if that person might be guilty of unaliving a person or two, right, Mojo?
No. If Donald Trump pardons him, he pardons him. There's nothing I can do to change that.
He's not guilty. Even Tennis said it. He's innocent until proven guilty. What do you think? He fucking seriously, I mean, he's just not guilty. Jesus.
I didn't say he was guilty. I don't know who you're talking to.
The only thing anybody said up here is that there should be a full investigation, which is not happening.
Can I jump in for
Please.
not even jump in. I just want to interrupt you guys, but I was being patient. Mojo's been live for like 10 hours or some shit, and he hasn't even had 50,000 likes yet. So can everybody please tap and share the live out, because he can't even get 100 viewers in here. So let's try to change that. Gift the panel. He finally reset his gift goal, so help him out with that. And keep the conversation going. But everybody be tapping. Brobot, you're literally the worst mod ever. You've been here all day and you haven't done one single fucking announcement.
I bet your robot's doing other
No, you
things.
didn't.
Yes, I did. Literally told everybody, if you like what somebody's saying, gift them. If you don't like what they're saying, then gift Mojo, because Mojo doesn't like gifts. And I like seeing Mojo crash out. So gift Mojo, fill his gift gallery, fill his gift goal, and let's continue on.
That's all I wanted. Beacon ever spot back now.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated, Brent.
As long as we're talking about the Justice Department, I will say that there is it's quite possible that Todd Blanche will not be confirmed. Did you read about that?
Why? No, why?
Because Lisa Murkowski announced this morning that she would not be voting for him. The Bill Cassidy has not confirmed what he's going to do, and Mitch McConnell is in rehabilitation, so he can only afford to lose one vote. So there's that.
Wow.
Lisa Murkowski said that she did not have faith that Todd Blanche wasn't going to do the bad things that Trump has been doing, like the slush fund, et cetera. She wasn't. She didn't feel confident about that.
He'll be confirmed.
Maybe.
I found it interesting to what you said about Trump with the Jasmine Crockett and the waste of money. Do you put that same blame on the Democrats with
What did I say about Jasmine Crockett? I didn't say
how
anything
much
about Jasmine.
taxpayer money we wasted, correct?
Yeah. I said about that. Yeah.
So what about all the shit while Biden was in against Trump, trying to get him done in for some crimes that he didn't commit? What was there? 30 of them that they tried to go after him for?
How do we know he didn't commit them?
Now Civic speaks up. I haven't heard him talk the whole time, but once I'm up here, I was talking to tennis, but thank you, lawyer Civics. What about the double impeachment?
Can you spell impeachment?
It depends on the day, but I didn't know this was an English class, but thank you for that. It's just crazy. There was so many guys up here talking, but now that it's nice and calm and I'm up here, you wanted to talk.
Sometimes I like easy bait. Sometimes I like easy fights.
We know you don't like to have a real conversation with anybody.
I think he has a crush on you.
He does.
You need your boyfriend there to help you?
What? So tennis, can you answer my question, please? Do you think it was also a waste of taxpayer money with the Democrats? Double impeachment?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
I would tell you this. I don't think that should the Democrats get control of Congress, that they should try to impeach him again.
Why
because I think that would be a waste of our time. I think it would be, I don't think there's any guarantee he'd be convicted. I think we need to investigate these things they're not investigating. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a waste of taxpayers' money that Jack Smith did what he did, because I think there was more than enough proof that there were crimes. And he was convicted of 34 felonies.
Okay, I yield my time.
Yeah, I want to be clear about that too. He put it under the hands of a special prosecutor or whatever. So he wasn't making any decisions about this. This wasn't a Biden administration thing. He put the special investigator in charge so it wouldn't be a Biden administration thing.
That's right.
Do we also think the Democrats kind of dropped the ball on the whole Epstein file nonsense? No. There was no teeth in there. There was nothing.
There's
3
million more files that haven't been.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, in the law itself, it doesn't say he can be put in jail. There's no teeth. There's nothing.
Wait, you can't say that. He is innocent until proven guilty. The only thing that they wanted was for the files to be released so that they can be investigated. That's what we all want.
So if you break a law, what is the crime? Isn't that what a law is?
He'll get charges.
But what's the charges?
He was in him, well, you have to figure out what the fucking evidence is first. You don't get to charge him before you see the evidence. What the fuck?
But isn't he already, quote unquote, breaking the law, as you guys are saying, with not releasing?
Yeah, I do agree. He should be held in contempt of Congress at the very least. But yes, he is breaking the law by not complying with the law that was passed.
But there was no teeth put into that bill behind that law. Is that correct?
When you break a law that was put in place by Congress, you are breaking the law. There is a law that has been broken. What do you mean there's no teeth? If it wasn't his administration in charge right now, the DOJ would have gone after him already.
Okay. Just trying to see where you guys are at, but all right.
All right, I got to drop. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Civics.
Oh, see, you made him run. You made him run.
I know. Derek, you're just too much for me, man. You outsmarted me this time. Good for you.
Thank you.
God, that's such a win.
This is exhausting. Fucking e-files and we've gone around in circles 9 ways to Sunday on this stuff.
I know.
Just freaking
There's
investigate.
only 6 ways to get there.
No, this is just ridiculous. I would assume you'd want the truth to come out. Derek?
I don't care at this point. Want to know why? Because we've had 30 years to prosecute fucking anybody since the beginning of Epstein himself. 30 years since the first known incident.
Oh, do you think there's more people involved in his crimes than just Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, the fact that you're telling me only one person has been prosecuted because E-File was not in 30 years is laughable. So you're telling me everybody that has been president in the past 30 years dropped the ball. You're telling me everybody in the FBI has dropped the ball. Every investigator and everybody in the DOJ, everybody has dropped the ball in the past 30 years. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that presidents don't prosecute. Presidents
but their administration does. Is that correct?
Prosecutors prosecute.
So then this,
do you understand
this
that?
isn't Trump's administration then. He's not doing anything wrong.
Excuse me. The one person has been prosecuted, and that was by a Manhattan prosecutor. She was convicted, right? Okay. There was also a prosecution in Florida that was, I think he got a sweetheart deal down there.
He did.
And
that was somebody that's currently serving in the Trump administration?
Well, he was, and didn't he retire in his first administration? Yeah, that was a prosecutor in Florida, right?
Yeah.
Who quote unquote prosecuted Epstein and gave him a sweetheart deal down there. Yes. Where he would go to jail, like sleep there, and then he had freedom to move about, etc. Right, and then to continue his crimes. Manhattan prosecutor indicted him in New York, and then he unalived, right, mysteriously. And then we had Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, what I'm saying to this tennis is everybody says his name is in there so many times, correct? So if his name was in there so many times, you would think that would stand out to somebody in the past 30 years. Is that like, I mean, if I see a word.
It's a good question. You know, I have no answer for that as to why
I do.
Go ahead.
The answer is that a lot of this information didn't come out until the Maxwell trial. So a lot of this information was found for the Maxwell case and for the Epstein case. The information wasn't available before that. This was being compiled for those particular cases, which is exactly why it didn't happen 30 years ago, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, because it wasn't until 2018 that Epstein was actually charged with a crime.
Okay. Now, I'll give you that. So what happened for the past, I don't know, we can call it 2021 through 2025?
There were investigations going on. That was the Maxwell time. And Maxwell was found guilty, and her appeals were rounded up and ended in December of 2025.
Yes, and that is true, but they can also prosecute or charge multiple people at once, correct? So if the Biden administration's DOJ had this information, because you just told me it was in 2018, why didn't they do anything?
Well, because they were gathering information. They were gathering information for the Maxwell trial. And so a lot of that information is new too. So there were new investigations that were going on. As a matter of fact, Pam Bondi, when she came into office, I think it was February or March, she said there will be no further investigations at all. No further charges will be pressed. So it wasn't until that point that they had decided they didn't have enough evidence to prosecute anybody. Well, we all know that that's pretty ridiculous considering the fact that 3 million files have been released. And I think there have been charges in other countries already. And the other 3 million files that need to be released will have more information, and that probably lead to charges to people in the U.S. too. So Pam Bondi and Donald Trump tried to cover it up.
I'm so lost, because if all this information came out in 2018, like you said,
I didn't say all the information came out.
Okay.
There was a lot of information that didn't come out until during the Maxwell trial.
Okay. And nobody in other countries have been charged with regards to Easteen. They have been labeled as misconduct while in office.
That's true.
If we're talking about the UK, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. He was charged.
Prince Andrew.
Yes, it was misconduct while in office. And no other country, as far as I'm aware, had this information because we had it all this time. So if they start charging people next year, today, whatever, it's because they just got a hold of this information. But nobody has seemed to be charged in regards to this in other countries.
There have been.
Where?
I'm looking at an article right now. Charges related to corruption, not sexual abuse, in their dealings with Epstein. Two former government officials, former Prince Andrew and Ambassador Peter Mandelson, were arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as he is now known, has denied wrongdoing. Has not been formally charged. Mandelson has also not been charged with. The arrest was prompted by a baseless. No, I'm looking through. I'm reading an article. I'll wait. I'll read the whole article and then I'll let you know. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I mean, nobody's been charged. We're not going to get anything out of this. I think it's a bunch of bullshit. I think realistically, and this is my own personal opinion, I think when this all first happened during 2008, give or take, whatever it was, I think they all got a sweetheart deal and they all brushed it under the rug. That's a reason why in today's day and age, nobody's getting charged. Besides the bottom of the barrel people that have no idea about the top ended get people. That's why you have the two twin brothers in New York or Florida that got charged, because they're the bottom ended people. There's too many people involved in this, and I get it.
Hold on, I'm sorry. You're calling the Tate brothers bottom of the barrel people?
No, those weren't the two. I don't even think they were linked.
I remember. There was two other brothers that I guess were affiliated with the E-Files that have been recently charged. They were down in Florida too. Not the Tate brothers, some other brothers.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was Ethan.
But regardless, that's great. Other countries are taking action, or if they don't take action, whatever. I want action in America and from my country. And again, we are so divided at the bottom, even on this issue, right? Because we're playing that stupid game of we see each other as mortal enemies. So it's my side. So we each go to our default of protecting our tribe when we clearly united at one point in time and made such progress. And I want to repeat that. I think that's still possible. But we can't get over the fucking semantics, even though the semantics do matter in this case. We still can't get over that hump of my side is better than the other side. You know what I'm saying? And that's again, if we want to make changes in this country, meaningful changes, then we need to unite at the bottom to hold the people at the top accountable. And any type of accountability, right? Insider trading, breaking laws, e-files, data breaches, whatever your contention or stuff that is going on, right? The only way we can actually get accountability, other than through the election cycle, right, is by keeping up the pressure and being united and wanting better from our government. Like we're Americans, we don't have to live like this.
The Norwegian PM was charged with aggravated corruption in connection with the files. That would be one charge. There are other charges that are pending and other investigations going on. They need, according to the prosecutors, they need context, meaning that they need the rest of the files in order to put them in context, the information in context.
I don't know. I'm still going on my basis that they got some sort of deal back when this all first became a thing, and Easteen got.
Where's the evidence for that?
I'm just going based upon the information that has been provided.
Okay, so no evidence, you're just guessing. Gotcha.
Yes, just my own opinion.
Yeah, okay. I don't care about your opinion.
Yeah, evidence and justice are not easy. And for Oust to say things like we should go after the top for all kinds of crimes they commit, insider trading, et cetera, those things are already illegal. It's just really, really, really hard to do justice. It does suck, but it's not just like rich people. Sadly, it is like when people get money and get in positions of power, they take advantage of women. That's definitely a consistency. So, but yeah, I don't know what you do about it. We're not going to unite though and go after the rich.
I'm not talking about like going after rich people. When I say the top, I'm just saying people that are in positions of power, positions of influence at whatever level, there's these scandals, these rumors, these whistleblowers, these accusations, these real attempts to hold them accountable, but then they get stonewalled like e-files and all that stuff. Whatever your contention is, whatever you seek to get accountability for, from the top. The only way we can do that is by us being at the bottom, to be united and put on that pressure on our elected officials that are already in office, and cultivate the next cycle of officials in there to be on par and actually make it happen. We can. We've already done this. We already have a perfect example of this, and we can. And it didn't. I didn't lose sleep over it, having to unite with my neighbors that are on the other side of the aisle. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't an issue for me.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. What?
No, thank you to uniting.
Oh,
yeah. I also think one thing too. I'm not sure this is the cabal like Tennis said. Like, I honestly think these types of criminal rings, I think there's like a lot of them, and it's really shitty because they're tricky and they get away with this shit and they just take advantage of young people. It's just pure evil, and but there's a lot of it. I'm not sure this is the end or whatever.
Why? Because it's a whole bunch of rich people and you don't want to see rich people persecuted. You don't want to see rich people persecuted. Is that why?
If you have the evidence, yes, we all want that.
Look at P. Diddy. I mean, that you're telling me he has nothing. He might not be a part of Easting, but he's a part of some sort of sick ring that is somehow tied. I can probably guarantee you that, because you don't.
Are there files on him? If there are files, show me the files
on him. You're telling me a sicko like that, with all the baby oil and everything else, doesn't have some connection somehow? You're telling me
Epstein. There were for Epstein. It shouldn't be that hard to find them for P. Diddy too. And if they exist, then lock him up more. I mean, I don't know.
Derek, tell me that you don't buy fucking baby oil by the barrel.
Oh God, I buy tanning oil by the barrel. I'm Italian and live in Florida. Of course I buy tanning oil.
I mean, Diddy be Diddy.
Exactly. Actually, I like to use Pam.
The correct phrase is Diddy be diddlin'. Okay.
It's your human right to want to have a skin made of leather.
And somebody just said in the comments, Diddy and Trump were besties. I don't know. I mean, you gotta look a little deeper into this. Sickos usually align with sickos. I don't care if you want to categorize Trump as a sicko, but P. Diddy, what's the rest of them? Bill Cosby, they're probably all fucking involved in some sort of ring.
Okay, get rid of him too. Like, what do you want us to say? Oh no, let's stand up for P. Diddy. Like, what? Because he got persecuted. He went to jail.
He got let off, and he's getting out early.
Prosecuted.
Persecuted, prosecuted, same thing.
Like, y'all
just the guy that says legislator when he means legislature.
I do say abdicate too, so.
Abducted.
And instead of abdicate, I say.
I don't know. There seems to be a fundamental difference between prosecutor and persecuting. Like, those are two different things, but a legislator is in the legislature.
Wait, what is this about legislator versus legislature?
Robot always says legislator when he means legislature.
Right,
But the
because
legislature is the collective body.
Right, they're both words. Right, but right, legislature, right? That's not a question here, right? Because I just stepped out of there.
I just
No, the question was prosecution and persecution.
Yes, two different things. Donald Trump thinks he's been persecuted, right?
He's also been prosecuted.
And he's been prosecuted.
And convicted.
Yeah, even though that was a debate after it happened, whether or not he was convicted.
What are you talking about? It's still a debate.
Oh, it's still, I guess.
Hot Donovan. It was persecution, not prosecution, right? He's not guilty.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want you to consider something for a moment. You guys sound quite often like the election is still coming. It's not. We already have the election. You guys tried this. You lost. The American electorate saw what you did, were disgusted, and put the orange man back in office. So,
hold on, Donovan.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you're still on that. I'm sorry you're still on that. We're looking at other elections. We've moved on.
Wait,
I don't know.
I feel like Donovan is implying that the deep state is going to make sure that there are no more elections.
Who is the buffoon in the chat? Omi. He seems very mad at Mojo.
He's that fuck Omi.
W is in the chat.
Hey, I actually have to drop, so you can let someone up. I wanted to say thanks for having me. I'll try and come back on a little later.
Bye, Alice.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Appreciate your time.
I mean, Omi is the definition of controlled opposition.
No, he has no control. What are you talking about?
He's
Omi
very
has
graceful.
no control. They have
He's more graceful than most.
Mojo Omi is really not that bad.
Stephen does too. He's really good at modulating his speech, choosing his words carefully. He even grants you parts of your argument that I never would. But I see where he's going with his overall strategy.
Hi.
Hi.
Stephen has no strategy, and the fact that you don't understand that is kind of a.
I understand more than you think. Matter of fact, I even figured out Tennis's tell. Every time she says the word right, whatever she said prior to that was a lie.
Well, unfortunately for you, you're wrong, because part of when you cross-examine someone and you're a trial attorney, you use correct and right a lot. It's just part of my vernacular.
I'm aware. You don't think I would have missed that? When you say correct, you know that for a fact that it is correct. But when you say right, you're either lying or you're not sure.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening.
Very nice manufacturer. Good one.
Okay.
Star, is there something that you needed to bring up?
There's a video I posted in General Shenanigans. It's a Ralph Nader video talking about the orange turd.
That guy's still alive?
Yes, I had to Google it to make sure. He's 92.
Jesus Christ.
I was wondering the same thing.
He's the guy who invented seatbelts, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But it's a good, really good video. It lists all the things illegal things that Trump has done.
I hope that somebody's taking, stock on this besides him, so that this can all come out, because there's so many things every single day that he's doing.
Right.
Crazy. It's wild.
Yeah, I haven't heard what he said too much today because I've been busy. My sister's in ICU up in Cleveland Clinic.
Oh.
Is she okay now?
Her heart was at 18%, but they did an oxygen pressure test. It's supposed to be between 8 and 20. Hers was 100.
Oh.
So, yeah. So she's been there a few days. She's feeling better. She's starting to feel better. So.
Oh, that's good. I hope she makes it out and that she gets out of ICU soon.
Thank you. I might try to go up to see her this weekend. It takes about an hour to get there. I just hate highways. Sorry, what would you say, Mojo?
I was gonna say something rude, but I decided not to.
Okay. Anywho, what have you guys been talking about this evening? I haven't really been listening.
I've repeated myself about 65 times tonight about investigating and that there should be an investigation, and they kept asking the same question over and over again.
I feel like it might be easier to tell you what we haven't talked about, Star.
Okay.
Because we've kind of run the gamut so far.
Wow.
What do y'all think about Poland? They're recent. I think they recently passed a law that said troops on the border can use live ammo.
Their food sucks.
I did see a report saying Putin has plans to maybe possibly hit a NATO target in the next couple of years, just to test it. You know, when one NATO gets hit, we all, support them.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's huge.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's a good idea from Putin, honestly. Not saying that's... Well, no, because it shows if NATO is actually behind everybody, if we all back each other, if we don't all step in and do something, I think that is very telling. Just say we get hit, is anybody going to jump to the rescue? That's a questionable thing. We have had our questions against NATO, I guess, a lot in the recent months.
That's because Trump is
Well, but that's
Trump,
NATO. Is
a jackass?
Yeah, thank you. There's so many words, I couldn't pick one, But
Yeah.
that's so risky, Derek, because, things could escalate. You know how emotional men get when they're playing war games.
You're not wrong. I'll give you that. I mean, it's just, it would be very telling to see who actually stands with NATO and who doesn't. I think it's a great strategy.
Well, what does it tell you? Sorry, go ahead, Sam.
I mean, to be honest, Derek, we're the only country that has actually enacted what is it, Article 6 or whatever?
5.
Is it Article 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, Article 5, and all of NATO responded. So, and that was because of 9/11. So, I feel like we would look like the jackasses if we didn't respond. If someone like Poland called for an Article 5.
Don't know how much. I don't know how much we could do since we've used up so much of our missiles and stuff. But hopefully by then we'd have some more made.
Well, it's just interesting, your question or your statement about NATO and who would support whom when, Trump's been basically degrading our NATO alliance, threatening to take Greenland, if necessary, by force, end quote.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
What do you think about that?
Did we say we would pay the people of Denmark?
What did he first say in when he went and spoke to Congress?
I don't know. He says a lot, so I don't follow everything like you guys do.
We should have Greenland, and then Stephen Miller said, we should.
Why?
It'd be a great place for us. It's where the lanes are. Is that correct?
Well, you know what? We can't take care of the 48, 49, 50 states we have now. We're going to add more?
I think we can take care of it perfect. I think we just need to shut down our borders and
What's
keep
our right
the
to
people
take
we
a
have.
sovereign nation?
Well, have we always taken by conquered or bought?
That's not what he said.
But he also
And
offered
he
to
pissed
pay,
them
correct?
off, didn't he?
There have been I think the number was six. 6 times throughout our history, we have offered to buy Greenland, and they have said no every single time.
Oh, Trump's not the
that.
first.
That's interesting.
It's interesting that you couch it in a transaction wherein, somehow it was for sale.
Have we bought or conquered how we became America in other countries?
Who cares?
Oh.
Like what is
Fuck Omi.
there's this Westoid fetishization of like conquering. Like we're trying not to do that. Like why? And if we can't take care of the United States as it is presently, why would you try to expand your, like, you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make any sense at all.
What's wrong with the United States? I think we're doing fine.
You think we're doing fine? We have like one of the worst healthcare systems in the whole world. Our education system is crap. Like, what aspect is fine?
Have you left the country, Omi?
We're
Yes.
underwater. We're
Okay,
underwater.
where have you gone?
Yes, many a
I
time.
asked Omi.
I mean, yes, but it's also irrelevant because you're asking for an anecdotal experience of one person when you can look at the statistics, right, that are peer reviewed and survey thousands of people, which I have little, like my scale's much smaller than that. So the answer is yes, but it's also irrelevant.
See, I just want to be clear. He just recently visited Europe for the first time.
I've been traveling since I was 10.
He recently just left the country for the first time, so now
Oh,
he's all high and mighty.
Now
and
he's a
shit.
passport bro. Oh, okay.
I actually am.
He subsumed all sociology and socioeconomics. That's great.
Thank you. I've actually been leaving the country since I was 10.
Have you been to Lagos, Nigeria?
I have not. That actually sounds like a cool place.
Yeah. Have you been to? What is the name? It's not. I'm trying to remember. In Southeast Asia, it's one of the largest cities in the world. I don't know if you.
Hong Kong?
Not.
Bangkok?
It's not. It's in Singapore.
Yeah.
But
what is it? It's got the tallest building.
Nobody cares now, so.
I've not done Asia.
Basically, my point is essentially like we have this idea that the global South is just suffering and we're so much better, but then it's like there's examples where that's far from the truth, and then also it's like if you narrow your scope to like your peers, which your peers would be like what, Canada, Western Europe, the Mediterranean. It's like we're not doing good. So it's like, what metric are you doing?
I think it's
You're breaking up.
I think it's objective that the global South is not nearly as good as what you're saying the global North. If you're looking for some kind of pairing, I think the only issue or what's in contention right now is how that happened. Right, because the global North, the narrative is colonization and stripping of resources, et cetera, et cetera.
It's not a narrative. It's just.
Well, one, it's a fact, as you said, but two, that's not really what I would say. Like, that's one statement you can make, but it has a very skewed point of view, right? Because if we're talking about improving the material conditions of the proletariat, so like working class people, if you look at the largest nations of the global South, they've been improving material conditions at a much greater extent, at a faster pace than the United States has. The United States has been regressing in fields of public health.
The other thing is,
Right,
a young person doesn't have near the opportunity. Like a young couple in their 20s doesn't have near the opportunities as a young couple in their 20s back in the 60s and 70s to buy a home to raise a family in.
Okay, so we should go back to the 60s? Is that what you're saying? What
No,
happened
but
in the
maybe we could
60s,
look
Dennis?
at.
Well, depends on what you would go back to, but I would
Hang
certainly go
on.
back to, I would certainly go back to the system that we were operating under with respect to the wealth disparity and with respect to taxes and who was taxed and how proper, if they were taxed properly in the 60s and 70s.
So should we go back to the 60s, like you said, prior to the Civil Rights Act?
No, we shouldn't.
So
With
your
respect
rhetoric.
with respect to racial injustice, absolutely not. We accomplished
To go there.
we accomplished something, and we had the Voters' Rights Act. We had the Civil Rights Act. Under LBJ, we had we reached some milestones. But with respect to our taxation, we should go back to that.
No, I can agree with you that there were some great things that were passed. But if we also look at the demographics, that is, I guess you could say, holding this country down. I don't know. It makes me wonder if maybe that is why it was so good back then, and why it's not as great now.
I'm sorry, just trying but I'm not tracking that. Can you describe that better?
I think I track very well, but I would. Justina, I want you to restate what you said.
Okay, I'm gonna say there are some demographics. Some
Put a
people,
name on it.
Oh, okay. I will say that I believe the black population is holding us down. I mean, if you want to be honest with it.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I was like,
I'm
wow.
having a honest.
You're
When
holding
did
us
this
down.
happen? Wait, when did this happen? When did you become a fucking racist?
I didn't.
Mojo, are you that surprised?
But that's the statistics on it. If we do look at
Mojo,
Oh my God.
Mojo, he's in case because I doubt that he mentioned this on the panel before he got blocked the first time from your panel.
Don't
But
do
he's
that.
definitely been on.
That's a wild statement. Make him support his position.
No,
hold on.
there's no support there. But I would just, say this is like who are the most educated demographic of people in the United States?
well, so and I like.
Do you know?
Hang on. I'll answer that, but
Do you know?
Yes, hang on. I'm going to get to all of that, but I wanted to address my first point first. I don't believe it's racism. I believe there are systemic problems that go on.
I don't care what you believe, though.
Okay,
because racism.
Then there's no
isn't
point in
just a
carrying on
belief.
that conversation on me if you don't care, because I was trying to give you my actual reasoning on why I believe that.
Derek.
But
Derek, it's a simple question. Derek, do you support eugenics?
No, but do I believe there's certain things that should be changed? Yes, because if you're talking about the one statement that...
Why is there a but to...
Well, because there was about 6-hour long conversation that actually dove into why I believe certain things. But we're going to just pick up one area and carry on. But back to Omi's point, like I was saying, I believe a lot has to do with the oppression that did happen back in the 60s, 70s, even prior to that. So I do believe they are holding us back, but I also believe it is not their fault. To your point, Omi,
question before you transition, because I want clarity. How are black people holding America back? That posits that there's some sort of agency there, and that there's that they're responsible. But then you're arguing that they are holding the United States back because of what? So I guess the what and the how are the questions.
I mean, I believe the whole statement of 40 acres and a mule, right? I believe they were promised something, if I'm not mistaken, and they never did get it. And am I saying they should get reparations now? No, but am I saying they are the reason why, if you look at the demographics, and it's all statistics, it's not just fucking random facts, the level is being pushed more and more. You're seeing more, I guess you could say, neighborhoods that kind of support that statistic. I guess you could say you're seeing generations where the mothers, fathers, grandparents don't have anything to pass on to their children. So as we continue to go through time,
Do you have stats to back this up?
I mean, I can
Well,
grab
no,
any
like
stat you want.
I mean, he's talking. No, like you're talking about generational wealth, and you're correct, but then it's again like like how are Black Americans holding the United States back through lack of generational wealth?
Well, because it does kind of all dive into the same point where, as a culture and as I guess you could say as a country, we have to all be putting in the same amount of effort to get the same amount of results.
But you're saying,
I mean,
wait, but so I'm tracking right. You're saying that Black Americans are not passing a generational wealth because they're not putting enough effort?
No. What I'm trying to say is, and I guess the great saying is, you are only as strong as the weakest link on your team. So when you're actually thinking about that, yes, so you're trying to understand the fact that when you do pass generational wealth on, you are able to not only have to worry about stupid little bills because you have that extra backing, you don't have to put your time into dumb things. You can focus your time on investing. You have the stock investments. You have all that. So generational wealth equates to a lot. At the end of the day, and where I kind of wanted to go with it, Omi, is yes, you can say that the Black population, men and women, are definitely the, I guess you could go, most educated, but that statistic is also flawed. Because where you're,
Are you
well,
fucking
hang
kidding me?
on, because if you actually read the article,
How long does it take for you to explain racism?
Yeah, right.
I
How long
mean,
does
if
it
you
take you
want
to
to go
explain your
down
racism,
that,
dude?
I mean,
ask you
they are the
something?
most.
Derek,
Yeah.
just a real quick question, man, because I think you're doing fine. I mean, I'll let you go, but I just want to mention, like, what's the difference between what you're explaining and the white people at the bottom? What's the difference?
Yeah, why do
I
you
think
have
it
to
really,
separate it? There are
it
black and
has to,
white
it has to
that
go
do the
down to
same thing.
generation. Well, it is the same thing.
There's plenty of very ugly statistics among white people too, is what I'm telling you. So what's the difference?
Yes, and I can't disagree. It all realistically falls down to generational wealth. If you don't have something, you have to work 10 times harder. And a lot of people, especially in today's day and age of 2026, we don't like to work harder. I think we do see that from the Democratic side where they want to give everybody a piece of the pie without working for that piece of the pie.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry
Ay,
because
ay,
your analysis, and I think I can. This is true. I think everybody agrees. You're the racist I've entertained the longest on this platform.
Yeah.
So,
Hi,
so that
tenants.
being said, yeah. That being said, so you're saying that because there's a lack of generational wealth being passed down, and that's because of slavery and Jim Crow, that Black Americans are somehow the source of the problem of the United States that's holding back the USA, which doesn't make sense at all. Because you're saying that in one breath you're saying that, oh, they have lack of generational wealth because of slavery and Jim Crow, and then in the next breath you're saying it's because they don't try hard enough, and then you're saying, oh, but they are the most educated. Do you see how, like, none of your statements are coherent? Like, they don't support each other.
Because the education and the most educated is a false narrative. If you actually read into it, Omi, you would actually see that they
It's
are
not a false.
classifying. Hang on, Omi, hang on. You asked me a question. So when you're saying
But it's
most
not a false
educated,
narrative.
no,
Like,
it
if you
is
don't
because
wait,
holy fucking
but
shit.
you're talking about hard work, right? So let's quantify that.
No, what I
So
am talking about. Hang
you
on,
said
Omi, hang
hard
on.
work
Ding, ling,
earlier.
ling, ling,
Wait,
ling. Holy shit.
want to.
I'm just trying to answer your question so we can get to the next question.
I'm trying to nail down some terms so that we can agree and have a conversation. So when talking about hard work, for me, that means hours of labor, right? And then you can talk about the type of labor categorically as well. And so when talking about
hard work,
what is hard work?
Hours. I would not classify hard work as hours. You can put in 100 hours and not be productive, or you can put in 20 hours.
That's why I said the second quantifier of the type of labor.
No, it's called productivity.
That's another synonym for hard work. Like,
okay, how does this have to do with? Hold on, let's stop getting hung.
All I'm trying to say is, if you actually read the fucking article that was put out, multiple of them.
It's not an article; it's a study. There's multiple studies done on this.
Study.
It's a demographic study.
Article that black people, yes, are the most educated, but if you looked at the methodology of which they actually found that answer, it was because they take out the most student loan.
Why do we
You're
even have
a freaking
money?
idiot. You're an idiot because the demographic that utilizes the most social, like, welfare programs are white people. And secondly, just because you take out a lot of student loans doesn't mean you pass your courses, doesn't mean you get a degree. So your understanding of this study is skewed by your confirmation bias.
Well, no, that's exactly, you just made his point.
Yep.
How did I make his point?
Because what he just said was that they don't have necessarily more education; they just take out more money in loans. Just because they take out more money in loans does not translate to diplomas. Is exactly what he's trying to say.
But the study isn't looking at how many student loans are taken out. Are we okay? Like, you guys have the white supremacist stick.
I'm sorry, but you missed. I'm sorry, Tommy. This should be easy. This should be easy. You were missing what they're saying.
I'm missing what they're saying. Okay.
Don't say they. I don't agree with it. What the fuck?
No, that's
crazy ass shit. If you want me to rebut what Derek said, I'd be happy to do so. But Omi has taken it upon himself to attempt to excoriate him. And something I should remind you, Derek, when you say something that imprecise, you should be more well prepared to defend your position or face sanction. Do you understand?
Oh, I love when the racists get together and support each other.
Do you even understand what I just said, Omi?
Omi's not bright.
So,
Donovan is not racist.
Please continue. Let me get out of the way. I'm just telling you, Derek, you better do a better job defending that position, is all I'm saying. Because if they let me at you, just please continue.
Yeah, I'm on that side too, Omi, so don't call me that word.
Do you guys know about the town? I think it was in Tennessee, Memphis. Hold on. It was a town that black people had created. They had their own banks and shops and businesses.
Greenville or Tulsa.
Yes, Tulsa. And they destroyed the town. They burned it to the ground. Now tell me they haven't been oppressed for years. Fuck you guys.
That's what's nonsensical is that in one breath you'll say they have been oppressed, and that's the reason why there's a lack of generational wealth. And then in the second breath, he'll say that they don't work hard. Like, that doesn't, it's a contradictory statement.
It is. My sister's in the ICU at Cleveland Clinic. The nurses on her floor are specific cardiac nurses, and half of them are African American.
Oh, well, that changes my entire opinion about everything.
W.
I'm like hearing people being accused of racism, and I'm like, these people are softies. Like, come on, let's get to the real.
You are so.
We got drunk W tonight.
God.
Wait, what? I'm not drunk. What do you mean?
No. Okay. Sorry. Sounded like it.
It's crazy to me that some of y'all care more about the label of racism or racist than you care about the actual act or ideology.
Do you know what's weird to me? You know what's weird to me is that you seem like more anti your own race than you are like
what is my race?
I'm guessing you're a white dude. Am I right or wrong?
No, you're wrong.
Oh, okay.
He's indigenous, but go try W.
Indigenous.
I'm Afro-Indigenous. I'm I'm the Trinity of races, apparently.
You're
So,
what? Well, yeah, Omi, is it your position that Derek is showing racism right now?
wait, I'm not sure who Derek is because I just see the
Who's
Justin.
Derek?
Oh,
Justin.
Justin.
oh
Sorry.
Justina.
I
Oh,
won't dead name you
absolutely.
again.
Like,
Sorry
I
about
mean,
that.
absolutely. Like, there's implicit racial bias, right? And a lot of people
Racial
have
bias.
that.
All right, that's better.
And
That's better. Thank you.
anti-blackness is pervasive everywhere, right? And then there's explicit or
But
overt
hey, hang on.
racism, which
Is
that
it?
Justina
Do you
just
believe? Hang
presented
on.
to
Hang
us.
on.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
Do you think
hold on,
anti?
hold on.
Do
Pause
you
for
think? Do you
one
think
second.
anti? Do you think anti-whiteness? Do you think
W,
That
anti-whiteness
hold
doesn't
is
on,
Hold
exist.
pervasive
on.
everywhere or
Stop
no?
talking.
hold on. Okay, I know that there's multiple studies. Jared, can you tell me what the study is so that I can pull it up? Which
Give me a
one?
few minutes, I'll go find it.
All right, thank you.
Oh my God,
Continue what you were saying,
Okay.
W.
Yeah. So, if you think anti-blackness, if you think that is pervasive everywhere, which I honestly I would fundamentally disagree with that, but do you not recognize that anti-whiteness is pervasive everywhere, or no?
Yes.
Because you're anti your own race. I mean, that's I mean, so. If you disagreed with that, it'd be kind of
You're an idiot.
funny.
You're an idiot, and you don't
I'm an idiot.
understand. So you're trying to do
Only Mojo's allowed to call me that. Okay. First of
well.
all.
It's your lucky day. You bought one and got another one free. So
No, I'm just saying.
congratulations.
No, you're.
But so to answer your question, so a lot of people like to do these whataboutisms besides instead of
There's
being
no. I was
accountable.
very direct. There was no whataboutism
No, the
present
what
whatsoever.
a call. Sorry, I'm getting a call. But a lot when talking about racism and anti-blackness or etc., the immediate go-to is what about racism against white people? And it's wild because we can't even resolve and be accountable for a systemic harm that actually occurred for several hundred years without centering something that doesn't even exist.
Wait.
So,
Why are you
like
saying we?
racism.
I thought you weren't white. Why are you opting into my we?
I'm
If
talking
white.
about human beings. I'm
No, you
talking
just said
about
you're not
human
white.
beings
Why
in
are
the
you saying we
United
when you refer to my
States.
people? Is that what I want to
I'm not
understand?
I've
talking
got a.
about. Oh my God, you're so dense. So again,
I don't think so.
there's no such thing as anti-whiteness or reverse racism because white people can never be oppressed within the system of systemic racism because since the
Does it? Well,
God, I hate
okay.
this shit.
Hang on. So let's. How about people of Ireland? Let's get rid of America, or not get rid of, but let's just not focus on America. What about the people of Ireland? Do you think that they have a right to say, "I don't want massive immigration to where they're going to replace me as a people," or is that racist?
Sorry, I have like a family emergency thing coming up, but
Oh, of course you
while I
do.
have you on
Yeah.
the phone, so while I have you on the phone though, so the whole racism against other
No, it's a very
or
direct
reverse
question. It's a very direct question.
white,
If you were
it
if you were
doesn't
an Irish
exist.
person and they had
If
mass,
Irish,
should they have to get rid of their homeland because if they don't, they're called a Nazi, right? So
Irish isn't a race; that's an ethnicity of Celtic-speaking people. Firstly,
no, it's a
secondly,
country. You don't need to speak Celtic to
being
be
Irish.
Irish. That's ridiculous that you even suggested that. That's not
Damn
true.
it! It's
Ireland's a
Gaelic.
country and it's
It's
existed for a
Gaelic.
very long time.
It's
So
Gaelic. It's one Celtic language. Again, you don't have the education to have this conversation.
think
But
more than you do.
I'll entertain you some more though. So again, you can't be anti-white or racist against
This
white
is
people
that's not what I was
because
talking about.
you
Let's
said
deal
about
directly.
asked me
No,
about
you
anti-whiteness.
can make uneducated.
You asked me about anti-whiteness, so I'm
I am
addressing it.
asking you specifically about
Now,
the country of Ireland.
no, you're moving the
If they
goalpost.
say we don't
You're
want,
moving the goalpost.
no, I'm not.
You
No,
are
he
because
was.
you asked me about
No, I'm not.
anti-whiteness, and now you're talking about
I
Ireland.
He
because it's a
was
very
talking
good
about
example.
Ireland like 20 minutes ago. Stop the fucking nonsense. Listen to his question and answer him, please, Omi.
If the Irish people that have had a country for more than 1,000 years, if they did not vote for massive immigration, if they are losing their homeland to people, and because if they protest it, they're called bigots, Nazis, whatever, white supremacists, whatever. Do you agree with that? I assume, right? That they should forego their homeland because they're white, because white is evil, because white is the majority, therefore it's evil.
Do you see a
Even though
bias?
white is really not the
Can I answer
majority.
your fucking question? Do you see
Please
a
do.
bias?
I'm sure you're going to obfuscate again, but
Wait,
I'd love to
just
hear
let
it.
him fucking answer.
Do you see a bias?
Of what?
Do you see a bias on the immigration topic in Ireland?
No. What do you
No.
mean?
Well, what I mean is that people will fight tooth and nail to kick out people from the global south who are of a different race.
Correct. Yes.
But how many people are spending as much time and effort to kick out all the English out of Ireland?
Are you serious right now?
I'm dead serious. Like,
Do you think that the English are flooding
Anglo-Saxons,
Ireland with
the
that are?
Anglo-Saxons are the
This is.
original settler colonialists, right? We have the
Oh
Normans,
my
the Saxons, and the Angles, and they still inhabit much of the country. But we are more concerned about Somali people or Ghanaian people or other people who are
This is
mellow.
ridiculous. Yeah.
That's
Absolutely ridiculous.
and
And
if you talk to actual Gael people, right, whether they're Irish travelers or if they're settled Irish, a vast majority of the Irish travelers are very open to immigration. It's either the settled Irish or the English people
this is
who
where
are in
liberalism
Ireland
becomes a
who have
fucking
an
mental
issue.
disorder. It's
Wait,
absolutely insane to me.
you're not able to address Celtic studies now? I'm confused because see, and the
Celtic
reason why,
studies?
yeah, like we're talking about
No,
Celtic
I think it's weird.
identifying
I think it
people
is
in a
very weird.
nation.
I think it's very weird for people to make excuses and apologies for a
Do
homeland
you
being
notice that
invaded by
do you
people.
notice how I engaged with your content and I responded with a multifaceted point,
It
and
made
then
no
you
sense,
haven't
regardless.
hold up, you haven't engaged with any of the content I said. You didn't
I,
address the Normans, the Saxons, the Angles, and settler colonialism, and you didn't address the difference between the Irish travelers or the settled Irish
it's completely inconsequential
because you
and has
don't know
nothing.
anything about the topic, right?
Wait, you're trying to break it up into different Germanic tribes as a justification for Northern Africa to invade a country that has been relatively homogenous throughout history.
It's
No,
not
you're
homogenous.
obfuscating and trying to sound smart. And
No, because
no, you're wrong.
my father is Celtic, from Gwynedd,
Celtic.
North Wales, right? And so
Yeah, no,
so his
I'm
family's
Welsh. I'm
indigenous
Welsh.
to.
Like
Oh,
I don't.
okay,
Yeah.
that's
But I don't be like,
amazing.
oh, Celtic, whatever. Oh, so because your dad's
Yeah,
okay
Just
with
say
it?
you're too
because
stupid to
we're not
understand the conversation and
because
move on, GW.
we're not
I'm.
English,
Yeah.
right? And
Well,
that's why I
I'm too
asked you about
stupid.
the
Yeah,
difference.
that's it.
That's why
You are.
I
He's
asked
been
you
up
about
here
the
just owning
difference.
you the entire time.
That's not the way I look at it, but okay.
It's actually embarrassing, honestly. You should
Oh.
stop with your race
Can
fucking magic. It's weird.
Oh yeah, because if
They're gonna replace us. They're gonna replace the Irish.
Wait, so
You guys,
yeah, when your
why?
kids are
Why?
being
Mojo,
raped,
why do
you'll
Why
baby?
are
think
you guys
differently.
freaking out? Why are you guys freaking out?
can
wait, hold. I have a
can
quick
I just ask
question.
a simple question?
Uh huh.
What was everybody's thoughts about the movie White Girls?
I thought it was really
Oh
good
my god.
satire.
So I think we're in a different generation now. Are we
Wait, you
not?
can't talk yet. We're still waiting for a study from you.
I already gave all my sources. I gave
He
3.
gave
Never
it
pulled
he
up the
gave it in the
study.
gulag,
Oh, okay.
Mojo.
Okay.
And according to ACE, which is hold on, let me pull it back up.
I have a question.
The American Council on Education, the highest percentage overall level of education attainment is Asian, then white, then black, then American Indian or Alaska Native, and then Hispanic or Latino is the lowest.
That's not true. I've heard on multiple lives that black women are the most educated group of people in the world.
So that, hold on.
You're full of shit. Yeah, that's anti-black. You're a bigot, by the way.
W.
That came from me.
Why are you such a racist, Sammy? Seriously, like, what the fuck?
Why are you an idiot? I don't know.
The reason why that is touted is because of the enrollment factor. They were the higher percentage of actively enrolled in college during specific tracking periods.
Everyone knows that black women are the most educated demographic in the country, and you're just showing your bigotry, as far as I'm concerned.
She's just quoting a study that Justin gave her. Jesus
A
Christ.
racist study.
Get it together, man. Use your fucking two brain cells you have.
Bunch of racist Marxists over here, apparently.
He is fucking with you, don't worry.
Ima
Yeah.
No, it's true. No, I've heard this.
W is being flat affect type joking right now.
Flat assed.
Flat affect.
I just heard him say the great replacement theory on here.
Yeah, and then he got dragged in Celtic history.
You did not drag anybody.
I have a question.
Yes, he did.
No.
Oh, me.
Yes, Jeff, please, for the love of God, ask your question. Jeff, ask your question.
The statement was made that racism towards non-white people or the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere. And then Omi said that it's not possible to be racist or oppress white people. And then it sounded like he kind of went, yeah, but they are the original oppressors. They are the imperialists. So it did kind of sound like you said it's okay to kind of push people out. Is that what you were saying?
No, so in the context of Ireland specifically, again, we're not talking about white people because whiteness didn't exist in the time period which settler colonialism impacted Ireland originally. So we're talking about specific ethnic groups of Germanic people, like the Normans and the Anglo-Saxons, that did genocide and then ethnocide to the Gaels.
How long ago? What time period?
Did you just say white people didn't exist?
He's a fucking idiot. I got to go to a...
No, during the time, he said the concept.
I got invited to a black
No, he didn't. He
panel.
didn't say the concept. He said, quite literally, he said white people didn't exist.
I'm literally talking about the category of whiteness did not exist because race didn't exist yet.
Oh, white people still existed, right?
I mean, no, because you're arguing race realism,
wild.
and race isn't real. So the social category didn't
Race
exist
isn't
yet.
biological. You do know that, right, Mojo? It is a social construct that was created to divide people, but it's not biological whatsoever.
I don't disagree. However, we still have white skin and non-white skin.
Yeah,
but categorized in a lot of different ways. I don't know. That seems to exist. So to suggest that white people didn't exist at some point seems a little ridiculous to me.
Do I need to be introduced or can I say something?
Here, 1 second,
Okay.
and then please go. But I want to respond to that. Is that at the origins of whiteness, Celtic people were not even
origins of whiteness.
Yeah, Celtic people were not considered white. Neither were Italians or Greeks and other Mediterranean people. It was only Germanic, Scandinavian, and basically like Western Europeans because
they had the same color skin as white people, right?
But race is not phenotype. It's not essential. It is a social construct that's associated with phenotype today. So again,
pick this child up.
Go read a book. Like you can look at like race.
Yeah, these are general concepts.
Yeah,
I learned this in nursing school, y'all. Like this is a gen ed
I just
class
think it's
in nursing school.
it's funny. I'm sorry, it's absolutely funny.
Like if you want to talk about phenotypical
white people,
European,
I think it's funny to listen to somebody say that white people didn't exist. That's fucking hilarious.
May I say something?
Everything else he said was
Please.
fucking hilarious too.
Jess, this is below your IQ
Yeah.
level, buddy. Stay out of this one,
So
honey.
If you need
hold on.
to, yeah, sorry. Let's,
Hold on. I need to introduce a new panelist, please.
yes.
Sinner, can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
Yes, 47, used to live in Florida, but now live in Australia. Harris, I don't vote for rapists, pedophiles, or Yahtzees.
Burkina Faso?
No, I
You say
said that I don't vote for
pedophiles.
rapists, P3DO or Yahtzees.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
So whoever is talking about the white exists, I guess it's being phrased wrong. Let me see if I can try to. Obviously, light-skinned people exist. That's not. I mean, they have been around forever too. The concept of race, I guess, is the better way to say it. Did not exist until somewhere between the 1400s to the 1600s. The Portuguese are actually attributed with coming up with the
Yeah, in
more formal,
1453.
the more exactly the more formal the more formal part of it, in the sense of claiming some kind of racial superiority based on the fact that they did not have as much skin pigmentation as others, right? And when you when people say, for example, that only white people can be racist, well, yes, other ethnicities around the world have suppressed each other. They didn't, because that was not a concept back then. They did not know it because of that sole basis. Mostly when we're talking about worldwide slavery, we're talking about a strong nation conquering a weak one and putting the people to work. Not justified, obviously, but that's the way it worked. Whereas
What year are you suggesting this occurred?
anywhere between the
It's
1400s.
1453, and you can look
Yeah,
up
yes,
De Zarara. If you look up
correct.
De Zarara,
So,
is the last name of the
correct.
Portuguese person who created
Yep. So
racism.
when we're talking about so remember how I was saying slavery, right? So when we're talking about an actual racist form of slavery, that's where chattel slavery comes in, which is the slavery that was practiced in the U.S. When you read the Declaration of Independence, and you look at how it goes, we hold this to be self-evident, all men are created equal. Obviously, that did not apply to black people. Why? Because they were not even considered humans to begin with, right? So what it really applied was white tea, most of all, and more specifically, white landowners back then, right? And so that's where the concept of systemic racism comes in. It's not that every single white tea person is racist all by their lonesome. I mean, some of them are, because obviously they use the N-word and they think that they're superior. But we're talking about a system that unfortunately was designed to benefit them
This is
over
boring.
someone else. Yep. No, that was it. A system that was.
Wyoming, good luck.
You know how you know? You know how you know you could be racist toward white people?
You can't.
Because I'm racist towards white people.
You may discriminate, you may be hostile to them, but not a racist.
You can absolutely be racist against anybody, whether it be somebody with a similar skin color to you or somebody else. It doesn't matter. You are basing that race. You are basing that race on phenotypical characteristics. And if you hate somebody simply because of those characteristics, or you attribute those characteristics to a group of people and you hate that group of people that have those characteristics, then you are a racist son of a bitch. I don't care what fucking skin color you have.
Can I ask you something, Mojo?
And what Omi forgot earlier, and also what Derek forgot earlier, is there is absolutely a massive problem of trash white culture that is dragging this country down.
Yes.
So that's what I'm talking about.
Can I ask you something?
You're just talking about poverty and blaming it on race. It's fucking weird.
Mojo, can I ask you something?
No, I don't discriminate when I hold my society. When I judge my society, I don't discriminate.
Can I ask you something, Mojo, really quick?
You're probably
Please?
not going to like my answer.
I'm sure I'm not, but I'm going to ask anyway. Can you give me any other race that, again, ethnicity, I should say, that oppress others, not on power? Let's be clear here, not on power, on the notion that they were actually superior.
Latinos.
Islam. You're describing Islam
No. That's not a race.
I'm aware.
That's not a race. That's a culture. That's a religious regime.
Well,
That's many things.
You told me that race didn't exist. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
White people didn't
and that's
exist.
hilariously wrong. Because
hold on.
there are surahs
We-
where Muhammad sold black slaves for
Hold on.
other types of slaves.
And again, nobody's denying
So that would suggest that
Sammy's
he's the
trying
one
to
that
talk. Can you guys be quiet so Sammy can talk? Thank you.
Senator, I think you need to clarify your question because are you talking about specifically race or are you talking about ethnicity? Because you mentioned both.
I know. It gets okay. Let me try this.
This conversation.
You guys remember? Obviously, you know about the Civil War, right? Alexander Stephens in the Cornerstone speech, he says this: the reason for why the Confederacy fought to keep slaves, they betrayed the unified slaves. He says this: the natural and normal condition of and he says the N-word, which obviously I'm not going to say, is to be subservient to the superior whitey race. Right? That was the whole reason for the Civil War, that these people wanted to keep human beings as property because they did not even consider them human. Right? The only people that have been in a position to oppress others on that supposed view, that notion of superiority, have been whitey people. You can hate Latinos can hate black people. Black people can hate whitey people. That's not in contention. It happens. But the only people who have been in a position to oppress her on that basis of that so-called superiority,
You're just
have been
trying to
white people.
redefine the term racism. You're trying to take back.
Actually, no. Racism, the ISM part of it implies a system, not an individual.
No, it does not.
No,
it does not imply a system.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't. It just implies an action.
It does.
It just implies an action.
I was just kidding. I actually don't really like this topic because I don't like anybody's opinion on it, but my own.
Yeah,
ISM, I see it as a system. Exactly. Thank you, Goat.
It's not a system. It just simply implies an action.
Did I clarify my point, Sammy?
Lord God, we don't want to hear you be racist for another freaking.
I'm not being
in a row.
racist. I'm being honest because yes,
You just said you started with black people. The reason that this country is held back is because black people.
Well,
and then you try to justify that. Like, come on.
Well, there is justification within it, and as Jeff said, there's a lot of trash white people, and I don't disagree. But there is
oh my God!
also
But you didn't bring them up, did you? You didn't.
Because every time I even
Jeff
tried
had to
talk,
bring them up
I
for
had.
you.
Every time I had to try and
Why
talk.
why don't you just say that uneducated people are what's wrong with the country?
Well, we can go with
that. Racist. No, don't go.
Education is
with
not
that
the only
because you're racist. You put studies in the freaking chat, dude.
That's another problem with this whole conversation is you are all going off of education. I would say the best measure would be the success in capitalism. And a lot of times it's education. A lot of times it is hard work.
So poor people? Poor
It
people are the
is
problem with
you're
this
born.
country?
No, I'm saying it's not as simple as looking at the education statistic because, per capita, black people are smart as fuck.
So poor people are the problem.
The problem is,
poor people.
I would say that, no.
You just said capitalism.
You dug a
Why are
hole.
people so gross?
You should have just let me handle it, Jeff.
That's wild, poor people.
Yours was even grosser, Justin. Honestly, yours
But
was
I'm
nasty.
saying there's white culture that has money, and there's white culture that is educated, but still drags the country down. So it is educated people who are dragging the country down too. What I'm saying is, of all the things that make you either successful or unsuccessful in capitalism, it is a lot, luck of where you're born and the skin color is. So with the disadvantage
you're saying
that black
poor
people have,
what the fuck is wrong with you?
no, I'm saying crime in general. It's across the board. Like
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because Donald Trump has stolen $2.4 billion. But you think he's
and
one
I
of
would
our
say
saviors.
greed is white culture. And I'm talking about culture. Greed is white culture. That's what I'm talking about.
Collar. But that's white collar crime.
But still, it's mostly white people doing it, right? Like it's white people
That's
who are
really
greedy, who
racist,
love
Jeff.
money so much.
This is
It is
wild.
like
Jeff,
but-
you're
and
digging
so
that
this- but
hole.
that's
So
what I'm
why don't you
saying.
let me help you? And
No,
I'll
no,
get you
I'm
out
trying
of it.
to. No, I'm trying to debunk you, actually, Derek, because you're the one that's pointing at one race.
No,
and what I'm saying is, it's not one race that's dragging our country down.
Correct. It's the poor people.
I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it out loud. It's fucking capitalism that's dragging our country down.
It's the poor people.
It's capitalism.
Racism is a result of capitalism, right? Like we exploited a whole entire group of people. We used the excuse of being the superior race, but the reality is they just wanted free labor, and this was the way that they got.
Well, to that point, would you put in adoption could be classified as slavery?
Lord God help you if you are equivocating adoption and slavery. Everything that comes out of your mouth is like the most disgusting thing I've heard.
Well,
on
no.
this app.
Let's look at this in a different context. If
Oh my God.
somebody owns a farm and they adopt, what the fuck is Bobby doing? And they put their children to work on the farm. Is that classed as slavery? I would
Is that
classify
what happened
that.
in America? Is that what happened in America? We just took them from, little old Africa and put them on a farm and made them pick cotton and everyone just blew it way out of proportion. It was just adoption. What is wrong with you?
Maybe we need to change the subject before I end up blocking you again, Derek.
All right, new conversation.
Balkanize this country. Honestly, I can't be near these people no more.
I'm kidding. I think the conversation is okay. I don't think that you actually even agree with this shit because of the way you're laughing about it. But I think you are making the argument just to be a pain in the ass.
Oh, I don't agree with it, but do I think at the end of the day there's things that we need to fix? Fuck yeah. I mean,
Everybody thinks there are things we need to fix.
I mean, I don't agree with reparations, but I do think something needs to be done for what has
you
happened.
arguing for reparations?
No, I'm not. I don't fucking know. Next conversation before I liberal talking.
He said he's not arguing for reparations.
Yeah, but he kind of is. Well, because he was going to go to, I'm going to call it this instead. That's where he was going.
They should get free health care. Black people should get free health care. That's the reparations.
See, that's exactly where he was going.
Anyways, what about Mitch McConnell? He looks alive and well.
Did you see
I just
him?
want to say that if anybody
Have we actually seen him?
No, but we saw our picture in a wheelchair.
Weekend at Bernie's.
If anybody was wondering if I was trying to deny the disadvantages of some people, I wasn't trying to deny that. I think Black Americans are actually one of the main issues in this country. I put it above a lot of these other silly issues. I mean, they're not silly, but that's a big issue for me. They are absolutely disadvantaged.
Jeff. You hate all the Pavos equally.
Well, there's certainly issues with DEI too. I don't know if you guys saw the story of the Cambridge professor, youngest Cambridge professor ever. He just resigned for plagiarism.
All right. Wait, are you saying that white people have never committed plagiarism?
No, but what I'm saying is that the political climate that the social justice movement created in the wake of the Floyd verdict, was a problem. It was clearly a problem. And I say it all the time, you can't fight racism with more racism. Diversity is a wonderful thing, but you have to let it grow organically. You can't just simply create a political ideology that has you wagging a finger at everyone that disagrees with you politically, deciding to call them schnazis just because,
Yeah, none of that shit has to do with DEI.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck?
Didn't.
I think we just shame them into non-existence.
Well, it bleeds into your other politics, right? You got and look at what's happening in the West right now, over in England. I mean, that poor kid got poked.
Over a what?
That poor kid
Over
got
a
poked.
what? Did you just say? No, over a what?
Think about what's happening.
Say it again
over
for the 73 people.
in England. That kid that got poked. Which part didn't you hear? The police, when they showed up, rather than arrest the poker, they put the kid in handcuffs, and there he expired right there on the sidewalk. He'd been poked like 7 times. And the
So
only
are
reason they
you
put him in
still
handcuffs,
talking about this after
yeah, it's an example.
literally,
It's an example of the phenomenon that we're discussing right now.
but yet you're not talking about all the white supremacy people that are literally going through the streets, ripping immigrants out of their homes and setting their homes on fire in Belfast.
Well, why was that, Sammy?
Yeah, this is a response to the phenomenon again that we're discussing. That's why I asked.
I don't think I would call it a phenomenon.
Okay, what would you call it? What would you call it? And that was in, just so you understand, that was in response to a guy, in broad daylight getting his head sawed off. So, I mean,
yes, the attempted behead.
Guess what the guy was yelling while he was trying to saw his head off? Guess.
Oh, I guess I need to
Just
go
guess.
back to that damn article again to prove you wrong again.
Which article is that?
I really think we need to. I think we really need to balkanize. I can't stand you people. I really can't.
Ooh, you people. I love that. How would you balkanize?
I don't want to even be in a country with you people. I just want California to be its own thing. Maybe Oregon and Washington can come. I don't give a shit, but we just need to get the fuck away from you. We hate all of you guys.
Take your
even though we support all of you.
Yeah, you're
well, that's fine. I don't care what you say.
Disobeying
Approve the balkanization. Approve
thinking they
the
know everything when they
balkanization.
haven't even fucking got out of high school.
Call your local senators. Call your local senators and call for Cal exit.
It's a bunch of little children asking mommy and daddy for more money.
Not even that. They're
Rich as fuck here. What are you talking about? It is the richest. It's second richest state in the nation. Go cry somewhere else, Jeff.
I saw something today.
Wait, what is it? Wait, what is the second richest state in the nation?
Well, actually, California would be the first richest state in the nation, but it's the second most expensive place to live in the nation. Hawaii is the first.
Gotcha.
Yep. It's also got the most homelessness. But, I saw something today that kind of shocked me, and I try and weave it into politics. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a port town, but there's this spot in Portsmouth and in Norfolk both that have stacks and stacks of shipping containers. They go on the back of semi-tractor trailer trucks. And there are stacks of them at different places around these two cities that number into the tens of thousands. It's fascinating. It's an amazing thing to witness, even from afar. They even construct those Siemens windmills, those big wind turbines, and they put them out in the ocean. It's amazing to watch. Anyhow, what struck me when I saw one of these big stacks, and it was probably 10,000 containers I'm looking at, every single one of them has an air conditioning unit on them. They literally air condition the shipping that comes from all over the world to then come here to the United States, whether it's produce or people or whatever it is that happens to be in these shipping containers. But it struck me that leftist policies in Europe has convinced all of these people that air conditioning is bad. Air conditioning is an extension of white supremacy. That even our food in the West gets better care than these Europeans that are suffering under leftist policies.
You can get fined in the UK.
Who said that?
You can get fined in the UK for having
Who was making that claim at all?
I'm sorry, what?
I think B
Who
was.
said that? Who said that?
Said what?
That they didn't want air conditioning because of leftist policies.
Well, it's come on, it's known. You guys, especially over in the West, like
I love
air
that you
conditioning,
guys.
having the environmental movement. Are you kidding me? You're going to pretend this isn't a thing?
I have AC and I have it running 24 hours a day. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, I'm talking about the green policies in Western Europe specifically that have caused this type of phenomenon. This is why most places in Europe don't have air conditioning. Well, I mean, the prisons do, but the homes generally don't. So there are stories. There's usually a couple dozen stories every single year when it actually gets hot, and they're like, "Oh, the heat wave and global warming." Like,
Ella says you're lying.
you guys turn your
Ella
normal
doesn't live there.
policy into extra uncomfortable for the people in order to ratchet down
She's
your
not from there or
businesses
anything.
No,
with
she's
regards
from
to the
there.
technology. I mean, and come to find out, I don't know if any of you watch The Fat Electrician. Do any of you watch that? He's on YouTube. Oh, he's the
What
best.
the hell?
Yeah, he's a historian, right? But he's like a Gen X historian, and he's hilarious. He's on Pepperbox. Anyhow, he's called The Fat Electrician, and he did a
I
whole
don't know
story
what
on.
any of that shit means. You're not even speaking.
I'm so lost.
There
I'm
is a
so
lot
lost.
of a lot of estrogen up in here. Jeff, you've never heard of The Fat Electrician?
No, I don't think so.
I would just say it's like a lot of estrogen and like on your end, the lower end of this panel. Very little.
Yeah. He did an entire story recently, and it was hilarious about how important air conditioning is. Like one of the most important, if not that's what he argued for, the most important invention of the 20th century, possibly of all time. The guy's name was Simmons.
I think it's soap. I think soap is probably the greatest invention of all.
Ooh, that's a good one. But yeah, when like you checked all of the top inventions, like the transistor and other types of electronics, like none of them would even be possible without the controlled environments that air conditioning provides. So like the way he broke it down was absolutely genius. And it always strikes me that you hear these stories coming from Europe that, the Europeans are suffering because of a heat wave, and then come to find out it's like 89 degrees Fahrenheit. They're like, oh my God, it's so hot. But I realize that they use it just as propaganda to further the environmental debate. Because
actually,
the
where I can tie this in, recently a nuclear facility, forget the country, had to divert water to one of its reactors, and it used this whole narrative of environmental concerns. But just like Donovan's saying, we've had air conditioning forever. I mean, I live in Arizona, and people don't turn their air conditioner on off for like 8 months, and they're self-sustaining air conditioners. So if you think that, first of all, the nuclear plant in Europe isn't sophisticated enough to have a self-sustaining cooling system like that, well, then that just says they're broke. And if they do have a sophisticated air conditioning cooling system like that, then they're lying to their people.
Well, what they do is they waste it all on
What
their
they
electric
do
car.
is let a real European come up and tell y'all instead of whatever YouTube bullshit you can come up with.
I mean,
The
I
only
can prove every
reason-
point.
Oh my gosh.
That was in the
say it,
Wall
Lord.
Street Journal 3 days ago.
Good fucking God, y'all are so fucking misinformed. And the only time you ever bring up Europe is so that you can like either spread misinformation or like use it to somehow quote unquote prove a point about the leftists, but you don't have any fucking data to back it up. None of you ever
Of the Wall
fucking
Street
do.
Journal.
I can assure you that the only reason why AC is not a widespread thing is the same reason as to why it's not a widespread thing in the PNW here in the US, is because summers used to be fucking mild. We didn't need air conditioning. Because of climate change, that is no longer true. The main... Are y'all just gonna keep over-talking me? Is that
Sorry.
what you do now? The main fucking reason is the climate. The second reason is because most buildings in Europe are quite old. It isn't always easy to install these things. It isn't always affordable to install these things. It is something that is being worked on. I know this for a fact because my brother is actually doing so with his home.
Okay.
That is number 2. Number 3, this idea that you get fined in the UK for having air conditioning, Derek, is fucking bullshit. The only way you're going to get fined is if you didn't have actual permit to install the outdoor AC unit. You still have to follow regulations the same fucking way you have to here in the US.
Okay.
So are you saying that? Hold on. Are you saying that they don't prioritize energy efficiency and sustainability?
They absolutely prioritize a smaller carbon footprint, but not in favor of being against AC. That is a load of fucking crock.
How many people die every year in Europe from heat related injuries?
It has nothing to do with the regulation being anti-AC. I just explained to you why that is. It's because summers in the EU used to be mild and they no longer are.
Since when,
If
Ella?
you think that it is easy to just upgrade infrastructure, then look around you here in the US, because if it was so fucking easy, we wouldn't have issues here either, now would we? In terms of
Ella,
electricity,
you have
in
to
terms
let
of upgrading.
you have to let like someone respond to that.
No,
So
I'm
when
not
was
gonna let y'all spread your fucking misinformation
I'm
about the
not.
place that I was born and raised in.
You are.
I was gonna ask you a question. When
Yeah,
did
that
the
place is
France heat
broke.
wave? Hang on, Jeff. Hang on. When did the French heat wave happen? That was what, 2003. So we're talking 23 years ago, and they still haven't done shit.
When did Al Gore's documentary on climate change happen? Does anybody remember?
What, 2001?
Yeah, so you've been talking about climate change for a really long time, Justin. Get with the times, buddy.
Europe have windows?
People die of heat exhaustion here in the PNW when it gets too hot for too long.
So if you
It's
run your
very
AC,
easy. It's very easy. No, we don't have AC here either. You fuckface.
So in the UK, if you have the AC on in your car, you can get fined $145. Pounds, sorry. I just put that article in the chat. It's not fucking bullshit. It's all true. This is the same shit I know because my fiance lives in the UK. It's the same shit I'm only talking about because you guys love to say, oh, well, it doesn't happen. Well, the France heat wave has been happening since 2003. So this, oh well, climate change,
And
it's never
have they
gotten
not
hot.
made changes? Have you been to
No,
France?
they
Have you
haven't
been
done
to Belgium?
shit.
Have you been to the Netherlands? Have you been to any of the places?
Did I mention
Have you actually
Netherlands?
lived there?
Did I
Have
mention
you lived
Netherlands?
there? Have you lived there? Do you know people there that actively, currently live there? Have changes been made?
In Netherlands, I don't know because
Have changes been made?
I don't know. In the UK,
Have
no.
changes been made? Well, you're sitting up here claiming that France hasn't made any changes,
Ella,
and you're full
Ella.
of shit. No, this is
Ella.
as bad as you
Ella.
getting angry when they talk shit about the U.S. Sorry, I'll drop myself. Have a good
Wait,
night.
I just want.
Yeah, I would have left that broke ass line.
I just kick him, Ella. I just kick him. You can just kick him if you want.
No, have your fun with this fucking, with these misinformed fucking fuck muppets. You have your fun with it. I don't. This is the bullshit that comes out of their mouth is like boiling. It's bubbling. It's like fucking diarrhea. It's so
Ella,
bad.
you don't see like any truth in what we're trying to say? Like it's been discouraged greatly.
It's not truth at all. She just told you.
Because it's coming from a disingenuous place. I am trying to tell you that Europe is no different than the PNW here in the US. The climate used to be very mild, and updating infrastructure is not an easy thing to do. It does not move fast, it is expensive, and it requires a whole lot of regulation and things.
170,000
So you cannot sit
people.
there and say, oh, they're so anti-AC, people are dying. Like, it
More
happens
people-
here in the U.S. People die in California.
Correct.
People die in Arizona. People die in the
Yeah, but
PNW from heat exhaustion.
Ella, but the numbers are way different.
Right.
Way
I mean,
Numbers are different because of the architecture, not because people don't want AC or cannot have AC. It's because of the architecture, because the old buildings do not allow for easy upgrades.
Okay, that makes sense.
And she's also correct too, because like, does anybody know who Corey Stringer is?
Is he a YouTuber too?
No. Corey Stringer. Anybody know him?
Nope.
The Corey Stringer Institute is actually named after him, just by the way. So he was a professional football player that died of that died of heat stroke. Guess where he was a professional football player?
Buffalo.
No, Minnesota.
I was close.
He died in Minnesota
Buffalo's just
of
as bad
heat
as
stroke.
Minnesota.
Well,
Didn't Texas have a thing because they had no heaters or their electrical grid was so horrible that they couldn't heat their homes when they had like a
Yes.
snowstorm?
Yes,
Well,
that was, I think, 4 years ago.
problem is that once again the narratives don't fit together because more people unalive in Europe from heat-related injuries than unalive from pew-pews here in the United States. So if it's such a horrible issue, why does Europe feel fine with sacrificing their older people and their young people on the altar?
They're trying to dress
Don't
it.
sacrifice anybody.
Ella just gave you the reason. Because you're talking about the architecture, the old buildings, the old wiring, stuff like that can't handle that kind of electrical current running through them for old buildings like that. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I see the thing in the comments like, don't they have windows? I'm assuming you're talking about window AC. First of all, I don't think they are as readily available as they are here in terms of like just fucking pick it up at Walmart and hang it out of your window. Now, that may have changed since I was I don't think it's as regularly available. That's number one. Number two, because of the old buildings, I don't think that it is as easy to just hang them out the window. I don't, like, every house has fucking different measurements. It's not as standardized as everything is here.
Correct,
And
but they have many.
But
2026. We can put a
I
camera on
understand that, but
we can put
what
a
do you
camera
want
on an
them to do?
insect. You're saying
What
we
do you
can't
want
put an
them to
AC
do?
unit
Tear
in your
them
fucking
down?
window?
What do you want them to do? Tear down the entire fucking city and rebuild high rises and lose
No.
their soul like they do in the US?
No, it sounds like you have Stockholm syndrome, is what it sounds like.
Stockholm syndrome? What the fuck is
No,
wrong
she
with
just
you?
has an education and knows
You've
how
been
to
under the
read.
constant bombardment of leftist nonsense, and it has warped your brain.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, Ella.
What?
So I am a European. So one, the window units that you refer to that are common here in the U.S. will not work in European windows because their windows are entirely different design. They don't have this idiotic slide up system that is horrendously energy inefficient. Second, Justin keeps popping in these articles that he finds from these tabloid magazines, and you know what? Let's explore the fuck out of those. So he mentioned a £149 fine. That is, and if you look it up, is a maximum council fee if you repeatedly leave your car running with the AC going in the middle of the summer and you're not in the vehicle. The $1,000 fine thing that Justin brought up is a New York City specific thing that is actually fine for the landlords, and that will go in effect as of 2030, and is a measure to force landlords to provide central AC for their tenants because there are still too many cases of window units falling from buildings. So it is a safety issue. So if you're going to bring up one of your BS sources, keep bringing them. We will explore the fuck out of them.
Okay,
I mean, read the actual article. Don't just read the headline.
I
click
like
on the
that.
links for the original sources. Like, do you know the difference between a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary source? Or did you fail English class in high school?
I must have failed it, but let's explore that, Salty. Why haven't they installed? Hang on, Ella. Why haven't they installed mini splits or like portable ACs?
What do you mean they haven't installed mini splits? When was the last time you were in fucking Europe? My dad installed mini splits fucking 10 years ago in his house in Germany.
All of a week and a half ago.
Like, literally, my dad installed mini splits in his house in Germany, in a historical house where you had to get special fucking permits because...
Well, I'm glad your dad did.
So,
I'm
yeah,
glad
it is happening for people that want it. You also need to remember, their heat waves last a few days a year.
Few days. Let's look at the numbers in the UK this year. 110 was the top rated level it got. It's going to be 90
is it
this
not an
week.
exceptional year? Is it not exceptional?
I mean,
It's
this
not
happens
the
every
talk of the
this
town
happens every
because
year.
it is exceptional.
And how many
no, it's
days out
gotten
of the
worse
year?
year over year. It's gotten worse year over year. That is correct.
So shouldn't the government step in?
Easy. Oh my God.
Should
the government does step in.
start?
There are requirements for minimum insulation for new construction. There's requirements for minimum heat resistance and temperature resistance for windows, especially new windows as they're installed and updated. So there are rules and regulations in place.
But why hasn't this happened, Salty, in the past 23 years?
And who do you mean it hasn't happened? When was the last time you actually spent considerable time in Europe?
A week and a half ago.
Where?
UK, France, Poland, Spain. Spain actually has AC because they've, I feel like, always had it.
You were in the UK and you traveled a little bit around. You spent, what, a day or two in each place? In the touristy places? Is that what you did? Ooh, you have so much experience. Ooh,
I mean, do you think that's the only time I've been there?
To me, it sounds like that is.
So another
Only
thing
time
to
that
bring
I put it on
up.
TikTok.
So another thing to bring up is the average age of the heat-related deaths, and that is 65 and older, which is actually pretty common due to the fact that as we age, we're just like babies in the sense that we can no longer thermoregulate our bodies. So we are more susceptible to heat.
Yeah, I read that too. So the aging population is leading to some of those excess deaths as well.
Why don't you guys care about your old people?
We care. Jesus fucking Christ. Why do you think we're all socialists?
Donovan.
No, that was
okay.
no,
Hold on. The UK. Can
that
I
was targeted.
say something? I'm on the UK.gov website right now. The government is actively doing things to ensure that the homes can be cooled down. I mean, if you want to hear, there is our infrastructure plans to address this issue. What do you mean they don't care?
The only thing that I can.
I couldn't help but notice that Fauci's little bug was pretty much designed to unalive old people.
I don't know what that has to do with.
Totally pivot that, man. Stay on fucking topic for 5 minutes.
I'm just saying, it's
the
same thing.
You know?
Guys,
Hey,
it looks like you guys don't like old people.
Hey, you guys, he does this shit on purpose, and you guys are so easy to like.
I don't give a fuck.
Don't let him do it.
I get angry because it's spreading misinformation. It's the same shit like America Amen. All these fucking fuck muppets are the same fucking bullshit. They just sit up here and they speak their nonsense, and then some innocent, like, not knowing better person in the chat fucking hears this shit and believes it, and that's how this fucking shit spreads. Instead of the actual information, instead of the smart information, instead of the scientific information, this bullshit that comes out of their mouth just like gets talked up here and spreads. And then I can't be mad because, I'm a snowflake? Fuck.
Ella, you can be mad. But the only problem here is that if these conversations don't happen on this panel, they're only going to happen on conservative panels, right? The only way that you're going to get answers to people are on panels like this. Otherwise, Donovan's just going to run around saying this shit, or Derek's going to run around saying this shit, and it's just going to be believed without any opposition whatsoever. So, since we can get pushback on it, we probably should, and maybe in a rational way, so that people can understand what kind of misinformation it is.
I'm not gonna calm down tonight. That's not happening. I'm fucking fired up. I was already angry at political bullshit, and then these fucking bozos.
Oh, say it again. Say the fuck Muppet.
I like the fuck Muppet better.
Fuck Muppets. I like that. What's going on politically, Ella? What's wrong?
I mean, Ella, you are correct when you call them fuck Muppets, because I'm pretty certain they do love having guys dance up their ass. So.
Wow. I mean, a guy's G-spot is in their booty hole.
Oh, God.
I just had to throw that in there.
I stand with HR. Prostate milking is underrated.
Oh, Lord. Anyways, what's going on?
I finished it.
Where's Peg when we need her?
European shit.
God, I'm just thankful. Well, she's probably pissed off at me, honestly. She loves her some Tapley. I don't know why, but she does.
Why is it always the men that have the nastiest things to say on this app? Like, what the fuck is that?
You said it.
You just
I
said
was just
milk the
laughing.
I don't know. There's definitely there are some real women winners on here too. I'm just glad you haven't came across them yet.
Be a fun time for mother.
A lot of them blocked me.
Answer.
So, Ella, what's going on politically that you were so mad about?
Wait. No one's going to
You're
bring
the
up.
last person I want to talk to about any of that shit.
Right, but Ella, did you hear what I said
Hold
earlier
on,
about
is
all the
this
shipping
great
containers
dancer?
with air conditioning? Like, you didn't want to address that? Oh my God. What? It's Captain Kirk. What's up, Captain Kirk?
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it's the great dancer, the one that always spams the chat.
I don't know what that means.
He's dancing for Guess Mojo. He's from Pakistan. He is an innovative young entrepreneur.
So I worked in logistics
Love
for
the American dollar, just like
there you go.
I worked in logistics for a Mediterranean shipping company for, I don't know, close to 15 years maybe. Anyways, I used to be the how do I put this in English? I worked on loading the vessels, like the puzzle, the puzzle that comes with like loading a container vessel in terms of their, like what's in the containers, because especially in hazmat stuff, like certain products cannot sit next to others, other products cannot sit in the middle of the vessel, blah, 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 right? So I did that for a really long time for one of the largest, if not the largest shipping company in the world.
That's awesome.
Yes, containers have, sorry, I'm out of breath because I was running around in the house. Lung cancer, survivor, still a thing. Anyways, yes, containers have cooling units. This is true. However, they are not the same as old buildings. They don't have window issues. They don't have, it's the container is built that way. It's not an old house that needs to be upgraded. So I think your analogy there, if that's the comparison you're trying to make, is a little silly. With that said, a lot of those containers also were built a long time ago already, and they are just maintained. Some of those containers should probably be replaced, but that's a whole another story.
Run off of.
That's why I said they should probably be replaced, because I think a lot of them are oil operated or like gas.
Like gas powered?
I think so. A lot of them are, yeah.
Wow.
Or used to be, but it's been a long time since, I've been in the States for 20 years. I've mostly worked in marketing the last decade, so a lot of things have changed, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I knew that there had to be some kind of climate control, especially for hazardous chemicals. But to see the amount that I saw, it never occurred to me how common this is. And then the more I thought about it, the more fascinating. I found it, especially in contrast to domestic air conditioning.
Again, they are built that way, right? They are built with that purpose. The homes in Europe were built hundreds of years ago and, not with a purpose of AC. If anything, most of the homes in Europe are built out of brick for it. The whole idea is temperature control there. Like, I don't know why the U.S. keeps... I mean, I guess I understand why the U.S. builds the shitty buildings that they do, but in terms of temperature control, it is shit, right? Like...
Right. Except, I appreciate you taking a jab. I appreciate you taking a jab at the United States like that.
It's not a jab, it's a fact.
No, the homes recently built, Donovan. You know this, that the homes that are recently built are akin to freaking cardboard, dude. Don't be disingenuous.
Great. But it is 2026, and we can put a fucking camera on an insect if we want to put our minds to, having less old people and young people unalive in Europe because of their aversion to using power to cool their environment. I mean, this is basic for people in the West. And my objection is to this idea that, well, it doesn't get that hot, because obviously it is, because people are unaliving. But you're not
You
admitting the fact that this is essentially because you don't want to use the electricity, whether your grid can't handle it or you think that
You know, I
it's
looked this
an
up, and that's not
inappropriate
even like on the
use
top
of energy and electricity. I
reasons.
mean, but I just don't think you can really be honest about it.
No,
Yeah, just
Donovan, I
admit they're
looked this
broke.
up. Hold on, no, hold on. I looked this up. I looked exactly what Ella said up. I said, I just typed into Google, why doesn't the UK have air conditioning? And all of these articles pop up explaining exactly what Ella said. One article listed top 5 reasons. Electricity use wasn't even in the top 5. Number 1 was climate change. She is right. Northern
There it
Europe
is.
did not let me be.
There it is.
Let me
What are you
finish. Let
talking
me
about?
finish. Let me finish. Northern Europe did not used to be as hot as it is now. Second reason is the buildings are too old. The infrastructure is too different. Like Ella and Salty were both saying, why do we have to keep repeating it? You just want it to fit your narrative. It's weird, dude.
Well, they didn't upgrade. They didn't upgrade because they're broke, and it's super convenient for their government to tell them.
Jeff, you're not
It's all
intelligent enough
environmental.
for this
It's
conversation,
convenient when
honey.
their government doesn't want to take
why do
responsibility
you
for their
always-
financial
you-
problems
listen.
that don't allow the infrastructure. Just admit it, y'all. They're
Don't
broke.
do it. Let's
Dude, you're a moron.
Well, it
let's
has
use
to go.
Jeff.
Holy crap,
whatever.
you're a moron.
Let's use fuck muppet.
I
Let's
don't
use
even know
fuck
how to be
muppet and
polite
not
about it
honey.
anymore.
Okay.
Okay, but
Yeah.
it has to.
Let's
it
use fuck
has to
muppet
be.
and not honey.
It has to be something, right? Because a lot of our older cities, like Boston, they have brick buildings and they're able to have AC. But B, I did catch something you said. If you actually listen, you said, "Why are the houses built like shit nowadays?" I can correlate that to one
I said
reason.
that, and that was here. I'm talking about
Sorry.
the
Okay.
ones.
Okay. So why is that? Because over the past 20 years,
Capitalism.
what has
Greed.
no
Greed and capitalism.
Greed.
Oh yes,
No,
yes it
immigration.
is.
Immigration.
No, sir. No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Just because no, not
Immigration
Not at all.
is a
Not even
massive
close.
issue. It is. We have
Holy
people
crap, you're
building
such a
houses
moron.
so fast
Oh my
that they're just
God.
building them to get them out.
And this is the issue I have with most of you guys' talking points. There will be like a sliver, like the tiniest little bit of sliver of truth to it, but then you use it, you warp it, you manipulate it to match every other gross talking point that you have. It's the narrative that you use in order to get where you want it to go, as opposed to just looking at the actual data and the actual scientific reasons and the actual financial reasons and the actual historical reasons. You all need to twist every single thing
Yeah,
you
they're
say.
actually broke.
It sounded
Well,
like you said
I'd
that
like
earlier.
to.
It sounded like you just objected to the fact
You're
that our
actually a
narratives fit
moron.
together.
All right, just be quiet, twat waffle. Justin, there's I find it hilarious that you said
Yeah,
Boston is an
I
old
don't
city.
take that from
My
you,
dad's
Bravo.
house was built before the Declaration of Independence was even conceived.
Does it
Like,
have
you
windows?
want to talk about old buildings
Does it
in
have
the US?
windows?
Like those are. It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
it does.
He's already explained the window issue to you, Donovan. I'm
Yeah, and
sorry
it's
you're incapable
nonsense.
of understanding it.
Yeah,
But
oh,
he's
oh.
already explained it.
Doesn't matter the size of your window. There's
It's
a
not
window
going to
you
fit
need
your
to put that.
narrative. Sorry, buddy.
It
It's not
does.
going to fit your narrative.
It's okay. He's never fucking
just
been to
gosh.
Europe, and if he has been, he's only stayed in hotels.
So how long have they been putting these windows that go up and down in houses? These ones you say that are impossible? Because it seems to me that the old school window unit goes in and was designed for a window that's been around for hundreds of years. So if you have
God, I
windows
hope we
that
get a
go up
meteor.
and down, you know, the kind that they've been building for hundreds of years,
Those
yeah,
window
unit's
units
gonna
didn't
fit.
come around until the 60s, okay?
Oh
And Europeans do not use that window,
Right.
that window
But those
design
things that
because
came out in the 60s were fitted for windows in houses that were around since the 1900s. You
Yes,
see
and
how you
those
design
windows-
things that work for stuff that was made and designed in the past?
All right, dude, twat waffle. Those windows
Oh,
are not
there
used
we
in
go.
Europe.
You see what you did, Ella?
Dude,
Look,
shut up, bro.
look, I don't know who you are, Crayon
Okay,
Muncher,
guys.
but she can throw stuff like that. You can't, especially now with the CIB as your fucking PFP.
Why not? Are you gonna come at me, Cold
Is
War
it
hero?
Triggerson?
Oh, okay.
Just keep doing it, Triggerson.
No, we expect some decorum up here and that you have some
From
class.
a grunt? Are you fucking
Oh, yeah.
serious? You expect decorum
Oh.
from a fucking grunt?
There you
Salty.
go.
Right.
So
Get it out,
salty.
Salty.
A few
Fucking
things. just because I don't know if you've been up, I honestly didn't recognize you, but there are core rules to this panel. One is no pet name, so no honey, sweetie, lady, whatever, but same in the
Twat
male
waffle.
form, I guess. I don't know if twat waffle is endearing or not.
I use it as an endearing term.
That slips through the cracks.
Yeah.
Both of
No,
those things
we don't.
individually, so why not?
We don't. Mojo will kick us if we say the STFU, the full sentence. We don't tell people to shut up here. And I think for the most part, if I was anybody else, Mojo would have kicked me already for screaming and hollering the way I have been. So maybe I should adjust my attitude to match everybody else so that the rules are fair. So that's just a little bit of a quick overview.
You're really mean, Ella.
And guys, and for all the guys in the chat, I would just like to point out, it doesn't matter the size of the window. It's just how you open it, okay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like,
That's
like
exactly
if you ever
Salty
been to
said,
Europe,
but I don't
you
think
would
you're
know.
paying attention, Donovan.
Yeah, if you've ever been to Europe, you would know that those windows just don't work that way, and that the weird up and down sliding window bullshit is just inefficient from an insulation perspective. And also, you can only open up half the window. What kind of bullshit is that? Who designed that shit?
It's ridiculous. I hate it.
They make little blue pills for that.
Yeah, what was your interpretation of number 2 on that list?
What list? What?
You had
The
the
one
list
that
of top
confirmed my
reasons.
point.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, and mine.
No, it didn't at all, but you are not smart enough to understand that. I had the list. I looked up a whole bunch of articles about this. And the first one was climate change, that Europe didn't used to be as hot as it is now. The second one was because of the infrastructure, because exactly like Ella said, the buildings are old and the windows are bad, just like Salty said. How hard was that to understand?
And the electrical system doesn't support the AC units also.
Yeah, the heat wave didn't happen like overnight, so they had plenty of time to upgrade. Why didn't they?
Because they care more about
Did you not
electrical
hear?
vehicles.
No, you guys again
Yes.
are misinformed. Be quiet, Justin. I went onto the UK.gov website and they listed 4 things that they are doing with freaking infrastructure to address this issue. Are you guys not opening your fucking ears? What is wrong with you people?
It's also just like a common sense thing. If you live in Arizona and you get 2 inches of snow a year, are you going to invest money in a snowplow and a truck to clear your driveway? No. The heat waves in Germany last a week maximum. That you don't need to completely change the fucking electrical system for a week in your home.
Well, that's bullshit. 'Cause Florida got
Modern construction does have central AC built in.
Florida got
So they've
some
had
type
lot-
on a snowplow.
Climate change has been an issue for a long time, and you know
Yeah.
the
But
say the
there's
climate's
more
been.
to it. And this shows
What do you
why
mean?
this shows there's more to it than that. So it's climate change is the issue, I think, at large here, but it's also the way it exists. So like where how do I explain this?
Yeah,
it's one thing if it gets hotter
over that many years. It's quite predictable.
It's not
So
unpredictable.
you didn't
That's the
see this
point.
coming and upgrade your buildings, broke asses.
Oh my God.
We have the worst infrastructure of any
Jeff
first
is
world
probably
nation.
the
You do know that,
stupidest-
Jeff, right?
Yeah, Jeff is the stupidest person I've ever talked to.
You know what I
on here,
find
like,
funny?
by a mile.
Florida never used to snow. Florida snows now. Florida went out and bought a fucking snowplow. So Salty, whatever the fuck you're saying, you just sound dumb. Sorry.
Again,
I'm
that's
dropping
not addressing
for that.
anything that we've said.
Yeah, get the
drop,
fuck out of
'cause
here.
you're Mormon.
Bye.
Did the government over there, the government that's been so interested in climate change, did the government do anything to get air conditioner to these people over this long period of time?
I said it 2 times, Jeff. I said it
Yes.
2 fucking times.
I
I'll
don't
say it a
know.
third
Are
time for
y'all
you.
aware? Are
You
y'all
said
aware of the? Are
now.
y'all aware?
You said they're
Are
doing
y'all?
something
Are
now.
y'all aware
What
of the
took so long to do
regulations?
something? What did
Are
they do?
y'all
all these
aware?
years? Nothing.
Are y'all aware of the regulations in the EU that now requires that if you sell your domicile, your home, your apartment, whatever the case it might be, if you sell it, that it has to be brought up to a certain So they use a grading system, right? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. So when you sell your home, you have to reach a certain level, and it is in term. It's like what are the English words here? Like it's how. Fuck! I'm gonna have to Google it.
So the government failed to get air conditioning to certain numbers of people. Yes.
Hello,
they
are
failed.
you? No.
The government
my
failed.
God. You are a fucking
Yeah,
idiot.
you're welcome.
I don't know. I don't. You
You were
one.
just
He can't
admitting.
reach this kind,
Here,
Ella.
I'll help you.
I've tried,
I'll help
but
you.
he's
You're
not.
admitting
No.
to how the government
My name's
failed in the
Jeff, and I hate the poor people.
regulation. Yeah, you're admitting to how your government failed and how it
No.
failed by installing a regulation that didn't capture enough houses to upgrade enough houses with AC. So the government failed the people over all these years.
She's Belgian. I think you're talking about the UK.
Okay, who is? Oh, it's Ella typing.
Sorry, I'm
you just
trying
let
to
the
find the
government-
No, at
English.
first I thought someone was.
Why can't we hold
popping
anybody
popcorn.
accountable?
I'm gonna hold
Sorry.
you accountable, Jeff. I'm gonna try to
Tell you
tax you
what,
out of
Jeff.
existence.
Jeff, I'll tell you what. You don't live in the UK. You don't live in Europe. You can't do a goddamn thing about what's going on over there. Why the fuck are you bitching about it?
I don't know that he's bitching. I think we're asking questions why Elon
He
Musk
just said, why can't we hold anybody accountable?
Oh yeah, that's
I
not.
mean, Jeff is definitely bitching, and I would know because I'm female.
So I went and did the thing where I put it in Google in Dutch, and it tells me what it is in English, because sometimes I just can't do it. I apologize. But it's an energy performance grading system, and so that in and of itself helps homes get upgraded as they are passed on to the next buyer. My brother recently sold our parental house, and it had to go through like a specific set. Like originally, it was graded at an E, which is I don't know what the actual scaling would be in English, but like it's poor, it's not good. And so my brother had to do a bunch of upgrades to it in order to be able to sell the home at a higher grade. So he got it up to a C, and was able to, one, sell it at a from the home sale, because like the buyers can demand certain upgrades. Like it's a pretty I don't know how to explain it very well, but it is a system that just kind of like makes it so that every house or every apartment that is sold is made to meet like a certain set of minimum requirements, and AC is part of that. So by doing that, it's a more organic way of upgrading. In addition to that,
just stop. I'm telling Jeff to stop so you can finish.
I know, but I imagine it's maybe difficult for people to listen to me because I don't know all the words, so I'm just going to shut up.
No, it's totally clear to me what you're describing. I understand the government is trying to help and install regulations that will bring more air conditioners and housing up to code, but they're only capturing home sales. They obviously haven't captured enough homes over there because not enough homes have AC. So the government is failing.
Oh.
I don't think it's failing, but I do agree that maybe something should be done on a governmental level. I don't know if we're turning you more socialist or what, Jeff, but I think this take is kind of W. Yeah, I think the government should do something. People are dying. You guys are right.
Am I smart now? Am I smart yet?
No.
Or am I still dumb?
Yeah. Still dumb.
We'll see how socialist you turn.
A blind squirrel, Jeff, a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again. Okay.
Fuck yeah. I've been on here like probably, I don't know, a long time today. I haven't gotten one gift. So I think I'm dumb.
You haven't given me a single gift like ever. What's wrong with you?
Oh Lord, there's Donovan glazing you. How's it feel? Do you feel like a Krispy Kreme donut yet?
So I think it would be wise probably to shift back to the U.S. I know I came up here hooting and hollering about the EU, but I hate the like twisted misinformation. I know for a fact that there are subsidies and grants and things that you can get in order to make your home like to give your home better, what is it, like climate control? Like, it's out there. Is it easy to get? Probably not. Is it slow moving? Probably. Just like anything here in the US is too, right? Like, I don't know why y'all are so up in arms, like, oh, the EU and they don't care about their old people. Like, have you looked at the US and how there are similar issues here in a lot of states? And, like, are you going to tell me Trump gives a fuck about old people? Seriously.
Yeah, people were saying during C-19, people in the US were saying fuck the old people, and they were calling it the boomer doomer and just like not wanting to shelter in place, and they didn't care if they killed grandma or grandpa. We don't care about old people
What do
here.
you mean we don't want to wear masks? Our freedom, man. Fuck the old people.
And Kentucky does bring up a good point that, you know, the U.S. government tried to do something about stoves, and, you know, Fox and Friends and the Republicans lost their ever-loving minds about it.
Yeah, the gas stove issue that's been proven to give people asthma. Good thing asbestos didn't happen in 2020. Good thing that asbestos didn't happen in 2026, or we would be like literally fighting to keep it in our ceiling. Same thing with lead and gasoline.
I like to. You don't care about old people. Have you looked at the BBB? Did you read it? Do you understand how many old people suffered from that? Fuck me.
Oh, you ran all the conservatives off.
My bad. I'm an angry one today. That's why I have so much.
Are you okay?
Jeff got money and dipped. He's a true capitalist.
I'll ask Ella what I asked the panel earlier. What do you think about Poland deciding to use live rounds against people attempting to cross the border illegally?
Wait, what? That's not
Polish is a bunch of racist jerks, man.
I asked you how you felt about Poland recently authorizing use of live rounds for people attempting to enter the country illegally.
They're just trying to keep Russia from invading their country.
No, they're very racist there.
Ella.
It's got a huge Yahtzee problem there.
I'm looking up what you're talking about. I didn't. So let me figure this out because I didn't know about it.
I've not heard that either. Sounds pretty gross to me, though.
This is from July 2024. What?
The reason I'm asking this is because you usually get one of two answers, right? Like you'll have a leftist.
I don't like it.
You'll have a leftist that doesn't know that Russia, is right there. So
in that way.
They tend to
No
forget
shit.
that, right? So
World War II, they invade from the east, and Germany invades from the rest.
Germany
We fucking
on the
know
left.
that.
Yeah.
It's the way you posed it that I didn't even think of it being. Yeah, like it's the way you posed the question. So I went and looked it up. I mean,
Are they justified, do you suppose?
I don't know. I'm reading.
It was 2024, really?
That's what it says here. Polish border forces and soldiers have fired live warning rounds and in specific investigated instances discharged service rifles towards or near individuals during escalations at the Belarus border in July of 2024.
Right, you said it just happened, Donovan. You said it
Your
just happened,
algo sent you something 2 years old, Donovan.
I'm sorry, what?
You said it just happened.
Well, I recently saw something about it, yeah.
No, so this, the only thing that I can find about it is that Poland issued a new firearms bill that sparks human rights concerns, and this happened in July of 2024. I can find very few news articles about it, but the most believable, I think, would be the BBC. But I don't know exactly what the underlying reason was that they issued it and what the actual law is, so that's what I'm trying to look up. I don't like the idea of it, but if it is in terms of, I don't know, like this is Belarus, so yeah, I don't necessarily like it, but I need to understand why. But for Poland, it's not super surprising. Out of any country in the EU, they are the most right-leaning.
The most xenophobic.
Yeah.
How many terrorist attacks have they had in the last 20 years?
I don't know. Why are you focused on Poland? What's happening? Do you have a narrative?
None.
He's just trying to stay away from talking about Donald Trump.
I don't mind talking about old Trump. Did you see the new Air Force One? Looks pretty snazzy.
Did you see that he's trying to do something that the Supreme Court told him that he can't do?
We're still on the plane. We can talk about the Supreme Court in a minute. Did you see the plane?
I thought I heard or read that it was just like some sort of a facelift. Like that shit wasn't even ready to fly.
HR says that he can't use it. Yeah, he can't use it.
From what I saw, he landed in Las Vegas.
She says because it's not secure.
And because they rushed the upgrade, it actually hasn't been completely secured. They weren't able to completely sweep it.
Yeah, I don't think he's supposed to be using it. I think he's like breaking the law if he does use it.
Yeah, that's
Breaking the
why everybody got pissed at him when he announced the whole European tour, whatever bullshit it was.
Wait, you don't think the president can break the law?
Not what I asked. I'm asking
You said
her.
breaking the law?
Well, right. I'm dubious as to how him flying in the new Air Force One would be breaking the law.
Because as the laws and rules and regulations are written down for the activities of the president and the things that they need to do for specific reasons, he would be going against those. We want to make sure that our president's not going to get fucking kidnapped. What the fuck?
Except right here, one of the contributors here is NBC. Yes, Donald Trump took the debut flight on the new Qatari donated Air Force One on July 1st, 2026. However, he has mixed usage between the new and old aircraft depending on security evaluations and scheduled upgrades. The first flight, Trump made his first official flight on the new jet to North Dakota on July 1st, 2026.
You said you saw him landing in Vegas.
Yeah.
God damn it, you fucking lie about everything.
How is that a lie?
Because they just said
the picture that
North
I
Dakota.
saw. That's this particular article. He took the video that I saw. I think was more recent. Was in the last week. That doesn't disprove
Why
one or
wouldn't
the
that
other.
be in
Mojo.
there? Why wouldn't that be in there?
Oh my
It
God!
seems to
Do you
me
want
that
me?
the only
Are you
it seems
objecting
to-
to
it
me
seems
not
to
being
me-
able to keep reading? Oh.
It seems to me that the only time he ever fucking flew on the plane was the first day, and then they told him he couldn't do it anymore.
Let's see. Trump will keep using the new jet. CBS. Let's see. CBS is a good source, right, Mojo?
It's not woke enough. You need to try non-mainstream media like Democracy
Democracy Now!
Now!
What?
Yes, B, you already do. Oh my god. And thank you everybody in the
get our
chat who is
sources
being
from I thought we only got our sources from bluehairedlibs.net.
Yeah, that's Donovan.
Blue-haired
That's where you get all your
360.
sources for what the libs hate. Yeah.
It's got to be bluehaired365.net. Good times.
Oh yeah, forgot about the number.
So,
Guys, don't forget septumpiercingforme.com.
oh,
Oh, yeah.
fucking septum piercings. I haven't heard about this in a while, and I was just scrolling the news. What do we do about the White House now that it's just in shambles?
Wait, I wasn't
You
done
know
with
that it's
you
got a massive
earlier.
Just
hole
kidding.
in it.
See, Mojo's messy because he let me up, and then right when I got up, Justina is back. That's how.
I
See,
didn't.
Mojo,
I didn't let. Hold on.
your
First of,
stoicism is not fooling
I
me.
didn't. I didn't let either one of you up. Just so you
Oh,
know.
okay. Never. Okay, plausible deniability. Okay, Mojo.
I'm playing a
Mojo.
fucking
Okay.
video game.
Yeah, Mojo. For recent context, earlier this week he used the new interim Boeing 747-8 bridge aircraft. The Qatari donated jet for trips to Los Angeles and Las Vegas before returning to Washington. So that was earlier this week. So they were.
All right. That's fucking gross,
Mojo.
by the way. What?
Did you see my Discord message about the game?
I did
So-
read something. I assume you're talking about possibly having a DLC released or something soon. That's why they did.
No.
They're doing all these updates.
No, because that's a whole bunch of speculation, and I don't want to get too excited and then be disappointed. So I'm just ignoring that. But I found out just because clicking around that if you're using the mod manager that what is it, DMM, MMD, I forget. There's like if you go to the mod builder tab, there are certain things that you can toggle on and off that allow for some stacking, like your silver and things like that allow for more bag space. So I was just telling you to go check that out.
Oh, I will do that. I will check your message out and do that then. Thank you.
Of course.
I do have that upgraded, and I have one of the mods still works, but it's not the stacking mod. So, whatever.
Yeah. I tried to load everything earlier, and I had to update quite a bit of stuff. And also, Ron, that's a funny comment. I would never date a Republican, nor would I ever get excited about that to begin with.
Ellie, you want a date?
Fuck no.
She just threw up in her mouth.
But what do we do about the White
Wash your
House?
mouth with soap. Like, this is gross.
Like, shouldn't we just fix it?
Wash
Wait,
your head with soap.
I thought the problem
Have a
with
think
America
about that.
was black people. Did I mishear you earlier?
Are you gonna bring this back up again? He's gonna say something gross. And
Mojo, I was so proud of you earlier too, because for the first time in history, you were arguing with a conservative more than you were arguing with me. So that's why I'm like, I'm fixating on this topic now.
fuck on me.
So
I'm
do we just
playing
leave?
again.
Do we leave the White House the way it is? Like, should we just pay
Yes,
to
who
get fixed?
cares?
I think
cares?
Donald Trump should have to pay for that shit out of his own pocket.
I agree.
Right? If
What I
Donald
thought.
Trump wants to renovate his bed and breakfast, let him pay for it.
But he was getting donors, right?
And you know what was crazy, right? Was during his first
That part.
term, he shut down the White House for public access, like after the inauguration and everything. And the White House, since we all pay for it, it's a public museum. He can't do that legally, but he did it anyway. And little old me on my high school field trip did not get to go inside the White House, and I had to fly across the whole U.S. And I fundraised that money because I'm poor.
Oh, so why didn't the Democrats go after him for that?
I mean, we did. You probably didn't hear about it, but we did.
I know, with all
Not
the
that I'm
wasted
really a
taxpayer
Democrat,
money.
but like Kamala Harris made us think about it. She was the senator for my state at the time.
How did she do? What state? I don't remember where she actually.
California.
Oh, no wonder it's a shithole.
I mean,
HR says
given
that
your literacy
There's
level,
the
I
guy
don't think we
who's
should talk
in
about any
Florida.
other shithole but your own. Sorry, what was that? I was talking over you. Sorry.
No, I says the guy who's in Florida with
I
his
mean,
governor that had to wear bright white shit stompers.
well, I'm not talking about the state. I'm talking about how much of a surplus we have. I think we have an $8 billion surplus.
You know what,
What's your
Florida?
surplus of California?
Florida man makes so much more sense. Now I really get your politics.
Thank
Florida
you.
man is a white supremacist with a low literacy rate.
Good thing I'm from Boston, so make that one make sense then.
I thought you said you were from Florida.
I live in Florida.
Well,
Originally from Boston.
Yeah, well, you're a Florida man now.
Your projected state fiscal surplus is $3.8 billion for next year. You're currently in a $6.6 billion deficit.
Oh, well, I don't know. I read something wrong, but anyways, carry on.
That was just a lie. Why did you just claim that?
Are we shocked?
Like, why'd you just lie? It was weird.
There was an article about it. I swear to God.
That I feel like that's like your go-to line. Like there was an article about that, and it doesn't exist, or like you can't recall, and so it's just hearsay. That's like your go-to. Mojo, did you know the Florida man had an article about that?
That was creepy as fuck.
That was Derek to a T, honestly. I thought that was really good.
I thought his name was Justina. I'm confused.
Oh, my bad. We have a rainy day fund of $5 billion.
I prefer the Justina now.
down
It's
with Justina.
Justina. Yeah.
Wait, what does Justina mean?
It's because that's all you can see of his name.
Yeah.
Instead of Justin Napper, all you can see is Justina.
Yeah, I thought that was satirical. I didn't realize that it was longer than that until you just said that, to be honest.
What's your Grindr profile name? Yeah.
Of course. Of course. Come on now. $20 is $20 in Trump's economy, right?
Oh my God.
Where are you going, Omi?
I'm walking my doggy. He was all cooped up today because I had a bunch of interviews, so I had to let him out.
Typical Democrat. Unemployed.
No, I'm the interviewer, dummy. Try again. You're not even in my tax bracket. You fucking weird capitalist who sucks at capitalism.
That's crazy.
Try again.
I probably paid as much as you made in a year just in federal taxes.
BS, dude. You live in Florida.
I mean, $48,000 in federal taxes.
Wait, are you claiming welfare as your income?
Is this a cockfight?
I wish I was claiming welfare. It'd be a lot easier.
Settle down. Mine's bigger, okay. We got that
I
out.
have a whole big old salami in the
Not
fridge.
the women misgendering me. That's gross. Cis women, stop doing harm to your queer friends, okay?
I asked if it was a cockfight.
I don't fight chickens, and I don't have... Never mind, I'll stop that joke right there. I'll stop that joke before it gets out of control. Okay.
All right. Since we haven't done this in a while, thank you all for being here for Mojo After Dark. He just is too busy playing his video game to change the background. We are only at 74.6 likes, and Mojo has been on for a very long while, so I need you to move your 3 fingers to the screen and start tapping very, very quickly so that we can get up to 100K before we hit midnight. Thank you so very much. Also, if you enjoy what we are talking about, please gift the host, gift the panelists, especially gift the host because he hates it and we love it that he hates it. So please, please, please gift. Thank you so very much.
And if you really want to fuck with Mojo, send him compliments.
Don't do that shit.
Or purity test him on Marxism. That's his favorite. Ask them who the petty bourgeois really are. I'm kidding.
I'm telling you, you guys are gonna fucking make me make a video that says why I left the left.
I'm expecting it within 7 business days, okay?
I do not blame you. The left is fucking delusional. I'm about to be a communist at this point.
Do it.
Definitely not.
Do it,
not
you
that
won't.
said that.
I don't know, but I'm certainly coming to the realization that there are many leftists that are toxic as fuck.
Tapley?
Maybe.
I went after him. What, yesterday? Today?
Yeah, you got your ass kicked.
I just can't have a conversation with him. I can't. Trying to have a conversation with him is impossible.
Yeah, because never mind.
I just request that next time I drag 3 conservatives at the same time that Mojo plays Line That Shit Up as my theme song. That's my only request.
I can't play music.
Damn.
Because of you the red
Well,
app.
for a couple reasons. Because I'm on my phone and I have a headset on.
Oh.
So I would have to like unplug my headset and do it through my phone, and then I'd have to play it through my PC, and that would be a big pain in the ass. But another reason is that I do stream on YouTube, so if it's copyrighted music, then I get
that
over
part
on YouTube.
Darn. We need to start a Patreon, everybody, so we can get him recording equipment for the shit show that is Mojo After Dark.
Omi, what do you believe in?
Like, that's a very broad question. Like, are you asking about my political views, my metaphysical worldview? Like, can we narrow it down a little? Sorry, I'm too neurodivergent for like broad questions like that. I need him to be specific.
What are your political views?
I am an anarcho-naturalist. So, like, I argue for ecological.
It means he wants to run around naked. That's all it means.
I don't feel comfortable naked. I support other people who do, though. Go live your best life.
I did look this up. By the way. It is naturist. Naturist is a nudist, not naturalist.
Oh,
so
okay. I was like, you
wrong.
were dying on that hill of naturalism being nude. I was like, I'm sorry, Mojo, it's not.
I was absolutely wrong. Naturist was the term I thought was thinking.
But so like anarcho-naturalism, so it's like opposition to hierarchical structures, consolidation of power, the rejection of capitalism, the advocacy for a gift-based economy versus a market economy based on the exchange of value and capital, and anarcho-naturalism is more for like localized communal structures that are sustainable versus like a large nation state with massive supply chains which are not sustainable. So yeah.
Have you ever talked to Hale? Wait, Omi.
Yeah.
Have you ever talked to Hale? Omi?
No, I don't think I know that person.
Hale.
Say anything.
What's his name? Hale something or fuck, I can't remember his name. Can't remember the rest of his name, but Hale, he's a groiper. He's a monarchist.
Hale Innocence?
Yeah, Hale Innocent.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
I'm sorry.
No,
that was horrible.
No, that was actually funny. I enjoyed that.
I got a laugh out of Mojo, everybody. I succeeded at life.
This is
I'm retiring early.
The meteor can come now.
Mojo's been in the gummies.
I think you and Hale would have a great conversation. I think you would hate the fuck out of them, but it'd be a good conversation.
Hale the monarchist is crazy. That just kind of sounds like some sort of Tolkien, fan who took it a little too literal. What was that, Ella?
I was just going to say, I think that the way you just explained your ideology might be closest to mine, at least on this app of people that I've met.
Oh, that's nice. That makes sense because you're an amazing human being, so I'm not the least bit surprised.
And what about the Marxist on the app?
I mean, yeah. Now, what
Crickets.
what flavor of Marxism are you? Are you like Are you an
I'm
ML?
just a Marxist. I'm not. No, I'm not an
Oh,
Leninist.
okay.
We've talked for so long. You should know I'm not a
I know,
Leninist.
but I feel like we are
You
so.
just reject all of our
I
ideas.
just
Huh?
re- yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like fuck all Marxist industrialist structures. I don't know.
Hey, if it makes you feel better, I got Marxist when I took the there's like this crazy test online. It's like shit, I don't know, like
Yeah,
200 questions. When I
we
took it, I
did
got
them not at the same time, but I never saw your results.
Marxist. What was the
Oh, like
e, I don't know the
was it green anarchism or was it
yes no
yeah
green Marxism. Green Marxism.
green Marxism? Okay. See,
That
my
means
number
you're.
one.
That means
Oh,
you're
what was
envious.
that?
That means you're envious. You're an envious Marxist.
Oh no.
Agreeing with Marxism.
What Disney Marxist are you? Facebook quiz? No, Palette. Actually, it was in a Vogue magazine. Okay.
Oh my
I
god.
thought it was Teen Spirit.
Yeah, one of those.
You know
GQ,
what's
something
actually
like that.
really entertaining is having conservatives take political alignment tests and see what their results are because they surprise themselves all the time. Like my grandmother, she was like this. She protested in the Vietnam War and stuff, but then like Fox News like really did damage to her brain in the '90s, and then she swore she was a Republican, and but I don't know what the psychosis was from Fox News because all of her values, like her number one candidate was like Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, who were the two people she said she despised the most. But when it just objectively looked at her policies and values, it was the opposite of what her claimed identity politics were. And then so I started doing that with other Republicans, and like a lot of them were like some were like conservative, but then they had like more leftist leanings than you would expect, but they're like in denial about it. They just totally factory reset after that. So it's very funny.
I agree. I think if you actually push them on the issues, that poll after poll after poll has shown that they are a lot farther left than they even acknowledge.
Yeah, because like a lot of the things, it's like if you ask them about core values, it's like everybody wants to be fed. Everybody wants a roof over their head. Nobody wants to deal with lead poisoning in their water supply. And then so it's like when you actually go by question after question and then you just strip it of any identity politics, even if they're really stupid people, because there's a lot of them with low IQ, like even a dumb person knows that maybe some regulations that protect the environment are good, and like so it's like a lot of it is just like the identity politics.
Well, yeah, I don't
The
think
power's out in Ohio.
I don't think they believe a lot of the stuff they actually say. One of my favorite things to do is go onto a conservative panel and out small government, the quote unquote small government conservatives.
Right.
And then they're just like, no, not that small a government.
Literally me, because I'm an anarchist, so I want the smallest government. And then they're like, you're one of those liberals over here. You want absolute chaos. But then they'll talk about how evil the government is every other day of their life. Like, okay. Oh, well, I'll let y'all go. I just came here to, stress myself out with some racists, and they left. So now I guess I have to clean the house.
Derek asked you about your ideology, and then as soon as you were done explaining it, he just dipped.
He just vanished from existence. It was like he was exiled. God. Into the void with you, puny Floridian. God.
Between you and Ella, I'm going to end up with a fucking liberal only live at some point or another.
My bad. It's already happened. I am sorry. I should not come up when I'm feeling spicy.
Kind of laugh
I
at
No, I am here for the spicy Ella.
Yeah,
Me
I'm
too.
watching today. I don't know.
It's
Well,
been a lot these.
that was insane. It was supposed to be in Big Sur, and that didn't work out. So then it was in the Sierra Nevadas. And then I came back to like the most work I've done in my whole life. It was just horrible. And then I had a 3-week summer class start at the same time, and I had to make up 3 days of work, which is equivalent to 3 weeks of work. It was hell on earth. So I wasn't on here. So this was my first day of respite. So I was like, let me bullshit on the internet for a bit.
Thank you for popping in.
Yeah.
Fuck on me. Fuck on me.
They wanna.
W is from.
Ooh, yeah. Ron is saying he will be spicy on the panel one day soon. I look forward to it.
I pass the spicy baton to Ella, and B gets the crown. Or whichever one you prefer. You can decide.
We can share. Yeah.
Share it, yeah. All right. Bye, everybody.
Have a good
Hey,
night.
Amy.
Just go away already.
Mojo.
Thank you so much. Just ignore Mojo.
Hey, the more hate Mojo gives you, the more he likes you.
Everybody
just
says
wanted to
that.
find
I
that
think
out.
you're all full of shit.
That's because you're always an asshole to us, and we know you love us.
He was really mean to me in the beginning, and now he just puts up with me. So
No, I kind of like you now. You know,
it evolves.
okay, so it does take a special kind of person to make it through the sour exterior to get to the sweet inside. CS calls me a sour gummy bear, or
Sour Patch
sour.
Kid.
Yeah,
Sour on
sour
the
patch.
outside, sweet on the inside.
Yeah, that's what CS calls me.
I'd say you're more like an onion. You have many layers.
Yeah, but it gets worse
You
as you
just
go
told him
in
he
on onions.
stinks.
Damn, did you just call Mojo a fucking ogre?
Yes, I did. I mean,
I
Donkey.
think the internet
yeah,
is
okay.
Donkey.
crazy place.
Donkey.
Did y'all talk about the slew of executive orders that were signed today, or like
Was
throughout
that
the
a
day?
slew?
Not at all.
We kind of touched on them a little bit earlier because we talked a little bit about the birthright citizenship one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew about that,
Where
but that was like yesterday, wasn't it?
Oh, I read about it today, but also
Apparently,
I've been very busy with work.
apparently he's going to sign one either tonight or tomorrow that links autism with. I know we can't say the goddamn word, but y'all know what I'm talking about.
Stop. No, he's
With
not.
what?
Are you shitting
Bees?
my
With bees?
Dude, that's what I just heard. I need to fucking go and do some research on it, but I heard that from a reputable source.
Wait, are you saying
Wait, hold
autism
on.
with bees?
What?
Yeah, I don't know
Autism
what you mean.
causes bees?
Vaccines.
Yeah, no, the opposite. He's gonna sign an executive order stating that bees cause autism, but
Are you serious?
I don't think that autism could cause bees.
In an alternate universe. In an alternate universe, it's the opposite.
I have so much to
Yeah,
say
it
that I can't
says.
say here.
Yeah, so it says so far, according to Reuters, however you like that pronounced, that V's and autism appear to be the central subject of the upcoming EO. The order would reportedly direct additional federal investigation into whether V's contribute to it. RFK Jr. is heavily involved in it. He has been leading this initiative, and Trump himself is reportedly choosing to push the issue. Reuters actually says that advisors have urged Kennedy to avoid emphasizing that the V stuff ahead of the midterms because of the political risk, but Trump has continued encouraging investigation of the issue.
Oh my god, I hate everything. Exactly,
that,
that's literally me.
I hate RFK Jr. with a fiery
I hate
passion.
I hate everything.
Awful fucking human being. He's the
Oh,
worst
man.
of the fucking worst.
Me and Alan just got off of Goose's panel a minute ago of me. Like, yeah, I don't know when you left, but I wound up. What was that woman's name that was on there?
I don't know. They were arguing about school.
Yeah, Do Better or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah, I made her real mad, and then out small government. That was who I was out small governmented.
What, the Do Better?
Yeah.
Are they also trying to, and Pallet or Ella, do they mention anything about these recent executive orders trying to lower the use of SSRIs?
Oh my god, I can't.
Because I know that was a huge thing for RFK. Like, what was that, like a couple months ago? He was very upset. And I thought that
But,
was
like,
going to be in the executive order.
Why
I could be mistaken.
now? Why now though? Like in the midterms, I love it, I guess, but like I hate it at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Because they want to cut off. They want to cut off the antidepressants so that everybody will be too depressed to leave their house to go vote.
Okay.
That's the only shot they have.
There we go. I see that.
Yeah. So when I'm looking it up, it's not mentioned in relation to this upcoming EO about autism, but it was it pulls up the White House website because one of his EOs from February, one of the Maha commissioned ones, does mention SSRIs. But not necessarily in terms of like reducing prescriptions, but more in terms of like the government wants to do more research to see what the potential risks of them are, particularly among children.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Unison. Jinx. Oh my god.
Yes, oh my god. That's all I have to say. I have nothing to add.
I feel like this is all part of a previous children's health defense push. Because he quietly has advised the FDA to unrestrict that treatment that was basically just feeding children bleach. I'm not even kidding. He did it this year. It was chlorine dioxide. He advised the FDA to remove the restriction, the warning on the treatment for feeding children chlorine dioxide, which was from his days at the Children's Health Defense Organization.
Hey, Joe, I haven't seen you in forever.
Who?
I am depressed.
Why?
Because of Trump.
You guys, the president changes often.
But his policy changes effect for a longer time, right?
Yeah, but just imagine how cool it'll feel to watch that chick get dismantled one by one.
Yeah, you're right, I guess.
What if they
Get 2 more years?
dismantle it though, and then they're just like, we're going to keep everything the same.
Except, well,
Shut up! Wait, how does this work? What if pigs fly? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh no, it's just I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm a little bit too down in the dumps, but
honestly,
doesn't seem like when we vote in the other party, much changes back to the left. They're just like, this is common sense politics now.
I don't know.
It's over. I'm kidding. I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
No, I'm kidding. I think I just gave up on the American. I just gave up on the American.
It's not even over. It's Jover.
It's Jover, exactly. It was Jover.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be Fover, like fucking over.
No, it's what they said about. It was one of their little fucking quips about Joe Biden when he got voted out. That it's Jover.
I don't know, guys.
It will be fine. The world's going to be fine. The country's not going anywhere. We're going to have more elections. We're going to change our fucking representatives.
Probably. Yeah, I know. I just gave up on the American vote.
The
I just
country's
gave up
gonna
on
be
them.
here, but it's gonna be on fire.
It's just gonna be the same people voting.
Wait, hold on, Ella. You told me how to capture snakes. How do you do that?
Not capture. I just noticed that sometimes when I'm doing AoE on a bunch of bandits or whatever, that like dead snakes appear because they get caught in the AoE.
You don't corner it. You come up behind it with like a stick.
Can you pick them up? I mean, you said you could use them for poison or whatever.
I've noticed that when they end up dead, you can skin them and you get items for poison. But you can. I've not been able to target them, to capture them. Like they just have to end up dead in the AoE situation.
You're talking about a video game. Never mind.
Yes, sir.
I was actually trying to tell you how to like get us to fucking grab a snake.
No, I see all these snakes running around. I thought you had told me a way to get them, and I was trying all kinds of stuff still, and I still can't figure it out.
Yeah, I've not been able to like do it, like not even target them, let alone do anything with them, right?
Yeah.
So
just
bye, Alan.
Yes, Jal, I started wrangling snakes for a living. You know, you gotta do what you can in Trump's America.
Wrangling snakes. Well, Pallet said approach them from behind, much like your boyfriends.
What? Mojo.
You don't want to scare them away.
Oh no, I think we need some therapy on the panel.
No, we're good.
I have my weekly therapy appointment. I do all right.
Me too.
Mine was just kind of repetitive.
Oh, you all need to find yourself better therapists. I love my therapist.
I should. I do. I should. I really should.
Don't be afraid to shop for it. Like, I honestly, that's the best thing I ever did.
Listen, I'm going to be with this lady forever. I'm going to be with her forever because I can't tell people no, and I don't know how to be awkward. And I just feel like it'd be so awkward to be like, I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just don't show up anymore. Yeah.
You don't know how to be
Just don't
awkward?
show up.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't know how to be awkward.
I'm pretty
and say
sure
I don't
you're
wanna
damn good at
be
being
here.
awkward. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you don't see my face, dude. Like, I'm just a talking box. I'm not real to you people. I could be a chatbot for all you know. But when I have somebody in front of me and I like have
That
to
would
look at
actually-
them and it's like
That
so
would actually
overstimulating,
explain
you
a
know?
lot if you're a chatbot, actually.
But I found myself in a similar situation, especially because one of my previous therapists was like an older lady and she was really sweet, but like fuck, she even forgot my name and where I was from. So like clearly we're not doing great, right? So like, but I too felt bad. But eventually I was just like, okay, this isn't helping me. And the whole point of therapy is that it helps you. And so one of my friends told me the same thing I just said, like, just go shopping around. And if you don't like him, don't go back and find someone else. And I did exactly that. And I went through like, I don't know, 4 probably different people. And the moment I met this specific therapist, I think we got like 2 appointments in, and I was like, yeah, like this is the right, like it's kind of like getting in a relationship, like you just kind of know, and
Yeah.
it happened.
And I had one before her that was amazing. And she was a communist also. And so like all of our therapy sessions, and this is like so nerdy, but would somehow relate to like capitalism. Like not all of them, right? But like when I'm talking about my job, when I'm talking about things that are stressful in my life, money, like it was such a good relationship, but she just didn't, she got out of the profession, and I got this older lady, and she's just not really relatable, and similar experience. She doesn't remember anything I tell her from the last appointment, even though the last appointment's only like a week ago. And so I don't know. And it feels awkward to like be like, oh, I don't want to be here anymore. Sorry, it's not a good fit. And she tells me all the time. She's like, if this isn't a good fit, because I've canceled quite a bit, you can let me know. So I'm like, oh, okay, I will. But yeah.
Just ghost her.
Yeah,
It's
she probably knows. She's just waiting on you to say something, is my guess. But like, is there no like central office that you can call and just like say, hey, not a good fit, so you don't have to tell her specifically?
Well, I think she kind of gets it now because I haven't been in like since the summer for me started, because I wanted to like completely have a free schedule to focus on my kids. So I told her, I was like, maybe I'll be back after summer. And then I thought like maybe I just won't come back. And that's how I'll walk away. And I feel bad because, you share so many intimate details of your life. I know. No, I'm ghosting, which I feel so bad for doing.
Yeah.
But
I wish y'all knew me like 3 or 4 years ago, and you could see the difference between the person that existed then and this version of me now. And honestly, like therapy was the right thing. And that may not be everyone's like same story, because I did years of therapy before that where I was like, this isn't doing anything. The fuck is this shit, right? So, but I stuck with it, and eventually something clicked, and I don't know, I couldn't be any happier. So I that's why I'm such a big fan of it, is because I experienced it myself, maybe. But yeah, I don't know.
For those of you that are in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, make sure you now have sent your new heart me, because it is now 12:01. Also, do you know where your children are?
Also, please buckle up. We're soon to have some turbulence, and they'll be around with some sodas later, as well as peanuts.
They don't do peanuts.
They don't get peanuts
It's
anymore.
tiny little pretzels.
Yes. Or if you're flying to Amsterdam, they do stroopwafels.
Oh yeah, that's true. Stroopwafels or Delta cookies, the speculoos cookies. Yeah.
Yes. Or the what are Biscoff. Biscoff is the new thing that's made its way from Europe over here that I've noticed.
Yeah, it's the word that we use for it is speculoos, but yeah, Biscoff is the brand name, and it's delicious.
Yes, quite delicious with the cookie butter.
Wow, you guys are so boring. Let's get the I'm playing a video game.
Whatever. You don't see the comments.
No, I don't see shit.
Ella, I did like the dragon in your bed earlier.
Why does your phone sound so weird, B?
Yeah,
why does it sound weird? What does it sound like?
AM radio.
You know why? Because I have the fan on. Let me get it off.
Oh no, you sound fine now. Whatever you were doing before went away.
Yeah, don't turn off your fan. Jeff might yell at you, say that you're broke because you don't have AC and you're dying of heat exhaustion or something.
And the government needs to do something about it now.
The government's gonna fail.
We explained it to them. What is it?
There
I think I said it 3 times. I think we explained it to them like, I don't know, the same thing over and over and over again. It's kind of weird that they just don't get it.
Well, here's the thing. There are small kernels of truth to what they're saying, right? Like, yes, more people have unalived. Yes, there should be more AC. But, like, everything we said is also true. And I feel like they just kind of, like, twist those small kernels of truth into, like, this giant thing and then tie it to, like, I don't know, the EU being broke and fucking immigration and whatever else the fuck they can come up with. And that's the part that I take issue with. Like, if they were to come at it from a genuine place, more than happy to have the conversation. But when they're going to twist it, I'm just going to yell.
6,
Get rid
7.
of,
Oh, damn. Now it's 6,
let's get
9.
rid of AC units. Let's fucking do it. Let's.
What?
We'll make that.
Hey,
Let's get rid of
hey,
AC. Come on, man.
I
We
mean,
can do
let's
it,
just all
man.
sweat it out together.
Yeah.
Survival of the fittest.
I'm a little surprised that when Derek started trying to purport that houses are crappier because immigrants are coming over, that no one hopped on that shit. That was wild.
That was so wild.
Okay, there's a kernel of truth to that too, you know, right?
How?
Are getting crappier.
Well, houses are getting crappier, and something like 25 to 30% of the construction workforce that are building the new homes are immigrants.
Okay, but they are not in charge of the materials that are being used. So it's not the construction itself, it's the materials and the way, like the way the architecture is designed, right? And the materials that it requires to be built. That's what makes it shitty.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's where it comes down to, Mojo, where you were saying it's all about capitalism, because they're not going to build things to withstand anymore, because guess what? Like, I still have in my house, I have my grandparents' original microwave that is still working. But yet my parents have went through, I think, like 5
Christ, you have nuked
microwaves
yourself so
now.
many. You have nuked yourself so many times. Holy crap! You're gonna die of like
Exactly. I'm a
radiation
cockroach. I'm just
poisoning.
gonna live forever. It's all good. Just give me a little
She's gonna be
snorkeling suit,
glowing.
or you know. Oh, that's why I have a
You're
nightlight.
hitting
Okay.
Yeah, you're hitting on the throwaway culture, right? Like it's interesting because people will like make fun of me or poke at me or stab at me for saving up and buying, like, for example, a more expensive computer. But the idea is that it lasts me that much longer because it can handle anything that's coming at me for the next couple of years in terms of, like, what it can run. There's a point to it. I would prefer to get something at a later date, but get it better in quality that lasts me longer than to partake in this throwaway culture where I, get an item for, I don't know, a little bit less, but then I'm replacing it in a couple of months, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, some of that stuff is okay. As far as throwaway culture goes, though, American-made products are still pretty fucking good. The Vitamix, for example, but you pay through the nose for it. Your Ninja blenders are about $150, and they only last for a short period of time. Not a short period. I mean, you could, if you take good care of it, I guess maybe a few years. But that Vitamix is guaranteed for life. It's got a lifetime warranty on it. So, but it is like close to $500.
Yeah, they're expensive, but I love it. It's my favorite kitchen gadget. More than my KitchenAid.
I've got both. I've got a Ninja and a Vitamix. The Vitamix is good for really pureeing stuff, and the Ninja is awesome because it's got it's got settings for smoothies, and it's got an individual cup that goes on the top too. So it's awesome. You just throw some milk and some fruit and some protein powder and stuff in there, and then you just push one button that has that what do they call it? Extract something, or I don't remember what it's exactly called on the button in the front, but you push one button and then it goes through a whole cycle to give you like the perfect smoothie. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great for making like frozen iced coffees in the morning.
Yeah.
We should all drink more water.
True.
Water's gross.
It has. Okay, never mind.
She's like, I get
I mean, according to Palette, we're all drinking shit water, so it's all good.
See, I told you it's gross.
Mojo's just anti-water. He's just.
An interesting fact is that any glass of water that you drink that molecule of water statistically, or any, like, a molecule of water in that glass has a statistically 100% chance that it has been drank by another human being at some point in time.
Sure.
But it's been filtered, so it doesn't matter.
And fish have also had sex in it at some point.
The real issues.
That's true. If you stay at a hotel, humans had sex in that bed at some point, but it's been washed, so it's the same
Yeah,
with
don't
water.
ever bring up
Never
black
use the coffee maker, just so you know. Never, ever, ever use the coffee maker in your room.
Do you ever think when
light.
Donovan
Wait, I want to know why now. Why don't you use the coffee
Too
maker?
many people do too much shit to the coffee maker and it never gets clean. That's one thing that the housekeeping never cleans.
What?
Yeah,
what
I will
it-
never
what-
use a
what
coffee
can-
maker inside a fucking hotel.
What can they do to the coffee maker?
Well, for one, they can pee in it.
Why would most hotel rooms have a fucking toilet? Like, is this a kink I'm not aware of?
Yeah, I'm confused. Like, why the fuck would anybody do that?
I want to Google this phenomenon, but I'm scared to do it.
Don't save your sensibilities. Don't.
Save your
Slightly
sensibilities.
tweaking the conversation. Do you think when Donovan researches what hotel to get, he organizes them and ranks them by level of cuck chair?
No. Don't say that. Man, liberals are so fucking mean. You guys are so mean.
I mean, he was pretty bad today.
I get frustrated with him too, obviously.
But he wasn't mean. I guess you're right.
Okay, so I googled it. I did, and apparently this is a kernel of truth kind of thing as well. And then the internet ran with it. So there are anecdotes about people who used kettles in hotel rooms to wash their underwear.
What the fuck?
Oh my god! How do you even do that?
I don't.
Oh no, but that's funny.
I don't even want to know. Go buy some new underwear. What the fuck?
Sorry, did anybody else see Cowlitz talking about the cockachina?